On the academy's pathway, students formed a circle, their eyes fixed intently on the scene before them. A young man dressed in the academy uniform, handsome and with an air of mystery, knelt on the ground, clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers, his gaze distant and unfocused. His jet black hair shimmered like ink, and his eyes sparkled like sapphires. Yet he suddenly felt as if he should be dozing over a desk at work. Was this a dream or reality? Before he could speak, a cool, aloof woman across from him raised an eyebrow and spoke calmly. Rain, I am not considering marriage for now. You come here to propose to me. Does your father know? Her words pierced Rain like needles, deepening his confusion. The texture of the flowers in his hands, the noisy chatter of the surrounding students, everything confirmed this was real. Suddenly, stern footsteps and the clanking of armor echoed from the crowd behind. Several guards entered, their armor adorned with lion emblems, and without ceremony, they lifted Rain, still kneeling, dazed and lost, causing the elegant bouquet to slip and fall. Suye's realization struck him at last that had crossed over. The students watching Rain being taken away began to disperse quietly, treating it as mere gossip for the afternoon. Rain, the ultimate scoundrel, was known for strange antics. Nothing he did was truly surprising. Inside a lavish and elegant room, Rain remained kneeling, unable to rise. A muscular middle-aged man suddenly stood, smashing a ceramic cup onto the table in rage. The shattering sound was sharp and thunderous. Look at what you've done. You publicly declared your love for Sophia Ward inside the academy. Do you have to like her so much? His voice roared like a furious lion. His fist struck the table with such force that the surface cracked instantly, though the sturdy floor remained unscathed, showing his precise control over his strength. This was Ford Grei, a sixth-tier Moonlight Knight, the strongest lion of the Grei family. How could he have such a worthless son? Jonas Grei, the head butler, stood by and reminded him gently. Ford breathed deeply, calming himself and tempering his anger. Rain, still kneeling and bewildered, looked utterly lost from the sudden outburst. Ford glanced at him, frustration rising again. You bastard. Do you know how big a mess you've made today? Without warning, a sharp headache tore through Rain's mind, and overwhelming memories flooded in like a torrent. He clutched his head and bowed down, pressing himself against the floor to ease the pain. Ford accused bitterly, faking illness again? Always causing trouble by pretending to be sick. Do you have any new tricks? But Jonas frowned, stepped forward, and scanned Rain's condition with his fighting spirit. He shook his head sadly, telling Ford that Rain was indeed suffering intense pain. Eventually, Rain fainted and collapsed softly. The two men exchanged glances as Ford lit a cigar. Jonas, take him to his room and bring some palace doctors. This bastard really is a headache. Jonas nodded silently, carrying Rain upstairs with firm resolve. Once Rain was settled on a wide, luxurious bed, the maids saluted and withdrew. Jonas calmly instructed several servants, do not disturb Master Rain until the doctors arrive. The desk in the room had been replaced, and Ford frowned as he pondered how to clean up his son's mess. Sophia Ward, only 18, was already the Empire's youngest second-tier mid-level knight. Gifted and talented, the Ward family was the Grei family's chief rival, but also a key partner for future alliances. Although Rain's proposal seemed reckless, it was part of a power play. If Grei and Ward joined forces, they could rival the royal family. Ford worried that the Emperor might be suspicious, so calming the Emperor's doubts was urgent. As fragrant tea steam curled, a knock interrupted. A striking, curvy woman entered gracefully, and a rare softness appeared in Ford's eyes. Lyra, you're here. He had a seat prepared for her, and as they spoke gently, they discussed Rain's situation. Lyra presented several documents with a suggestion. Husband fears the Emperor might misunderstand. Strike while the iron's hot, arrange a wife for Rain quickly and create some conflict with the Ward family. That way, the Emperor will relax and not believe rumors. She handed over materials on a Adele Hill. Ford's brows eased as he flipped through, a hint of hope shining on his face. Upstairs in a guest room, an elderly physician confirmed Rain was only suffering from qi and blood disorder, treatable with medicine. After Eve Julie personally saw the doctor off, Rain, newly dressed in the academy uniform, faced the maids around him with a calm voice. All of you, leave me alone for a while. The servants obeyed without hesitation. Leaning back on the bed and staring at the ceiling, golden sunset light filled the room. A corporate drone from Blue Star, surviving on government aid, graduate of a third-rate university, now trapped in a chaotic era of swords and magic. On the continent of Soltis, magic was nearly extinct, suppressed by bloody purges and harsh laws. People relied solely on fighting spirit to become knights or assassins. As a scion of a knightly family, Rain had no talent for fighting spirit, unable to master even the family's signature lion's breath technique. Yet his aptitude for magic was unprecedented. All elemental magic, from lightning and light to darkness and space, was within his grasp. However, lacking the meditation method, he was powerless to wield these abilities like a starving engine running dry. His progress was slow as a tortoise, and he had given up trying. sinking into the family stable as a rogue heir, bullying others and getting into fights, the epitome of a useless son. Reflecting on the previous life of this reckless man, Rain smiled bitterly. This new beginning truly felt like the world was collapsing around him. The one consolation was that he cared nothing for noble etiquette, so he need not waste effort pretending. Another knock sounded. Without moving, Rain answered quietly, "Come in." Standing tall and poised, the head maid Eve entered pushing a serving cart. "Master, change your clothes first and eat. Today we have your favorite azure lobster tails." Rain turned his head, silently admiring her mature figure, a faint, helpless smile curling his lips. Eve caught his gaze and smiled faintly. "Master, are you wishing for me to serve you in bed? If lady consents, am ready any time." Rain shook his head and quietly accepted the clothing change, secretly hoping she would stay after all. Younger maids were nice too. Just as he finished changing the shirt, Eve's eyes flickered to the necklace around Rain's neck, and her brow furrowed slightly. "Master, I've never seen this necklace before. It looks like something from a book." Rain frowned, staring at it in confusion and shock. This was the necklace he had brought from Blue Star, picked up at a street stall. Could this really be his secret advantage? Composing himself, Rain replied calmly, "Oh, I just bought it recently. Thought it looked nice." Eve nodded knowingly, asking no more out of respect. She swiftly helped Rain change into silk-like loungewear, pushed the cart to the bedside, and lifted the silver cloche covering the food. Eve lifted the lid, and instantly a mingling of sea-salty mist, faintly charred fruitwood smoke, and delicate herbal fragrance filled the room. It felt like the kitchen door of a bustling harbor had swung wide open, making one's mouth water with anticipation. On a silver tray lay a pale blue lobster tail, its surface glossy and radiant. This rare lobster was unique to the southern seas of the Empire, prized by royalty for its exquisite flavor. Even just a few ounces of its meat, after shelling, fetched at least 5 gold coins to be shipped to the capital. Beside it rested a nearly medium-rare hind leg of a brute force boar. The outer crust sealed in bubbling meat juices, the cut revealed tight, plump fibers, neither greasy nor dry. It was rumored to even enhance one's martial energy cultivation. Though Rayan lacked the gift for martial energy, his mother Layla still forced him to eat it daily, hoping for a miracle. Eve bent down, took a crystal goblet and a bottle of red wine from the lower shelf of the serving cart. She carefully polished the inside of the glass with a pristine white cloth, uncorked the bottle, then tilted it gently to pour a deep ruby liquid halfway, full before setting it between the two dishes. Next, she softly tied a spotless napkin around Rayan's neck and stepped back to wait quietly for him to ask for more wine. Rayan paid no mind to the elaborate noble dining etiquette, grabbing knife and fork to dig in heartily. The lobster meat was tender and sweet with a springy bite, while the wild richness of the boar paired perfectly with the mellow wine, lighting up his senses. Eve's face remained calm, accustomed to his appetite. If this young master ever started eating with the slow, refined manners of a noble lord, she would find it strange indeed. Within moments, Rayan emptied both plates with alternating bites of meat and sips of wine, silently swearing he had never tasted anything so delicious. Eve stepped forward to wipe the sauce from the corner of his mouth with the napkin and whispered the Lord's orders. "Young master, the master says you are to remain confined at home during this period. You must not leave the estate without permission." Rayan nodded in understanding, and Eve quietly pushed the cart away. As the door shut behind her, Rayan eagerly pulled off the necklace at his throat. The small object resting in his palm resembled a miniature book, with a rustic bronze clasp and finely detailed cover engravings. He frowned in thought. Since it had transported him to the continent of Saltus, it must be no ordinary trinket even if he hadn't yet figured out how to unlock it. For the next half hour, he tried every method imaginable, burning it, soaking it in water, using blood to claim it, but the little book showed no reaction. At last, he attempted to infuse it with the scant magical energy inside him. The next second, the pages of the book fluttered wildly, as if caught in an invisible gale, then transformed into a streak of light that shot into his forehead. Rayan's vision darkened, and he collapsed heavily onto the bed. Inside his mind, a grand ancient tome stood like a timeless monolith at the center of his consciousness. Information flooded in like a torrent, instantly revealing that this treasure was called the Book of Arts. It contained every breathing technique, combat skill, meditation method, magic, and secret art across the Saltus continent's history. So long as enough energy was supplied, it could present whatever the user needed and trigger instantaneous insight during learning. Most precious of all, its first activation granted a free exchange opportunity. Rayan's chest heaved, his heartbeat nearly audible. What he lacked most was a meditation method suited to his talent. As the thought formed, the Book of Arts henceforth, simply the ancient book, flipped its pages rapidly on its own. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind, the ancient book began flipping pages wildly by itself. After a moment, he stopped on one page. Leaning closer to the ancient book, Rain's eyes were instantly drawn to a bold line of characters. World-class meditation technique. Abyssal meditation method. The description was brief but stunning. It said this method was not man-made, but spontaneously born deep within the abyssal demon cave. Only those with innate all-attribute talent could practice it. For others, the consequences range from magical power exhaustion to instant death. If successful, the practitioner's internal power would transform into a dark golden river, continuously expanding without deliberate meditation and actively absorbing surrounding magic. World class. The legendary meditation said to reach the divine realm, the absolute pinnacle. Rain's heart pounded wildly. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm on the page. Instantly, golden light flooded into his body like a torrent. Just like when he absorbed memories at dusk, a sharp pain exploded in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he endured it, letting the unique dark gold magic of the abyss surge through his meridians. The headache gradually eased. He let out a long breath. Had succeeded. The abyssal meditation had forcibly elevated him, a mid-level magic apprentice, directly to a rank 1 junior mage, skipping even the senior apprentice stage. His magical capacity expanded infinitely, and his combat power surged by more than tenfold. Unlike knights or warriors who needed to painstakingly practice skills and muscle memory, a mage's strength was all about magic power, and right now, he was truly a noble mage lord. The ancient book's once radiant cover now dimmed. Rain silently vowed to find enough energy to nourish it. Exiting the spiritual realm, he opened his eyes and sat up in bed, clearly sensing the roaring dark gold magic inside, not a hallucination. Cecily, he called softly to his personal maid. The door opened, and a white-haired girl stood timidly at the entrance, head bowed, voice hesitant. Master, you called? Memories of the original owner beating her flashed through Rain's mind, tightening his chest. Such a sweet girl had been abused. Softening his tone, he said gently, "Come here, Cecily." Cecily knelt with a sobbing plea. "Master, I didn't do anything wrong today. Please don't hit me." Rain rose and approached. Her fear deepened. She clearly braced for punishment. But the next moment, he lifted her onto the bed and sat her down. She still trembled nervously. Rolling up her sleeve, he saw large purple bruises, and his heart sank. "Go find Jonas and get some rejuvenating healing ointment. Also, bring me those magic books I threw away earlier," he said firmly but kindly. Cecily hesitated. Seeing her stall, Rain's tone hardened slightly. "Cecily? Oh yes, master. They'll go at once." She stammered and hurried away. Shortly after, Cecily returned with several maids carrying a stack of magic book skill manuals and various meditation techniques. After setting them down, the maids quickly left. Cecily held out the ointment with both hands. "Master, the magic books and healing ointment are here." Rain did not take it, but met her still timid gaze. "You're still so scared, Cecily." Sorry, master," she said, eyes glistening. "Take the ointment to Eve and have her help you rub out those wounds and bruises." "It doesn't look good to be injured," he said. Cecily shook her head. "No need. The wounds will heal quickly. We shouldn't waste the ointment." Rain frowned but feigned sternness. "What? You dare disobey the master's order?" She quickly stood. No. Cecily will go find Sister Eve right now." Turning to leave, Rain called after her, "Don't be stingy. Use it all. I will check with Eve later." Cecily paused mid-step and turned back to nod solemnly. "Yes, master." After Cecily left, Rain flipped through the stack of magical tomes. These books had been painstakingly collected over many years by his father, Food, gathered piece by piece from all corners of the land. Each volume bore a heavy, beast-hide cover, dark gold embossing, and nearly faded handwritten notes, every one infused with the weight of time and priceless value. He casually pulled out the topmost book. As he opened the cover, dust trapped in the spine swirled up in a faint gray haze, illuminated by the glow of the magic lamp. Rain waved his hand, scattering the fine dust in the air. The first page displayed a hand-drawn formation diagram for a first-level spell, Thunder Spear. In theory, a mage must first mentally build the formation in its entirety, then use it to channel elemental energy and cast the spell. The text should have been obscure and difficult to grasp, but aided by the ancient tome's inherent insight, Rain skimmed it swiftly and internalized the entire formation within minutes. He closed the book and grabbed a second volume, Meditations on Fire Magic. After flipping through a couple of pages, his brow furrowed and he tossed it aside with a sharp "Get lost, or the abyss will think I'm messing around." The third book, on barrier arts, he read, reasoned through, and memorized in one smooth flow success. The fourth, on Gale's Step, he mastered just as easily. As Rain reached for the fifth book, Cecily pushed the door open, carrying a wooden box containing the invigorating blood jade ointment, and stood respectfully by his side. "Master, I used it as you said, it's all gone." Rain nodded and set the box on the edge of the table. Cecily never dared to deceive him, and he was too tired to check. Looking out the window at the deepening night, he said, "Cecily, go get some rest." "I'm tired." "Yes, master." The young woman bowed slightly and quietly left the room. As Rain put down his book and prepared to climb into bed, the door opened once again. Cecily returned, carrying a silver basin reflecting the lamp's light. "Master, please wash up." Rain was about to refuse but changed his mind, stood up, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth. He took the soft towel she handed him, dried off, and then lay back down. Cecily made sure he was comfortable, dimmed the magic lamp, and slipped out with barely a sound. The light went out, and stillness settled in the room. After a long day's turmoil, Rain was mentally drained and soon fell into a deep sleep. The royal capital, nighttime. The power of the Grei family stirred silently in the shadows. In the backyard of the smiling morning news stand, a gust of night wind rustled loose pages. A group of masked men dressed in black surrounded the stand's trembling owner, who crouched in a corner, eyes fixed nervously on the knife at their waists. "Boss, did you write tomorrow's story about Rain Grei?" The leader's cold voice asked. "Oh, sirs, how could I dare make up anything about Master Rain?" The man forced a flattering smile. As a commoner with no noble title, he knew well that without noble protection, his life was worth less than the family dog's. The leader patted him on the shoulder, voice hardening. "If I catch you lying or messing around, umph." The man immediately raised his right hand in solemn oath. "I swear by the god of knights. If even a word about Master Rain is published tomorrow, my whole family won't find mercy from the god of knights." The black-clad figures nodded, signaling their companions. In a blink, they vanished into the night. The man collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. There were plenty of newsstands in the capital. For those without powerful backing, the Grei family used outright intimidation. For others supported by nobles, Jonas negotiated terms quietly, usually securing Grei family's face in the process. Fortunately, Food had learned of the situation early, and very few were in the know. In just one night, they had successfully suppressed all public dissent about Rain. Morning in the Grei family's dining hall. The brilliant crystal chandelier cast a soft glow over the room, while a heavy red silk tablecloth covered the long dining table. Silverware with gold inlays was lined up neatly, gleaming in the candlelight, and the glass goblets caught the first light of dawn, scattering flecks of golden sparkle. At the head of the table, the family patriarch Food and matriarch Layla dined quietly. Rain shuffled in, still half asleep, dragging his slippers and yawning. "Mornin'." Eve quickly stepped forward and gently pulled out a chair for him. Without a hint of decorum, Rain slouched back heavily in the seat, skipping any formal greetings. Food and Layla glanced at the scene, but remained indifferent. This child's lack of manners was nothing new. Eve deftly placed a set of sparkling cutlery before him, polished to a shine. Rain lazily reached for only a piece of bread, gulped it down with some milk, and then got up to leave. Just as he took 2 steps away, Layla looked up calmly and said, "Rain, I've chosen a young lady for you, the youngest daughter of the Hill family. She's gentle, around your age, and quite attractive. You'll be betrothed in 3 months. She'll come to the mansion to meet you in a few days. Use this time to get yourself together and don't cause any more trouble at the academy." Taken aback by the sudden arrangement, Rain frowned. "Mother, didn't you promise I could choose my own partner?" "Choose your own partner?" Food's voice shot up sharply. "You still want to go after Sophia? If I hadn't stopped you in time, who knows what kind of mess you'd have made." Layla patted her husband's hand to calm him down. "Enough, don't start the day angry." Food snorted but muttered under his breath, "With a son like Rain, I might as well lose 20 years of my life." Only then did Layla carefully explain the full story to Rain. After hearing it, he could only curse the original heir silently for being such a troublemaker. Out of all the delicate maids in the mansion, he went chasing after a scandal and caused more problems. With a sigh, he just hoped Miss Hill would meet his standards. The mess was inherited, so only he could clean it up. After breakfast, Rain didn't return to his room, but headed straight for Jonas' study. Watching his son's figure disappear down the corridor, Food raised an eyebrow and whispered to Layla, "Has the boy been promoted to a first-level mage?" Layla didn't seem to notice and simply slid a dish onto his plate. "Isn't that good? Eat quickly. You still have to go to the palace to meet His Majesty the Emperor." Food nodded. First-level mage, just reaching the average standard for a noble heir in the Empire. In the hallway, passing maids bowed respectfully. Rain caught their glances out of the corner of his eye and thought to himself that they were far better than the dull Sophia. Arriving at Jonas' door, he knocked twice. "Come in." Jonas, who hadn't slept all night, was organizing documents, his spirit still high thanks to flowing inner energy. Seeing Rain, he immediately stood, instinctively rehearsing ways to clean up whatever trouble Rain might have caused. After all, he rarely came by, and it was always a problem. "Uncle Jonas, do we have any treasures that can boost magic power?" Jonas breathed a quiet sigh of relief. So this wasn't about fixing a mess, much easier. "Yes, Master Rain." Jonas pushed the chair back, walked over, and stood beside Rain. "Master Rain, please follow me. They'll take you to the family treasury so you can choose for yourself." Jonas spoke as he led the way down a winding flight of stone steps. The underground corridor was lined with wall lamps sparking to life every few paces, and armored guards stood solemnly at attention, each gripping a long spear. The two passed through 5 checkpoints, each secured by iron gates, Reniche chains, and magical seals. Fingerprint and token verification were required at every barrier. Finally, before a heavy alloy door, Jonas produced a smooth jade token and pressed it into a recessed slot. With a soft click, the lock released. The gate closed shut behind them, the sound of the bolt dropping echoing through the vast storage hall. A compact, sharp-featured middle-aged man with a silver badge marking him as manager approached first. Master Rain, Steward Jonas, welcome. What supplies do you require today? Rain glanced around in awe. The warehouse dome soared 3 stories high, brilliantly lit by a grid of lights, like daylight. Rows of shelves stretched densely like walls. It was his first visit, so the grandeur naturally amazed him. Boa, Jonas said, Master Rain needs artifacts that enhance magical power. Boa Grei nodded and led them through rows of shelves to the farthest section where tall storage cabinets resembled library stacks. Master Rain, everything in these 5 cabinets can boost magical power. Just let me know which one interests you, and I will explain. Because magic wasn't the continent's main practice, the price of magical enhancing artifacts was much lower than those for increasing battle chi. Having followed the path of magic cultivation all along, Rain's family had specifically collected such treasures over the years to fill these 5 large cabinets, each divided into dozens of compartments stocked with materials of varying strength. Rain drew near the cabinets and suddenly saw a string of tiny numbers appear before his eyes, as if each item had an energy rating tag. Ancient tomes can actually display energy values directly? He wondered, pulling open the nearest drawer. Boa stepped forward to explain, Ice Stone, a first-tier magical artifact, sourced from the extreme snow mountains in the Northern Empire region. It's quite effective for ice magic users below the 2nd tier. Within Rain's vision, a translucent pale blue stone showed a faint golden 23 hovering quietly above it. Looking over the 5 cabinets filled with countless numbers, Rain smiled faintly and said to Boa, All right, put all of these together for me. Boa doubted his own ears and blinked before hesitantly asking, Young Master Lan, did I hear you correctly just now? What did you say? I said, I want to take everything in these 5 cabinets. Lan kept his smile steady and calm, but to Boa, it sounded like a whisper from the devil. Instinctively, Boa glanced toward Jonas, who was equally stunned. After regaining his composure, Jonas lowered his voice and confirmed with Lan, Young Master Lan, you want that many treasures? What exactly do you intend to do with them? Of course, for my own use. Otherwise, why would I want to take them all away? Lan shrugged, as if that was the most natural answer in the world. Jonas' expression tightened. Lan was one of the Grei family's only 2 direct heirs, so it wasn't impossible for him to claim treasures, but taking everything was excessive. He had intended to consult the head of the family, but their leader was currently on their way to the royal palace and unreachable for the time being. After considering the situation, Jonas offered a compromise. Removing everything requires the family head's authorization, which I do not currently have. However, I can arrange for the immediate transfer of any treasures you need right now. Lan recognized that he had let his emotions get the better of him earlier and nodded, all right. Seeing Lan didn't react with anger or embarrassment, Jonas quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master usually would have slammed the table and walked out in such moments. Jonas then signaled to Boa. Boa immediately called over several warehouse workers to meticulously register and pack the treasures that would be useful to Lan. While the workers were busy, Jonas accompanied Lan back up to the surface and only bade him farewell at the bedroom door. Once the door closed, Lan immediately buried himself in his heap of magical tomes. Having mastered Tian Yuan, his rank had just been promoted to a beginner-level stage 1 mage, barely reaching the standard of an ordinary noble heir in the Empire. But his previous incarnation had been lazy, with very few combat spells to speak of. He urgently needed to deepen his understanding now and devoted himself entirely to study. About an hour later, the warehouse staff delivered the selected treasures. Lan counted them carefully and stored each into his magic ring, his fingers flickering with a faint silver glow. Finished, he cracked his stiff shoulders and called out, Cecily. But footsteps were hesitant this time. A young girl entered, head lowered, voice trembling. Young Master Lan, Cecily is off today and will return tomorrow. How about you? Lan tilted his head, scrutinizing her. You can call me Maeve, young master. All right then, Maeve, come in and massage my shoulders. Lan lay face down on the soft bed. Maeve took off her shoes and knelt beside him, her hands pressing rhythmically on his shoulders, not too hard, not too soft, quickly dispersing the soreness. Lan closed his eyes contentedly, his gaze falling on the girl's fiery red hair as he casually asked, Maeve, where are you from? Your hair is really beautiful. Maeve, initially nervous, gradually relaxed with steady breathing and practiced movements, thoughts quietly stirring in her mind. Young Master Rain doesn't seem quite as ruthless as the rumors say. Hearing Maeve's nervous self-introduction, Rain casually asked where she was from. The girl immediately bowed and replied, Young Master, Maeve is from the capital. Her hair is naturally red. I hope you like it. She pressed gently on his calf, her fingertips cool with the scent of medicinal oil. Rain looked down and mischievously pinched the plump muscle of her thigh. Ah! Maeve gasped softly, her cheeks instantly flushed. Young Master Rain, you're so bad. As a maid, being noticed by young Master Rain was the highest honor. A faint sparkle of love flickered in her eyes, but Rain only teased her for a moment before stopping. After all, he favored women with a more mature charm. The hour-long massage ended amidst playful teasing and subtle flirtation. Maeve reluctantly tidied up the tools, pouting as she stepped away. The guest room returned to silence. Rain picked up an old magic tome from the desk, and once tired of reading, he meditated on the treasures brought at noon. Among the 53 items delivered, most were mere rank 1 artifacts. Half were fed to the ancient book, while he absorbed the remaining 15 himself. His source energy quietly increased now, totaling 487 points. Time passed, and the sunset poured a golden red across the pages. Empowered by the book's enlightenment, Rain devoured a small stack of spell manuals in one day. Fire magic, lightning magic, ice magic, and even healing arrays unfolded vividly in his mind. Closing the book, he stretched, rubbed his temples, and felt his mental energy nearly drained. Without calling for Maeve again, he washed up and turned off the lights. The moment his body touched the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, "Young Master, it's time to get up. If you delay any longer, you'll be late." Cecily's melodious voice whispered in his ear. Rain opened his drowsy eyes, confused. Late? Late for what? Last night, Master lifted your house arrest. You have to report to the academy today. After exhausting so much brain power the night before, he still felt dizzy. Cecily efficiently dressed him in the academy uniform and then wheeled over the breakfast cart. Rain gobbled down bread and milk, then playfully pinched Cecily's soft cheek, causing her to squeal in delight. Only then did he head downstairs and board the family carriage. The Brisley Royal Academian established institution founded at the empire's inception. Those admitted were either wealthy or noble. Even a few commoner students had powerful aristocratic backers. The convoy trotted down the capital's cobblestone streets. 2 unicorns bred only in the elven forest held their heads high, their white manes gleaming in the morning light. The coats of arms on the carriage bore the Grei family's fierce lion emblem, causing nearby baronial and viscountal carriages to pull over and yield. At the school gate, the coachman set down a small step and tapped the carriage wall. "Young Master Rain, we've arrived at the academy." Rain stepped down, looking up at the towering arched entrance. Around him, young men and women jumped out of lavish carriages, their tall figures and expensive attire painting a vivid picture of youth and power. For a moment, he even felt like a student again. The campus occupied a fifth of the capital, with teaching halls, libraries, duel arenas, and wizard towers tightly packed. Morning mist drifted between the spires. But soon an unexpected tension filled the air. "Rain, you good-for-nothing rogue. How dare you confess to Sophia?" The voice came from Damon Mick, a mid-level rank 1 warrior and Sophia's most ardent suitor. The Mick family had long intermarried with the Wards, and Damon was considered a prime candidate to marry Sophia. Being confronted like this so early in the day darkened Rain's expression instantly. He raised a hand and flipped Damon the middle finger, tossing out, "Loser." Then he ignored him and strode directly toward the wizard tower. Damon might not have fully grasped the gesture's meaning, but felt the clear insult beneath it. His face darkened. His sword slid from its sheath with a cold gleam that caught the dawn light. He pointed the blade at Rain's retreating back. "Rain Grei, I, Damon Mick, challenge you to a duel in the name of a warrior." "Rain Grei, I, Damon Mick, challenge you to a duel in the name of a warrior." Damon's roar cut through the air like a blade, freezing Rain in his tracks just as he was about to leave. Duel, the word surged unbidden into his mind, both familiar and foreign. Among nobles, duels came in 2 forms, the deadly duel and the duel of honor. The former was to the death, the victor lived, the loser died. Only irreconcilable blood feuds led to this extreme. The latter spared lives. The winner claimed the loser's honor and could command one task that wouldn't harm the family or empire's interests. Refusal meant divine abandonment and eternal stalling of one's strength. There was no mortal grudge between Rain and Damon. Damon would never sentence Rain to death just because he confessed to Sophia in public, nor would the Mick family approve. Damon's duel was obviously one of honor, though he deliberately left out the word honor. A sharp cry erupted down the student avenue. A crowd of differently uniformed students quickly surrounded them, whispering and shouting. "That's Rain and Damon. The confession the other day made everyone talk. Damon's been pursuing Sophia nonstop. This is about to explode. Look, they're really going to duel. 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 Duel." More and more voices rose in chorus, the tension thick and sweltering like noon on stone pavement. Damon's sword tip aimed straight at Rain, its cold gleam flashing in the sunlight. Just as Rain lifted his foot to speak, a burly figure suddenly shoved through the crowd and blocked his way. "Damon, what do you think you're doing? Take it out on me if you want, but don't lay a hand on my lord," came a rough, threatening voice. It was Blair Rivera, a commoner notorious in the academy for his rebellious streak and shadow dealings with the Grei family. His mother had nearly died of illness years ago, saved casually by Rain, and Blair had etched that debt into his bones, becoming Rain's loyal hound. Rain's peeking at female teachers? Blair was the lookout. Street fights? Blair threw the first punch. Thus, when the academy spoke of Blair, Rogue Mongrel was the common tag. Blair's broad shoulders completely shielded Rain. Thanks to the Grei family's resources, this naturally powerful youth was already a first-tier warrior, high rank, his strength only surpassed by prodigies like Sophia. Even Damon had been hit by his fists more than once. Now cornered and embarrassed, Damon growled over Blair, furious. Rain, I want to duel you hiding behind others. What kind of coward is that? Rain reached out to push Blair's iron-like back, but couldn't move him. He sidestepped around instead. Blair whispered urgently, my lord. Rain raised a calm hand, signaling reassurance. His gaze swept over the dense crowd, his already handsome face glowing brighter under the midday sun, causing several junior and senior female students to hold their breath. Then he lifted his left hand and slowly removed the snow-white glove, fingertips trembling slightly, but without hesitation. The glove traced an elegant arc in the air before softly landing at Damon's feet. A duel? I'll give you that. Damon glanced down at the glove, his eyes flashing with pride. The bait had worked. He promptly tore off his own glove and cast it toward Rain. The soft thud of fabric on the ground formally marked the start of their duel of honor. Blair still wore an anxious scowl, but Rain lowered his eyes, composed. His voice was even as he spoke the final challenge to Damon. Tomorrow at noon, at the duel grounds. The challenge party had the right to choose the time and place of the duel. Damon bit his lip but still sheathed his long sword with a sharp clang, tossing out a casual fine, before turning and walking away smoothly. Rain called out to Blair, and they headed toward the mage tower. The gathered students dispersed in small groups as the spectacle ended, but excitement quickly spread as they eagerly shared the news. Rain and Damon were dueling at noon tomorrow. The rumor spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Even professors and teaching assistants came down to inspect the dueling grounds, and that very night they cleaned the arena spotless. Inside the dean's office, Cliff ever lay dozing on the sofa, suddenly roused by the loud cheers from downstairs. Squinting, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Jenny, what's all the commotion outside? His secretary, Jenny Hines, pushed open the door with a stack of files in her arms. Dean, it seems Damon has challenged Rain to a duel, and Rain accepted. They've agreed to meet at the duel grounds tomorrow at noon. Cliff immediately perked up, his beard curling upward with excitement. That little rascal Rain again. He really accepted? This is going to be interesting. Without him, this academy would be unbearably dull. As they spoke, a palm-sized white mouse swiftly climbed onto the desk. Cliff scooped it up to his ear, listening intently. The mouse chirped a quick report, and Cliff nodded, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Oh, today's the white lace's turn? Jenny flushed bright red, clasping her legs tightly to cover her short skirt, glaring angrily at the dean and the mouse before slamming the door shut behind her. She strode down the hall in a huff, past students who could only shrug and exchange looks. Miss Jenny got caught spying again. The dean really doesn't know how to behave. Meanwhile, Rain and Blair walked toward the mage tower. Blair whispered anxiously, Master, why did you accept the duel? You're not even rank 1 yet. Rain smirked inwardly. He had just learned to silence magic from a pile of spellbooks, which allowed him to mask his rank with a tiny amount of magic power. Unless faced with a high-level expert or special detection, it was nearly foolproof. Now he quietly dispelled the silence magic and patted Blair's arm. Blair, an advanced rank 1 warrior, immediately sensed the subtle surge of magical energy and widened his eyes. Rank 1 beginner master, have you advanced? The brief joy was quickly replaced by a frown. But Damon has been a mid-rank 1 warrior for years. What is there to worry about? Rain waved carelessly. You'll see my true skill tomorrow. Blair could only sigh and silently pray as they reached the mage tower. Since he was not a mage, he bid farewell and left after they arrived. Although magic was not the Empire's main cultivation path, magical devices were crucial. To attract mages from across the land, the Academy had built the Mage Tower with unparalleled splendor. The entire tower was constructed from deep blue marble inlaid with shimmering magical crystals that refracted rainbow light under the sun. Rain stepped inside. The polished obsidian floor doubled as a mirror, reflecting his handsome face. At the center, a massive magical core left over from centuries ago hovered midair, rotating slowly and rhythmically, its power rippling outward. He bypassed the hall and ascended the spiral staircase. Each step was intricately carved, as if telling an ancient story. Arriving on the 3rd floor, Rain entered a familiar research chamber. Rain pushed open the door to the research lab and called inside. Old Joe, I'm here. The midday sun slanted through the tall windows, casting light across the workbench. Jonathan Avant's golden hair almost seemed to glow like flames in that light. He leaned over the black obsidian surface, carving a complex magic circle. Silver-white runes spilled from his fingertips like fine threads, weaving into the etched lines. He didn't even look up when the door opened. Rain was the only one in the tower who would enter without knocking. Rain knew this well and stayed quiet, pulling over a tall stool to sit calmly at the edge of the magic circle. He watched as Jonathan's brushstrokes flowed effortlessly across the design. The ambient magic in the air quivered slightly in response to the runes, strands of power drifting toward Rain's side, as if breathing. Suddenly, Jonathan paused and locked his pale blue-gray eyes on Rain with a hint of surprise. "Old Joe, what are you staring at?" "Keep carving," Rain said, startled, instinctively scratching his nose. Jonathan dispersed the residual magical marks on his hands and said in wonder, "Lord Ford finally found a meditation method that matches your talent? You've actually advanced to a first-tier mage." Rain had prepared his response in advance and immediately shook his head. "Not my father. I picked something up at the market the other day and just realized it was a legacy stone containing this meditation method." Jonathan nodded silently, choosing not to probe further. He sighed appreciatively. "Lucky you. Now that you have a meditation method suited to your abilities, your rare all-attribute talent can finally be truly sparked." He reached for a white porcelain teapot and poured 2 cups of clear tea, amber steam rising gently. "I can feel every ounce of magical energy in this lab is converging on you, like children gathering around a beloved mother." Rain took the cup, fingertips tingling from the warmth. Since mastering the abyssal meditation method on his own, his magic power had been quietly growing even without focused training, just as Jonathan had described. Jonathan carried his tea to the window and looked down at the bustling stone boulevard below the tower. Students streamed back and forth, the scene livelier than usual. "Is there some event at the academy today? The place looks packed." Rain sipped his tea. "Probably because word got out about my duel with Damon Meek. I can't think of any other reason." Hearing Meek, Jonathan raised an eyebrow, as if recalling something, but quickly composed himself. "Because of Sophia? And you agreed to it?" He studied Rain. "You don't look worried at all." Rain shrugged. "More or less. If anyone should be worried, it's him." Jonathan smiled faintly, admiring the confidence. "Confidence is the first step to victory. Now, class." He pulled a fist-sized white stone from the cabinet and placed it between them. Its surface emitted a faint magical repulsion. Jonathan began, "This is a null magic stone. Today we'll cover its uses and fundamental principles." Meanwhile, all around the academy, gossip spread like wildfire. "Did you hear? Rain and Damon are dueling over Sophia. Your version's outdated. I heard Rain and Sophia are already secretly engaged. Her rejection the other day was just shyness." "What? The Ward family's purest flower was taken by Rain. He's such a bastard. Save some goddesses for the rest of us." Even the sharpest students had set up bets, with odds heavily favoring Damon over Rain at 15 to 1. Such outrageous odds made the entire academy buzz like it was a festival from morning onward. Most students had never seen Rain in action. They only knew he was a mere magic apprentice, hardly a match for Damon, who had soaked in the ranks of first-tier intermediate warriors for years. At midday, Rain emerged from the towering mage's spire. After morning classes ended, his mentor, Jonah, had just finished explaining the principles behind the anti-magic stone and generously gifted him several spellbooks he had personally developed before signaling that Rain should continue practicing on his own. After all, a teacher can only lead you so far. The rest depends on dedication. Outside the tower, the Grei family carriage emblazoned with a golden lion crest was already waiting. The coachman Drake nimbly got down, set up a small step, and respectfully helped Rain climb in. As the carriage rolled away from the academy's main gate, Rain lounged back, crossing his legs casually, and asked, "Drake, what's been going on in the capital lately?" As he cracked the reins and urged the horses forward, Drake replied, "Master's son, not much has happened recently. However, next week there's an auction at the Anderson house. Word is, some truly rare items will show up." Bored, Rain sank deeper into his seat. Magic was captivating, but endless study was exhausting, and he suddenly found himself nostalgic for the old days scrolling through videos of beautiful women on his phone in his previous life. The thought made him sit upright sharply. Though he couldn't watch videos now, seeing such sights in person would be better. And if the moment was right, he quickly wiped away a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. But since he had business that afternoon, he suppressed the restless thought and instructed, "Drake, take me to the antique and relic market. I want to browse there." "As you wish, master's son." Drake nodded and steered the carriage toward the antique market on the western edge of the capital city. Rain's visit wasn't merely out of curiosity. He needed to lay the groundwork to legitimize the various combat skills, meditation techniques, and breathing methods he planned to unveil in the future, using ancient knowledge gleaned from his old texts. Every year, the antique market saw rare combat arts, magic scrolls, and priceless treasures surface. Coupled with the energy clues from his ancient books, this place was the perfect cover-a-godsend opportunity for a lucky find. As the carriage rolled over the cobblestone and entered the bustling market, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. "Look, it's the Lion Crest. The Grei family carriage. Who's come? What big shot is wandering into the commoner district? I have to volunteer myself. If the Grei family notices me, my family will never worry about money again." "Are you crazy? If that irritable young master catches you nearby, you're asking for death. If there's a chance, you have to fight for it." The murmur swelled, drawing more onlookers. Drake expertly set up the small step again. As Rayan stepped down, he was quickly surrounded. Inwardly, he mused that he had underestimated the Grei family's influence, hoped arriving by their carriage would leave an official mark of Rayan has been here to validate future testimony. But the crowd's eager eyes betrayed his underestimation, despite his less than stellar reputation. Drake immediately positioned himself behind Rayan, drawing his sword and bellowing, "What is going on here? Offend young Master Rayan, and 10 lifetimes won't be enough to pay it back. Where is the market steward? Step up and restore order." Before he finished, the market steward came rushing over, sweating heavily as he bowed apologetically. "Pardon me, young Master Rayan. As soon as I heard you had arrived, I rushed over immediately." Seeing Rayan calm, Drake ordered icily, "Disperse the crowd now. If spies or criminals from other lands take advantage of the chaos to assassinate him, will you accept responsibility?" "Yes, yes." The steward repeatedly nodded, hurriedly gesturing to guards to redirect the crowd. Luckily, no assassins or troublemakers were among the throng. Otherwise, it might have been dangerous for Rayan to appear without his personal guard today. After the crowd in the market had dispersed, Drake remained by Rayan's side at all times, following him from stall to stall wherever he went. Rayan crouched before one stall, where the owner was an elderly man with a head of gray hair. Beneath a shabby cloth canopy lay a jumble of miscellaneous items. Each item's surface faintly displayed an energy rating most showed nothing but blank or scattered single digits. The vast majority, so weak as to be nearly imperceptible. Only in the far corner, a tiny pale blue bead no larger than a fingernail stood out, clearly marked with the number 233. Rain lifted the bead between his fingertips and casually asked, "How much for this?" The old vendor sized up Rain's ornate robe and then glanced nervously at Drake, who stood behind him alert and protective. Sweat beaded on the man's brow. Nearby, the market steward kept shooting him wary looks, the atmosphere instantly tense. The old man stammered, "Thighs, young master, just 1 silver coin." Rain remembered the market's rules at once. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. As he reached into his pouch, the steward suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the vendor by the collar. "Landon, you dare cheat young Master Rain for a silver coin on this junk? You must be crazy for money." Landon paled but quickly realized the customer's noble status and waved his hands. "Oh no, it's my mistake. This bead's not worth much. Young master, if you like it, just take it." Watching the two men, Rain silently sighed, finally understanding why his original self had been so arrogant. The people around him encouraged it. In the next moment, Rain stepped forward and kicked the steward to the ground. "Damn it, I'm here to enjoy myself, not to be bullied. You're ruining my reputation." The steward winced but dared not argue, scrambling up and laughing awkwardly. Yes, yes." Rain ignored him, tossing a silver coin onto the stall. "Pay what's owed." Landon was alarmed by Rain's sudden outburst but still glanced cautiously at the steward before nervously pocketing the coin. With the bead in hand, Rain continued down the long street, browsing several more stalls. Using the energy ratings, he picked out a number of rare trinkets. Though impressive at this stage, he showed no interest in studying their uses, feeding them all to the ancient tome hanging at his waist instead. As each glowing dust sank into the pages, the book's energy rose steadily from its original 799 to 1032. Satisfied with his haul, Rain signaled to Drake, "Let's go home." His guard immediately went to prepare the carriage. Outside the royal city, at the Grei family estate. In his bedroom, Cecily carefully helped Rain change into his homeware robe. Once the collar was secured, he suddenly spoke, "Cecily, send for a few tall maids to come to my room." Cecily blinked in surprise, but bowed respectfully. "Yes, young master." Soon she returned with 7 maids, each with skirts cut just above the knee, long, straight legs, and varying yet pleasant looks. "Greetings, young Master Rain," they said in unison, bowing deeply. Rain glanced over their faces casually and asked, "Are you all adults?" The maids exchanged quick looks before nodding together. The Empire's legal age of majority was 16, but the Grei family only hired lifelong contract maids aged 18 and above, a detail Cecily had long confirmed. Hearing this, Rain's heart lifted. Just as he had hoped they were all adults. Now he could make his move. If these 7 women were on Earth, with their looks and figures, they'd totally be international models. Ren's eyes were glued to their long legs. He cleared his throat, forcing himself to look away from their shapely calves, and casually asked, "Which of you can dance?" The 7 maids glanced at each other. Then a chestnut-haired girl stepped forward. She folded her hands in front of her skirt and spoke softly, like a feather floating in the air, "Young master, I can dance a little." "Good, then show me." Rin lounged lazily against the bed's headboard, raising his hand to signal her to begin. Her name was Emily Hunt. Taking a deep breath on command, she lifted the hem of her dress slightly and lightly tapped her toes on the floor, beginning to dance. Every movement was precise and graceful, just like a demonstration in a manners class. Within half a minute, Rin frowned deeply. Too prim and proper, not a trace of seductive allure that could stir one's blood. If it weren't for the setting, Had want to demonstrate himself, but stripping down to perform for the maids? That scene would be awkward even for him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Red Mill in the royal city was full of tea girls who specialized in this kind of thing. Getting someone from there to teach them would be the proper way. The Red Mill was the most renowned brothel in the royal city, and the tea girls were definitely more than just servers. But the atmosphere froze after his low sigh. Emily misread it as criticism, immediately stopping and bowing her head as she retreated back. The other 6 lowered their heads too, their skirts trembling slightly. In their minds, Rin was still a temperamental young master who slapped people on a whim. Even though Cecily recently tried to convince them otherwise, they still couldn't believe it. All right, look up at me. Rin clapped his palms softly, slowing his tone. Their 7 eyes hesitated, then slowly lifted. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't make fundamental mistakes, I won't get angry. He tapped the edge of the bed with his fingertip. Relax first, then introduce yourselves one by one. The maids recited their names from left to right. Eve Richards, Shirley Park, Alice Meek, Elaine George, Ellie Hutchinson, Rosie Sake, and finally Emily Hunt. Ren nodded as he memorized the names, then yawned. Okay, come over and give your young master a massage. I'm feeling a bit tired today. As he finished speaking, he sprawled out flat on the soft, large bed. The maids exchanged glances but obeyed, slipping off their indoor slippers and stepping barefoot onto the thick, plush carpet covering the bed platform. A faint feminine fragrance instantly filled the air, wrapping around like invisible silk ribbons, gently enfolding him. The tasks quickly fell into place. Eve Richards' delicate touch took the left foot. Shirley Park's steady strength worked the right foot. Alice Meek's warm palms kneaded the left leg. Elaine George's slender knuckles relaxed the right leg muscles. Ellie Hutchinson focused on the left arm. Rosie Sake cared for the right arm. While Emily, who had just danced, cradled Ren's head in her soft lap, gently massaging his temples with both hands. Rumor had it each maid had a secret story behind her, and Ren planned to learn them slowly, but for now, he just wanted to savor this moment of ease. The soft press of fingertips gliding over muscle brought together a mixture of soreness and warmth, and he couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Cecily, his personal maid, stood nearby holding an exquisite fruit plate, occasionally picking a gleaming grape to offer him. The dark red juice burst with a subtle sweetness, making his gaze grow lazy. Cecily picked another grape and pressed it lightly to his lips. Ren closed his mouth around it, then looked up at Emily with a smile, nodding slightly in her direction. The clear signal flushed all the girls on the bed at once. Emily gripped the hem of her skirt, her cheeks nearly bleeding pink. Quietly, they all studied Ren and suddenly realized that this young master was no longer the fierce man who whipped them at the slightest provocation. The fear in their hearts was replaced by an indescribable emotion. Blushing, Emily slowly lowered her head and took the grape from Ren's mouth. Suddenly, Ryan's tongue boldly invaded Emily's soft lips. After a long moment, they finally pulled apart, a thin, shimmering thread still connecting their mouths. Ryan gazed at Emily's flushed cheeks and whispered, "You're so beautiful, Emily." Saying that, his sinful hands slid down along her waist. Emily let out a soft but didn't resist, allowing him to continue his mischief. The other maids, watching this, turned bright red and quickly rose from the bed's edge to give them more space. Yet they tightly pressed their legs together, secretly curious and excited about what might come next. Ryan's fingers slowly began to pull apart Emily's clothes, ready to strip her bare. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden sharp knock at the door startled Ryan. He immediately grabbed the nearby blanket and wrapped it tightly around the half-naked Emily. Cecily was about to answer the door, but Ryan raised his hand to stop her. "Wait, he'll get it. Let's see who dares ruin my plans," Ryan said hurriedly, straightening his collar as he quickly got out of bed and went to the door. He yanked it open and found Jonas standing outside. The stern expression on Jonas' face instantly cooled Ryan's anger. Uncle Jonas? What's going on?" Ryan softened his tone. "Master, the head of the family wants to see you." "I was sent to fetch you," Jonas replied respectfully. "All right, just a moment." Ryan nodded and closed the door behind him. Back inside the room, he turned to the maids. "From today on, you're all my personal maids. No more other chores. He'll have Cecily tell Eve you'll be living next door to me from now on." The maids nodded eagerly, their hearts filled with joy. Being personal maids was a prestigious position, with salaries several times higher than ordinary servants. They didn't mind Ryan's occasional bad temper. Ryan then walked back to the bed and bent down to gently kiss Emily's cheek, still wrapped in the blanket. "Put your clothes back on first. My father needs to see me. I don't know when he'll be back." He leaned close to whisper in her ear, "Come to my room tonight." Emily's cheeks flushed deeper, and she softly replied, "Okay." Then Ryan opened the door and left with Jonas to meet Ford. Rain followed Jonas back to the room where he had been scolded before. Ford was still sitting at the head of the table with a stern expression. "Hey, Dad, you need me?" Rain closed the door casually behind him and plopped down on a nearby chair without any formalities. Ford took a sip of his slightly cold coffee and nodded. "Yeah, I heard you're going to duel Damon from the Mick family." "Just a duel. I haven't caused any trouble. Why are you getting involved?" Rain raised an eyebrow, his tone laid back. I never said you were causing trouble. Ford set his cup down on the table. I just want to confirm something. You're taking an interest in the younger generation now? Rain stretched lazily, clearly unconcerned. Ford's temples twitched as he controlled his irritation. We recently discovered a lava or vein at the border between our Grei territory and the Mix. They can't agree on how to split it. Today I went to talk with Brant Mick and heard about your duel with Damon. So Brant suggested why not settle the division based on the duel's outcome? If you win, it's a 6,040 split hours to theirs. If you lose, 40-60. He softened his tone and fixed Rain with a sharp look. So I need to know your confidence level first. If you feel sure, he'll respond to Brant tonight. Rain rubbed his chin, thinking it over. I was confident at 90%, but hearing those terms throws me off. Honor duels can't use family help, and we're restricted to the Academy's standard gear. Who knows if the Mix might cheat? That's smart of you to consider. Ford nodded approvingly. Damon Mick has been stalled at mid-level rank 1 warrior for a while, but the Mix will likely promote him to high rank 1 tonight. If you were a warrior or knight, I could scramble some resources to boost you quickly. But since you're following the mage path, I honestly can't do much. Still, do your best. Even if you lose, fight like a man. Besides, I haven't agreed to Brant yet. Sensing the probably lose vibe in his dad's tone, Rain curled his lip. What if I win? Win? Ford looked at him suspiciously. Since Rain turned 16 and started formal magical training, they hadn't seen him fight in 2 years, so Ford had no real idea of his strength. If you win cleanly, building our Grei family's reputation, he'll grant you one reasonable request. If you win by trickery, at best maybe some pocket money. Deal. Rain's eyes lit up. If I win, you tell Mom to bring Eve here to me. Ford was speechless. He had expected his son to ask for knight or warrior privileges, not for a woman. Fine. If you win, you can choose any of the maids at home, as long as they agree. But remember, you must win honorably. The lions don't win like rats. With that, he made his decision. But he'll need every magical artifact in the warehouse that can boost my powers. How many? Ford squinted. As many as possible. Ford eyed him warily. You're trying to force a promotion? Rain shook his head. No, for something else. Seeing Rain wasn't willing to elaborate, Ford didn't press. Everyone has secrets. All right, but I can't give you everything. At most, you'll receive half of the first and second tier treasures. The high-level magical family artifacts have to be kept aside. They're needed to win over the magicians, so they can't be given to you. Rain nodded in understanding and then got up to leave. Several servants soon brought the treasures allotted to him to his room. In the sitting room, Fedor and Jonas were still talking quietly. I wonder why that kid is so confident. Does he really have some secret trump card? Jonas squinted suspiciously at the doorway and muttered under his breath. Fedor picked up a Monty cigar, lit it, and waved it toward him. Want one? Jonas shook his head, but kept watching the direction Rain had left. I don't deal much with magicians, but just now, putting my newly promoted first-tier assassin attendant with the young master, there's a kinda indescribable gap. What kind of feeling? Fedor exhaled a veil of smoke. An abyss, Jonas hesitated, lowering his voice, a bottomless abyss. Fedor's hand froze midair, the cigar silently burning between his fingers as sparks quietly flickered. Rain pushed open his bedroom door and immediately spotted the delicate made shoes by the bed. Walking over, he peeled back the corner of the quilt and couldn't help but smile. Emily, MHM. A small head with blue and white hair popped out from under the covers, adorably mushroom-like. Meeting his gaze, Emily's cheeks flushed a rosy pink. Young master. Her soft voice brushed his heart like a feather. Rain slipped off his shoes and climbed into bed, nestling into the warm blankets. Half hidden beneath the covers, Emily's curves were pronounced, especially her long, slender legs, porcelain pale and glowing softly in the room's light, making his breath catch and grow hot. These legs, I could play with them forever. The thought just crossed his mind when he pressed down on her. The curtains swayed gently, the room steeped in springtime splendor, punctuated by whispered moans and soft sighs. When a knock interrupted to deliver the treasures, he paid it no mind. By evening, Rain carried a completely exhausted Emily to the next room, letting Cecily and 6 other personal maids clean up the mess. The girls' heads bowed as they tidied, but the lingering air of intimacy made their ears burn faintly. Then the servants brought in all 213 treasures at once. Only sleeping Emily and Rain, seated cross-legged on the carpet, remained in the room. The magical crystal chandelier cast a gentle white glow. The subtle scent of Cecily still lingered in the air. Outwardly, Rain placed the treasures one by one into his magic ring. Unbeknownst to others, the ancient book quietly opened its pages and silently devoured every treasure. The source energy numbers climbed rapid Lido 8,428. After finishing, Rain stretched his legs as numbness quickly faded. Leaning over to glance at Emily's peaceful sleeping face, he again slipped off his shoes and climbed into bed, gently pulling the covers over them and cradling the soft, fragrant girl in his arms. Moments later, his consciousness sank into the spiritual realm, arriving before the ancient book. First, filter all the magic I can exchange, he commanded. The pages turned by themselves as lines of incantations gleamed. Rain held his breath, scanning them one by one until late into the night before slowly withdrawing from the spiritual space. When he opened his eyes, Cecily had, at some point, slipped under the covers. Her cheeks were flushed, her breathing steady and warm. Rain pulled both her and Emily close and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Rain woke to find both girls already dressed and ready. Noticing Cecily's slightly tousled hair, he wrapped an arm around her and pressed a firm kiss to her lips. She struggled faintly in protest, but then yielded, pressing close. He then planted a kiss on Emily's forehead. After a brief moment of affection, the three rolled out of bed and began their morning routines. Soon after, Rain led Emily and Cecily into a carriage bound for the academy. Armed with the magic and secret spells he had exchanged from the ancient book the night before, Rain was filled with confidence. The carriage rolled along the usual road toward the academy. Inside, Rain, Emily, and Cecily had just been chatting softly in the morning light when a loud shout from the newsstand owner rang out extra. Extra! Today's morning paper. Rain Grei of House Grei and Damon Meek of House Meek duel for love. Rain reached out to push open the window. A cool breeze carrying the scent of newsprint drifted inside. He glanced toward the crowded newsstand at the street corner, where a crush of pedestrians jostled each other, nearly toppling the stall. Quietly, he muttered, "It's just an honorary duel, not a matter of life or death. Why all this fuss? They hold a dozen duels a year, it's not that rare." Unbeknownst to him, the Meek family had deliberately stirred up the excitement. The Mikes hoped that Damon's rising fame from the duel would pave the way for a swift marriage proposal to Sophia, and if not, at least a formal betrothal. "Drake, go buy me a copy of the paper." "Yes, master." The carriage driver, Drake, pulled the reins steadily, bringing the carriage to a gentle stop by the roadside. He swung down, his crisp uniform, gold-trimmed cuffs, and the Grei family crest emblazoned on the carriage's side, immediately parting the throng of onlookers, who made way without hesitation. Drake hurried to grab a paper from the stand and returned to the carriage, sliding the rolled newspaper inside the window before climbing back up to take the reins. Rain unfolded the paper and read it side by side with Emily and Cecily. The front page was nearly filled with Damon's glorious deeds, leading knights in purging monsters near the capital, dining and training alongside common soldiers and civilians alike to the common folk. He was the very image of a humble, approachable hero. In stark contrast, beneath Rain's name was a series of bold headlines that shocked the eye, brawling with some noble youth, spying on the Grand Duchess while she bathed, bullying commoners, and entangling in romance with a teaching assistant at the academy. The comparison left no doubt about who was praised and who was scorned. So it's the Mikes doing. No wonder the whole city is buzzing today, Rain realized. Emily and Cecily's faces darkened, their brows furrowed in unison. "Master, that newsman actually dares to slander you like this. Let's confront him and demand an explanation." Rain folded the paper and tucked it under his arm, linking his arms gently around the slim waists of the two girls with a carefree smile. "Let them say what they will. Reputation is never something I chase. As long as you two know the truth, that's what matters." Besides, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. "They're not entirely wrong. I'm a rogue at heart. Isn't it so much freer to be a rogue? No need to follow those tedious rules, being a charming, roguish rake who courts danger and flirts with trouble. That's my style, and I own it." "Master, we've arrived at the academy." Drake set a small stool by the door and knocked on the carriage. The moment the duel's hero stepped out, the academy entrance swarmed with students and curious townsfolk. Rain was the first to descend, turning to grasp Emily's and Cecily's delicate hands, helping them down. Then, with an arm around each of their waists, he strode confidently toward the academy's main gate. Once their figures disappeared, the onlookers lowered their voices to murmur, "Master Rain's charm is intact, as ever. There's always a beautiful lady by his side." "No kidding. I heard all of the Grei family's maids are his personal attendants. You know what that implies." "Shoo, keep it down. Can't you see the driver is still nearby?" Rain led Emily and Cecily into the mage's tower, and both girls were awestruck by the fantastical and magnificent decorations inside. "Wow, so this is the Empire's most luxurious mage tower? It's incredible." "Yeah, Emily, look. That crystal spinning like a Rubik's cubite must be ancient." They glanced left and right along the elaborately carved corridor, like two little fairies who had stumbled into a secret realm. Most of the mages were hidden away in their studies, leaving the grand hall spacious and quiet, with only the faint hum of floating devices. Seeing that the girls were just quietly admiring everything without touching the strange instruments, Rain let them explore freely. After they'd had their fill of wonder, he led them up the levitating stairs to his private chamber at the top of the tower. Opening the door, luxury greeted them immediately. The floor covered with a fragrant, soft hide emitting hints of fresh grass. Walls adorned with ever-glowing crystal lamps that cast a warm glow. In the corners stood neatly arranged alchemy tables, magical arrays, and an astrolabe complete with all manner of furniture. The three removed their shoes upon entering. Rain raised a hand, and said, "Make yourselves at home. I need a moment to collect myself." Emily and Cecily exchanged glances and settled quietly side by side, though they couldn't help whispering. Cecily furtively pressed Emily about last night's secret, causing Emily's cheeks to flush deeply. She stole a glance at Rain, who sat with eyes closed in meditation, then whispered the events of the previous afternoon. Cecily's heart fluttered uncontrollably. Her legs pressed tightly together, and her face warmed with embarrassment. By midday, the morning had slipped by in the blink of an eye. With Rain's state readjusted, the trio left the mage tower and strolled leisurely toward the dueling arena, unfazed by the curious stares from passing students. Emily and Cecily had never been inside the academy before, so Rain happily took on the role of guide, pointing out the named groves, the floating walkways, and the Starfall waterfall so relaxed he barely gave the looming duel against Damon a thought. The duel arena. The academy's arena resembled a soccer stadium back on Blue Star, a wide stone platform at its center surrounded by tiered circular stands. The early hype generated by the Mick family had ignited public interest, so the academy had opened some seating for commoners to watch. Right now, Damon stood tall and proud in the center of the arena, glancing regularly toward the goddess-like Sophia in the stands, silently wishing she'd notice him more. Seconds ticked by, and the excited atmosphere began to crack. Where was Rain? Do you think he's chickening out? Chickening out? No way. If he dared to run, his father would kill him. Losing is embarrassing, sure, but running means death. But he said the duel is at noon. It's way past noon already. High noon, huh? Doesn't specify exactly when. Could be playing with words. A new recruit interjected. I just saw him in the teaching area was showing two girls around the academy. What? The duel's about to start, and he's busy chasing girls? Unbelievable. The grand duel had also drawn many nobles looking to pass time. Headmaster Cliff Ever, Grei family patriarch Ford Grei, Mick family head Brant Mick, Ward family Lord Fabian Ward, and even several Dukes Ashton from the royal house. A few high-ranking, rarely seen mages had also rushed from the mage tower to witness the skill of the academy's recent students. Layers of whispers and chatter filled the stands. Brant exhaled a cloud of cigar smoke, half joking, half impatient. Ford, is your guy actually coming, or what? He wouldn't really chicken out, right? Ford's face darkened. Uncertain himself, he quietly instructed his steward, Old Joe, go find that kid. It's almost noon. Just as Jonas was about to leave, a louder, more excited roar erupted from the lower stands. Look, Rain's here. Where? Where? East side. All eyes focused as Rain entered the arena, walking with Emily and Cecily following, smiling wildly like a carefree playboy ignoring all business. Rain guided the two girls to his guard Blair before giving a few quick instructions and stepping forward to take his place in the duel. As Rain slowly entered the arena, the crowd's excitement instantly surged, their cheers coming in waves. Come on, young Master Damon. Defeat that scoundrel who's dishonoring all the goddesses of our academy. Go, young Master Damon. Goddess Sophia is watching you. You're so handsome, young Master Damon. I want to marry you. The stands were nearly drowned out by chants of Damon, blending together with the shills hired by the Mick family and the blindly following commoners, who all kept shouting. The Grey family had also hired their own supporters, but Rain's notorious reputation from the past meant his backers' voices were barely heard before being overwhelmed by louder cheers. In the center of the dueling platform, Rain yawned and steadily approached, his tired eyes making it clear he didn't take this duel seriously. Damon sneered and jeered loudly. Rain, if you're scared, don't embarrass yourself by showing up late. What's with the dilly-dallying? You're only just arriving? Sweat formed at Damon's temples under the burning sun. Rain narrowed his eyes, replying with a careless smirk. Heh, calling you a shrimp fits perfectly. I said noon, but who said it means exactly on time? Don't try to trap me with those stupid rules. How rude. Damon's expression darkened. No noble etiquette, and foul-mouthed to boot. Today you will surely lose. Rain was too annoyed to reply. He hated being pressed with noble etiquette. Just as tensions rose, an academy assistant and several aides brought over racks of weapons and armor. The assistant stood between them and announced loudly, Young Masters Damon and Rain, please entrust your magical rings to me for safekeeping. If you prefer, you may hold them yourselves, but using any item from your ring during the duel will count as instant defeat. Both shook their heads, indicating it wasn't necessary. The assistant nodded and gestured, then choose your gear. Soon, the two stepped away from the weapon racks. Damon picked a set of dark armor and a long sword, the cracks in the armor faintly glistening with pale gray crystalline fragments. In the stands, Rain's mentor Jonas frowned, leaning close to Dean Cliff to whisper, Dean, when did the Academy acquire equipment containing anti-magic stones? This is very unfair to Rain. Jonas was well-versed in anti-magic crystals and highly sensitive to their presence. Nearby mages also started noticing the anomaly, voices rising in anger. Exactly. Anti-magic stones counter Majesty's duel is completely unfair. Dean, we need an explanation. Cliff didn't reply immediately, but looked puzzled toward his secretary, Jenny. Clearly, He was unaware when the Academy's storeroom received this equipment. Jenny rapidly flipped through her scrolls, her expression suddenly changing. She whispered something in the dean's ear, causing his face to darken. Before he could speak, Brant, the Mick family head, shouted, "Everyone, this isn't against the rules. The regulations say clearly you can only use equipment provided by the Academy. Since the Academy received a gift of gear mixed with anti-magic powder last night, why shouldn't Damon be able to use it?" Cliff frowned deeply and addressed the mages. "I just learned myself last night. The Academy was indeed gifted with a batch of gear containing anti-magic powder, and the donor is none other than." His gaze settled heavily on the man who had just spoken. Brant, head of the Mick family. A duel between youngsters, yet elders were secretly meddling behind the scenes. Cliff's anger surged after all these years. What had these old players really learned? Bang! Upon hearing this, Food sprang to his feet, smashing the chair he had been sitting on into splinters. "Brant, are you trying to get yourself killed? Day after day, you're using these schemes against your own people." His entire presence suddenly radiated with explosive force, as hot and tangible as fire. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto Brant with deadly intensity, as if daring him. "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll settle this with you myself." If Rain had lost due to lack of skill, Food would accept it without complaint. But if he fell because of someone else's conspiracy, Food would never allow it. Brant's heart raced under the scrutiny of Food, the dean, and all the wizards present. Though he was a fifth-tier warrior, sweat beaded on his forehead. Still, he forced himself to speak firmly. "Everyone, I have not broken any rules. The Mike family did indeed donate a batch of anti-magic stone equipment to the Academy, but what law says the Mike family can't donate gear? Since the Academy owns this anti-magic stone equipment, why can't Damon use it?" His words struck the crowd silent. The Empire's laws regulating wizardry were indeed incomplete this time. Brant had found a loophole. Food, unable to contain his fury any longer, was about to swing a fist at Brant's face when Jonas at his side grabbed his arm to stop him. The brief clash of auras between these two sixth-tier masters caught everyone's attention, revealing the unexpectedly powerful gray-haired steward clearly. The Grei family was hiding formidable strength. Jonas bent to whisper a few words into Food's ear. Food shot Brant a fierce glare, grunted deeply, and with a creak pressed down on a newly replaced chair before sitting back down. The dean averted his gaze, his previously pleased expression fading entirely. The wizards' faces turned cold as they thought to themselves, from now on, neither magical items nor arcane devices would ever be sold to the Mike family again. Brant sighed inwardly, aware this move had offended many, but since it was for Damon's benefit, he steeled himself. Every gain involves a loss. On the dueling arena, Damon wore armor gleaming with the sheen of obsidian-hued anti-magic stone, wielding a long sword and round shield made of the same material. Rain had simply donned a deep blue mage's robe to boost his spell power. Damon surveyed the surroundings and sneered arrogantly. "Rain, you are certain to lose today." Rain curled his lip. "Whatever." The assistant confirmed both were properly equipped, then handed them jade life-saving tokens, powerful emergency talismans that would shatter automatically to save their lives if things went out of control. "Gentlemen, please step back 100 meters." The two obeyed instantly. The noisy stands fell silent, the tension thick as if the air itself were about to snap in the impending battle. With full distance between them, the assistant raised a magical device and shot a beam of electrolyte snap. Blazing white fireworks exploded overhead. The duel began. Bang! Damon sprang forcefully off the ground, spiderweb cracks running across the entire platform underfoot. He pressed the shield close and became a blur, charging straight at Rain. 100 meters vanished in an instant. Rain's eyes sharpened, palms crackling with thunder as violet arcs of electricity wrapped into formed thunder spear. Boom! The lightning spear struck instantly. A fierce boom echoed as spear and shield collided, sparks flying, bolts of lightning shattering on the ground and burning scorch marks into the floor. Yet the anti-magic stone shield was not even scratched. Damon closed in rapidly, swinging his sword to unleash a dazzling cross-shaped slash. Guard cross slash. Barrier. A blue energy curtain rose abruptly, blocking the cross slash completely. Rain slammed his foot hard on the ground earthquake. The whole surface rippled and trembled, causing Damon to lose footing for a moment. Rain seized the chance to create space once more, though inwardly he wondered. Lightning magic was the deadliest. How could that shield remain unscathed? Could it be insulated? Perhaps sensing his doubt, Damon sneered aloud. "Rain, I told you. You're bound to lose today. There's anti-magic stone powder mixed into this armor, making my magic resistance insanely high. How do you expect to beat me?" Rain healed the faint blood stains on his face using water, mending magic. The cool water element meandered over his skin, instantly erasing the blood marks and leaving only a refreshing chill behind. After hearing Damon's explanation, Rain's old doubts faded but new ones quickly took their place. The magic-suppressing stones were absurdly expensive, yet the Academy managed to supply them in bulk. Narrowing his eyes, Rain quietly pointed his suspicion toward the Mick family. Cheers of Damon. Damon erupted from the stands like sparks falling on oil, igniting a wild fire in Rain's chest. The mages had stayed dormant for far too long. Today, they would finally witness the true torrent of magic. Facing Damon's taunting, Catan mouse look, Rain remained calm, as if a mere spectator. In the next moment, a soft glow enveloped him in plain sight. The edges of his black robes were lined with golden thread, radiating both nobility and divinity. Slowly, he rose into the air, looking down from above. A wild smile curved on his thin lips. Last night, he had spent all his source energy to acquire a lost secret technique, and now it would be put to use. Magic's secret technique, instant cast. Activating the secret technique, thousands upon thousands of intricate magic circles flickered in the depths of Rain's clear eyes, as if gazing into the infinite star sea. He raised his right hand slightly, and countless spear-shaped illusions formed above the dual ground, condensed from light elements. Each spear was razor-sharp, exuding an intimidating chill. The spears took shape rapidly, their dense brilliance like a cluster of miniature suns suspended in midair, illuminating the entire field. The dazzling white light brought tears to the audience's eyes, forcing many to shut them tightly. The organizers hurriedly activated protective screens so everyone could see again. The field was engulfed with spears, like the blades of judgment hanging upside down. The air buzzed with energy vibrations. Rain looked down on the scene. Damon was raising a shield to defend himself. Squinting, Rain's lips curled into a cocky smirk. The tide had instantly turned. The thunderous cheers fell silent, replaced by a heavy stillness. Rain's presence at that moment was nothing like the usual mage image of collapsing after just a few spells. Even the VIPs in the stands straightened up instinctively. Though most were warriors or knights with little knowledge of magic, they were stunned by such large-scale spellcasting. And the mages themselves. Oh my god, what did I just see? Instant cast? How deep is his magical power? Does he have a master? Ack, I want to become his disciple. I'm going to marry my only granddaughter to him. The discussion area was thrown into chaos. Dean Cliff exchanged glances with Rain's mentor, Jonah, their pupils raging with turmoil. Cliff stood and lowered his voice as he approached Jonah. This kid you taught him? Jonah rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. I only taught him theory over the years. Even I don't know how to use what he's using now. I can only say his talent is god level, and his luck even better actually discovered this secret instant cast technique. A hint of envy shone in Jonah's eyes. Cliff nodded slightly, his eyes full of astonishment. Not only was Regan's magical power astonishing, able to summon so many light spears as a first-level mage, it was clear his mana was over 10 times that of his peers. Even more shocking than the raw power was the speed at which his mana recovered. Jonah continued, exactly. As a mage with all attribute talent, Regan absorbs mana of every type without exception. I can almost feel the entire dual arena's magic converging toward him, continuously replenishing his power. So what do you think? Can my son win? Suddenly, Fred approached, his tone heavy with expectation and pride as he said, my son. Cliff and Jonah exchanged a glance and smiled resignedly. Jonah smiled at Fred and said, with Regan's current control of levitation and that terrifying mana regeneration rate, he's already in an unbeatable position. Fred's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this kid really is something. He had been thinking about how to comfort Regan after the duel, but now the situation had completely flipped. It seemed he'd better ask Eve to help arrange a marriage proposal. The intense scene in the duel arena stirred Fred, Cliff, and the other mages deeply. Yet Brent frowned, clearly displeased. Hey, Brent, why the sour face? Is it because Damon might lose? Fred teased as he approached. Brent nodded and took a deep breath before replying coldly, lose? Damon doesn't look like he's losing at all. What are those light spears supposed to be? Fred laughed, stubborn as a mule. I want to see if you can stay so calm when Damon actually loses. In the center of the duel, Regan raised his right hand and suddenly swiped it. The light spears hovering in the air dramatically multiplied, instantly turning into hundreds of sharp, gleaming spears that screamed outward in all directions, aimed straight at Damon. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of piercing light spears tore through the air, rushing toward Damon at deadly speed. As a first-level elite warrior with excellent combat skills, Damon dodged nimbly, twisting and turning to avoid most spears. But with waves of attacks overwhelming him, he couldn't evade them all. The spears that struck his body he blocked barehanded, each impact jolting him back like had been hit by a powerful crossbow bolt. The immense force of the blocked spears caused them to bounce off and embed themselves into the ground, carving sharp grooves and deep indentations before dissipating into faint glowing specks. As the spears lessened, Damon sneered, Regan, that move might scare people, but it's nothing more than a show. His words abruptly stopped. With a slight wave of his hand, hundreds of thunder spears crackled into existence in the sky, glowing with electric light and sizzling with thunder. The dense storm magic warped the nearby atmosphere, darkening the clouds as if a torrential downpour was about to begin. Then, Thunder crashed like raging waves, and Damon was forced into frantic defense once again. No break to catch his breath. Next came successive waves of fire swords, water spears, and other elemental attacks. Damon felt as though he was struggling against the wrath of nature itself, battling the entire world. The spectators were stunned by the sheer intensity of Regan's magical offense, Jaws Agape. Even Sophia, who was watching closely, showed signs of tension in her gaze. Is he really a mage? The academy's students fell silent, then whispered to each other with disbelief. Is he really that waste rogue son everyone talked about? Waste. Then what does that make me? Regan's been holding back all this time, but now he has everyone shook. Master Regan, you're the coolest. Keep it up. In the face of absolute power, all his past bad habits seemed little more than signs of genius. Some girls then excitedly gossiped. Girls, I once saw Master Regan while I was bathing. Do you think he likes me? Tomorrow, he'll have my father visit Uncle Fred and try to arrange the engagement. Why hasn't Regan noticed me yet? Maybe I'd have a chance too. Regan spoke coldly to Damon in midair. You're really unlucky. My teacher just lectured on anti-magic stones yesterday, and yet you dared to use one against me. You brought this pain on yourself. Anti-magic stones can heavily suppress mages, but have a limit. Once the magic exceeds that limit, the stone loses all power. As he spoke, the shattering sound of Damon's armor echoed. His left shoulder plate cracked and collapsed. Damon panicked. Impossible. How can your mana be so overwhelming? This doesn't match anything from the books. Have you been taking forbidden drugs? His face twisted with disbelief and rage. Regan crossed his arms and looked down at the enraged Damon. Books are books, and I am who I am. Regan, the all-attribute mage of the end of magic era. I will restore magic to its peak. The dark clouds slowly dispersed, revealing a majestic sword floating in the air, the Sword of Damocles. The Sword of Damocles hung in the sky like a massive blade, so huge it rivaled more than half the dueling platform, its tip pointing directly at Damon. Under Rain's control, the sword, an enormous, almost sky-covering beam of light, slowly contracted in size, visibly shrinking but becoming denser and sharper, like a perfectly forged cold moon drifting gently toward him. Rain cupped his right hand beneath it, the sword hovering steadily above his palm as a faint dark golden glow flowed along his knuckles. In the stands, a crowd of mages opened their mouths in stunned silence, unable even to gasp, only producing fragmented sounds like ah ah ah. The Sword of Damocles, an ultimate first-tier single combat magic. In the Mage Tower's tomes, it was deemed the most devastating spell among first-tier magic, capable of seriously injuring any second-tier powerhouse. Yet the cost was terrifying. Creating the magic array could drain nearly all of a first-tier mage's magical energy, or even their life force, which is why it's called a single combat spell. Can a beginner first-tier mage really pull this off? Waves of astonishment rippled through the audience. Even more chilling was how Rain could freely compress the sword's form, raising its power to an even higher level. Far away, Ford's eyes went wide with shock. This was his son. Beside him, Brant clenched his fists tightly, and from the moment the light sword materialized, he knew Damon's defeat was sealed. The light sword in Rain's palm was only half the size of Damon's blood-red longsword, yet it breathed with the fury of a fierce beast, forcing Damon into shallow, panicked breaths. Forcing the Sword of Damocles into existence drained Rain's face of color. Even with the vast abyss immense mana regeneration, he barely held on, his mind and magic both utterly exhausted, and the dark golden protective barrier around him dimmed. Damon, it's over. He raised the sword and aimed it at his opponent. The light blade hummed softly, a sound filled with destruction, and slowly flew forward. In that instant, Damon felt as if he was locked down by a primeval beast. His limbs stiffened. Reason roared inside him, move. You are the pride of the Mick family. For your family, for Sophia, move. At last, he shouted fiercely, and the blood-red longsword, bathed in the fading sunset, swung down with all his strength. The blood-set sunset emitted a dazzling scarlet glow. The next moment, the two swords clashed, the heat instantly melting Damon's blade, but the momentum of the flowing light surged onward, straight toward his chest. At the critical moment, the jade token at Damon's waist shattered, its fractured light enveloping him and forcibly teleporting him out of the duel arena. Boom. The Sword of Damocles crashed to the ground with explosive force, its white radiance rivaling the sun's brilliance, leveling half the dueling platform and leaving behind a bottomless crater. Even the field barrier strong enough to resist fourth-tier attacks shook violently. As the light faded and the sword's shadow disappeared, Damon exited the arena. Silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on the terrifying crater. Then, in the next second, a thunderous roar erupted. Rain! 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 The battle was over. Rain descended slowly from above, the earlier composure and calm replaced by wild laughter. He threw his head back and reveled in the crowd's cheers, swaying with passion. Let the roar be even louder. The crowd of nobles in the stands shook their heads helplessly as they watched Rainho displayed not an ounce of aristocratic grace. Yet Rain remained just as unruly as ever, though from now on, no one would dare call him a failure again. At the sidelines, Sophia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Rayan's swift and ruthless rise threatened this so-called genius of the Empire like never before, especially that final strike, the Sword of Damocles. She silently doubted she could have withstood it herself. Clutching her staff tightly, she turned away from the arena with only one thought in her mind: she had to train immediately. Elsewhere, Damon was sent to the lounge after being teleported out. He crouched in a corner, his once resolute eyes now full of loss and despair. What's wrong, Damon? Giving up after just one failure? A deep voice sounded. Looking up, he saw his father, Brant. Father, the family prepared so much for me, yet I lost. I am a failure, Damon said, his tightly pressed lips trembling as tears streamed down. Brant knelt down and patted his son on the shoulder. Who hasn't failed? I lost countless times when I was your age. Failure itself isn't the fear, it's being afraid of failing again. We all underestimated Ran. He's hidden his strength too well. I take responsibility for misjudging him. Remember, losing once doesn't mean you'll lose forever. Pull yourself together, learn from this, and next time, make sure Rayan takes a hard fall. His father's words straightened Damon's back. He wiped the tears away, his gaze burning anew. Yes, father. I won't disappoint you. Moments later, Damon returned to the duel arena. Rayan was teasing the audience with wild gestures. Damon took a deep breath and approached him. Rayan, I lost. According to the duel rules, you may demand that I do one thing that doesn't harm my family or the Empire. Ask anything you want, I will accept whatever humiliation you give me. The noisy crowd went silent, ears perked. Rayan held no grudge against Damon. The boy's insults were just youthful pride. But mistakes must be punished, and a certain twisted pleasure bubbled in Rayan's heart. He leaned close to Damon's ear and lowered his voice. Don't worry, I won't insult you or make you lose face. But since you mocked me, there will be a price. Within 2 days, steal Sophia's underwear she's wearing today. Then, for an entire month, tell me every day what color her underwear is. The words hit Damon like lightning. He froze in place, stepping back twice, his wide eyes more terrified than during the duel. What did you say? Rayan grinned wickedly. You heard me right. Want me to say it again in public? Imagine that getting to her ears now, that will be hell on earth. No, please. Damon waved his hands frantically. Rayan laughed heartily and strode toward the stands without looking back, pulling Emily and Cecily into his arms as he disappeared amid admiring gazes. At the edge of the arena, Damon returned to Brant utterly stunned. Hold your head up. It's just a bit of humiliation, isn't it? Brant thought his son was still beating himself up over the loss. Damon opened his mouth, glanced around to make sure no one was near, then blushed deeply as he lowered his voice. Father, Rayan wants me to steal Sophia's underwear she wore today, and then tell him the color every day for a whole month. Brant was speechless. No insults, no brutal humiliation, just stealing underwear? He quickly calculated the situation. For most sons this would be trivial, but to Damon, Sophia was sacred and untouchable. He didn't even trust a close female servant near her, afraid of offending the goddess he reveres. Rayan's demand was plainly forcing his son to choose between the god of war and the goddess in his heart. Brant nodded, patting Damon's shoulder. All right, Damon, our family will help you with this. You don't need to worry. Rayan was about to leave the dueling arena with 2 admirers on his face. The cold wind swept up dust, and the recently ended arena still lingering with the acrid smell left by elemental chaos. Just as Rain stepped out of the arena's archway, a group of figures blocked his way. It was the family head, Food, the academy dean, Cliff, and over a dozen heavyweight members from the Mage Tower. Seeing the family head appear, Emily and Cecilia immediately dropped into half-kneeling bows. Greetings, family head. Food raised his hand to signal them to rise, but his gaze never left his son. What's going on? Why are there so many mages here? Rain whispered as he leaned next to his father. Food, surprised but pleased, patted his son's shoulder. They're here looking for you. You've been keeping a low profile, but this fight you really showed the strength of the Grei family. Well done. Before he finished speaking, the usually proud mages swarmed forward, surrounding Rain in layers, even pushing Food out of the circle. Theo Smith spoke first, his gray-white hair gleaming under the electric arcs. Rain, will you accept me as your master? I'm a 4th dire lightning mage. If you join me, I'll teach you all my destructive lightning magic. Before Theos' words faded, Leon Burton stepped forward, his cloak flickering with fire and water patterns. What's so great about lightning? Rain, come with me. I'm a 4th dire mage with talents in fire, water, and wood. There'll be no limit to the magical devices you can get. Take as many as you want. One after another, names and boasts rang out, each mage showing off their specialties or latest research achievements, pride shining, as if they could write themselves into magical history at any moment. But Rain remained calm. Had ancient tomes, and with enough energy sources, there were virtually no spells in the world he couldn't learn. What truly caught his interest, however, were magical devices and scrolls, things not mass-produced like books. Just as everyone was showing off their skills, The silver-haired veteran, Mage Terry, quietly slipped him a holographic photo. Rain, look, this is my granddaughter. Pretty, isn't she? If you come to me tonight, they'll send her to your bed. The adorable young girl in the photo made Rain raise an eyebrow, a flicker of hesitation and intrigue appearing in his eyes. The other mages, seeing this, turned red-faced with jealousy. Terry, you old lecher. They scolded verbally, while secretly scrambling to figure out if they had any beautiful protégés around Rain's age. All right, enough. Dean Cliff stepped forward with his secretary Jenny, smiling as he parted the crowd. You all know Rain already has a mentor. No need to bother him so much. The mages muttered softly. Mentor, sure, but not a real teacher. Jonah pushed up his round glasses and looked around at his peers. Everyone knows Rain is an all-around talent. If he only studies under one master, won't the other disciplines go to waste? Why not team up and teach them all at once? Everyone exchanged looks and finally nodded in agreement. But as they turned to hear Rain's response, he was nowhere to be found. Following the whispers, they found him chatting animatedly with Jenny, standing so close his body nearly touched her shoulder. Jenny was covering her mouth, laughing at his witty jokes, her golden curls trembling, much to the observer's annoyance. Rain, get over here. Food called with a scowl, waving him over. Not taking anything seriously as usual. These mages are talking about your training, and you're busy flirting? You're doomed to be under a woman's thumb. Rain smirked and came to stand beside his father. Jonas said, Rain, because your magical talent has reignited, the masters at the Mage Tower all wish to teach you. After discussing it among ourselves, we hope to jointly guide you in your magical studies. What do you think? A dozen or so mages in the hall stared at him intently, their beards even seeming to quiver with anticipation. Rain glanced around at all the eager faces, and his heart leapt with joy. The decision they had reached was to take him on as their pupil together. This was better than he could have hoped for. Absolutely. I'm more than happy to agree, he nodded enthusiastically. Everyone relaxed at once, smiles blossoming across their faces. But Rain smiled slyly and added, Teachers, then what about the apprentice ceremony? The room's atmosphere instantly tensed. For a moment, the mages' smiles froze midair, then, just as quickly, the tension melted away. A simple ceremony and gift, nothing complicated. Suddenly, a light smack sounded. Ford raised his hand and tapped the back of Rain's head, making the boy stumble forward. You little brat, you want a ceremony? After being taught by so many masters, you still want more? He was about to strike again when he suddenly noticed a wave of icy gazes all locking onto him. Those looks came from Rain's future parental figures as masters. Right then, everyone thought, to hit the apprentice? You're asking for trouble. Seeing the situation turn sour, Rain's eyes darted around. He dove into the arms of a silver-haired elderly witch, tearfully whining, Grandma, it hurts so much. That elderly lady was Keely Jefferson, the voodoo witch. Renowned across the empire for her deadly poison magic, which had terrified countless enemies, she had now reached level 4 in poison mastery. Yet right now, her face was full of tender concern as she gently massaged Rain's head. Oh, my dear grandson, it doesn't hurt, no. Grandma will rub it better for you. She then looked up at Ford, her eyes flashing with a frigid light, as if she might shove a poisonous mist down his throat at any moment. Ford's scalp tingled, and he chuckled nervously. I suddenly remember I have urgent business. I won't bother you all any longer, I'm off. You little brat, dare to mess with me? We'll settle this at home. Before finishing his sentence, he had already dashed toward the academy's exit. Jonas bowed slightly and followed, forcing a smile as he hurried out as well. No sooner had Ford left than the atmosphere in the hall completely shifted. The mages grinned like it was a festival, one after another stuffing Rain's pockets with gifts. Rare handwritten spell books, glowing magical artifacts, spellcraft devices of all shapes and size. It was as if wealth was no object. To pass a lifetime of research to a gifted successor, they were even more excited than children. Rain quickly grew fond of these teachers who had devoted their youth and hair to magic, calling them Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, and Auntie with endearing sweetness. Once the gifts were distributed, the elders gave their parting instructions. Come to the Mage Tower tomorrow. We'll tailor a class schedule just for you. Rain nodded solemnly, then left the academy alongside Emily and Cecily. The masters watched them go until the boy's figure disappeared down the corridor. A carriage waited by the school gates. The driver Drake cracked his whip, the horses galloped swiftly, and soon the trio was returned to the villa. Rain shed his cloak and dashed upstairs to his bedroom. He eagerly tore open the gift bag. The first thing he saw was a large stash of high-level healing potions, dozens of bottles glimmering with a gentle, warm glow. These advanced healing potions were potent enough to have effects even for someone at his father's level. The treasure trove of magic-enhancing artifacts was dazzlingly abundant. Selena stones, iridescent feathers, storm sapphirest translucent gems, and vibrantly colored plumes scattered across the floor glittered under the glow of the magic lamp, reflecting countless tiny sparks of light. Although Rain didn't recognize most of them, he could judge their rarity by the constantly refreshing numbers floating in his vision, none dropping below 500. Apart from these purely magical amplification materials, there were various arcane tools, silver engraved staffs, mage robes that could automatically adjust the flow of magic. But the one that truly caught his eye was the fifth-rank spatial arcane device personally handed to him by Master Leon. The silver ring, roughly the size of his palm, looked ordinary but contained an internal space many times larger than his current storage pouch, surpassing even the spatial devices his father commonly used. The treasures were scattered over the thick, dark red carpet. Rain crossed his arms, his eyes flickering between the ancient book and the dazzling pile of riches on the floor. He felt conflicted. Should he feed everything to the book to exchange for source energy, or set some aside for himself? After a moment's thought, he turned and ordered, "Emily, go fetch Uncle Bo from the warehouse." Emily responded softly and pushed open the door. In less than 15 minutes, Uncle Bo, a slightly overweight man nearing 50, followed her briskly into the room. "Young master, you called for me?" "Yes, Uncle Bo, come take a look at these items and tell me their specific uses." Rain pointed at the carpet with his foot. Bo bent over to examine the treasures, his seasoned eyes widening sharply the moment they landed on the items as if reflecting flames within them. He hurried to the gems and carefully lifted a deep ocean-colored stone, his breath trembling with excitement. "This is a shark amber, and such a complete specimen. Good heavens, just laying it on the floor like this?" He nearly begged someone to put a layer of velvet beneath the carpet. What a waste. What a waste. Then he picked up a bundle of slender scarlet grass leaves nearby, marveling, "Holy fire grass. It's said that mortals who wear it can awaken fire magic to lend a sacred herb." His fingers slid over the objects until they stopped at another artifact, and this one. When an expert takes charge, you immediately know the difference. As the longtime warehouse keeper, Bo was intimately familiar with the origins of rare materials and arcane tools. He lifted each piece under the lamp's light, comparing it carefully while explaining their functions, origins, and even legendary anecdotes to Rain in great detail. Half an hour later, Bo reluctantly set down the last authenticated item and sighed deeply before leaving the room. Rain gathered his thoughts, setting aside those treasures with unique effects or potential uses as reserves, and allowing the purely magic-boosting materials to be absorbed by the ancient book. As the last artifact transformed into particles of light and was drawn into its pages, the source energy number on the book surged now 9,797 points. Combined with his original reserves, Rain's source points finally broke through the 10,000 mark. Knock, knock, knock. The solid wooden door thudded under repeated knocks. Cecilia, who was playfully squirming in Rain's arms, immediately stood up at the sound. She smoothed out her rumpled collar and hurried to open the door. Standing outside was the butler Jonas, impeccably dressed, his expression calm and courteous as always. "Cecilia, Master requests that young Master Rain accompany him," Jonas said gently. Cecilia nodded and was about to relay the message when Rain leisurely strolled to the door himself, had already clearly heard the invitation from inside. "Let's go, Uncle Jonas." He patted his jacket nonchalantly. Jonas bowed slightly, then turned to lead the way. Walking side by side down the corridor, they passed carefully arranged bonsai and oil paintings. The sandalwood floor gleamed under the servants' meticulous cleaning. Occasionally, a maid or gardener would cross their path and promptly bow in respect. "You really shone today, young Master Rain." "Master hasn't been this pleased in a long time," Jonas remarked with a warm smile. "Heh, modesty, modesty," Rain replied casually, his gaze drifting appreciatively over the slender figures of passing maids. After a few moments of footsteps, they reached the head of the household study. Pushing open the door, Rain immediately saw his father, Ford, seated facing his mother, Layla, their manners intimate. Spotting their son enter, Ford cleared his throat twice, finally curbing the affectionate display. He poured more tea for Layla before shooting Rain a sharp glance. "Well, little rascal, trying to outwit your old man? If I hadn't dodged fast enough, I'd have been poisoned by at least 3 types," he grumbled, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. Rain pulled over a chair and sat down, folding his arms as he raised an eyebrow. "You're the one who wouldn't let me accept the master's gift. It's only natural that the teacher gives the disciple a welcoming present. You took it, but I still had to return the favor," Ford said with a smirk. Then he nodded. "But today you really showed the power of the Grei family. They'll accept it as a reward." Lowering his voice, Rain reminded, "Ahem, father, we had an agreement, remember?" "Agreement? What agreement?" Ford feigned innocence. Rain's eyes widened. "Come on, old fox, no honor." Ford sipped his tea slowly. This tea is really fragrant." Squinting, Rain shot back silently. "All right, old fox, just wait. Tomorrow I'll drop a big one for you right in the courtyard." Layla chuckled softly and smoothed over the tension between father and son. "Enough. Ford told me, Rain, you're grown up now and need to understand some things. I've watched Eve grow up since she was little, and I trust her. From now on, she'll be with you." Before she finished, Rain had already moved beside his mother and eagerly grabbed the teapot to pour her a refill. "Mother, you're the best. I love you the most." Layla raised her hand to gently tousle his hair, her eyes full of affection. Cough, cough. Ford raised his cup, signaling that his was empty. Rain dutifully refilled it for his father, finally smoothing over the earlier quarrel. Neither parent pressed about the mysterious meditation technique book Rain had brought along. Everyone had their own secrets. With the matter settled, Ford dismissed his son with a wave and resumed his intimate conversation with Layla. Rain returned to his room to find Eve chatting with Emily and Cecilia by the window. The moment they saw the young master come in, the three of them stood and bowed. Young master. Rain's eyes settled on Eve, whose cheeks flushed lightly as she began to loosen her coat. He quickly reached out to stop her. What are you doing? Do you really think I'm that desperate? His words hung in the air, and Emily and Cecilia's faces remained slightly uncomfortable. Renton immediately understood that Emily must have told Eve about what happened that day. He raised his hand and lightly flicked Emily's forehead as a mild reprimand, then suppressed his smile and looked toward Eve. Eve, I do admire your figure, but I didn't take you from my mother just to have you be a decoration. I want you to manage my schedule and affairs, just as Uncle Jonas does for my father, and coordinate with the other personal maids. Eve, are you willing to truly follow me? As soon as he finished speaking, Eve knelt on one knee and lowered her head in oath. I am willing, young master. I will not disappoint you. From now on, she addressed Renton as young master. Renton nodded with satisfaction. Stand up. Eve, do you practice dochi? Yes, young master. Eve stood and answered politely. But my talent is average. I'm currently only a mid-level second-grade assassin. How old are you? 22. After hearing her answer, Renton closed his eyes and sank into his mental world. Eve, Emily, and Cecily stood silently beside him, holding their breath. After a moment, Renton opened his eyes, a jade inheritance stone, smooth as refined jade, appearing in his palm. He handed it to Eve. Since you are willing to follow me, this breath technique of 10,000 shadows is yours. Eve accepted it solemnly. She knew this was an assassin's advanced breath technique, ranked almost on par with the Grei family's most treasured fearless lion breath technique. Study it right here, Renton instructed. No one will disturb you. Eve nodded and sat cross-legged on the soft fur carpet, holding the jade stone to her forehead. A pale cyan glow radiated from the stone, casting a gentle light on her face. Renton raised a finger to his lips in a should gesture. Emily and Cecily nodded quickly. Cecily quietly opened the door slightly and remained outside to guard against intruders. Renton opened the Atlas of Saltus Continent, its pages rustling softly. The room fell silent except for the sound of turning pages. The book recorded legends and anecdotes of the continent, knowledge missing from his past memories that he had to gradually fill in. Soon the glow from the jade stone on Eve's forehead dimmed. She opened her eyes, her expression awestruck. The breath technique of 10,000 shadows is actually on the same level as my family's fearless lion breath technique, young master. You are truly generous. Have you mastered it? Renton's voice came from behind her. I have, young master. But is this breath technique's level too valuable? Renton glanced at her, but said nothing, motioning for her to demonstrate. Eve obeyed and quietly asked, Young master, may I turn off the lights first? Renton raised his hand and extinguished the light. The moment the room went dark, Eve's breath seemed swallowed by the night. No matter how Renton searched, her shadow was nowhere to be seen. Only by using his abyss technique to draw on surrounding magical energy could he faintly sense her presence. In the next second, several dark silhouettes appeared floating before him, all kneeling on one knee simultaneously. Eve's voice echoed from the darkness. This technique allows me to split my shadow in the dark and control them. Once I reach 4th rank, I will even be able to manipulate enemy shadows to assassinate them. Moreover, it trains extremely fast. I'm confident I can advance to a 4th rank assassin within 1 year. Renton nodded in approval. This stealth ability alone is worth the price. Emily, watching beside him, was stunned speechless until Renton turned to remind her, Emily, it's late. Go get some rest. Only then did she come back to her senses and whisper, clutching her skirt, Young master, won't Emily accompany you tonight? Renton smiled and stepped forward, picking up Eve, whose face was flushed and breathing slightly uneven. They'll have you accompany me tomorrow. Tonight, Eve will stay with me. Emily pouted. All right, good night, young master. Good night. Renton nodded with a smile. The door was gently closed. Cecily returned to her post outside, standing guard. The candlelight flickered inside as Renton carried Eve toward the large velvet bed. Eve wrapped her arms around his neck, shy but obedient. Outside, the moonlight this night was especially alluring. The next morning, when Rain woke up, his beloved was no longer by his side. Just as he lifted the golden silk quilt, the door quietly opened, and Eve arrived punctually, accompanied by several handmaidens. The maids moved with practiced ease, dressing him in a perfectly tailored academy uniform while adjusting the collar and fasteners. Cecily pushed a steaming breakfast cart by the window, a silver dome concealing freshly baked bread and golden fried eggs. Taking advantage of a moment while straightening his robe, Eve quietly briefed him on the day's schedule. Young master, this morning you will attend advanced studies with the academy's mages and instructors at the tower. This afternoon, Miss Adele will visit. Uncle Jonas asked me to remind you to take leave if you have lessons. Otherwise, return to the manor early. Rain sipped the sweet honeyed milk and nodded in acknowledgement. Cecily and Alice stood on either side of him, carefully cutting bacon and adding jam. Near the last bite of his muffin, Alice lifted a pristine white napkin to gently wipe crumbs from his lips. Rain glanced at Eve and nodded again, understood. With that, he drew Alice the closest to him into an embrace and pressed a kiss to her ear. The girl instantly blushed, nearly dropping her tray as her heart pounded wildly. Seeing this, Rain smiled and pinched her soft cheek before turning to walk downstairs side by side with Eve. At the stairway landing, something occurred to him. He glanced sideways and said, "Eve, I heard from the coachman Drake that there's an auction this week, something called an Anderson auction." Eve interrupted promptly. "Yes, that's it. Cancel all other plans for that day. I want to join the event." "Understood. The auction is in 5 days. The invitation was delivered to the head of the family a month ago. You just need to ask him for it then." Rain nodded contentedly, leaving a farewell kiss on Eve's forehead before climbing into the carriage driven by Drake. The early morning streets were still shrouded in mist as the carriage wheels clattered softly over the cobblestones. Ahead, a bustling crowd gathered near a newsstand. The Empire's prodigy mage, young Master Rain's rise to fame. Detailed reports, first come first served. Rain? The one from the Grei family? That's right. He defeated the long-renowned Damon Meek yesterday at the Academy's dueling grounds. I heard his elemental magic was incredible, leaving Damon helpless. Oh no, I was drunk all night 2 days ago. Missed the big show, such a pity. The crowd's awe and excitement filtered through the carriage windows. Drake straightened up, gripping the reins with renewed vigor. Look, it's the Grei family's carriage. Passers-by stared with curiosity and respect, but the carriage smoothly rolled away, kicking up dust that swirled and settled behind it. Soon, the Academy's towering clock tower came into view. Drake drew the carriage to a stop at the entrance and respectfully announced, "Young Master, we have arrived at the Academy." His skilled driving made the journey almost bump-free for Rain. He stepped through the door, morning light glinting coldly off the silver clasp of his robe. The students gathered outside cast glances filled with envy, reverence, and jealousy. The boy once dismissed as a waste had transformed. The deadly sword of Damocles that appeared in yesterday's duel marked him for all to see. He, Rain, was the genius mage of this last age of magic. His current combat rating at the Academy now rivaled that of Sophia, the most gifted warrior in recent years. Rain straightened his collar and, under the respectful gazes of everyone around, slowly made his way into the Academy toward the Magician's Tower. Along the way, his handsome features and growing reputation attracted countless looks. Junior female students would occasionally clutch their love letters and timidly rush over, cheeks flushed as they slipped the notes into his hand. Rain accepted every one with a smile, which only made the girls blush harder and caused the male students nearby to grit their teeth in frustration, some even quietly plotting what they called the anti-Rain alliance. Reaching the white stone steps before the tower, Rain saw Dean Cliff lounging leisurely in a rocking chair, a striking contrast to the solemn tower doors behind him. "Dean?" Rain paused and gave a slight nod. "Ah, Rain, you're here." Cliff stood and handed him a gold-edged paper. "This is your course schedule. Barring any surprises, this semester will go according to this plan." Rain glanced down the schedule. Closely resembled his previous university life. Classes only in the mornings, with free afternoons. Looking up, he noticed that today's instructor was none other than the dean himself and raised an eyebrow. "So today, the dean personally teaches the class?" "Exactly." Cliff stroked his beard with a knowing smile. "That line you said during yesterday's duel, 'Let magic return to the pinnacle of the world,' it struck a chord with me and reminded me of my own disciple. It made me want to take on a disciple again." "A disciple?" Rain was a little surprised. He had never heard the dean mention having a student before. "Dean, you have a disciple?" "I took one on when I was young, but sadly, he died in a power struggle." Cliff's tone was even but tinged with regret. "My condolences. Many years have passed now. But let's get to the point. What should I teach you today?" Before Rain could respond, Cliff waved his hand, forming a magical array beneath them. In an instant, they were atop the Magician's Tower, in the dean's study. The room was simply furnished, with no elaborate magic instruments, only rows upon rows of heavy books. Cliff lifted his chin proudly. "What do you think of my spatial magic? Interested in learning it?" His gaze settled on Rain. "You already have that secret instant casting skill. Mastering teleportation will make you nearly untouchable, so long as you don't run into anti-space artifacts." With a flourish of his sleeve, the scattered books flew neatly back onto the shelves. At the mention of spatial magic, Rain's eyes lit up. In the era of declining magic, spell books were scarce, and spatial magic was exceptionally rare. Even ancient text dealers charged several times the normal price for the same level of knowledge. Now, having the chance to study under the Empire's only 6th-rank spatial grandmaster was an incredible opportunity. "Of course I want to learn. I've wanted to master your spatial magic for a long time, but my father thought I wasn't even rank 1 yet." so he wouldn't let me trouble you. After tidying the study, Cliff's gaze grew distant. Spatial magic is one thing, but, Rain, where did you get that instant casting secret technique? Seeing the rare hint of shyness in the dean's expression, Rain quickly made up a story. Oh, it was a jade talisman I found at an antique relic market. I didn't pay it much mind until it suddenly glowed. I realized it contained the legacy of instant casting. Cliff sighed softly. So it was a one-time use inheritance talisman. Impossible to copy then. I thought Ford had gotten hold of some ancient book with a recorded secret technique. He shook his head with self-mockery. Well, no matter. Still, you must master the basics of teleportation. With that, the dean raised his hand and traced a pale blue magical array in the air, delicate and intricate in design. Facing Rain, he began a detailed explanation of the essential principles behind constructing a teleportation magic circle. Blessed with the sudden insight gained from ancient texts, Rain's extraordinary learning ability left the nearly centenarian elder utterly amazed. This elder headmaster of the academy had always regarded Rain with great favor, but now he was even more certain that this young boy would elevate magic to unprecedented heights. Half a day passed not long, yet not short quickly swept away amid the headmaster's clear and methodical explanations. Slowly emerging from his epiphany, Rain's mind crystallized the knowledge. Teleportation was now fully mastered, and even the headmaster's own creation, the spatial blade, was firmly imprinted in his memory. Seeing sweat forming at the corners of the headmaster's brow and exhaustion in his expression, Rain hastily picked up the teapot and respectfully poured another cup for the elder. The tea was slightly cool, but the headmaster didn't mind. He raised the cup and drank it down with an approving, comforting look in his eyes. All right, Rain, we'll call it a day. He set the cup down, voice a little hoarse. Practice those 2 spatial magic spells when you get back. Try to make your teleportation instantaneous. Oh, right. You've got the instant casting secret technique. Guess my old age is catching up with me. I almost forgot. The headmaster paused, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. But you still can't stop practicing. It deepens your sensitivity to spatial magic. You might not notice it in everyday life, but in certain special situations, that awareness can save your life. Understood, headmaster. Rain nodded seriously, gently placing the teapot back and turning to leave. I'll head back first. His footsteps fading, the headmaster gazed after him, lowering his head in thought. Looks like he'll have to make a trip to the Magicians Association for this. Boy mentioning that tower, heavy with countless memories, his eyes reflected a trace of nostalgia and hope. As the laboratory door opened, a crowd of waiting magicians gathered outside. Rain, where's lunch? Come to my place. Just got fresh azure lobster tails. Heard they're your favorite. What do you mean your place? Rain, come to mine. They'll have my granddaughter feed you the azure lobster in person. Teo, you looking for a beating? Watching them argue so passionately, Rain smiled to himself. He understood why these elders cared so deeply. They hoped he'd inherit and carry forward their lifelong study of magic. This boy, raised in an orphanage on Blue Star, felt genuine warmth from their concern for the first time. Thank you all for your kindness, but my fiancé is coming this afternoon. I need to head home to prepare. Rain bowed apologetically. He'll be sure to visit each of you another day. The magicians nodded regretfully, watching him leave. Several apprentices stood at the staircase casting envious glances. Rain ascended on a magic lift, his figure gradually sinking into the light. At the Grei family villa's dining room, a long table was fragrant with herb-seasoned steak, steamed crystal shrimp soaked in pale green citrus juice, and glossy roasted hind legs of the magical horned leopard. Silver cutlery reflected countless shards of light from the crystal chandelier. The maid, Eve, stepped forward and deftly tied a pristine napkin around Rain's neck. The boy still struggled with Western utensils, needing some effort before neatly finishing his steak and shrimp. Rain, his father said gently but firmly, setting down his wine glass. After you finish eating, go upstairs and get ready. Your mother specially prepared a set of formal clothes for your meeting. Understood. Rain was nibbling a sweet manna fruit and nodded upon hearing this. Still somewhat clumsy with knife and fork, Rain finished his meal. Leftover fruit in hand, he acknowledged his father, finished the manna fruit, clapped his hands softly, and followed Eve upstairs. Returning to his room, Rain took a moment to wash up in the bathroom, attended by Eve and his personal maids. The warm steam still lingered in the air as he shook the wet ends of his hair. With a subtle movement of his palm, a gentle breeze enveloped his strands, quickly drying them in seconds. The maids promptly brought out his Clothisa Viscount's formal suit specially prepared by Fred and Layla, embroidered with gold thread and adorned with silver buttons, exuding undeniable luxury. Rain shot a brief glance at the outfit, but his brow immediately furrowed. He raised a hand to stop them. Put that away. I want my usual clothes. Without leaving room for argument, he shoved the suit back into the maid's arms. Eve sighed but obeyed, swiftly dressing him in a neat but understated set of everyday attire. Not long after, the Hill family's coach procession arrived at the Grei family estate. The door of the first carriage was opened courteously by a servant, and the Hill family patriarch, Charles Hill stepped out in full regalia, his movements solemn and composed as he approached the waiting group. He first performed a formal knightly bow toward Fred, Layla, and Rain, showing respectful manners. Good afternoon, Marquis Grei, madam. Master Rain, greetings. Though newly titled as a viscount, the Hill family's standing was like stars beside the enduring moon of the old marquisate held by the Grey family. Charles was well aware of the disparity, making his conduct exceptionally cautious. By aristocratic tacit understanding, even though Rain had yet to receive a formal rank, his identity warranted equal recognition with a viscount. Fred smiled warmly, patting Charles on the shoulder. Enough, Charles, we're not strangers. You used to be the 5th captain of my Lion Knights, after all. No need for such formality. By the way, where's that girl Adele? We met once when she was little, but haven't seen her since. At the question, Charles turned and waved toward the second carriage, calling out loud, Adele, your Uncle Fred is asking for you. Don't keep your uncle waiting. All eyes turned expectantly to the carriage, but there was no response inside. Fred raised an eyebrow, exchanging a puzzled look with Charles, who hesitated momentarily but didn't delay further. He advanced to the carriage and knocked softly on the door. Adele? Still no reply. A knot tightened in Charles' chest. Resentment flared briefly as he gripped the door lock firmly, breaking it open. The group leaned in to look inside and found the interior completely empty. No sign of Adele. Only an unconscious maid slumped in one of the seats. Adele's disappearance threw Charles into immediate panic. Nobility prized etiquette above all, and they were here for a marriage alliance. The bride's absence was a public insult to the Grey family. Charles was determined not to cross his former Lion Knights captain, especially since he had witnessed Fred's ruthlessness in battle. Quickly, Charles drew on his fighting energy to seal off the maid's chaotic pulse, rousing her. The maid's eyes blinked open in a haze. Seeing the head of the family standing above her, terror surged through her as she scrambled to her knees. Master? You're Adele's personal maid, yes? Where's Adele? Charles asked urgently. The girl glanced around the carriage, panic deepening when she saw her mistress was nowhere there. You don't know, master. This morning, the miss asked me to eat sweets with her in the carriage. I had just taken a bite when I grew sleepy and fell asleep. Then you woke me up. Charles broke out in a cold sweat at the account. Fred and Layla's expressions darkened in unison as their gaze fell on the empty carriage interior. Standing nearby, Rain raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Runaway bride? First time I've seen that. Quite rare. An awkward silence stretched for several moments before Fred finally broke it, his eyes narrowing like a hawk's as he locked onto Charles. His voice dropped to a low, serious tone. Charles, I need a good explanation from you. Charlie, I need a reasonable explanation from you. Frod's voice was low, yet it struck the air like a heavy iron hammer. As the head of the Grey family, he had fought alongside Charlie before, but when it came to the family's honor, he had to adopt a stance of strict fairness. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, but inside the carriage, a shadow seemed to hang over the air. Under Frod's intense gaze, still confused, Charlie finally snapped back to reality. He took several deep breaths and nodded with difficulty, but said nothing. At this point, with no clues, any empty excuse would only make things worse. Instead, he bent down to search inside the carriage, desperate to find any trace of Adele's sudden disappearance. The carriage was small. He ransacked the low cabinets, cushions, and curtains. Early in his search, he noticed a corner of off-white paper peeking from the gap of a small locked cabinet under the side table. Charlie's heart tightened as he swiftly pulled out an envelope and tore it open to find a letter, penned in slender yet firm handwriting clearly Adele's. Father, I am leaving with Harlan. Harlan is my true home. In the letter, Adele praised Harlan as kind, brave, and upright, contrasting him sharply with Rain, who is nothing but a disgrace. Even Rain's victory over Damon in the duel could not change her feelings. She apologized for causing shame to the family, but begged to be allowed this one act of willfulness to freely follow her heart. The letter ended with love, your Adele. Just a few lines felt like they stripped the strength from Charlie's very spine. He sank into the seat, his complexion ashen, murmuring mechanically, Adele, what foolishness. When the carriage door opened, he felt utterly hollowed out. Frod stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, Charlie, any discoveries? Still trembling, Charlie handed over the letter. Lord Frod, please have a look. Frod read carefully, his brow tightening bit by bit. After finishing, he passed the letter to Layla. She scanned it and frowned slightly. I never would have expected obedient Adele to do something like this. Bitterly, Charlie explained the full situation to Frod and Layla. I don't know when Harlan first met Adele, but it's been months. I looked into him, a fairly well-known mercenary, but one person in public and another behind the scenes. His character is questionable. I warned Adele many times, but she wouldn't listen. A few days ago, Lord Jonas came to discuss an engagement, and fearing she might try to meet Harlan again, I confined her to the house. But I never imagined that the usually well-behaved Adele would. When he finished, Frod returned the letter to Layla, his tone filled with disappointment. Charlie, I am very disappointed in you. It seems the comforts of the capital in recent years have dulled your vigilance as a knight. Struck painfully at his core by these words, Charlie lowered his head in silence. Letting the daughter of a low-ranking soldier slip away under his watch was an inexcusable failure. Layla glanced between the two and quickly assessed the situation. Our first priority is to find Adele as soon as possible. If she is still pure, the engagement can proceed. But if she is not, before she could finish, Rain interrupted with complaints. Still proceed? Mother, you know mercenaries. They take no care with women. Even if Adele is still pure, if she's been seen naked, touched all over, then on paper she's pure. But in truth, what am I then, a fool? Everyone said it before him, the only one who refuses to put in, and yet these things still happen. Rain's blunt frankness made everyone present visibly uncomfortable. Even seasoned Fraud and Layla fell into thoughtful silence. Charlie hurriedly waved his hand. No way, Master Rain. Adele has several magical devices on her, and that Harlan is just a low-level warrior, couldn't even lay a finger on her. But what if Adele takes those magical devices off herself? Rain's calm counter-question immediately silenced Charlie. The air felt as if it had been sucked out. The group exchanged tense, silent looks for a long moment. Layla snapped back to focus first and decisively ordered, search the entire city for Adele. Find her first, then worry about anything else. The guards and covert agents from both the Hill and Grei families mobilized at her command, flooding the royal capital like a tidal wave. With such a commotion, it was only natural to report to His Majesty the Emperor, so Fred and Charlie hurried to the palace. Meanwhile, the engagement between Rain and Adele was officially called off. With the marriage contract undone, Rain instantly felt lighter. He bent down, scooping up Cecily beside him, smiling as he strode toward his chambers. Just before entering, he glanced back and winked at Eve, who was following him. Eve, you coming with us? Eve's cheeks flushed a soft pink. In a gentle but respectful voice, she replied, No, Master. I need to be ready to monitor any news about Miss Adele. Cecily alone is enough to attend to you. If you still want company, I am always on call. Evening, second floor, Rain's room. The bed curtains were slightly drawn. Cecily slept deeply, tears still damp on her cheeks. Rain bent to press a light kiss on her soft face, prompting her to murmur softly in her sleep. He quietly got up to dress, and as he pushed the door open, he bumped into Alice and Ailey, both standing there with flushed faces. Their eyes looked a bit unfocused, clearly having eavesdropped for some time. Rain laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around them both. Ailey, where's Eve? Master, Miss Eve is in the next room. Alice's voice was soft, and she leaned close. He opened the adjoining door to find Eve bent over her desk, flipping through thick documents. When the door opened, she looked up immediately and reported, Master, we still haven't found Miss Adele. Our clan head suspect, she's already left the city. No luck after all this time? Rain raised an eyebrow. Did you try both tracking magic and searching for the magical devices? Yes. Our clan had immediately hired mages, but it was completely ineffective. Rain pulled Alice and Ailey to sit by the bed and pondered briefly. If tracking magic failed, there were only two possibilities: either Adele had gone very far from the city, or that youth Harlan was wearing a magic device that blocked tracking. The portraits of Adele and Harlan? They're all here. Eve pulled 2 sheets of paper from the stacks and handed them over. Rain studied them for a moment, clicking his tongue twice. Quite a beauty, that one. But he paused, committing both images to memory before pulling Alice and Ailey down to lie on the soft mattress with him. Eve, I'm hungry. Tell the kitchen to bring something. He rubbed his slightly sunken belly. What would you like, Master? Anything. I'm not picky. Understood. Eve nodded and left the room. Before long, she returned, pushing a trolley with a silver cloche steaming in the warm air. Rain reclined against the headboard, with Alice and Ailey attentively serving him. He raised his glass, sliced some meat, and savored the freshly cooked, still steaming dinner until every last bite was gone. It was midday. Adele, having just escaped from the Hill family convoy, walked alone through the royal city. In the southern district, at number 173 Goofing Street, a secluded courtyard that Harlan had once secretly told her about, she silently repeated the address to herself over and over. The streets in the commoners' district were narrow and dilapidated, with mud and dust swirling underfoot. Adele's exquisite silk gown shimmered brightly in the afternoon sun, standing in stark contrast to the worn, earthen walls around her. Passers-by were first drawn to the splendor of her clothing, then quickly recoiled as if encountering a plague. They were all too used to noble children sneaking out to play and wreak havoc, only for the commoners to foot the bill when trouble arose. She spent nearly half an hour asking around and checking house numbers before stopping before a crumbling gray wall. Number 173 Goofing Street. The paint on the doorframe had long since peeled away, and the shaky wooden door creaked softly in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked twice. Who's there? Came a wary male voice from inside. Adele didn't answer, hoping to surprise her long-absent brother Harlan. Silence lingered at the door for a moment. She heard footsteps approaching, then stopping. After a pause, an impatient curse rang out. Who the hell is it? Speak up. The door was pulled open. In Harlan's eyes stood the girl he had painted in his imagination countless times. Golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, clear blue eyes, her clothes billowing lightly. At that moment, it felt as if had been struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. Ade. Adele. Adele smiled with bright eyes, clearly pleased with his reaction. Brother Harlan, Adele came to see you. Harlan's shock gave way to panic as he hurriedly pulled her inside, closing the rickety wooden door behind her. Adele, how did you get here? Cold sweat trickled down his temple. Tiptoeing, Adele whispered urgently, Brother Harlan, I snuck out. Let's elope. Take me away from the royal city. We'll live together forever. The word elope thundered in Harlan's ears. Back then, he had approached Adele hoping to leverage the Hill family's influence. With a mysterious low-level breathing technique, he had advanced to a first-stage elite warrior and incredible talent for someone of common birth. Becoming the Hill family's son-in-law would let him use their resources and status to compete with the Empire's top geniuses. But the Hill family's secret guards had warned him. Adele was already engaged to Lion of the Marquis Grei family. After hearing this, he gave up and began looking for other noble daughters, just wanting to secure a sturdy patron, not ruin ties with the Marquis family. Besides, Lion was notorious for his debauchery and violence. And now Adele had come to him herself, proposing elopement. Harlan's head spun. If caught, how would Lion torture him? Would the Grei and Hill families ever forgive a commoner who kidnapped a noble fiancée? Staring at the dream-filled girl before him, Harlan's eyes sank into emptiness. Lady Adele, you're not trying to elope with me or asking for my death. His eyes narrowed as a flood of thoughts raced through his mind. It was a known situation. Yet, gazing at Adele's graceful figure, he suddenly felt a strange urge to savor the noble life one last time before his fate was sealed. But soon, Harlan sighed deeply. In the months since he first met Adele, he had long since learned that she carried several layers of protective magical devices. Brute force was hopeless, and deception wouldn't work either. Had already tried the fait accompli approach, hoping Charlie would accept him as a son-in-law for the sake of his daughter's honor. But Adele was always conservative, insisting on saving her first time for the wedding night, leaving him no opening. Now, he absolutely needed her cooperation, or both of them would likely be found immediately. He pulled a dark gray cloak from the magical storage space on him and handed it over quietly, urging, Adele, put this on quickly. This cloak will erase your presence. If we wait any longer, your father will be able to lock onto your scent with tracking magic. Tracking magic? Adele flinched instinctively, then draped the cloak over her shoulders and summoned her inner fighting spirit to help the cloak absorb her aura. When he saw her finish, he finally exhaled in relief and led her out through the back door of their home. The night wind blew dust into the narrow alley. They pressed close to the wall, moving swiftly. Most passers-by wore hoods too, an all-too-common sight in the commoner district, which eased him a little. But deep down he knew his little house was no longer safe. If they didn't leave immediately, the search would come swiftly. In less than 15 minutes, he led Adele into a shabby courtyard near the city wall in the commoner district. The gate was broken, and the brick walls cracked, giving no hint of the hidden refuge beneath an underground hideout he had dug with his own hands years ago to escape enemies. Passing through a narrow wooden door and slipping under a trapdoor in the floor, a damp, earthy smell greeted them. Adele covered her nose while he remained calm, as if back in his own fortress. By dim lamplight, he pulled a scroll from his magical device. The edges were blackened and the runes dim, but it still faintly glowed. A rare teleportation scroll had scavenged from a market dealing in relics and antiques. Originally good for 3 uses, he had only 2 left when he obtained it. After escaping the fiery monster territory once, now he had only a single chance remaining. Activating the scroll would send him and Adele out of the capital, possibly thousands of miles away. No matter how powerful Charlie's family or their rivals, the pursuit would stop. But he stared at the scroll until his knuckles whitened, bloodshot veins crawling beneath his eyes. To flee like a beaten dog, abandoning the carefully planned future? To never dare set foot in the capital again? Were commoners doomed to never rise? The burning mix of resentment and determination swelled in his chest. He resolved to take one last gamble for failure. There was still the scroll's safety net. Brother Harlan, when are we leaving the capital? Adele's soft question pulled him back from his dark thoughts. Leaving the capital? The veins throbbed again in his temples, and he almost cursed inwardly. Right now the capital was likely locked down tight. But he smiled on the outside. Soon, just wait a bit longer. Once the heat dies down, it'll take you far away. Touched by his words, Adele nodded sweetly. Okay. With her calmed, he felt a flicker of peace. As long as Adele stayed steady and hidden, he could start to hatch the wild plan taking shape in his mind. After settling her safely, Harlan began refining his daring strategy deep in thought. The next morning, Rain woke up surrounded by warmth and softness. After several days of waking early, his internal clock was perfectly precise. He half closed his eyes and stretched lazily, still able to catch the faint scent of milk on his cheek. At the bedside, several personal maids were already waiting quietly. Because Rain had held Ailey all night, she had been brought down from the bed along with him. The maids gently patted Ailey's smooth little bottom and teased, "Ailey, you have such a great figure. No wonder the young master favored you most last night. Right? He even held you while he slept. If Sister Eve finds out you slept in, she'll dock your wages," one added. Ailey's face flushed bright red as she crouched on the carpet, searching for her underwear. Though teasing, the maid's eyes shone with envy. Clearing his throat, Rain said, "All right, I like every one of you. Now come help me get dressed." The teasing stopped immediately, and the maid stepped forward to assist with his clothes. Once his buttons were fastened, Maid Maeve pushed in a silver breakfast cart laden with a simple but hearty meal. The dishes were quickly cleared away. Rain kissed each maid goodbye one by one, then headed downstairs toward the door. "Young master, we have arrived at the academy." Drake's deep voice came from outside the carriage. Rain opened the door and stepped out, pulling the course schedule the headmaster had given him yesterday from his magic ring. Today's lesson was taught by Granny Chili. Thinking of that kind but capable elder, a faint smile played on his lips as he walked toward the Tower of Mages. If the older generation of wizards were here now, they would first be puzzled and then burst into laughter. That woman known as the Voodoo Witch, notorious for killing countless people with poison magic, was being called kindly by young people? Haha. Just as he entered the Mage Tower, Rain saw Chili sitting by a table in the hall, accompanied by a young girl. Approaching, he bowed. "Granny, why are you here? And who is this?" Chili waved him to sit down and personally poured a cup of hot tea. "Rain, you've come just in time. This is my disciple, Callie. She has a gift for poison magic. From now on, you'll attend lessons together." The girl immediately stood up, holding her skirt and giving a slight bow. "Lord Rain, hello. My name is Callie Richard. Please take care of me." Rain studied this delicate young girl and waved her off. "Don't be so formal. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to eat you." Seeing them interact naturally, Chili smiled warmly. "Now that you've met, let's head upstairs for class." She finished her tea and stood up first. Rain and Callie followed close behind. At the stairway, Chili slowed her pace and walked alongside them. "Rain, I heard your fiancé." Her words trailed off. Rain understood and smiled faintly. "Granny, don't worry. My fiancé really did run off with a mercenary named Harlan. But I'm not upset. That engagement was only arranged because of Sophia. Now that there are no ties, I feel free." Chili, who had been a bit angry on Rain's behalf, saw he wasn't troubled, and her anger gradually softened. "As long as you don't mind, that Adele is blind to real talent. Once I find her and that Harlan, Grandma will make them pay for you." They walked on while talking, turning deep into the wizard's tower until they reached Killis' private lab. The moment Rain pushed open the door, his pupils dilated sharply. The entire stone chamber was packed with tightly arranged shelves, filled with transparent jars containing all sorts of poisonous insects and toxic plants. Against the walls, iron cages were locked tight, holding condemned prisoners tied up with rough hemp ropes, their eyes glazed and vacant. The cold scent of medicinal herbs mixed with rusty iron filled the air, sending chills down his spine. Noticing his shock, Chili smiled gently. "Rain, you've never used poison magic before, have you?" Rain nodded. "Callie," she patted her apprentice's shoulder, "explain it to Rain." Adjusting her round glasses, Callie cleared her throat. "Master Rain, poison magic requires more than just mana control. You need to understand the molecular structure of toxins. By channeling specific information into a magic circle, you can conjure poisons you're familiar with out of thin air. As you accumulate knowledge, you can even fine-tune the magic to alter toxicity and properties." She went through the process from extraction to casting, then carefully explained the classification, storage, and preparation methods, finishing the fundamentals of poison magic before long. Rain finally understood why so many samples were stored in the lab. Pointing to the prisoners, he asked, "Who are those people?" "Test subjects," Chili said flatly, "all death row inmates from the Empire." After speaking, she motioned for Rain to sit down, then took a seat opposite him. "Give me your hand. You don't look well. Let Grandma take your pulse." Rain knew toxin users must understand medicine, especially since Chili was a top court physician, so he obediently extended his right hand. Pale green magic flowed from Killis' fingertips into his wrist. Moments later, she nodded slightly with a knowing smile. "Nothing serious. But here." She pulled out a small green vial about the length of a finger from a magical ring and handed it to him. "Grandma made these pills herself. Take one daily. They restore your energy, nourish your body, strengthen your constitution over time, and even slowly heal internal injuries." Delighted, Rain hugged Chili. "Really? Grandma, you're the best." Chili patted his back warmly. Callie standing nearby froze. This pill was so rare, even the Emperor's requests only yielded one or two. Yet Rain had the whole vial. The interlude over, Chili began the formal lesson. Knowing Rain was new to poison magic, she spoke slowly and broke down concepts step by step. "This is Zillico," she said, leading them to the first iron cage. She raised her hand and formed a dark magic circle. A black needle flashed out and pierced a prisoner's calf. The toxin of Zilico causes the whole body to burn, she explained. The prisoner's mouth was tightly gagged, but he still whimpered in agony as veins bulged. However, there's an antidote. Chili formed another seal. The fruit of Zilico or the venom of the frost-cold snake can neutralize it. Another poison needle struck. The prisoner shuddered violently before collapsing weakly and gasping for breath. She then pointed to a nearby specimen. The venom of the scaled, evil scorpion attacks the mind. The body remains intact, but the victim's sanity may crumble. Throughout the morning, toxic plants, venomous creatures, and poison needles appeared one after another at her fingertips. The prisoner's cries echoed constantly, while Rain and Callie took notes, their hands covered with hastily drawn magic circles. When the clock struck noon, Chili closed her book. That's enough for today. Rain had already prepared hot tea and respectfully handed it to her. Chili sipped and closed her eyes in satisfaction. Well, Grandma Chili, I'll take my leave? He asked tentatively, starting to stand. Chili looked him over with a half smile. Judging by how eager you are, remember to control yourself. She obviously expected him to try the medicine immediately. Rain scratched his head and chuckled without explaining. If there's anything, just send someone to the Grei family to find me. I'll get it done. Go ahead. Chili waved him off. Callie, I'm leaving now. All right, Master Rain. Callie was tidying up the table, her eyes curving slightly in a smile. Rain greeted Callie, who was cleaning the lab, then left the wizard's tower. At noon, dark clouds blocked out the sun. The air hung heavy and oppressive, as if a sudden downpour could burst forth at any moment. Leaving the magician's tower, Rain followed the stone path through the academy. A few beautiful junior and senior female students shyly handed him love letters folded into heart shapes. He casually slipped them into his magic ring and glanced at his wrist. It had been 2 days since Damon went to steal Sophia's underwear, and the result was still unknown. If he failed again today, facing the god of warriors would be trouble for Damon at best. His fighting spirit would be depleted. At worst, he'd lose his life. Just as Rain reached the academy gates, he sensed something was off. It was too quiet. People came and went, but the usual bustle was absent. Not even the Ward family's carriage was around. Even if all the noble heirs were missing, the training fanatic Sophia would surely be here, right? The deserted gate left him puzzled. At that moment, Drake, who had been anxiously watching the entrance, finally spotted a familiar figure and hurried over. Master, you're finally out. I've heard that Heron, the one who ran away with Miss Adele, has appeared in the royal city's central square. Those words snapped Rain to attention, so all the noble heirs had gone to watch the commotion. Without further questions, Rain swiftly climbed into a carriage. Drake cracked his whip, and the carriage thundered toward the central square. At the central square, beneath a colossal statue, Heron stood in the most prominent spot, facing the sharp gazes of the Grei and Hill families, who arrived fastest, along with a growing crowd of noble spectators. Feeling all eyes on him, Heron developed an absurd sense of triumph, convinced he controlled the situation. As more people gathered, he felt the moment had come. Heron began by giving Charlie a formal warrior's salute. Viscount Hill, I trust you're well? In response, Charlie suddenly sprinted forward. Capturing Heron first would naturally force him to reveal Adele's whereabouts. As a seasoned soldier, Charlie was confident of success. Seeing Charlie approaching, Heron quickly pulled a gray-white stone from his magical device. Gasps rose from the crowd. Magical devices were expensive and rare, and yet even a mercenary like him had one. Stop. Viscount Hill, do you really intend to play Miss Adele's nude images in front of all these people? Charlie froze, his expression darkening as he stared at the stone. A recording stone? Impossible. Adele wears 3 protective charms. Someone as weak as you could never have captured that image. Is that so? Then, Viscount Hill, do you want to gamble on this stone being empty? Heron's face remained calm, as if holding a winning hand. Though sweat was already beading in his palm, he knew better than anyone what was inside. Charlie locked eyes with the stone tightly. He could not afford to gamble on his daughter's honor. By the way, don't even think about sending a top assassin after me. This recording stone is special. It's already bound to me. Even if I die or get captured, I can still control it and play back the contents inside. Hearing Harlan's confident voice, Charlie's expression darkened slightly, but he still quietly stepped back behind Ford. Ford raised his hand to signal Jonas, who was about to strike, to stop, then fixed a steady gaze on Harlan. Since you showed up here with the recording stone, I assume you want to negotiate? Speak. Marquis Grei, your insight is as sharp as ever, Harlan said, lightly shaking the black stone in his hand. I am indeed here to discuss terms. Ford didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced over the central square surrounded by nobles and commoners alike. Harlan looked calm and collected. Clearly he had a fallback plan. Relying solely on the recording stone wouldn't let him threaten the 2 great families forever. If Harlan wanted to walk away safely, he had only one shot: spatial magic. He tilted his head slightly and whispered nearly inaudibly, Jonas, fetch the family's sealed space relic. Lock down the entire space around the central square. Jonas understood at once and vanished like a shadow. At that moment, Drake drove a carriage bearing the Grei family crest forcefully through the crowd. He called out loud, "Clear the way. Don't blame us if you get trampled." The crowd quickly parted, and he brought Ryan to Ford's side. Ryan jumped off the carriage and quietly asked, "Father, what's going on? Why the standoff?" Ford briefed him on everything that just happened. Ryan crossed his arms and watched with interest, as if this were someone else's problem. After a brief silence, Ford looked Harlan in the eye. "What do you want?" "A high-level breathing technique, plus 10 third-tier Dochi artifacts," Harlan stated his demands. "Haha, the Greys are so rich, and that's all you want? You must be out of touch." Brant, who always clashed with Ford, sneered mockingly. Harlan ignored him. He knew that if he demanded too much, the Hill family would just refuse and bring everything to a head. He only needed enough loot to escape. Ford gave Brant a cold glance, then looked away. Since Brant hadn't demanded things like prepare carriages or no tailing, Ford was even more convinced Harlan had a rare teleportation scroll hidden somewhere, just didn't know its level. "Fine," Ford nodded. "But you have to tell me Adele's location first." "Marquis Grei, no need to rush," Harlan smiled. "Once I get what I want, I'll give you the answer." Seeing neither of them would humor him, Brant snorted and turned away. Ford and Harlan locked eyes for a long moment before Ford finally looked away. "We'll see." Time passed. Dark clouds blanketed the city, and the storm was imminent. Soon after, Jonas returned to Ford, whispering, "Master, the space around the central square is sealed." Ford nodded with satisfaction, then gestured to Charlie. Charlie acknowledged and gave a subtle signal. 2 Hill family guards carried a heavy chest to the center of the square. Meanwhile, Ryan was watching intently when suddenly a shadowy figure appeared silently before him. The black-clad man whispered, "Young Master Ryan, the matter you arranged with young Master Damon is settled. Here's what you asked for." He handed over an exquisitely made wooden box. Ryan took it carefully, knowing it likely contained Sophia's undergarments. Seeing all items gathered, Ford spoke in a low voice. "Harlan, the goods are here. Now, tell us Adele's location." Harlan smiled faintly. "Of course. But there's one more thing I need." "It's not a bother to Marquis Grei." Ford frowned slightly. "Speak." "I want the box young Master Ryan is holding right now." Harlan was brimming with confidence about his sudden decision. If that wooden box had managed to pique the interest of the usually arrogant young Master Rain to such a degree, it had to be a top-tier treasure. Even if the box contained magical artifacts that Harlan himself couldn't use, he could easily flip them for a sky-high price. Before Harlan finished speaking, the once bustling central square suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning sharply toward Rain. People watched as Rain cradled the wooden box in his hands, studying it intently, each silently wondering what secret it might hold. Only Brant struggled to suppress a grin while others were clueless about the box's contents. He knew exactly what was inside. Brant quietly shrank back into the crowd of family members to lower his profile. Hopefully no one would find out. If the secret of the box got exposed, and Rain traced it back to Damon, he definitely did not want to cross swords with the daughter-protecting maniac, Fabian Ward. Meanwhile, Rain's fingertips traced the corners of the box as he listened to Harlan, wearing an odd expression. "Interesting, after all these years I've been the one grabbing other stuff. Yet today someone dares to snatch from me? Huh. If you want my goods, you'd better be ready to risk your life." "Ha ha ha. Young Master Rain." Harlan's eyes sparkled. "You know I'm just playing with fire here." The crowd couldn't make sense of the subtle undercurrent between the two, but seeing Rain's imposing cold smile, they were convinced the box must contain an invaluable treasure. Ferd frowned and glanced at Charlie beside him, but still approached Rain quietly, lowering his voice to ask, "Rain, what exactly is inside that box?" Rain was momentarily speechless. There was no way he could say it was Sophia's underwear. If his father found out, his old man would likely beat him black and blue. And Sophia herself was standing right next to the head of the Ward family, watching the spectacle unfold. "Father, inside is in any case, it cannot be given." Rain bit back stubbornly. If he slipped up in front of so many people, where could he hide his face even if he didn't have much dignity left to lose? Ferd considered for a moment, and said, "You first hand over the box and see what tricks that guy is trying. I promise he won't get away. This area has been sealed off. Even if he sprouted wings, he couldn't fly." Though he said this, he didn't really want to force his son, speaking gently instead. But Rain shook his head vehemently. "No?" In the stalemate, Ferd cleared his throat and said, "A 4th-tier artifact." Hesitation flickered across Rain's eyes, but he still refused to budge. "A 5th tier?" Ferd raised the stakes. Rain's eyes instantly lit up. No matter his pride, there was nothing more tangible than treasure. A 5th-tier artifact was worth at least 10,000 source points. "Really?" he whispered carefully, fearing his father might back down. Ferd nodded. "All right then." Rain finally relented. Seeing the father and son reach an agreement, Harlan clenched his fists excitedly and asked eagerly, "So, young Master Rain?" Rain lowered his head, toying with the wooden box, still not bothering to look at him directly. "He'll give it to you, but only in exchange for the memory stone you're holding." "Of course." Harlan was momentarily stunned, then readily agreed. "Then have Viscount Hello send someone to bring over those 2 crates." Rain gestured. Charlie waved his hand. and the guards quickly picked out an ordinary man from the crowd. The man jogged over to Harlan carrying 2 crates, one large and one small. Put them here, then you can go. Harlan watched the man carefully until he set the crates down. The man returned to Charlie's side to collect his reward. Ever vigilant, Harlan opened the box containing the treasures and the breathing technique scroll to inspect its contents. The breathing technique scroll lay neatly on a silk lining, and several faintly glowing artifacts were all present without exception. After confirming everything was intact, he promptly stored the scroll and treasures into his magical container, moving with the swift efficiency of an experienced thief. Having finished, he bent down and picked up an exquisite small box belonging to Leon, its lid intricately carved with elaborate patterns, clearly a prized possession in Leon's eyes. Give me the Shadow Stone, Leon said quickly, sensing what Harlan was about to do. Don't rush, Master Leon, Harlan smiled, waving a hand. Let me see what's inside first, then I'll return it to you. He slowly lifted the lid, as if unveiling some mysterious veil. In the next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly shot out, forcing everyone to squint instinctively. Wow, golden legend, Harlan whispered in awe, but his voice cut off abruptly, silenced by surprise. Inside the box lay a neatly folded set of women's underwear, a pure white bra and matching panties adorned with tiny bows. The air seemed to freeze. Harlan's breath caught in his throat, his head buzzing. Underwear? A rumble of thunder cracked across the sky, shaking the ground as if a heavy blow had struck everyone's hearts. In an instant, all eyes turned sharply to Leon. Leon's face flushed slightly. He cleared his throat twice and turned his head away. The crowd went through a visible 3-stage reaction: shock, confusion, then resignation. Well, that was just so Leon. If anyone else had been caught with underwear, they might face suspicion. But Leon? It was almost expected. Fred watched Leon with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You tricked me out of a 5th-tier treasure with someone else's underwear? Nice one, kid. Still shaken, Harlan rummaged at the bottom of the box. Finally, he pulled out a neatly folded note and, almost compelled by some impulse, read aloud. Sophia's underwear color today is pink. Another thunderclap. All eyes swiftly shifted downward, landing on Sophia and her father Fabian. Eating popcorn and caught yourself? Sophia blinked in surprise, but Fabian reacted instantly. The gentleman's facade shattered as he roared. You're lying. Raising his spear, its cold blade aimed straight at Harlan's throat, ready to kill on the spot the man who dared slander his daughter. Charlie and Fred hadn't expected this sudden turn. Fred hastily stepped forward to block, but Fabian's murderous intent was terrifying. Harlan, terrified out of his wits, fumbled for a high-level teleport scroll, using it to vanish in a blur of afterimages. Even the Fred family's sealed space artifact couldn't stop the scroll's teleportation, leaving only rippling air and the stunned faces of those left behind. Got away? Fred clenched his fists, veins bulging as he stared at where Harlan had stood. At that moment, a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, landing perfectly on the white underwear left behind. The pure fabric glowed under the golden light, drawing all eyes back once again to Leon. Leon had just arrived at that empty spot, casually stuffing the white underwear into his pocket. He tried to seize the moment to grab the Shadow Stone and protest. This Shadow Stone is empty. That bastard tricked me. But no one was paying attention to the stone. Fabian stepped forward, his gaze like a hawk locking onto prey. Leon, son, you owe an explanation for that underwear. Leon quickly ducked behind Fred, raising his hands innocently. Uncle Fabian, you can't believe that villain's lies. Only he saw that note. We don't even know what it said. Fabian narrowed his eyes, scanning for the note, but Harlan was already gone with it. Fred's expression darkened as he firmly patted Leon's shoulder. You little brat, I told you not to mess with Sophia, and you didn't listen. When we get home, your backside's going to be sore. And you want 5th-tier treasures? I'll give you 500 slaps instead. Leon's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to sense something unusual, urgently shouting, Father, quick, disable the space seal now? His sudden seriousness left everyone stunned. Fred immediately exchanged a glance with Jonas. Jonas' form blurred into shadowy smoke, disappearing in all directions. Moments later, the sealing formation was undone. As the spatial restraint lifted, Leon sensed a silver thread streaking through the air. Without hesitation, he teleported in pursuit, his feet flashing with light as he moved in rapid succession. The heads of the main families exchanged looks. Although this matter had little to do with Brant, the Mick family head, they followed closely behind. Watching that faint silver thread, Leon recalled the dean's teaching, spatial mana perception. As Rain teleported away and the clan leaders departed, the chaos in the central square finally came to an end. The nobles and commoners who had gathered to watch gradually dispersed in small groups, leaving behind only wilted petals and scattered scraps of paper trampled into the ground. Beside the carriage, Sophia helped her maid step inside, her delicate fingers still clutching the hem of her skirt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She tried hard to deny that the undergarment wasn't hers, yet her rational mind reminded her otherwise. The style matched perfectly. and she always wore only custom-made intimate apparel made by the family till no one else could have the same design. Even worse was the note attached. Today is indeed pink. The carriage window was half open, and Sophia watched in the direction Rain had vanished, biting her silver teeth and muttering, "Cad. Scoundrel. Rogue." The maid lowered her head quietly, already convinced from her mistress' reaction that the lingerie was most likely hers after all. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Rain teleported rapidly with several clan heads in close pursuit. Within moments, they reached the walls of the royal city. The city enforced a no-flee zone, and the patrolling guards looked up just in time to see several figures darting across the sky. They instinctively shouted, "Hey," but were immediately silenced by their captain, who clamped a hand over one guard's mouth and hissed under his breath, "Are you suicidal? Those are leaders of major clans. Not even the royal guards dare to stop them. Do you?" The rookie trembled, quickly covering his own mouth, while watching the group speed off beyond the city limits. Rapid teleportation drained immense magical energy, and the mana in the royal city's airspace was already thin. Without the abyssal meditation technique passively restoring his energy, Rain would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Shortly after leaving the city, Rain and the clan heads materialized in a dense forest clearing the very endpoint of the earlier spatial mana disturbance. The forest floor was damp, with twisted traces of spatial magic lingering on the dead leaves. Bending down, Rain picked up a damaged scroll with a note pinned beside it. Upon reading it, his heart tightened. Quietly, he slipped the note into his portable magic device. Fabian must never see this, or there would be no convincing explanation. For now, they had to place all blame on Harlan after all. That guy had publicly stolen the box and recklessly opened it. "Father, Harlan must be close by, not far," Rain said, showing the damaged scroll in his hand. Brant, head of the Mick clan, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Based on the scant records of magical fluctuations in the scroll, he hadn't expected Rain to catch up so fast. His respect for Rain grew a few notches. Fabian was restless, even more anxious than Byford himself. "Then let's split up." His expression clearly said, "We want rest until we capture Harlan." Brant thought silently. If he nabbed Harlan first, he could bargain with Byford, maybe get a cut of the molten stone mine. After a few words, everyone chose a direction and vanished into the dense forest. Birds scattered with flapping wings, foliage rustling. Watching the clan heads fan out, Rain looked down at the scroll with narrowed eyes. Though damaged, it still pulsed with potent source energy, not an ordinary item. Harlan was lucky to have it, but today there was no escape. In the next instant, layers of magic circles appeared in Rain's gaze. One suddenly glowed, faint golden light seeping from his palm, encasing the scroll with intricate binding seals. The scroll of the tracking spell still held Harlan's lingering scent, so using it now would surely lead straight to him. Dark, golden magic instantly wrapped around the tattered scroll, lifting it gently out of Rain's palm. It floated silently, then slid deeper into the forest. Rain poured more power into it, and the scroll suddenly sped up. Gripping his staff tightly, he stepped swiftly over fallen leaves, keeping pace. Deep in the forest, in the hollow of a towering ancient tree, Harlan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his body trembling nearly uncontrollably. "Ha! Nobles, 6th rank Bright Moon? I had them all spinning like puppets. Ha ha ha." Jewels, scrolls, and gold coins piled inside his magical device glimmered with cold light in the dimness, sharpening his nerves. As the thrill faded, he muttered low to himself, "I can't stay in the Empire anymore. I'm heading to the Polax Federation there. Only talent and strength matter. Once I'm strong enough, Grei, ward families, I'll trample them all beneath my feet." Ha ha ha. He even fantasized about returning victorious, stamping down the great families, forcing the Emperor to hand over the princess, his mouth twisting into a crazed grin. "Too bad you probably won't make it that far." A cold voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Harlan's hair stood on end as he spun around sharply. Rain leaned casually at the hollow's entrance, an amused smirk on his face. The scroll beside him had lost its magical glow and drifted to the ground. Seeing Rain alone, Harlan exhaled quietly. Had heard this noble scion had beaten a first-rank elite warrior in internal competitions, but that was just noble sparring. Rain was likely a sheltered flower who'd never seen real bloodshed. "Master Rain, you really are relentless." Harlan feigned respect, but his tone abruptly turned icy. "In that case, let me send you off properly." Before the last word fell, a flash of light appeared in his palm as a long sword materialized. Bursting forward, he sliced the air straight at Rain. Rain raised a hand, conjuring blazing flames in an instant. Raging red fire surged forth with suffocating heat. Harlan sneered and blocked with his left arm, pressing the attack. The moment flames touched him, dark gold patterns illuminated his arm. Fire magic seemed swallowed and extinguished. "Fire's ineffective?" Rain blinked in surprise. Just then, a cold blade sliced through the wind, the long sword at his brow. Lightning flashed. Magic wind repel. A gale erupted, stirring dust wildly inside the hollow. Harlan was blasted backwards several steps, scraping his heels on the ground to steady himself. He finally took in the full sight. Rain was enveloped in rolling dark gold magical pressure, edged with a golden shinino weak noble blossom here. Dropping his scorn, Hallen lunged again. Rain vanished and reappeared in rapid succession. Thunder and holy light flashed across the woods. After a few brief clashes, Rain gleaned an important detail: Hallen was immune only to fire elements. If he were a pure fire mage, Rain would be trapped, but with his all-around elemental talent, this was merely a warning. A blazing white lightning serpent slithered up a tree trunk. Radiant arrows thundered through the air. The hollow quickly collapsed into splintered wood, and the fight moved to a clearing. Hallen tried to hide in deep shadows, but was progressively cornered by Rain's wide-area attacks. Thunder roared, vines blackened, and scorched earth stank. The end came as Hallen fell exhausted to the dirt, sword tip piercing the ground, arms limp. Rain drew back the furious thunder spear from his palm and exhaled deeply. His goal was capture, not kill. He still needed this man to reveal Adele's whereabouts. As the battle ended, several marquises watching from above were struck simultaneously with awe. Rain's strength showed a chasm-sized gap. A low-rank novice had effortlessly defeated a high-rank elite. Such power was a rarity, even in the Empire. Rain took a specially crafted pair of shackles from his magical device and remotely locked Harlan's hands with a spell. These dark, gray steel shackles were inscribed with suppression runes all over their surface. Once fastened, any surge of battle energy would be instantly stifled. They were forged by the Empire specifically to imprison those who wielded combat chi. With a sharp click, the shackles snapped shut, and Harlan's entire aura sank into silence, his fighting ability completely sealed off. Once he was sure his captive could no longer struggle, Rain stepped forward and efficiently stripped Harlan of his armor and weapons, stashing them into his magic ring. As he searched through the layers of torn cloth on Harlan's left arm, his fingers brushed against a fiery red plume about half an arm's length long. The feather's tip shimmered with a metallic gleam, and visible streams of fire elemental energy flowed across its surface. Rain activated his magical eye, his pupil appearing as a miniature. Sanand muttered in awe. Though ancient texts never recorded the precise energy readings, this pure fire magic was clearly extraordinary. Summoning a small fireball the size of his thumb, Rain tossed it toward the plume. The moment it got about half a foot away, the fireball was torn apart by an invisible force, flames dissipating in all directions as if naturally repelled by the feather. Rain raised an eyebrow with a knowing smirk. So this was the source of Harlan's immunity to fire-based magic. With a shift in thought, he immediately sealed the plume inside his magic ring, confiscated without question. Next, Rain swept all Tier 3 treasures hidden within Harlan's ring into his own storage space. Beyond that, an assortment of mysterious small gadgets also failed to escape his light fingers. No one could deny that the sheer abundance of valuable items on Harlan rivaled the unlucky child protagonists from Blue Star novels. Thinking this, Rain smirked to himself. His demeanor might seem villainous, but his actions never paused for a breath. After thoroughly searching Harlan's entire body, Rain tore off a dark silver necklace hanging at his neck and added it to his collection. At that moment, Harlan, drained of blood and strength, slowly regained consciousness. He looked down at the shackles on his wrists, his eyes first dulled to ashen gray, then flickered with a faint glimmer of resistance. "Young Lord Rain, you have won," he croaked hoarsely, his voice low and pleading for his life. "I can tell you Adele's location and I can offer you an opportunity. Please spare me." Rain raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the opportunity the so-called unlucky child mentioned. "An opportunity? Speak, then." Harlan swallowed nervously, hesitation clear on his face. "I'll tell you where Adele is, but you must promise to spare my life first. This opportunity, it concerns me very survival." "Where's Adele?" Rain asked flatly, with no intention of wasting time. "Near the west city wall of the royal capital, there's a small courtyard without a number. 2 Sirs trees grow in front of the gate. Her prison is in the basement," Harlan blurted out quickly, fearing any delay would bring punishment. Rain nodded in acknowledgement, grabbed the iron chain linking the shackles, and turned to leave, evidently planning to drag the captive back for reporting. The chains clattered loudly, which made Harlan panic, chills running down his spine at the thought of noble interrogation. He kept calling out nervously, Wait, young Lord Rain. There's the matter of the opportunity." "Speak," Rain said without breaking his stride. "We'll talk while we walk." Cold sweat beaded on Harlan's forehead as his expression grew more tormented. "My lord, please release me first. I swear this opportunity is truly important." Seeing Rain unmoved, his anxiety mounted rapidly. "Young Master Rain, the opportunity is related to a secret realm." The moment the words secret realm left his mouth, it was as if someone had hit the pause button on the entire forest. The air instantly turned heavy and still. Rain sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he slowly turned to stare at Harlan. Even the few elders casually chatting high above fell silent all at once. After a brief, tense silence, Ford was the first to react. He glanced at Brant and Fabian beside him and warned in a deep voice. This is a chance for the younger generation. You oldtimers better not interfere. Brant raised an eyebrow and quickly retorted. How can it be that way? Whoever finds it gets a share. Fabian and I helped you Grei family find this kid. Putting in both effort and money, are we only entitled to drink cold water? Fabian nodded repeatedly beside him, clearly on Brant's side. You shameless fools. Ford pointed at Brant, his anger flaring. I haven't settled the score with you from the last duel between Damon and Rain, so today we settle together. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand to strike. Seeing this, Fabian quickly took a step forward, extending his arm to block. Ford, don't be rash. The secret realm is a serious matter. Every time one appears, it brings vast treasures. Rain might not be able to protect everything on his own. Nonsense, Ford roared. Do you think the Grei family is a joke? Whoever dares touch him must get through my Lion Knights first. Tensions mounted. Fabian and Brant took turns trying persuasion, sometimes soft, sometimes firm. After much effort, Ford barely suppressed his rage. The three redirected their focus downward. Rain soon regained his composure, quietly pondering the words secret realm. On the continent of Saltis, secret realms are otherworldly spaces separate from the homeland. Ancient texts describe them as storages, plantations, trial grounds, or selection arenas left by ancient forces. They vary in size, but all contain countless treasures and chances. Indeed, the Empire's rise began with a large secret realm. Even now, the Empire controls only a handful. Snapping back, he looked at Harlan, curiosity in his voice. Secret realm? You know what that is? Harlan squared his shoulders and patted his chest. I may be a mercenary, but I've read a thing or two. Of course I've heard of it. Then why don't you go? Rain released the iron chain and balanced with magic to sit halfway in the air, asking with interest. The moment the chain dropped, tension visibly eased from Harlan's shoulders. I can't. The secret realm hasn't opened yet. Oh, you even know the opening time. Rain narrowed his eyes. Harlan was silent for a moment, then turned to Rain with solemnity. Young Master Rain, I've shown enough sincerity. If you really want to know more, swear to the god of magic to spare my life. Otherwise, I won't say a word. A fog-like stillness settled over the forest again, broken only by distant birdsong. After a pause, Rain chuckled softly. Swear? That's hardly necessary. Bring you back. Let Granny Chili poison you a little, and you'll spill everything naturally. His words sent a chill through Harlan, who panicked and shouted. If that happens, they'll sever my own life force and there'll be no way for you to get anything out of me. Hearing Harlan's resolute words, Rain sneered. Oh, you're ready to give up on yourself? You're relying on the secret realm's chance to save your life, yet you're willing to die? He raised an eyebrow and challenged. Honestly, dying would be better. I'd know nothing then. Harlan sat cross-legged on the ground, looking up, waiting for Rain's response. Didn't believe anyone could truly resist the lure of the secret realm. Rain lounged in midair, legs crossed, and after a long pause said lazily, What reason do I have to trust you? No sooner had he spoken than Harlan clasped his fists together and shouted skyward. I, Harlan, swear by the god of warriors. If Rain spares my life, but I lie to him even once within a day, may my fighting energy backfire and I die on the spot. As the oath fell, both felt an unseen gaze cast down from the void, proof that the gods were watching. Harlan relaxed and added, Is that acceptable? Rain nodded, looking up to the heavens. Very well. I, Rain, swear by the god of magic. If Harlan fully reveals all he knows about the secret realm, I will spare his life and cease any action against him. But if I break this oath, my magic will dissipate, and I will never progress further in this life. Hearing Rain's solemn vow, Harlan finally felt a weight lift from his chest. He raised his bound hands imploringly. Young Master Rain, about these shackles. Don't rush. Rain waved lazily yet coldly. First answer method. Is the position you mentioned for Adele accurate? Bound by their oaths, Harlan dared not speak a single lie. Of course. She's right there. With confirmation, Rain descended from his air chair and leaned close. Come here. Tell me carefully everything about the secret realm. Though puzzled, Harlan had no choice but to lean in and whisper all the details about the secret realm's origins and current state. Meanwhile, three figures high in the clouds exchanged glances. Rain's earlier upward glance had clearly noticed them. Brant and Fabian wanted to eavesdrop using their fighting energy, but Fred stopped them with a raised hand. What are you doing? Are you old-timers butting into kids' business? Fred snorted. Since Rain had already spotted them, he was happy to accrue some goodwill. Brant and Fabian had no choice but to glare. Harlan was Rain's captive, forced to reveal the secret realm's information, so spying was unjustified, but they couldn't help feeling bitter. Fred's mind raced. If the secret realm was ordinary, the Grei family could take it all. If it was rare, they'd have to call in allies. So he spoke up. Once we know clearly, if it's just a normal secret realm, our Grei family takes it alone. But if it's special, how about the three of us teaming up? Brant and Fabian exchanged looks and nodded, both secretly hoping for a share. Before long, Harlan finished sharing all the details cautiously. Young Master Rain, I've told you everything I know. You should release me now. Otherwise, I cannot use my fighting energy to transfer the secret realm's key authority to you. After hearing the report, Rain's expression remained unchanged. He pulled a key from his magical ring and tossed it to Harlan. Harlan caught the key hastily and used it to unlock the shackles on his body. With a sharp snap, the metal lock popped open. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and channeled his secret technique. Moments later, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. All right, young Master Rain. The key to the secret realm is now yours, he said weakly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Rain took the silver chain that had been hanging around Harlan's neck and pricked his fingertip to let a drop of blood fall onto the pendant center. The bright red blood was instantly absorbed, and a faint sense of resonance rose in his mind. Knowledge about the secret realm flooded into his consciousness, matching Harlan's earlier description almost perfectly. Good. You may go now, Rain said calmly as he hung the necklace around his own neck. Then I thank you, young Master Rain, for sparing my life, Harlan said with a forced smile. He bowed slightly, and then staggered back into the dense forest behind him. Watching Harlan's figure disappear into the distance, Rain suddenly lifted his head. Father, uncles, don't hide. Come out. At his words, 3 figures Food, Brant, and Fabian appeared almost simultaneously, standing before Rain. Food's face lit with surprise. Son, did Harlan tell you the specifics of the secret realm? Yes, he did. But father, please deal with Harlan first. I can't act, but you can. The fewer who know about the realm, the better. At this, Food's expression hardened. He nodded once, and with several swift movements vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Harlan was still basking in the relief of having escaped death, when suddenly darkness fell before him. Food blocked his path. Harlan barely opened his mouth to say spare me before a terrifying pressure crashed down. The sound of bones shattering was relentless, like exploding popcorn. In a flash, Harlan was crushed into a limp mass of bloodied flesh. If it weren't for the fact that his body could still salvage some honor for the Grei family, Food's blow would have turned him straight into a mist of blood. After dealing with the body, Food reappeared and hurried back. Upon landing, he saw Brant and Fabian questioning Rain about the secret realm. Seeing his father return, Rain spoke up. It's a trial-type secret realm, with challenges up to rank 4. You face 5 trials once inside. Passing each grants certain opportunities. Failure doesn't mean death. It just teleports you out immediately. All 3 men's eyes gleamed fiercely. A trial-type realm open to those below rank 4. Someone had once entered at rank 1 and come out soaring to rank 5 via meteoric rise. Fabian seized the key point. Where's the entrance? How many can enter at once? Rain shook his head. There's no fixed entrance. As long as you hold the key, you can enter when the realm opens. Their brows tightened. There was only one key. Did that mean only Rain could enter? Rain continued. My key can record information for 300 people. When the time comes, those 300 plus myself can all enter the realm together. 300. They exchanged glances, hearts pounding. 300 was a sizable number. Apart from their 3 families, no one else knew. It would be enough to allocate among them. Rain was about to explain precautions inside the realm when Food raised a hand to stop him. Though fiery-tempered, Food was thoughtful. The allocation of spots was not yet settled, so revealing more details now was premature. A silent agreement passed between them, and they set off on the return journey, beginning to make their way back. Ford was the one who brought Rain back. Unlike the careful, slow-paced journey with all 3 protecting Rain on the way out, Ford now went full speed. The wind howled as they raced, landing on the lawn of the Grei estate in just a few short minutes. Charlie was already pacing by the fountain. Seeing them arrive safely, though anxious, he stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Good afternoon, Marquis Grei, Marquis Ward, Marquis Mick. Good afternoon, young Master Rain. Ford understood his worry and laughed heartily, patting Charlie on the shoulder. Haha, Charlie, you really should thank Rain this time. Without him, would never have caught Harlan. Caught Harlan? A flicker of hope passed across Charlie's face. Capturing Harlan meant the daughter had a safe place to stay. He bowed deeply again to Rain. Young Master Rain, thank you for your help. The Hill family will always be the Grei family's most loyal followers. No need for formalities, Uncle Charlie. Go find Adele first, Rain said, then carefully relayed Harlan's hiding place. Charlie nodded repeatedly and immediately summoned the family guard, leading them out toward the estate's edge. With Adele's matter settled, Ford then called Rain, Brant, and Fabian to the Grei family meeting room. Once inside, he ordered the steward Jonas to seal off the corridor. No one was allowed near. Seated, Ford got straight to the point, speaking crisply like a judge's gavel. Brant, Fabian, it was Rain who caught the person, and the keys are his too. If you want into the secret realm, you need to show some sincerity. The 2 marquises exchanged a glance before Fabian spoke first. My Ward family demands 100 slots, each with a 4th-tier treasure. 100? Ford raised an eyebrow, slamming his teacup down hard. Dream on. You want 100, Brant wants 100, and there's only 100 left for the Grei family? Impossible. At most 20 per family. You old miser. Fabian banged the table. Your family's reign has already stolen my daughter's underwear. I've yet to settle that score. 20 slots? You must be joking. At this, Ford's pride visibly deflated. Who knows if it was even your daughter's underwear? I've said it's slander from Harlan. All right then, reign, why don't you say? Fabian's brow lifted as he fixed his gaze on the young man calmly sipping tea beside Ford. Was it your daughter's? You treasured it at the time, so you must know where it came from. Rain, sipping at his tea, nearly spat it out. Could he admit it? Flushing red, he glanced helplessly toward Brant, who was casually watching the scene unfold. Brant understood immediately, couldn't let the conversation go off course. Jumping in, he took over. Forget the underwear. We're talking about slots here. He gave Fabian a pointed look. But you're right, 20 is definitely too few. Whether deliberate or not, Fabian was distracted. He huffed, but didn't press further. Rain silently exhaled in relief, settling back at Ford's right, raising his cup to cover his expression and watching quietly. Brant's demand of 100 was clearly inflated, while Ford's 20 was too low. Weighing both sides, Rain reckoned the two families would probably end up with around 50 slots each. After a long round of bickering, the three finally settled on a final plan. The air in the meeting room remained stiflingly hot, and the scattered maps and documents on the table looked chaotic, but no one dared touch them anymore. Each family would contribute 50 slots, and for each slot, a fourth-tier treasure plus 10,000 gold coins would be provided. This was the compromise they ultimately agreed upon after pushing and pulling back and forth. Brant's throat felt scorched as he grabbed his teacup and took a big gulp, his voice hoarse as he asked Ryan, how does that key of yours record the information? Just bring the person to me, Ryan said lazily, lifting his eyes with a detached tone. When will the secret realm open? Fabian immediately followed up. Ryan closed his eyes and lightly touched the necklace resting on his chest, sensing the faintly pulsing glow. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. About a month from now. Brant, Fabian, and Ford exchanged looks, their expressions turning serious. 1 month later happened to coincide exactly with the old emperor's birthday banquet. The timing overlapped almost perfectly. They all thought it over quietly, but didn't pursue it further after all. They still had plenty of candidates to choose from. Then let's head back and draft the initial roster, Brant said, closing the file and hastily leaving with Fabian. The huge meeting room suddenly fell silent except for Ryan and Ford. The flickering candlelight on the table cast a glow on Ford's face, his mouth curling into an unmistakable smirk. Haha, this is a real fortune. With these treasures, the overall strength of the Lion Knights will definitely level up. Ryan raised an eyebrow at his father's excitement and spoke deliberately. Father, shouldn't these treasures belong to me? After all, I was the first to discover the secret realm. Ford cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, what do you mean yours or mine? You're only first tier. What use do you have for fourth tier treasures? The family will keep them safe for you until you reach fourth tier yourself. I don't agree, Ryan scoffed. At least give me half. Half? 50 fourth tier treasures? Ford's eyes widened. Are you planning a rebellion? Seeing Ryan's determined look, Ford softened his tone and tried to reason. Son, didn't you say treasures meant little to you before? How about this? It'll double your allowance to 3,000. No, 5,000 gold coins per month. Spend it however you like. Ryan remained unmoved. Ford hardened his resolve as if making a big concession. Fine, they'll transfer Fiona back to you to be your bodyguard. Fiona Wei, co-captain of the Lion Knights at third-tier power, the most rebellious rose. The image of her capable figure immediately appeared in Ryan's mind, bringing back memories of his previous self's obsession with her and the fact that she shared the same slim physique as Sophia. He quietly mused. So this is the type I liked before. No wonder none of the maids at home suited me. He looked up. Really? Really? They'll write the transfer order tomorrow, Ford promised solemnly. Deal, Ryan nodded cheerfully. Ford sighed in relief, but then frowned and reminded him, you must take it easy and not overexert yourself at your age. Don't worry, I've got this. Ryan pulled out a small green bottle that Grandma Chile had given him and shook it gently. She said take one pill at a time to replenish blood and energy. When the bottle opened, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Ford's gaze immediately fixated on the jade green pills inside, his eyes practically shining. Chile actually gave you this many Bihaichingmu pills? Bihaichingmu pills? Ryan admitted this was the first time he'd heard the official name. Ford nodded gravely. Of course. This concoction is made from dozens of rare herbs, with the key ingredient being the Bihai essence pearl, which is nearly impossible to find even on the market. One pill lets a man last through the night with 100 women, and taking it daily for a month greatly strengthens your roots and vitality. His eyes locked on the bottle with fervent admiration, his tone almost coaxing. Hey, how many do you have? Give me one. Watching Food's eyes light up with excitement, Rain half expected him to snatch the little green bottle at any moment. He quickly clenched it in his palm, holding it protectively against his chest. The two men locked eyes, and the tension in the air crackled like flames. In the end, Rain couldn't resist that burning gaze. Gritting his teeth, He pinched out a single Bihai Qingmu pill from the bottle and handed it over. Food beamed with joy as he took it. He pulled a jade bottle from his mage ring and carefully placed the pill inside, as if it were a treasure, sealing it tight. Wait here, I'm going to write up the requisition right away. Fiona will be back no later than tomorrow night. With that, he pushed open the meeting room door, stepping out while softly humming a tune. Today he'll restore the manly pride and show Layla who's the head of this family. Watching his father walk away, Rain curled the corner of his mouth in resignation. Looks like his mother was in for a rough night. Back in his bedroom, Rain lay on the soft, king-sized bed, resting his head on Eve's lap. The warm, dim light set a cozy mood as a few personal maids, dressed in sheer gauzy gowns, half kneeling, half sitting, massaged him. Their fair fingers drifted across his muscles. Rain lifted the necklace hanging around his neck, a secret realm key. He chuckled inwardly, thinking how Head just lied to his father. This key didn't only record 300 people, it held a capacity for 500. Eve, how about a kiss? He pouted, looking up at her. Eve's ears flushed bright red as she leaned down to softly kiss his lips. The room was filled only with their quiet breathing. After a long moment, they parted. Two faint flickers of light flashed briefly on Eve's hand. She looked at it, puzzled. Young master, what's this? Rain explained the entire story of the secret realm. The other maids listened wide-eyed, all staring at the glow on her hand. The secret realm, an origin for countless powerful figures throughout history. He laughed and waved them off. Don't worry, you'll all get a chance. Even if you don't get lucky, it's good to broaden your horizons. Maeve, you first. He slid his hand along Maeve's smooth, straight leg. Yes, young master, Maeve replied without hesitation, leaning down to press a long, deep kiss on his lips. If Rain hadn't stopped her, it seemed she could have kissed him forever. One by one, the other 8 maids stepped forward to leave their scent on his lips and earn their own entry into the secret realm. Looking at their glowing, beautiful faces, Rain pulled out the little green bottle and almost swallowed a Bihai Qingmu pill on the spot, itching for a 300-round sparring match with them. Marquis Gray's manor, Food's office. Charlie accepted the cup of tea Jonas handed him, nodding slightly. Food sat in the main chair, fingers tapping the table. Charlie, what brings you here? Didn't you find Adele? Charlie cradled the cup in his palms and shook his head. No, young miss has been found. I'm here to discuss a marriage between her and Rain. Marriage? Food frowned. A girl who caused such a commotion in the capital, does she even deserve to join the Grey family? Besides, I'm still not sure whether what Rain said even happened to Adele. His low voice left no room for negotiation. Charlie quickly raised his hand to explain. No, I swear by the god of warriors that nothing young Master Rain mentioned actually happened. Adele possessed 3 defense-type magical devices, and when I found her, not a single one was damaged. Besides, causing such a commotion wasn't her fault at all. The root of the problem was Harlan. Even if everything you say is true, do you think others will believe it? How can I ignore the rumors outside? Ford rubbed his temples and sighed deeply while looking at Charlie. As a father himself, he understood Charlie's anxiety but felt powerless. Charlie wanted to argue further, but Ford raised a hand to stop him. Enough, Charlie. You should go back. The engagement is off. All right, Charlie replied reluctantly, taking his leave and exiting the Marquis office. Jonas bowed slightly and followed behind. As they walked down the hallway, a thought suddenly struck Charlie. The Marquis of Grey couldn't accept this. What about Rain? Second floor, Rain's room. Rain had just picked up a pill when a steady knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Again? He twitched his lips. Cecily slipped off the edge of the bed and hurriedly tidied her disheveled clothes. She quietly cracked the door open a crack to keep the mess inside from being seen. Outside, Jonas caught sight of her tousled white hair and immediately understood. Cecily, is Master Rain busy? He asked politely. Upon confirming it was the steward, Cecily relaxed and turned to inform him. Master, it's Uncle Jonas. Reluctantly leaving his flirtations behind, Rain put on his shoes and leaned against the doorframe, adopting a rakish pose. Uncle Jonas, what is it? Viscount Hill brought Miss Adele to the sitting room. He wants to thank you in person. Thank me? Rain waved him off. No need. Just tell him I'm resting. With that, he turned to return inside. Jonas added, the Viscount also brought a gift. Looks quite high grade. A treasure? High grade. Immediately straightening his clothes and brushing his sleeves, Rain's voice turned solemn. The gift doesn't matter, but since Uncle Charlie himself came, I mustn't be rude. After giving some brief instructions to the maid, Rain gathered Eve and Jonas and headed to the sitting room. Sitting room. Adele was staring off into space from time to time, while Charlie's brow was deeply furrowed as they sat separately on the long sofa waiting. Since confirming Harlan's true colors, Adele had often seemed lost in a daze. Good evening, Uncle Charlie, Miss Adele, Rain greeted as he pushed open the door. Charlie quickly helped Adele to her feet and bowed slightly. Good evening, young Master Rain. Rain took a seat across from them, signaling there was no need for formalities. After Jonas escorted Eve in, he stepped back. Eve poured red tea for the 3 of them, handing Rain's cup directly to him. Uncle Charlie comes at such a late hour. Is there something you need? Rain sipped lightly. Charlie nodded and acknowledged. Thanks to you. If you hadn't caught that little thief Harlan, Adele wouldn't have woken up anytime soon. We brought her here tonight to both apologize and thank you. He gently nudged his daughter with his foot. Adele came back to her senses and hurried to nod. Yes, young Master Rain. I came especially to apologize and express my gratitude. Her words were clearly perfunctory, but Rain didn't mend in the end. They were here to deliver a gift. No worries. The Grei and Hill families have always had a good relationship. This small matter doesn't require formalities. Hearing how polite Reinhardt sounded, Charlie couldn't help but feel that Reinhardt had changed a lot. I'm here on behalf of Adele to thank you, young Master Reinhardt. As he spoke, Charlie slid a long, dark red wooden box across the table toward Reinhardt. I examined the 3 magic devices she carries. All are intact and as good as new. But more importantly, she remains truly pure to this day. He deliberately paused, his gaze heavy with meaning. Young Master Reinhardt, since you and Adele are about the same age, please look after her well at the academy. Floating above the box's lid was a line of dark gold source point data reading 6546, but Reinhardt barely glanced at Charlie's subtle implications. Instead, he focused on the numbers and nodded. Of course, Uncle. Rest assured, with me around, no one will dare bully Adele at the academy. Charlie nodded back with satisfaction. After some polite small talk, he took Adele and left, citing the late hour. Watching the father and daughter disappear down the corridor, Reinhardt turned and went upstairs with his maid, Eve. Entering his room, he sat down on the soft edge of his bed. Several maids in sheer scarves quickly gathered around, but Reinhardt gestured for them to step back. He then opened the wooden box inside. A palm-sized pale blue lotus hovered quietly, its petals fringed with faint, electric arc-like magical patterns. This little treasure is quite extraordinary. Reinhardt studied it for a moment before closing the lid. It's too late to call Boa for identification now. Tomorrow during class, he'll visit the mage tower to ask the instructors, and at the same time, figure out the feathers I got from Harlan. He put the box away in a drawer and took out a small green vial from his bedside, pouring a single blue-green pill. It melted immediately on his tongue, and a scorching heat burst from his dantian, flowing through his meridians to purify every limb and joint. Feeling the power surge within, Reinhardt allowed himself a satisfied smirk. Night. Backyard of the Mick family estate. A shadow slipped silently from the dark forest, landing without a sound, then scaling a wall towards several news offices in the royal city that published the early morning gazette. Next morning, sunlight filtered through the carved curtains as Reinhardt awoke, feeling energized. He didn't disturb the sleeping maids, but quietly slipped out of bed and padded into the bathroom. Gathering magic in his palm, he turned the air into a curtain of water to wash himself. After changing clothes, he locked the door. The traces of last night's debauchery were hardly fit for company. The carriage driven by Drake was swift and steady, pulling up at the academy gates shortly. Morning, young master. Blair, nicknamed the Rogue Hound, arrived just then, ducking his bear-like bulk to wave at Reinhardt. Morning, Blair. Haven't seen you for days. You've bulked up again. Reinhardt reached to pat his shoulder, but couldn't reach, so instead gave his thick arm a friendly tap. Walking side by side into the school, they chatted casually. What rank is the breathing technique you're using these days? Advanced rank breathing technique. The family rewarded me since they say I have good talent. Blair grinned broadly. Reinhardt made a mental note. Advanced level was solid, and once Blair had enough source points, upgrading him to elite wouldn't be difficult. Just then, noisy voices came from ahead. Curious, they approached. The crowd opened up as soon as they spotted Reinhardt, clearing a path for him. In the center of the crowd stood a figure. Reinhardt's pupils contracted sharply. It was Adele, surrounded by several people. What are you pretending for? You ran off with some wild guy, so what if we touch you a little? On the stone path in the afternoon, Kent slapped his palms arrogantly while turning back to egg on his cronies. Instantly, they started jeering along. Yeah, so what if our young master touches her? What's there to pretend about? Adele was pressed against the wall, arms crossed protectively over her chest, tears welling up but biting back sobs. She scanned the dozen or so people encircling her warily. Nearby students either stayed far away or just gawked, but no one dared step in. As the noise grew louder, Kent got even bolder and reached out to grab at Adele's chest. Just as his fingers brushed her collar, a cold, hard hand instantly caught his wrist. Who the hell? How dare you interfere with me, Kent? Kent's words choked off as he turned to see who it was. His face froze instantly. Leyen, young master? What are you? I am just helping you teach this bitch a lesson. Leyen's gaze landed on Kent like ice. Crack. He slapped him hard, so hard Kent staggered right then and there. Holding his burning cheek, Kent stammered, Young Master Leyen, I. Slap. Another strike cut him off. You. Slap. Do you even know? Slap. That Adele. Slap. Is under my protection? With the final slap, Leyen released the twisted arm, and Kent collapsed to the ground, the right side of his face rapidly swelling. Silence fell like a shroud, broken only by Kent's ragged gasps of pain. After a brief pause, Kent's embarrassment turned to rage. wiping the blood from his nose. He yelled, Leon, no family influence allowed inside the academy. You think Kent, am scared of you? When you're nice, you're a master, but when you're not, you're a worthless nobody. The watching students quickly backed away, afraid of collateral trouble. Leon chuckled quietly, but there was no warmth in it. Suddenly his expression darkened. If your mouth leaks, you must pay the price for leaking. Blair, pull out his tongue. Morning sunlight streamed in, yet it couldn't warm the chill creeping down everyone's spines. At the command, Blair stepped forward. The burly bear-like figure loomed like a wall in front of Kent. Fear flashed in Kent's eyes as his voice trembled. And no, young Master Leon, I didn't say anything about you. Two was just. Before he could explain further, Blair crouched down and pressed a large hand firmly on Kent's head. Be good, don't move. ITLL, stop hurting soon. I am the son of Count Fisher. You can't. Kent bit his teeth fiercely. Blair increased the pressure just slightly with his fingers. Crack, crack, crack. Several of Kent's front teeth shattered instantly. Sharp pain exploded through his nerves, and he screamed, mouth involuntarily flying open. Without hesitation, Blair inserted 2 fingers into Kent's mouth and yanked hard. Ah! The shrill scream pierced the corridor. Blair's hand dropped a bloodied section of tongue. Smiling, he turned calmly, saying, Young Master, the tongue's been pulled out. Spotted blood stained Blair's cheek, and with that faint, chilling smile, the onlookers' scalps tingled. This was how Leon's bad dog enforced discipline. Leon nodded, stepped beside Kent, and lightly tapped his finger in the air. A pale bluish healing light hovered over Kent's neck, staunching the bleeding and preventing shock. Don't die. When someone dies, things get more complicated. Then he looked at Blair. Give his tongue back. Blair casually tossed the severed tongue onto Kent's chest. Leon crouched down and gently patted the trembling young man's cheek. Kent, this is just a lesson. Remember, if anything happens to Adele again, I will find you. Kent wrapped his hands over his mouth. Tears, snot, and blood mixed together as he kept nodding and sobbing in desperation. Good. Take your tongue and get out of here. Leon stood and waved dismissively. Kent staggered to his feet, grabbed the severed tongue, and with his gang trailing behind like lost puppies, fled in shame. The tongue was still intact. With a healer's magic, it could be reattached. All right, Adele, stop crying. I told you, I've got your back here at the academy from now on. As Rain spoke, he gently wiped away the glistening little pearl at the corner of Adele's eye, then glanced around. If anyone without sense tries to mess with you, just come to the Warrior Academy and find Blair. If Blair can't handle it, come find me at the Mage Tower. I want to see who else dares to cross me, Rain. Those caught in his gaze quickly lowered their heads and even softened their breaths. Feeling the warmth of his fingertip, Adele's cheeks quietly flushed with a delicate pink, an indescribable emotion slowly brewing in her chest. Thank you, Brother Rain. Rain nodded. Go on, don't be late for class. Blair, escort her. Yes, young master. Blair bowed slightly and accompanied Adele as they left. As their figures faded into the distance, Rain finally turned and headed toward the Mage Tower. Once he stepped out of the crowd, the gathered students murmured quietly, Wow, the way Rain carried himself just now, I was scared to even breathe. I thought Adele was completely out of favor, but Rain is still protecting her. I heard Adele just went on a countryside trip and didn't lose her innocence. If something serious had happened, would Rain care this much? Makes sense. Rain pulled out his schedule to check today's class magical artifact studies, taught by Leon Burton. Magical artifacts are rare and pricey. Each one sells for an astronomical sum, making magicians incredibly wealthy. Leon Burton is gifted in fire, water, and wood elements, expertly forges magical artifacts, and is a respected 4th-tier magician. Around 20% of the Empire's magical artifacts are crafted by him annually. Just as Rain reached the base of the Mage Tower, he saw Leon waiting by the entrance, just like the headmaster and Granny Chili. Teacher Leon. Rain waved. Rain, you're here. Come on, let's head up. Leon patted his shoulder as they climbed the tower side by side. You're impressive, kid. Leon rambled without pause as they walked. I heard about what happened yesterday just from a faint magical energy fluctuation. You dragged Harlan out. That kind of magical perception isn't something you learn from teachers. It's pure talent. A born prodigy magician. Heh, it's all thanks to the teacher's guidance. Rain replied humbly. The winding stairwell spiraled upward. Leon's words came like a rapid-fire machine gun, barely stopping for breath. Yet Rain listened intently, always loved continental legends and oddities, and Leon was unintentionally filling many gaps in his knowledge. When they entered Leon's study, Leon had just sipped tea twice before Rain eagerly pulled out a feather quill and a pale blue lotus flower. Teacher Leon, can you take a look? What exactly are these 2 treasures, and what do they do? Leon took them, first raising the lotus for closer inspection. He nodded. Ah, this is the Patra lotus, an extremely rare magical artifact. Petralian is a 4th-tier herb with mild medicinal properties, safe for use by anyone below the 4th tier. Unlike potent pills that unleash their effects all at once, it seeps slowly into the body like a gentle stream, nourishing and steadily enhancing magical power until its energy is fully spent. Leon gently stroked the dark green, glossy bud-like plant and said, "For a mage, this is a rare treasure. You can absorb it directly later while I protect you." With that, he carefully placed the petralian back into its wooden box and closed the lid to prevent its potency from dissipating into the air. After handling the petralian, Leon's gaze shifted to a fiery red feather lying on the table. The tip shimmered with flecks of gold light, like smoldering embers caught in sunlight. He picked it up and examined it closely, a thoughtful expression crossing his brow. "Huh, what an unusual feather," he murmured to himself before looking up and saying, "Rain, take a break for now. He'll go check some references." He pulled a chair over for Rain and hurried to the tall bookshelf against the wall. The wooden ladder creaked softly as he ran his fingers swiftly across the rows of books. Rain didn't stay idle either. He grabbed a nearby volume titled Detailed Treasures of the Northern Continent and flipped to the relevant chapter. The flipping pages mingled with the gentle rustling of the breeze outside, time slipping away unnoticed. Sunlight streamed through the window frame, casting dappled beams across the floor. Rain closed the book and stretched. Just then, an excited shout came from behind the bookshelf where Leon was. "It's this one? It's really this one." Rain stood up immediately, raising an eyebrow at Leon. "Teacher Leon, what exactly is that feather?" Leon looked back at him, eyes shining. "Rain, do you know what the ultimate form of an element is?" "The ultimate form of an element?" Rain shook his head in confusion. "It's the birth of life," Leon said gravely. He retrieved an exquisitely carved small box etched with vine patterns and carefully placed the feather inside. Under extreme conditions, when a certain concentration of magical energy reaches its peak, a sentient being can be born in elemental life form. Fire, water, light, space, all are possible. Leon passed the box to Rain. This feather belonged to the previous generation's fire elemental life, the flame spirit bird. Rain's expression brightened with understanding. No wonder it completely ignores fire magic. It's literally the mother of fire energy. Then suddenly, "Teacher, you said the previous generation?" "Yes." Leon closed his book. "The flame spirit bird has long since vanished, so we can only call it the previous generation. So besides immunity to fire magic, what else can this feather do?" "It can guide us to find the current fire elemental life." Leon paused, "provided the new generation has already been born." Rain held the box tensely, his face shifting from excitement to skepticism. "Just a tracking function? That seems underwhelming." Leon laughed heartily. "Don't underestimate it. If you can find the fire elemental life and form a contract, your gain will be far greater than any ordinary treasure." "A contract?" Rain's eyes lit up. "Like a knight and their steed?" "Exactly. For mages, a contract with an elemental life is as valuable as a divine steed is to a knight." Rain's expression grew curious again. "Did the previous flame spirit bird ever make a contract? Or did it disappear afterward?" "There's no record of that in the history books," Leon shrugged. "Only that it's no longer in this world." Rain pocketed the wooden box into his magic ring. "All right then. Teacher Leon, it's already noon. Are we still having class today?" Leon finally noticed the high noon sun outside and tapped his forehead with a rueful smile. "Ah, I got so absorbed in the books I lost track of time. How about we continue this afternoon?" Rain nodded. "Sounds good." At noon, Rain and Leon stepped out of the academy cafeteria. "Are you satisfied, Rain?" "It's not quite the same as eating at home, but still pretty good, right?" Leon flicked the crumbs off his fingers and raised an eyebrow as if to show off. Rain nodded. "The taste is really good. I didn't expect the academy cafeteria to be this high quality." "Huh, of course." Speaking of food, the southern part of the empire, Leon was about to launch into a long food talk, but was cut off by the distant clatter of hurried footsteps echoing through the academy. Meanwhile, in a rather unassuming recreation room at the Warrior Academy, over 10 trainees sat in a circle, tension thick in the air. News had already spread throughout the academy about Rain standing up for Adele earlier that morning. "Stay away from Adele lately, if you know what's good for you." "No trouble, got it?" The burly leader scanned the group, his voice low but firm. His gaze suddenly fixed on a blonde trainee. "Especially you, Harold. I know you've had your eye on Adele for a while now. Behave yourself." Harold frowned, clearly displeased. "Boss, we've got plenty of people here. Why should we fear Rain? The academy won't let him use his family's influence. Besides, he only beat Damon. If we gang up, we can still crush him." The group exchanged uneasy looks. Someone beside Harold gave his shoulder a hard smack. "You didn't watch Rain and Damon's duel?" "No," Harold shrugged. "Why waste time watching a duel when there's a girl looking way better?" The others finally understood Harold's boldness. Even their leader twitched his mouth in a half smile. "Anyway, Harold, you're banned from approaching Adele from now on. Low-level trainees or minor nobles, fine. But not Adele." The order reverberated through the room. "Fine, got it, boss," Harold said with a pout. Similar conversations were happening simultaneously in other groups across the Warrior Academy. No one wanted to mess with Rain. Those who knew him understood that not only was he a formidable fighter, but he was utterly unreasonable. Offending a proud strongman might be solved with some favors. Offending Rain meant all the favors would be stripped away and you might mysteriously get taken down without knowing why. So everyone silently made a wide berth around him. Time passed slowly. At dusk, Rain and Leon parted ways in front of the research lab. He glanced down at the several magic devices hanging from his belt crafted by Leon in his spare time, the highest level being Tier 3, but more than enough for his current needs. A wave of safety swept through him. As he reached the main gate of the academy, the scene stopped him cold. Carriage driver Drake was waiting by the carriage, flanked on both sides by two squads of armored family guards bearing their house crest. Seeing him, Drake hurried forward. "Young master, you're out." Rain raised an eyebrow. "What's going on? Why are the family guards here too?" "Young master, the secret realm incident has been exposed." Drake spoke plainly, without lowering his voice. "The secret realm incident has been exposed." This news instantly made Ryan raise an eyebrow. Seeing the dozen or so fully armed guards suddenly appearing around him, he immediately understood that his father had sent extra protection after all. The key to the secret realm was on his person right now. "All right, I understand. Let's return to the family estate first," Ryan said in a low voice. He jumped onto the carriage, and Drake skillfully cracked the whip. The carriage jolted slightly, and then slowly moved forward, surrounded by guards, heading toward the Grei family mansion. Along the way, the clip-clop of hooves on the stone road and the clinking of armored guards echoed continuously, while Ryan pressed his lips tightly, pondering his father's intentions. As soon as the carriage stopped at the estate gate, Ryan sensed a different atmosphere from usual. The servants whispered quietly, and the patrolling guards changed positions frequently. When the door opened, the chief steward Jonas was already waiting by the stone steps, bowing slightly. "Young Master Ryan, you have returned." Ryan nodded in acknowledgement. "Uncle Jonas, where is my father?" "The family head went to the palace to discuss matters with Marquis Mick and Marquis Ward," Jonas replied quietly. "How did the secret realm stuff become exposed?" "Very few people were supposed to know." Ryan frowned deeply. Jonas sighed. It was a problem on the Mick family's side. Seeing Ryan's thoughtful look, he added, "Young master, please rest in your room first. I will inform you once the family head returns." Ryan responded with a word and went upstairs to his bedroom. After changing out of his cloak, Eve and his personal maid helped rub his shoulders and back. Just moments later, the door was knocked on urgently. It was Jonas, coming to fetch him for the meeting. Ryan followed Jonas through the long corridor into the family's conference room. As they pushed open the door, he saw his father, Ford, and Mick family head, Brant, speaking over each other in heated tones. The tension was thick. "Brant, how do you manage your people?" Ford slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacup to tremble. "Now everyone in the capital knows about the secret realm. Who knows how many slices of the pie will be taken? You're famous for your strategies, yet you couldn't even keep an eye on your steward." He scolded again. Brant fell silent, his face darkened. Indeed, it had been confirmed that the Mick family's chief steward was a member of the Rage Church, planted as a spy for years. This betrayal caught everyone off guard. Marquis Ward Fabian cleared his throat and tried to mediate. "Enough, Ford, don't get too angry. Although some spots were taken, didn't the Mick family already offer resources to compensate you?" Ford snorted coldly, raising an eyebrow in reply. "Oh? What if I use those resources to trade for your Ward family's secret realm spots? Would you agree?" The question stunned Fabian into silence. At that moment, Ryan stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Father." Seeing his son, Ford's anger eased. He motioned to a nearby chair. "Ryan, you're here. Sit down, and I'll explain the details of the secret realm quota distribution." Brant and Fabian, seeing the argument pause, took their leave one after another. Once the door closed, only the father and son remained in the conference room. Ford rubbed his brow and spoke more gently. "Ryan, originally the three families were to split 300 spots evenly. But now that all the nobles in the capital know, everyone wants a piece. The result is 1. The Grei, Mick, Ward, and Royal Ashton families each get 50 spots. 2. The remaining 100 spots are sold off by the royal family to other nobles for a payment of 1 level 4 treasure plus 50,000 gold coins each. 3. Because of the Mick family's leak, Brand agreed on the spot to give us 10 spots as compensation." Ford looked up, his expression solemn. "So right now, the Grey family has 60 spots in total." Listening to Ford's words, Ray nodded to show he understood. On the desk lay a soft beast-hide mat. Ford pulled several silver-white coins about the size of a thumb from a magical device at his waist and set them on the center of the table with a sharp ding. The crisp metallic clink echoed through the quiet council chamber. "Oh right. Since you discovered the secret realm, I'm leaving it to you to allocate the 10 spots reserved for the Mick family." Rain's gaze dropped to the coins, his brow furrowing slightly. Seeing his hesitation, Ford slid the coins closer to him. "These are special tokens, each representing 1 spot. They're official seals, minted by the royal family. A few days before the realm opens, someone will come to the Grey family with a coin to register with you." Ray nodded and began gathering the coins into the leather pouch at his waist, quietly calculating already controlled nearly 200 spots, so an extra 10 was definitely a bonus. Noticing Rain's casual handling, Ford couldn't help but warn him again. Don't just hand them out. This is the best chance you have to build your own team. Got it. Don't worry, Rain replied vaguely. Ferd nodded slightly, saying no more. As long as you know what you're doing. By the way, Fiona has arrived and is currently training in the practice yard. Also, be sure to stay safe. Remember, you still have the keys. At the mention of Fiona's name, Rain's eyes brightened before he suddenly remembered something. Father, about that fifth-tier artifact you mentioned at the Central Plaza. Before he could finish, Ferd's face darkened. Still fixating on that fifth-tier artifact? You really think us old folks can't see through you? That box probably just had Sophia's underwear in it. If it weren't a public place, Fabian, that fool who's whipped by his daughter, would have beaten you up long ago. How many times have I told you not to set your sights on Sophia? Our families will never intermarry. Caught off guard, Rain coughed awkwardly. I'm not aiming for her, just, his voice trailed off. Ferd's eyes widened. Just, What just, Pressed further, Rain stuck out his neck and teased, don't dodge the topic. You promised me that fifth-tier artifact. Don't go back on your word. Ferd exhaled with a wry smile, stepping back to a chair and pouring himself a cup of hot tea. What do you need a fifth-tier artifact for? You can't even use it in a vermin. When the time comes, pick one yourself from the treasury. That way you can't say Ferd, don't keep my word. Relieved his father relented, Rain grinned and waved off the meeting. All right, I'm off to see my precious Fiona. With that, he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the chamber and strode out. The spacious stone floor of the training yard shimmered faintly in the sunlight. A poised figure was deeply engrossed in practice. Tall and lithe, Fiona tied her chestnut hair back into a sleek ponytail. Her long sword traced arcs through the air with a whistle, weaving a dense silver web of blade shadows. When Rain arrived, he made no sound, leaning silently against the fence to watch. His intense gaze felt almost tangible, fixed intently on Fiona's back. After a while, sensing the unguarded stare, Fiona stopped mid-swing and smoothly sheathed her sword. As a third-tier knight, she was no pushover no matter how much Rain wanted it. He couldn't force her to do anything she didn't want to, which eased her fears of him somewhat. She stepped forward and gave a precise knight's bow. Good day, Master Rain. Not training today? Rain raised an eyebrow and nodded toward the yard. Guess that's enough for today. She flexed her wrist with calm composure. All right then, let's go. I have something to pick up. Rain rose from the wooden bench and walked ahead. The polished corridor underfoot gleamed with a cool tint in the morning light. Fiona watched his broad back and quickened her pace to follow. Along the way, Rain glanced sideways and asked, Fiona, you know why my father had you come back, right? I do. Fiona nodded steadily. From now on, he'll serve as your personal bodyguard, young Master Rain. Hearing the words personal bodyguard, Rain's eyebrow lifted, and he lowered his voice with a teasing smile. Heh, do you know what personal really means? A faint blush warmed Fiona's otherwise plain cheeks. Yes, it means being close to and serving the master when necessary. But please, young Master Rain, I hope you'll respect my wishes. I still want to keep improving my strength. Rain immediately thought of another training fanatic, Sophia. That girl was always either training or heading to the training grounds. He waved a hand dismissively. All right, but before he could finish, he stopped and leaned in close to Fiona's face. Are you sure you don't want my personal guidance? Training together is always faster than training alone. Rain's warm breath brushed her nose, causing Fiona to instinctively step back a few paces. No thanks. I'm making quick progress on my own. Rain smiled to himself in a way she didn't quite understand. Fine, but if you turn down my help now, don't come looking for me later when you wish you had it. As they spoke, they passed through one family checkpoint after another. The guards saluted respectfully. Iron gates turned smoothly like clockwork. Soon, they reached the family treasury's heavy black iron door. Open the door, Rain ordered the two guards. Young Master Rain, may we see a token of authorization? One guard asked with a blank expression. Token? Rain immediately recalled the jade token Jonas showed him when they came to the vault before. He patted his pockets and shrugged. I don't have one. The guard pressed his hands together in refusal. Sorry, I can't let you pass. The head of the family's decree. No one without a token is allowed entry. I am Rain. He pointed to his own face. Isn't this face a better proof than any token? No entry without a token. The guard remained firm, blocking the way. Screw it. Rain couldn't help laughing and groaning at once. He sighed deeply. Fine, then you go get Puff from inside and tell him I'm here. Puh, the steward? Certainly, he'll call him now. The head guard removed the communication device from the wall. After a few whispered words, he replaced it. Before long, the door cracked open, and a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue steward's uniform stepped out by himself. Young Master Rain, what can I do for you? Rain rolled his eyes at him. What else? I want to get some treasures from the vault. Pa looked at Rain with a helpless expression, then glanced at the meticulous head guard and immediately understood the situation. Young Master, Lien is just stubborn like that. Don't take it to heart, I'll have a talk with him later, Pa explained cautiously, worried Rain might lose his temper. After all, in his memory, Rain used to be quite the playboy. Rain waved the comment away. There's nothing to take personally. Look, I've got something urgent. If I can't get in, you need to go in and fetch a 5th level treasure for me. 5th level treasure? Po was taken aback. That's right, Rain said firmly. A 5th level treasure. Po frowned deeply. Young Master Rain, what do you intend to do with that? 5th level treasures aren't to be used lightly. Facing Boa's question, Rain waved his hand. Boa, you can just go in and get it. Father and I have already discussed it. Understood, young Master Rain. The steward, the old butler, nodded respectfully but still asked anxiously, does the young master need any magical artifacts? Should I prepare a list for you to choose from? Rain thought for a moment, then replied casually, no need for a list. Any magical artifact will do. After receiving the order, Boa lowered his head and pondered, quickly filtering through which artifact to present to the young master. Rain casually added, Boa, bring the artifact to my room later. I won't wait here for you. Certainly, young Master Rain, Boa replied again. With the instructions given, Rain turned and left the underground treasury with Fiona. Back at the villa's second floor Rain's room. All traces of the previous afternoon's debauchery had long vanished. Eve, together with the personal maids, had cleaned every inch of the floor, every bedsheet, even the curtains, until they were spotless. Since the secret realm had been exposed, everyone in the manor was ordered to remain in their rooms, so Eve and the others weren't able to greet their master at the main entrance today. As soon as the door slid open, the board maids immediately swarmed in like a flock of startled songbirds. Young Master, you're back. Young Master, are you hungry? What would you like to eat? Or do you want ale instead? Amid the chattering, Rain was wrapped in a lively embrace, the maids so excited that they completely ignored Fiona standing behind him. Fiona frowned slightly. Rumors painted Rain as irritable and ruthless, so how could these maids be so coquettish with him? Her bewilderment was clear on her face. Eve noticed Fiona's expression and softly said, Miss, please come in and have a seat first. She then invited her inside. Only then did the maids realize there was a poised female knight in the room. Sitting on Rain's lap, Ilian turned her head curiously. Young Master, who is this lady? Rain raised his hand to signal, Fiona, come here. Fiona, who had been chatting with Eve in a chair, stood and approached Rain. Young Master, you'll probably be working together from now on. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Rain said casually. Working together? Fiona's mind raced. Could it be with these maids? But she quickly accepted the idea. They were all serving the young master. She then confidently introduced herself. My name is Fiona Wei Ku, captain of the 7th Squad, 3rd Brigade of the Lion Knights. I'm currently a Stage 3 junior knight, and will be in charge of young Master Rain's personal protection from now on. I look forward to working with you all. Upon hearing Fiona was from the Lion Knights and a Stage 3 knight, the maids most with average strength below Stage 1 looked at her with envy. Ailey was the first to rush over, grabbing Fiona's arm, her eyes sparkling. Sister Fiona, how did you train to become so strong? The other maids nodded eagerly, anticipating an answer. Fiona simply sat down and shared with the group her training regimen, daily exercises, and martial techniques. The maids listened intently, watching their earnest enthusiasm. A smile curved on Rain's lips. Cultivating his subordinates was exactly what he wanted. Once he had enough resources, every maid could receive a world-class training method. By then, his battle maid corps would be complete. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Eve went forward to open it. Just as Boa was ushered in by Eve, he saw the lively crowd of maids fluttering around in Rain's room. Startled as if burned, he quickly lowered his head, took a few steps back, then stepped out and handed the small square wooden box in his palms to Eve, closing the door behind him without a word. Inside, Rain watched Boas' flustered retreat without stopping him, then took the box from Eve. Lifting the lid, he revealed a crystal, perfectly clear and refracting a spectrum of colors, resting quietly on a velvet lining. Without hesitation, Rain held the crystal up to an ancient book, which immediately absorbed it with a soft hum. The pale gold numbers on the page flickered. Source points 14,751. Total source points 23,876. Glancing at these figures, an inexplicable thrill of sudden wealth warmed his heart. Meanwhile, the maids hovered eagerly nearby, chatting with Fiona about etiquette details. Rain put on an exaggerated pout and rubbed his stomach. Master is hungry, and no one's taking care of me. At once the maids sprang into action. Rain's favorites, Ailey and Alice, leapt into his arms, cooing softly. Maeve took Ilian downstairs toward the kitchen. Seeing her students snatched away, Fiona frowned slightly, but restrained herself out of respect. Rain caught the flare of disapproval and smiled inwardly. She's hooked. Leaning back on the headboard with Ailey nestled on his left and Alice on his right, Rain quietly cast a telepathic spell. Ailey, Alice, Master has a very important mission for you. The sudden whisper startled them, but they nodded in unison once they recognized his voice. Wouldn't you like your sister Fiona to join you every night as well? That simple question brought back vivid memories of the passionate moments from last night, making their cheeks flush crimson. Silently, they nodded again. Satisfied, Rain lowered his voice to lay out the plan. All you have to do is this. After hearing the mischievous instructions, The sisters repeatedly nodded their agreement. Rain hugged them close and planted a heavy kiss on each cheek. Good girls, we'll give you a surprise once the mission's done. Almost at the same moment, soft shuffling came from the door. Maeve and Ilian pushed a large food cart back into the room. Master, dinner is ready. Since Rain had recently ordered everyone to dine together, the spread before him was especially sumptuous. With a flick of his hand, an elegant large round table materialized in the room's center. Several maids skillfully brought dish after dish, filling the air with rich aromas. Rain sat down first but noticed the maid still standing respectfully, raising an eyebrow as he beckoned. What? Come on, join me. The maids exchanged uncertain glances. Eve hesitated but explained. Master, servants don't dine with their lord, that's the custom. Others nodded in agreement. What customs? Rain said lightly, but with unmistakable authority. In this room, my word is rule. Even if my father shows up, he listens to me. Sit down, all of you. Biting her lip, Eve was the first to take a seat beside Rain. The others settled down nervously, yet with a hint of anticipation. Seeing Rain's ease, their worries eased and they quietly rejoiced. A few maids who had missed the chance to sit next to him silently regretted not moving faster. Rain frowned slightly as his gaze landed on Fiona, who still stood by the doorway. Fiona glanced at the gazes from Rain and the group of maids, and explained calmly, Young master, I already ate when I arrived at the family estate. Rain nodded. All right, then make yourself at home. The room on the right side of my room will be yours from now on. You can go take a look. There's a hidden door on this wall that leads right there. He raised his hand, pointing to the door on the wall. Fiona nodded again and stepped forward to push the door open, entering the adjoining room. The focus shifted back to the dining table as Rain withdrew his eyes and picked up his knife and fork to eat. Seeing the young master begin, the maids relaxed and started cutting their meat as well. Soon, the earlier tension dissipated, and the girls began chatting more freely. Young master, try this. The meat is so tender. And this one, the thing that looks like a snail, is really delicious too. They all wore satisfied expressions from tasting the exquisite dishes, their fondness for the young master growing a little stronger in their hearts. After dinner, Rosie and Sherry quickly cleared away the dishes and tablecloth. Rain returned to his bedside, and just as he sat down, he felt a faint sensation like a membrane gently breaking inside him. He paused for a moment, then realized his magical energy had suddenly intensified. A smile spread across his lips. She had advanced to an intermediate mage of the first rank. The slight surge in magical power made him take a deep breath, as if even the elements in the air were celebrating. Such a smooth breakthrough once again proved the terrifying efficiency of the abyssal meditation method. In just a few days, he had surpassed a minor level, and he hadn't even used the Petralian gift Charlie gave him. Ivy in the next room quickly caught the change and pushed open the door. Young master, did you just break through? The other maids immediately gathered around upon hearing this. Really? Young master, you advanced? You're amazing. Rain raised his hand to quiet them. It's just a small step forward, nothing to make a fuss about. Then he shifted tone and gently pinched Aries' soft cheek with his fingertip. Tonight, Aerie, you'll stay to keep me company. The maids glanced at Aerie with envy. Then each took their leave through the inner door to the adjacent room to rest. The magical crystal chandelier in the room went dark, leaving only the full moon shining outside the window. The silvery moonlight washed in, casting a soft glow on Aeries' profile. Thanks to excellent soundproofing, Fiona next door remained completely unaware of what was happening in this room. An hour later, next door, Fiona arose from the spread-out carpet, finishing her training session. That should be about right. They should have finished eating. They'll go back and continue teaching them about cultivation. Teaching others gave her a unique sense of accomplishment. Besides, she believed the young master's maids all had considerable talent. If nurtured well, they would surely make progress. She opened the door. The click of it opening let a faint sound slip out from Rain's room. At first, Fiona thought she must have imagined it. But when she pushed the door fully open and saw the scene inside, her mind went utterly blank. Rain and Aerie both looked at her, their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. After a long moment, Fiona snapped out of it and slammed the door shut. She kept recalling what she had just seen. Fiona sat trembling in her room, her whole body burning with heat. Inside, her emotions churned like a storm. She raised her hand and poured several cups of herbal tea in quick succession, drinking them down to soothe the feverish blaze in her throat. Then she settled cross-legged on the soft carpet, reopening her cultivation practice and focusing all her concentration inward. Forcing herself not to dwell on the images she had just witnessed, she barely managed to suppress the turbulent, evil fire raging in her chest. The following morning, the scene repeated itself. Line was still the only one awake in the entire mansion. After washing up, changing clothes, and preparing his staff, he locked the door behind him and headed downstairs. The hallway was dimly lit. Turning a corner, Line nearly collided with Jonas, who looked like he'd been searching for him. The older man stopped, and eyed leans back with curiosity. Master Line, where's Fiona? Isn't she your bodyguard? Why isn't she following you this morning? Line slipped on his black gloves with a casual air. Oh, she's still resting. I didn't call her. Jonas' expression faltered as he instinctively thought of Fiona having attended the night watch. Then he pushed the thought away and warned, the capital hasn't been safe lately. Master, please be extra careful on your way to the academy. I'll assign a family covert guard to escort you. Good, Line nodded. Make sure it's a woman, Uncle Jonas. At this, a faint smile flickered across Jonas' lips. Understood. You go to the dining hall and eat first. I'll arrange it immediately. With a slight bow, his figure slipped into the shadows and vanished. In the dining hall, just as the maid cleared Lean's empty plate, a shadow at his feet shifted subtly. A tall figure emerged from the darkness draped in a black cloak and mask. Master Line, the covert guard Poisonbee reporting for duty. The figure knelt on one knee. Line looked her over and asked casually, you can hide directly in my shadow? Poisonbee nodded softly. Of course. It's a compulsory skill for every assassin. What rank are you now? Mid-level hunter, rank 4. Excellent. I'm counting on you to keep me safe from now on. Line extended his right hand. After a brief hesitation, Poisonbee took his hand firmly. Don't worry, Master. As long as Poisonbee is here, no one can harm you. Line nodded approvingly, then rose to head for the door and the horse-drawn carriage bound for the academy. Poisonbee's footsteps made no sound as she melted back into the shadow beneath his feet. At Brisley Royal Academy, the cobblestone path stretched toward the mage's tower as Line walked alone. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared beside his shoulder. Master Line, you walked too fast yesterday, I almost lost you. Hey, race what you asked for. The messenger handed him an ornate little box, identical to the one that had held Sophia's lingerie before. Line recognized the courier from the central square at once. He lowered his voice, exasperated. Seriously? You're handing this to me out in the open? Couldn't you pick somewhere more private? He flipped open the box and scanned the note inside, then looked back at the messenger. Because of what you did last time, the contents got discovered. Haha, next time. I promise. Next time. Before he could finish, the courier's expression suddenly froze as if sensing something terrifying, then darted into the shadows by the road and vanished in an instant. Line furrowed his brow, about to respond, when an intense gaze suddenly pierced his back. Not good. He turned stiffly and saw the one person he least wanted to run into, Sophia Ward. Sophia had planned to meet her close friend at the Academy's cafe to enjoy some coffee and have a casual chat. Halfway there, she suddenly spotted Rain whispering with a suspicious-looking stranger. Both looked tense, and Rain pulled out an exquisite box from his pocket, one Sophia would never forget. Her eyes immediately locked onto the box. The stranger caught her gaze, then nervously bolted away. Rain noticed someone watching, slowly turned around, and met her eyes. In the next moment, he shoved the box into his mage ring and glanced sideways toward the fleeing man, muttering under his breath, what the heck? Not even brothers? Choosing this time to pull this? I'm starting to think you're in cahoots with Sophia. Feigning casualness, he cleared his throat twice and headed toward the mage tower. A cold wind swept past as Sophia suddenly blocked his path like a fierce storm, her eyes sharp and piercing. Rain kept his calm expression and sidestepped, trying to go around her. Just then, Sophia grabbed his arm firmly. Rain, Grei, care to explain the box you were just holding? Sophia's voice was icy, dripping with menace. Her friend Anna Mitchell stood nearby, watching the confrontation with curiosity. Rain kept playing dumb, clearing his throat again and tapping Sophia's hand until he finally freed his arm. Huh, what box? I don't have any box. You just slipped it into your mage ring, Sophia said slowly, exposing the truth. Rain couldn't keep up the act anymore. He threw his head back, took a deep breath, and then turned to Sophia with a warm smile. Thinking he was going to confess, her gaze sharpened in anticipation. Instead, Rain suddenly complimented with a straight face, Sophia, your pink and white striped lingerie today really shows taste. He even gave a thumbs up. Time seemed to freeze. Sophia stared at that infuriating smile, her anger boiling to the point of exploding. She froze for a moment. Nearby, Anna burst out laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, no way. Rain, you're a genius. Snapped back to reality by Anna's laughter, Sophia blew up in rage. Rain, Grei, you scoundrel. She drew her sword from her waist and swung fiercely at him. Rain didn't want to take a blow from a mid-level second-tier knight, so he instantly teleported to dodge. Anna clutched her stomach, laughing so hard she doubled over. Sophia's sword strikes came like a tidal wave, relentless and furious. Despite the anger burning inside her, she relied on years of muscle memory to launch continuous sword combos. Rain skillfully teleported and dodged with ease, maneuvering fluidly. Suddenly, Rain appeared beside the laughing Anna. What's so funny? He raised his hand and unleashed a whirlwind spell. With a whoosh, Anna's skirt flew up, revealing her bare-patterned underwear. Anna, oh dear. Even Sophia was stunned, pausing her sword strikes. Hey, you have pretty good taste too. With those bears, Rain teased with a raised eyebrow. Anna's cheeks flushed bright red as she hurriedly pulled her skirt down. Ah, Rain, Grei, I swear I'll kill you. She withdrew a long whip from her mage ring and lashed it at Rain. Teleport. Rain sidestepped lightly, bending at the waist just in time to narrowly dodge the fierce thrust of Sophia's sword. Seeing how determined Sophia and Anna looked like they were intent on tearing him apart felt a chill run through him, and without a word took off running toward the nearby mage tower. Grei, stop right there. You lecherous scoundrel, I'm going to kill you. On the path beside the girls' dormitory, Rain dashed ahead, teleporting in quick bursts so his form flickered like a mirage. Two young second-level mages, Sophia and Anna, were hot on his heels, their sword and whip flashes cutting cold light through the early morning haze. What had been a peaceful morning at the academy immediately erupted into chaos, catching the attention of passing students who stopped to gawk. Hey, isn't that Sophia and Anna? Who are they chasing? Who else but Rain? Isn't he the only one who can rile Sophia up this much? Rain's causing trouble again. Even with my two goddesses going this wild? The curious whispers swirled endlessly, but none could keep up with the trio's speed. Moments later, Rain took advantage of a chain of teleports to reach the mage tower first and slip inside. The tower's strict magical wards instantly suppressed any fighting, giving him a temporary refuge from danger. Outside the tower, Sophia and Anna glared fiercely through the translucent magical barrier, their gazes so intense they seemed ready to ignite the air itself. Anna, the academy's notorious little devil witch, stomped angrily, cracking her whip and pointing it at the tower door. Rain, you keep hiding if you dare. But if I catch you, I swear I'll cut you down. Sophia just pressed her lips tight, her stare razor-sharp as she fixed her eyes on Rain's retreating figure. Rain felt his heart race under their intense scrutiny and hurriedly followed the ascending steps with today's magic instructor. Once Rain's silhouette vanished, Anna begrudgingly retracted her whip into her spatial ring and turned to Sophia complaining. Sophia, is he always this damn annoying? Annoying doesn't begin to cover it. Sophia sighed, a flicker of memory crossing her eyes. He used to be dangerous like a ticking mana bomb ready to explode. Now he's less fierce, but far more lecherous and impossible to handle. Should we go back? We still have class soon. Let's go for now. We'll settle this after class. With that, Sophia sheathed her sword and headed toward the Knight Academy. Anna squinted toward the mage tower, mumbling as she followed reluctantly. What if he sneaks off later? Time slipped unnoticed toward noon, with the sun high and burning bright. Rain's class had just ended, but he didn't rush to leave the tower. Worried Anna might be lying in wait outside, he decided to linger in his small room inside. After a while, he paced to the window and looked out. The lawn was busy with people, but the two girls were nowhere in sight. So they're not waiting for me, he thought with relief, straightened his robes, and headed downstairs. Walking out the tower door, he made a beeline for the academy gate. But the moment he stepped outside, a boy sitting on a bench in the distance quietly pulled out a slender message scroll and whispered an incantation. At the same time, Anna, dining in the cafeteria, felt her wrist tremble as she drew out the same type of scroll from her arcane device. Miss, Rain has left the mage tower and is headed for the academy gate. Let's go? Fork and knife clattered onto the table as Anna and Sophia sprang into action, leaving plates shaking on an empty table. Rain, however, was already on alert. The strange silence as he exited the tower felt too smooth. He immediately chained several teleports again, gliding like wind across the cobblestone straight toward the academy entrance. Within seconds, the carriage curtains fluttered before him. He leapt into the carriage and ordered the driver to leave on the spot. With the door half closed behind him, he glanced back to see Sophia and Anna panting at the gate, clearly furious, their eyes almost shooting fire. Rain grinned and mouthed a teasing taunt. The little bear and Stripes have great taste accompanied by a mischievous, impish smile. The two girls almost felt like they were about to explode from anger. Rain's carriage rolled down the grand avenue of the royal city, flanked by vigilant knights from his family acting as guards. Sleepy Fiona, rubbing her drowsy eyes, was squeezed in among the protective formation. Drake, don't head home yet. Stop by the Red Mill first, Rain ordered through the carriage curtain. The coachman Drake froze at Red Mill, instinctively glanced at Fiona, and when she showed no reaction, he replied, Understood, young master. The convoy changed direction, heading toward the bustling Red Mill on Central Street, the heart of the royal city. The elite knights surrounding the carriage pressed the nobles lining the street into uneasy silence. But as soon as they recognized the golden lion crest emblazoned on the carriage, their resentment vanished instantly. At the entrance of the Red Mill, Marguerite Young, the mill's proprietor who was no stranger to ostentation, still found herself impressed by the gleaming armor of the knights. As Rain leapt down from the carriage, she hurried forward with a bright smile. Well, if it isn't young Master Rain, please come in. Lucy and Leva have been talking about you just recently. Rain glanced at the still alluring woman and smirked. Talking about me? You probably mean my gold coins. Same difference, Marguerite chuckled and tapped his shoulder playfully. Rain's gaze shifted to the knights, standing watch nearby. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. All right, everyone, come inside and have some food, have some fun. The bill's on me. Fiona, you're in charge of security now. The knights remained motionless. Their captain stepped forward with a respectful bow. Young master, please don't worry. Our primary duty is to ensure your safety. We cannot relax until we reach your residence. Rain shrugged. Fine, then no fun. Just lunch. The Red Mill's dishes aren't bad. Split into two groups, half of you eat, half keep watch outside. Then swap. The captain was momentarily surprised by the arrangement, but bowed again. Yes, young master. We swear to protect your safety with our lives. Rain turned back to Marguerite. Did you hear? Prepare the best dishes. They'll cover everything. Yes, young master Rain. He'll make sure your knights eat well. He entered the Red Mill alongside Marguerite, Fiona following closely behind. The first floor was the dining area, while the upstairs rooms were for merrymaking. At this early hour, the main floor was nearly empty and unusually quiet. Outside, the captain's face hardened as he gave hushed orders. You heard, young master. No playing, just eating. Form two groups, now one goes inside, the other stands guard outside. If anything happens inside, charge immediately. Yes, sir. The knights answered firmly. Quickly, they split into two lines. Half crossed the threshold into the Red Mill, the other half patrolled the street, eyes sharply scanning passers-by. On the stairs, Rain glanced back at the knights filing in, then reminded Marguerite, make sure the food is top-notch. She was inwardly surprised by his caution today, but smiled and nodded. Of course, young Master Rain. You really take good care of your knights. She then instructed her attendant to inform the kitchen. Margaret, have there been any new arrivals lately? Preferably someone who can dance. Today, I'm looking for a few good dancers. Margaret understood immediately, bowing slightly and replying softly, of course, sir. I've set one aside especially for Master Rain. But if she's to serve you, she has a few conditions you'll have to accept. That said, when it comes to dancing, the more experienced ones still move with greater skill. Rain nodded in acknowledgement, then led Fiona up the rosewood staircase to the second floor. The place was brightly lit, golden glazed lanterns illuminating the dazzling ceiling. The mingling scents of sweet incense and alcohol filled the air, a heavy atmosphere of luxury pressing upon them. Rain furrowed his brows slightly, while Fiona cast a disdainful glance around. Without stopping on the second floor, they went straight up to the third floor. The corridor was carpeted thickly in velvet, lined with private rooms reserved for the nobility's exclusive use. Rain was a regular of one such room. Pushing open the door, the noise outside was instantly cut off, leaving only the faint scent of rose blossoms lingering. Though once a rake, Rain was no libertine. His visits were mostly for the dancing. None of the family maids had ever crossed into his favor, a testament to his restraint. Now he casually ordered, Margaret, same as always. Bring in the best dancers. And since the new one can't dance, forget about her. Bang. The door shook suddenly, cutting off his words. Both Rain and Fiona stiffened. Rain gestured toward the door. Margaret, go open it. Margaret obeyed and pulled the door wide. From the corridor came loud shouting. What the hell is a tea girl like you thinking? Want the blessing of Lumina? Come serve the master right, and maybe you'll buy you into the family if I'm in a good mood. I only want Lumina's blessing. If I get that, I'll do whatever you want, otherwise, I'd rather die. Hearing the standoff, Rain and Fiona both exhaled in relief but exchanged looks of annoyance. Margaret quickly stepped out and helped the girl, who was sitting on the floor with arms crossed, to her feet. She then deliberately looped her arm through the drunken young man's. Oh, Master Manny, she said with a forced smile. She's new and doesn't know the rules yet. How about I call Amy and the others for you instead? Fuck you. Manny pushed her away with disgust and slapped Margaret hard. The crisp smack made her cheeks swell and sent her hairpins scattering. Her black hair fell loose. Even after being struck, Margaret still smiled, while slapped, Master Manny. Your strength has grown since last time. She's really no good at serving you. They'll bring you more dancers later. How about I make it free tonight? She stepped aside to shield the trembling girl behind her. But Manny was not finished. Another slap landed. Margaret staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You deaf old woman. I said I want her tonight. Move, or I'll beat you to death. Manny growled and advanced to strike again. At that moment, inside the room, Rain slowly rose, his anger flaring anew after his mood was shattered. He approached the door, eyes narrowing as Manny raised his hand. With a tap of his toe, wind magic swirled beneath him. Fuck you. Rain kicked out with a gust of wind-infused force, catching the off-guard Manny squarely. Manny was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing against the far corridor wall before collapsing to the floor. The sudden blow silenced everyone in the hallway. Manny's followers, the girl sheltered behind Margaret, Margaret herself with her swollen cheek, and Fiona standing behind Rain, all were stunned by what had just happened. Margaret took a step back with the girl behind her, wary of the fierce anger radiating from Lean. She knew that although Lean had never truly lost his temper at the Red Mill, she had seen that ruthless edge before. Anyone who crossed him was doomed. You damn. Manny's follower barely finished cursing before his gaze fell on Lane's grim face, and his voice choked off immediately. Clearly, he recognized Lean, but it was already too late. Lean raised his hand and struck hard, his palm glowing faintly with a purple light. Smack! The man was sent sprawling onto the ground, his face quickly swelling with red welts and blisters, froth spilling from the corner of his mouth. limbs convulsing. Who are you calling damn bastard? Lane said coldly, then kicked the man back toward Manny. The follower tumbled over and tripped Manny just as he was about to get up. Help! Someone help! Manny screamed in panic as he lay on the floor. The door burst open with a bang, and 5 or 6 men rushed out, pulling Manny to his feet. Drunk and trembling, he pointed at Lean, slurring but still ferocious. Kill him! Kill him for me! The 6 men frowned, scrutinizing Lean. The tall soldier in front took a step forward, but another grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Someone whispered into Manny's ear urgently, "Young master, that's Lean. I don't care if he's Lean or Ewan, just kill him. He'll take care of the consequences. If you don't, he'll kill you all myself." Manny roared. Pressed against the wall, the 6 exchanged tense glances and fixed their gaze on Lean again. The air grew thick with tension. The girl behind Margaret's eyes widened, her voice trembling. "Master, is that really young Master Lean? The one you said is most likely to bless me with the light?" Margaret nodded slightly, worry creasing her brow. She stealthily edged toward the staircase to alert the knights downstairs, shielding the girl. But before she could take more than 2 steps, Manny's 6 men lunged at Lean. "Young master, watch out." Fiona drew her sword and stepped in front of Lean. Though only a third-rank swordsman, she was facing 6 mid to high-level second-rank fighters, and the flash of clashing steel made it unclear who held the advantage. "Ha ha ha, very good, excellent." Lean clapped his hands with mirth, his voice dripping with deadly intent. Then he summoned his magic and shouted, his voice booming, "Guards!" A thunderous roar seemed to rise from beneath the floorboards, causing the whole Red Mill to tremble softly. The captain of the knights was the first to rush upstairs, locking eyes on Lean before taking his position ahead of him. Next, 2 squads of armored knights filed in, swords gleaming coldly, instantly shrinking the spacious third-floor parlor into a claustrophobic arena. "Protect the young master. Take them all down," the captain commanded. The knights drew their swords with a sharp hiss, the silver blades reflecting the fear in everyone's eyes. Within moments, the 6 second-rank fighters were overwhelmed, pinned to the floor, and unable to move. Amid the chaos, Manny's drunken bravado faded, his voice shaking as he muttered, "What did I just do? Why did I provoke this disaster?" The captured 6 glanced at the fully armed knights, dread flooding their faces as they begged desperately, "Young Master Lean, we never intended to harm you. Otherwise, we would have broken through your guard long ago." The group had no time to pay attention to Manny. All they could do was plead with Rain for mercy. Rain sneered coldly. "Huh. Do you know why I only sent someone over after you started fighting?" The men shook their heads frantically, eyes filled with panic. One of them suddenly seemed to realize the truth, his whole body going limp and weak. Rain continued, "I'm a reasonable man. According to imperial law, any commoner who assaults a noble, no matter what the noble's done, faces the death penalty." Those words hit them like a hammer blow. Their pupils dilated in horror, and they were about to plead their case. The knight captain looked to Rain respectfully and asked, "Master Rain, what shall we do with these men?" Rain brushed his hand over Fiona's scratched light armor, his gaze freezing cold. "Kill them." The knights instantly obeyed, their longswords falling like grim executioners. One by one, 6 heads hit the ground, blood spouting from the severed necks like bright red fountains, splashing everywhere. The third-floor hall immediately turned dark red. Blood flowed in streams over walls and floors. Rain remained spotless, shielded by the knight captain's chi barrier that blocked the gore. Manny, however, was splattered head to toe in blood, his eyes wide with terror. The warrior's life energy poured out, their necks spraying blood for a long time before finally subsiding, leaving a thin pool on the hall's floor. Seeing the grisly scene before him, with hot blood splashing onto his face, Manny staggered back in panic. "No, you can't kill me," he shouted desperately, his body trembling. Rain stepped closer through the blood puddle, splashing droplets with each step. His hand reached for Manny's face. Tears streaming down, Manny sobbed hysterically over and over, "No, no." But Rain gently patted the blood-covered face, his voice low yet oddly soft. "Don't be afraid, Manny." Hearing this, Manny's cries slowly faded, and he grew quiet. Just as everyone thought the violence was over, Rain suddenly grabbed Manny's head and slammed it hard onto the floor. With a muffled thud, Manny's jaw ached painfully, even dislocating from the impact. The pain nearly brought him to tears, deepening his terror. Rain gripped Manny's hair and slowly helped him stand up, speaking calmly. "When you get home, your father, Marquis Totters, will ask you. You can say whatever you want. But if I ever see you again at the Red Mill, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he patted the stunned Manny once more. "Get lost." Those words seemed to restore Manny's freedom. He no longer cared for his attendants and stumbled down the stairs. Rain watched his retreating back, stood up slowly, and conjured a water orb to carefully wash the blood off his hands, muttering quietly, "Really, just wanted to watch some dancing? So much trouble." Stepping through the blood puddle, he returned to his room. The knights carried the 6 bodies aside and stood guard at the door. Margaret, seeing the situation settled, turned to a nearby young girl and instructed, "Go back to your room." The girl glanced toward Rain's chamber with a flicker of hope, but, seeing the bruises on Margaret's face, lowered her head obediently and left. Margaret moved slowly into Rain's room and whispered, "Master Rain, shall I find some dancers for you?" Sitting in his chair, Rain cleaned the blood from his shoes with water magic and looked up at her. Then, with a flick of his finger, a soft pink healing glow emanated from his hand, and the shallow wounds on Margaret's face began to fade. "Go ahead," Rain said coolly. "Better bring a variety of dances." Feeling the relief on her cheek, Margaret nodded. "Yes, Master Rain." Before long, several graceful women dressed in sheer veils followed Margaret into Rain's chamber. Rain leaned half against the bed, quietly watching as they arranged various musical instruments on the round table, windowsill, and carpet. The musicians moved with practiced ease, placing lyres, flutes, and hand drums in orderly fashion. With a nod from Margaret, a melodious, slightly hazy tune immediately filled the room. The dancers raised their arms and twisted their waists, silver anklets jingling softly as their bodies stretched inch by inch to the music. Their steps were bold yet precise, infused with a natural allure. A flicker of nostalgia stirred in Rain's heart. This was the decadent revelry he once knew so well. As the melody ended, the dance ceased abruptly. Rain scanned each dancer and selected the one he thought danced best. The unchosen dancers looked on with envy, bowing politely before slipping away quietly. The chosen woman tugged lightly at her waist, letting the sheer fabric fall, instantly revealing her graceful curves. Half concealing herself with the veil, she sashayed toward Rain to a slow, almost teasing rhythm. Fiona, standing nearby, frowned as if about to intervene. Rain raised a hand, signaling her to stay back. "Put your clothes back on. I didn't call you here for this. Wait aside for now." Having seen the style of his own maidservants, his aesthetic standards were exceptionally high. Though the dancer was beautiful, she no longer stirred his heart any deeper. The dancer halted and, with a hint of disappointment, bowed in response. "Understood, young Master Rain." She gathered the veil and draped it over her shoulders before stepping back against the wall. Next, different melodies played, with varied rhythms and dance styles, yet all focused on seduction. Watching the dances, Rain turned his head slightly to whisper to Margaret about Manny's situation. "As I recall, you're backed by Marquis Maurice's family. No need to grovel so much before the Torres clan, right?" "You're right, young Master Rain. The Moulin Rouge does belong to the Maurice family," Margaret said with a bitter smile. "But the Maurices are in trouble right now, can't pay any attention to us. Though they carry the Marquis title, they have no real backing." Rain nodded. No wonder Manny was so brazen. In the pricey central district of the royal city, without noble protection, the Moulin Rouge was easy prey. Looking around, it was lavish yet fragile in a way that invited danger. He didn't know exactly what had happened to the Maurice family, but it was obviously serious if it had the whole Marquis house in turmoil. As the lilting music resumed, Rain looked toward the dance floor. "The one in the center stays, the rest may leave." The dancers bowed once more, and as they exited, their veils fluttered like a fragrant breeze. Time stretched along with the music. Though Rain thought himself tolerant of beauty, after several rounds he felt a faint restlessness rising within. Eventually, he chose the 7 best dancers and dismissed the others. Drinking the slightly bitter mint tea helped suppress the agitation. "Margaret, I'll take these few with me first. Teach my maids to dance, then send them back to you after some time." Margaret nodded upon hearing this. When she realized that Rain was looking for a dancer to teach the maids, she clearly wanted to say something, but still held back. Rain yawned lazily and raised his hand in a gesture. "All right, Margaret, add up how much I spent today. Young Master Rain, you helped me resolve Manny's problem today. I couldn't possibly accept your money. All today's expenses are on me," Margaret said with a sly smile in her voice. Rain gave her a meaningful look, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Fine, then consider it your treat." Pushing open the door, the third-floor hall was spotless, the earlier grisly scene gone, as if nothing had happened. Rain led several dancers and guards down the stairs. Just as he reached the second floor, he suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixing on a shadowy corner. He felt as if someone had been watching him, but the sensation flickered away like an illusion. He didn't investigate further and walked straight out the Red Mill's main entrance. Outside, the sun was setting, casting its glow on the bluestone road. Margaret brought a well-polished carriage from the backyard, loosely holding the reins in one hand. "Young Master Rain, you rode only this carriage today. Consider it a gift from me." Rain nodded and motioned for the dancers behind him to get in first. Then he took out a glossy black token and flicked it into Margaret's palm. Margaret was taken aback. "Young Master Rain, this." Rain smirked. "Cut the act. You've been eyeing this, haven't you? With my token, it means I'm backing the Red Mill. He'll get the deed from the Morris family. From now on, if the Red Mill's with me, let's see who dares cause trouble." Caught but unfazed, Margaret smiled in her eyes. "Young Master Rain, your sharp insight is unmatched. The Red Mill will be counting on you from now on." Rain merely replied coldly and climbed into the carriage, telling Drake to head home. The carriage rolled away. Margaret watched the convoy fade into the distance, then looked down at the heavy black token in her hand. Finally, the weight lifted from her heart. She turned back inside and bellowed, "I'm in a good mood today. Averion's wages are doubled. Woo, our boss is generous." The joyful cheers instantly echoed down the hallway. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rain's caravan returned to the Grei family estate. The previous night's search had rounded up the informants. The manor was calm again. The carriage door had just opened when Eve appeared at the steps. Behind her, the maids all looked resentful. Flowers bloomed all over the house. Yet the young master had gone to the red mill. Rain stepped forward to wrap his arm around Eve's slim waist, but she deftly slipped away. Surprised, Rain caught the maid's sullen gazes and understood immediately. Grinning, he pulled Cecily and Ellie close and said loudly, "I went to the red mill to hire a dance teacher for you. Come on, he'll explain on the way." In the corridor, he recounted the day's events in detail. "Oh, so the young master was finding us dance lessons?" The maids exclaimed in surprise. "Exactly," Rain said proudly, raising an eyebrow. "You girls don't know how to dance. What else am I supposed to do bored at home?" Misunderstanding cleared. Most of the maids' anger melted as they glanced at the dancers who had come along. Rain waved them forward. "Come on, I missed you all. After watching all those sultry dances, I was dying here." Leaning close to Eve's ear, he lowered his voice. "If I hadn't been thinking of you the whole time, I might have lost my mind." Eve gave him a gentle eye roll, but didn't shy away from Rain's arm anymore. The next day at noon, Rain walked out of the academy's dining hall after his lesson with the magic teacher. Sunlight streamed through the towering clock tower, casting patterns on the stone pathway. The academy was unusually quiet during lunch, with only a few students scattered here and there in small groups. Just as Rain stepped out the door, he spotted the guy who drove him crazy peeking out from behind a nearby banyan tree and hurrying toward him with his neck craned. The man's steps were hurried, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. As he reached back toward his bulging backpack, Rain immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, don't take it out yet." He glanced around quickly, expecting Sophia to suddenly jump out from an unseen corner. Seeing no sign of his fiery red-haired friend nearby, he lowered his voice. "Come with me. I don't like the feeling of having my back exposed here." The man chuckled softly, his tone dripping with flattery. "Of course, Master Rain." They moved in single file through the shadows cast by the classroom buildings, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone steps. They circled around, near the mage tower, secluded and convenient for a quick escape. Only then did Rain stop and breathe out deeply. "All right, take it out." The man glanced side to side to confirm their privacy, then crouched and placed the backpack at his feet. He reached inside with both arms, the pouch visibly stuffed full, but no matter how long he searched, he couldn't retrieve the item. Suddenly his movements froze, his face paled. Panicked, he overturned the bag, spilling its contents onto the ground: scrolls, quills, a few family crest badges, but no box. Master Rain, the box, it's gone." He looked up, eyes filled with alarm and confusion. Rain's mouth twitched in frustration. Stepping forward, he grabbed the man's collar and hissed, "How can you lose that? Might as well lose yourself while you're at it." The man lowered his head guiltily. "I'm sorry, Master Rain. I don't know what happened, but it's okay. You'll return to the family right away. Our head should have a backup. Just tell me where to go next, and he'll bring the box straight to you." Rain stared at him intently for a long moment, then released his grip and let out a long, heavy sigh. Had only wanted Sophia's underwear as a prank, but had been caught twice now. His head was beginning to ache just thinking about it. "What's your name?" Rain rubbed his brow. Busy stuffing the scattered items back into the backpack, the man smiled sheepishly. "Master Rain, I'm Hugh Connolly." "All right, Hugh." Rain patted his shoulder. "Go back and tell Brant not to send me any more of these kinds of reports. Just act like I never mentioned it. Otherwise, Fabian might come after me for real." Hugh blinked in surprise, but nodded respectfully. "Understood, Master Rain. He'll pass on your message exactly." Meanwhile, in the training room on the other side of the academy, the clashing of swords filled the air, carrying a sharp metallic chill. "Sis Sophia, look what I got." The door swung open, and Anna bounced into the middle of the training ground holding a delicate little box, her face glowing with excitement. Sophia stopped mid-swing, sheathed her longsword, and her eyes instantly widened when she saw the familiar box. She hurried over and lowered her voice. "Anna, where did you get this? Is it the same one Rain had before?" Anna stood tall with an unshaken chest and a smug little huff. "Of course it is. No one at the academy dares mess with Rain, but finding the person talking to him secretly wasn't hard. I just slipped them some sleeping potion and got it without anyone noticing." Sophia smiled warmly, clearly impressed. "You're amazing, Anna." Anna preened like a proud swan. "Come on, Sophia, let's open it and see what's inside." Sophia blushed faintly but nodded gently, knowing she could trust her closest friend. "Yeah, let's open it." The two of them opened the box immediately. As the lid lifted, the inside was empty except for a single piece of paper folded neatly. Sophia reached out and unfolded it. The ink was clear: "Sophia's underwear today, white lace." Those few words hit like a thunderclap, and they both froze. The next second, Sophia's face burned bright red. She clenched her teeth hard and hissed quietly, "Rain Grei." The sharpness in her tone made Anna instantly believe the note was genuine. Anna linked arms with Sophia and said confidently, "Let's go, Sophia. Come home with me. He'll ask my father for that space-sealing artifact of his. Next time I catch Rain, he won't get away." Meanwhile, Rain sat inside the carriage heading toward the Morris family estate outside the royal city. The carriage rocked softly over the cobblestones. He pulled back the curtain to let in fresh air and the sight of fields rushing past. He knew little about the Morris family, only that they'd quickly risen to marquis status thanks to rich amethyst mines in the western province of Watney. They were often called the Amethyst family. As the carriage approached the estate, Rain frowned. Outside the tall courtyard walls, squads of armored knights patrolled in formation, as if half on war alert. Sure enough, the convoy was stopped at the gate. The patrol captain rode forward and gave a standard knight's salute to the knight guarding Rain's carriage, clearly recognizing the lion insignia on his armor. After routine checks, they allowed the convoy to pass. The carriage rolled along the gravel path and came to a stop before the main manor. The Morris family's head butler was already waiting on the steps, his salt and pepper hair neatly combed. He bowed politely. "Good afternoon, Master Rain. I am Bertrand Austin, but you may call me Bertrand." Rain nodded and got straight to the point. "Bertrand, I want to see Marquis Moristo by the deed to the Red Mill and the Royal City and its associated staff." Bertrand shook his head regretfully. "I'm afraid the master returned to his lands several months ago. Currently, Master Ollie is managing the family affairs." "Then take me to him," Rain said directly. Bertrand ordered a servant to be informed and led Rain, Fiona, and the captain of knights to the reception room. Soon, Ollie entered, walked straight to the sofa opposite Rain, and poured himself a cup of red tea. "Rain, long time no see," he said, raising his cup in greeting. Rain sized up the old acquaintance, his face worn and tired, dark circles under his eyes, and teased, "I saw you a few days ago at the central square, just leisurely watching the crowd." Ollie smiled, then grew serious. "I know why you're here. The Red Mill is one of the Morris family's most profitable businesses in the royal city. If you want to buy it, let's not beat around the bush. 3 million gold coins. Take it or leave it." Rain burst out laughing and accidentally sprayed tea out of his mouth, but turned his head just in time to avoid hitting Ollie. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, he raised his voice. "The Red Mill is big land, sure, but maybe it's worth at most 1.6 million. I was hoping to haggle it down to 1.3 or 1.4 million. I only have about 1.3 million on me today." He looked at Ollie and spoke rapidly. 3 million? Ollie, do you really think I'm that naive? The Red Mill is a prime location, but it isn't worth that much. 3 million? I could buy 2 Red Mills for that price." Seeing the shock on Rain's face, Ollie smiled and took a small sip from his teacup. "You're still the same old impatient self," he said as he set the cup down and raised his hand in a relaxed gesture. "Since I said hi, of course there's room to bargain. You can start with an offer, and we'll take it from there." Rain crossed his arms and snorted lightly. 100,000 gold coins. He didn't hesitate at all. Ollie almost spit out his tea, spilling some onto the polished sandalwood table edge. "Are you trying to pay off a beggar? You've got some nerve." He glared at Rain, who was pouting. Rain mimicked Ollie's tone as he lifted the cup and took a light sip. "What's wrong? Didn't you say we could negotiate slowly?" Ollie shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, sighed, and turned to the attendant Bertrand to fetch a cloth and wipe the tea stains. Then he gestured to have the cup refilled. "Rain, you still have the qualifications to enter the secret realm, right?" Ollie asked casually. Rain tapped the rim of his cup twice, paused, then nodded. "Yeah, why?" Ollie's eyes flashed with a hint of delight at the unexpected confirmation, but he quickly composed himself and sipped his tea again. "Oh, so how many do you have?" Rain caught that flicker of surprise, but didn't call it out. "Not many. Why, you interested? Can't just hand them over, you know." Ollie coughed twice, whether from the tea or Rain's words. It was unclear. He stood up and personally refilled Rain's cup, a look of earnestness on his face. "Ah, Rain. You know the Morris family motto better than anyone: everything has its price. You name a number, and as long as it's reasonable, I won't haggle." Rain, seeing Ollie's attitude though he was a decade older, shifted half a step aside. "A noble family like yours. Surely you have your own quotas?" "No way you don't. We have them. Only 3, Ollie said helplessly, shrugging. "Too many people, too few slots. A drop in the bucket." 3. Rain was momentarily taken aback, then thought about it, and found it reasonable. There are so many nobles in the capital, 100 slots divided among them wouldn't go far. Ollie nodded in agreement, then pressed. "So, how many do you actually have?" Rain pretended to weigh his words, but smiled inwardly. In truth, he held 10 quotas himself, with a private reserve exceeding 200. But on the surface, he lifted only 5 fingers. "Not many. 5. Ollie inwardly gasped. Rain alone had more slots than the entire Morris family. If he knew the actual number, over 200, he'd probably drop his jaw right then and there. "All right," Ollie said through gritted teeth, throwing out an offer. "If you're willing to trade, no matter how many you give me, 4 of your quotas for the Red Mill. How does that sound? The Red Mill? Rain's heart quickened, but he still wore a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Ollie pressed further. Plus a secret about an unparalleled beauty. An unparalleled beauty? Rain's eyes lit up. Everyone knew his penchant for collecting beauties. Ollie was definitely striking a chord. He set his cup down and sighed. Ollie, you know these 5 quotas are for me to groom my trusted men, as per my father's orders. That gave you 4, so I only have 1 left. If my father finds out, will he not beat me to death? Upon hearing this, Ollie chuckled but still nodded seriously. Then 3 slots, plus 500,000 gold coins, and the entire Red Mill deal? A fiery gleam flashed in Rain's eyes, and after a moment, he gave an affirmative nod. All right, but what about that peerless beauty you mentioned just now? Ollie raised his hand to signal patience. Don't worry. When have I ever gone back on my word? Rain, you've surely heard of Greta's sake, haven't you? The moment the name slipped out, Rain looked as if had been struck by lightning. Greta? The dancer? Didn't she die? She didn't. Ollie shook his head, lowering his voice. It's complicated. To put it simply, she's hidden deep within our Morris family territory. If she hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have believed she was still alive. Ollie paused and looked at Rain with a meaningful gaze. Rain immediately understood, pulling 3 specially made coins and a gold card out of his magic device, gently placing them on the table. Ollie immediately picked up the coins and inspected them carefully under the light. Rain smirked. Do you think I'd give you fakes? Ollie glanced at him casually. Hard to say, given your past. After confirming their authenticity, Ollie returned the coins to the magic device and pocketed the gold card, then made a gesture to Bertrand behind him. Soon, Bertrand brought over an exquisite wooden box. Ollie took it, then pulled out a thick stack of documents from his magic device and handed them to Rain. The box contains the deed and all the personnel contracts for the Red Mill. As for these, they're all the information I have on Greta. Everything I know. Whether you can get her or not depends on your skill. Don't blame me. He waved 2 fingers teasingly. Of course, if you throw me 1 more coin, Ollie will instantly become your most powerful wingman. Before the words finished, a coin flicked through the air directly to Ollie. He caught it instinctively, feeling the heavy weight in his palm, inwardly thinking, no way. Looking back at Rain, his gaze grew firm and passionate. Rain, as soon as there's any sign of Greta, I'll inform you immediately. Helping you take her is on me. Rain closed the documents and patted Ollie's shoulder. Well then, perfect. Next time I'm in the Watney province, they'll be counting on you to show me the ropes. Leave it to me. Ollie nearly grabbed him into a sworn brotherhood. With me around, Greta will definitely be yours. The Morris family is known for their strong commitment. Rain trusted him without doubt, took the box, waved goodbye to his companions, and said, no need to see me, if I know the way. All right, take care. Ollie watched Rain's retreating figure and then laid out the 4 special coins in a neat row. Under the crystal chandelier, their surfaces shimmered with a unique aura. Not only were they incredibly valuable, but they could also help him win over several key figures within the family. Not long after Rain left, a servant knocked lightly, came over to Bertrand to whisper a report, then left. Bertrand broke Ollie's focus on the coins. Young master, there's trouble again with the second young master's side. Ollie sighed and put the coins away. Sigh, compared to those nobles, I still prefer doing business with Rain. Bertrand looked puzzled. Young master Ollie, why is that? At least it's not so exhausting. The royal city, 3rd floor of the Moulin Rouge. Marguerite stared blankly at the deed and a stack of employee contracts spread across the table. Less than a day had passed, yet the new owner had already taken full control of the entire Moulin Rouge. She withdrew her gaze and gave Rain a formal, yet subtly charming bow, her full décolletage glowing under the dim light. Master Rain, you really are decisive, she said softly. From now on, my sisters and I will be relying on you. Caught off guard by that flash of white, Rain cleared his throat twice and waved off the feeling casually. Cough. I've always been generous with women, especially beauties. Then, shifting his tone, he glanced toward the bustling dance floor outside the window. Now that the Moulin Rouge is under my management, it has to turn a profit. Who would turn down more gold coins? On the stage, colorful lights flickered as dancers twirled, their skirts shimmering like flowing light. Rain asked offhandedly, Marguerite, what's the net income per month? Please wait, master. Marguerite nodded and turned to leave the room. After a short while, she returned holding a thick ledger. Flipping to the latest page, she reported, last month's net profit was 12,186 gold coins. The yearly monthly average is about 11,000, which comes to roughly 132,000 gold coins per year. Rain casually skimmed a few pages, then snapped the book shut and nodded. Over 100,000 gold coins a year was respectable, but still a small sum compared to the Grei family's annual tax revenue of over 17 million. He tossed the ledger back on the table. Since there's a new owner, some changes are in order. Marguerite felt a pang of anxiety, but dared not speak. The Moulin Rouge staff did not yet truly acknowledge Rain's authority, so he wouldn't let his guard down. She had no idea how many people this shakeup would affect. All right, everyone come downstairs with me. Rain stood and pushed the door open, with Fiona and the captain of the knights close behind. Marguerite, gather all the staff in the main hall on the first floor, everyone, no exceptions. If any guests object, send them down here to talk to me directly. Yes. Marguerite first called the dancers and musicians, then went door to door. Suddenly, the corridor erupted with complaints. An irate guest, shirtless, stormed to the door, grabbing his jacket and shouting, "What's going on? I've already paid, even took my pants off. And now you tell me there's some issue today?" Marguerite remained calm, not showing a hint of fear. Backed by the Grei family, she stood firm. "I'm sorry, sir, but there is an important matter today at the Moulin Rouge. You will be fully refunded for your silver coins just now. If you have concerns, the owner is downstairs and willing to discuss them in person." The guest snorted heavily and pulled on his shirt as he headed for the stairs. Others like him, frustrated clients, joined the complaints, grumbling as they descended. The Morris family still hasn't sorted out their own affairs, and now they're meddling in mine? Right. Today, Ollie must give me an explanation. I've already taken my pants off. Yes, let's go. A group of men stormed down the stairs with fierce determination. As soon as they stepped into the first floor hall, they saw Ryan Grei casually leaning back in a chair, calmly sipping his tea. The sharp clink of the cup lid against the porcelain was almost louder than their footsteps, instantly silencing the noisy crowd. Everyone dared not raise their voices. The bloody incident on the third floor just a few days ago was still fresh in their minds, and no one wanted a repeat. They looked around but didn't see Ollie. Margaret appeared, accompanied by a group of young women in brightly colored dresses, descending slowly. No sooner had she set foot downstairs than someone intercepted her. "Margaret, where's Ollie? Didn't you say the owner of the Red Mill House was on the first floor? But we don't see anyone." Margaret covered her mouth with her hand, smiling politely. "Gentlemen, the Red Mill House has a new owner today. The current owner is..." She paused deliberately, walked behind Ryan, and lightly touched the back of his chair with her fingertip. Her voice dropped, but remained clear, "Master Ryan." Ryan obliged by crossing his legs and letting out a faint whistle through his nose. That natural noble aura pressed down invisibly on the crowd, making the hairs on their necks stand on end. Several people hurriedly waved their hands. "Of course not. Since Master Ryan is in charge, we have no objections." "Exactly." Ryan didn't mention the earlier shouting on the stairs. He adjusted his cuffs. Anyone would be annoyed to be interrupted while handling business like this, but these men were old customers of the Red Mill House, and he didn't want to ruin his reputation. He set his teacup firmly on the small table and scanned the crowd with a raised eyebrow. "I just took over the Red Mill House and need to get familiar with the situation. He'll refund today's money to all of you shortly." Everyone exchanged glances in surprise. Ryan hadn't lost his temper? A quick-witted man spoke first. "Master Ryan speaks wisely. You're still settling in, so we won't cause trouble. The money, it's nothing. Consider it a congratulatory gift to you." "Indeed, indeed." Voices of agreement rose one after another. The crowd slipped away quickly. After all, who dared to actually ask for the money? If they upset Ryan, they might very well get beaten. Ryan watched them leave without stopping them. It wasn't that he refused to return the money, they just didn't want it. Once the guests had gone, he casually ordered, "Close the doors." "Yes, sir." Margaret pushed the heavy doors shut. The dull thud of the brass lock echoed through the empty hall. Ryan stood up, his gaze landing on the rows of elegantly dressed women standing inside. "You all heard what I just said. From today on, I, Ryan Grei, am the new owner of the Red Mill House." As he spoke, a noble dignity radiated from every gesture and movement. It felt as though his presence filled the entire hall. Even the experienced Margaret held her breath tightly. This kind of pressure she had only ever felt from a handful of the highest-ranking aristocrats. Ryan raised his hand and announced 3 rules with commanding authority. First, starting today, the Red Mill House will undergo a complete renovation. Within 1 month at the latest, the sign will be changed to Dream Court. Second, I will send people periodically to audit the accounts. I don't tolerate anyone trying to cheat. Whoever dares to cross me knows what I'm capable of. Third, in due time, I will arrange for special training for all of you. You must study diligently. Fourth, that's about all I wanted to say. If anything changes in the future, they'll consider new rules. In the main hall, all the women stood silently with lowered heads, the oppressive atmosphere nearly tangible. Rain smirked inwardly. "This is exactly the kind of subdued mood I need." After waving the stick, the sweet fruit must follow. He raised his hand, poured out the cold tea in his cup, replaced it with piping hot tea, and took a few light sips to soothe his throat, his voice becoming clearer. "Starting today, the Illusion Dream Pavilion will set up monthly, quarterly, and yearly bonuses. 1. Monthly bonus. The person with the highest income that month receives an extra 30 commission. 2. Quarterly bonus, settled every 3 months, a 40 commission. 3. Annual bonus, tallied for the whole year, a 50 commission plus a special personal reward from me." As soon as this plan, adapted from last world's corporate bonus system, was announced, the formerly dull hall instantly erupted. Whispered conversations stirred, and disappointment gave way to eager anticipation. Margaret was slightly taken aback. Rules are stricter, But the benefits are unprecedented. These sisters will have to work desperately to bring wealth to Illusion Dream Pavilion. Rain set down his teacup and scanned the room. All right, you get a day off today. That's all I have to say. Yes, master, the women chorused, then dispersed to return to their rooms. At the main entrance, as Rain rose to leave, Margaret hurried to push open the heavy wooden door of the Red Mill. Master Rain, take care on your way. Back at the Grei family estate, the servants immediately escorted him to Ford's office. Inside, Ford stared at the ledger's bold entry labeled expenditure, 1.3 million gold coins, his brow tightly knit. As soon as Rain entered, he squinted and questioned him. 1.5 million gold coins. Bold move to ask for that. The family's annual tax revenue barely exceeds 17 million, and you want to spend a tenth of it at once? Rain sneered. I used it to acquire the Morris family's Red Mill. Red Mill? That brat wouldn't budge at 3 million. Are you serious? Ford clearly didn't believe it. Rain pulled out the deed without hesitation. It's done. Hey, erase the contract. Ford stepped forward, inspected the deed carefully, and after a long moment put it down, cursing under his breath. Damn, it really happened. This kid wasn't lying. The next second his expression shifted, and a bright smile spread across his face. Ahem, Rain, I guess you've done the family proud. Rain snatched the deed back. Who said it's for the family? This is my personal property. Ford shrugged without argument. Isn't your property the family's anyway? Only a little annoyed about the misunderstanding between Ren and him just now. Seeing the deed in Ren's hand, Ford finally confirmed that the young master was indeed using money for a proper purpose, not wasting it outside. A weight lifted from his heart. He took out a finely crafted invitation adorned with golden patterns from his personal magical device and handed it over. Oh, right. This is the invitation to the Anderson auction 2 days from now. I heard from Eve that you wanted to attend, so here it is. I have to return to the family estate to select people for entering the secret realm, so I won't be at the auction. You'll represent me. Ren nodded and accepted it. Ford added, Jonas will accompany you. He's experienced and can warn you if you spot any rare items. The family has prepared 20 million gold coins. Buy what you can, but don't force it if you can't get something. He kept giving instructions, worried Ren might get into trouble while he was away from the capital. Ren smirked. Yeah, got it. Also, Ford continued, behave yourself while I'm not in the capital. Don't go bothering Sophia again, understood? Yeah, Ren replied, still half-hearted. Seeing this, Ford imitated his tone with a smirk. All right, off you go then. Ren pushed open the office door and went upstairs to leave. 2 days later, the Anderson auction proceeded as scheduled. That day, the academy was quiet and deserted. Neither teachers nor students, and most of the nobles had flocked to the largest auction hall in the capital. The Anderson auction was hosted by the merchant family Andersons. The Andersons had been trading for generations, frequently traveling between the Empire, the Federation, and the kingdom's major powers. Their family influence was not top tier, but they never got involved in power struggles. Each auction always featured rare treasures, so the various powers tacitly allowed them to operate and hold auctions in their territories. Early in the morning, Ren finished getting ready. Elian stood proudly by his side, while the other maids secretly cast glances filled with unspoken longing, making Ren chuckle softly. He clapped his hands. All right, let's get ready. We're heading to the auction. The maids immediately cheered and squealed. Yay, the auction. The young master is so kind. The young master is the best. Each of them gave their usual morning kiss before changing out of their maid outfits into dresses that were elegant, sharp, or playful, each reflecting their own unique style. When everyone came downstairs, Jonas was already waiting at the door. He was momentarily startled by the flurry of admirers, but just smiled silently. Fiona, standing beside him, pouted and muttered, such a flirt. Once gathered, they all boarded the horse-drawn carriage. Since there were too many people for one carriage, Jonas quickly called for a second one. Then, the 2 carriages set off slowly toward the capital, accompanied by the family knights. Because all the maids wanted to ride in the same carriage as Rain, his carriage became much more crowded than usual. Fortunately, the carriage was spacious to begin with. Otherwise, fitting so many people would have been impossible. Fiona and Jonas were assigned to the second carriage, and the convoy set off quickly. The wheels rolled over the flat plains as the maids pointed excitedly at the distant hills and tall grass through the windows, their chatter and laughter filling the carriage with the lively atmosphere of a spring outing. Leaving the countryside behind, the convoy entered the capital city. Although the main avenue was wide, it was completely packed due to the Anderson auction taking place today. One carriage after another crawled along at a slow pace. Street vendors seized the opportunity to set up stalls while inspectors tried to disperse them, stomping in frustration. As soon as one side was cleared, another line of stalls popped up like mushrooms after the rain. The Grei family crest hung proudly on the side of the carriage, making others hesitate to approach. Still, it took Drake quite some effort to carve a path through the traffic and lead the group onward. Eventually, the tall walls of the auction house loomed ahead. The main entrance was also jammed with visitors, staff weaving back and forth to manage the crowd. Without hesitation, Drake steered the carriage toward a quieter side passagian exclusive route reserved for guests of Count rank and above, rarely blocked, and much easier to traverse. The carriage came to a steady stop at the auction house's entrance. Rain pushed open the door, and the maids followed, descending one by one. Upon seeing the Grei family emblem, a staff member hurried forward. "Good morning, young Master Rain." Rain nodded in acknowledgement and took the invitation card from his magic ring, handing it over. The attendant glanced at it briefly before returning it with both hands. In a place like this, Rain's status carried more weight than any invitation. Even if he had forgotten it, no one would dare to stop him. The attendant waved over a maid. "Judy, please escort young Master Rain." At once, steward. Judy, with a well-proportioned figure, stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "Young Master Rain, please follow me." The group followed her along a corridor lined with crimson carpet. The high vaulted ceilings and gilded wall sconces made the passage feel like the throat of a great beast. The luxurious decor captivated the maids, who stared wide-eyed and gasped, marveling as they walked. Rounding a corner, Rain's gaze suddenly sharpened. Baron Quine stood ahead. The Quine family and the Grei family were bitter enemies. To put it into perspective, if the Grei family's relationship with the Ward family was a friendly 70 points, their ties with the Quine family were a solid -70. If it weren't for the imperial royalty mediating between them, those two families would have been at each other's throats long ago. Several centuries back, the Quine family was merely a branch of lords under a mid-sized border kingdom. When the imperial cavalry swept through, that kingdom was utterly destroyed. The Quines chose to surrender, but the then head of the Grei family died on the battlefield. The Quines were the main cause of the Grei family's ruin, and since then, a deep-rooted feud has burned without ever dying out. Inside the side chamber of the auction house, Bendard Quine's beastly instincts fully took over. With one hand gripping the chin of a servant girl whose blouse was half undone, his other hand roamed shamelessly over her body. The servant's shoulders were firmly held by attendants. Her eyes were blank, powerless to resist. Judy stood quietly nearby, her eyes flashing with pity, but she dared not intervene. Well, if it isn't Bendard," came a lazy sneer from the doorway. TSK, little as ever. Never seen anyone quite so small." Bendard whipped around. Rain Grei leaned against the doorframe, eyes full of undisguised mockery. Bendard's face darkened, ready to retort, but before he could speak, a blazing crimson spear of magic condensed at Rain's fingertips, radiating such heat the air distorted as it shot forward. Rain was no hothead. First, blood enemies don't greet each other with smiles. That's a mark of weakness. Second, standing behind him was Jonas, a 6th-rank powerhouseian undefeatable edge in this conflict. Even if he cut Bendard down, their family head Ford would just applaud, and if the Empire came calling afterward, Bendard would at worst retreat to his domain to lay low. What was there to lose? The spear pierced the air straight toward Bendard's brow. A Quine guard shouted and drew his sword, knocking the spear aside with a clang. Boom! The wall behind shattered, rocks tumbling down. Everyone present froze in shock at the sudden upheaval. "Do you really think you can say my name, Rain, without paying the price?" Rain's expression twisted with loathing. Bendard gritted his teeth, drawing his longsword, tension snapping like a drawn bow. But Bendard's highest rank was only 4th, and Jonas radiated barely a faint aura. Quine's guards felt as if plunged into an ice cellar, unable to move. Rain's gaze darkened, as if calculating his next move. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice cut through the moment. "Oh Rain, Master, what a delight to see you. I've missed you so much." Chiming Jones, with her phoenix-shaped eyes and waist-long hair, appeared out of nowhere. She slipped languidly onto Rain's shoulder. Her arrival stoked silent fury among the maids behind him, but no one dared intervene. Rain shot her a cold glance. "Miss Chiming, to what do I owe this intrusion into my affairs?" She hasn't fallen under the spell? Chiming's heart skipped. Her neckline barely covered her chest, yet Rain's eyes never wavered. Was this really the infamous Rake Rain? Quickly she masked her surprise and lightly traced circles on Rain's chest with her fingertips, purring. "Of course I could feel Master Rain's presence. I simply couldn't move my feet." Rain responded by slipping an arm around her slender waist, pulling her halfway into his embrace, his nose nearly touching her flushed skin. "Oh, to be so favored as the auction's top appraiser, I am indeed honored." The warmth in his palm edged closer to a boundary. Chiming twisted skillfully, spinning out of his hold with a flirtatious half-smile. "Come on, Master Rain. Into the room. You wouldn't want to miss Chiming's detailed introduction of today's auction items." The air between her words dripped with suggestive meaning. Rain chuckled, nodding. With Miss Chiming's personal commentary, how could I refuse? But first his tone froze. He turned to Bendard. "We have a little matter to settle." As he spoke, bursts of purple-white lightning crackled in his palm, coalescing into an angry thunder spear aimed straight at Bendard. Swoosh! The electric lance tore through the air but was again forcefully blocked by the same guard, scattering the lightning bolts. Rain narrowed his eyes, staring hard at the exquisite auctioneer standing before the spear. "Chiming Jones, are you truly going to stand against me?" You want to pick a fight with me? Watching his thunder spear blocked by Qiming, Rain's eyes darkened with a dangerous glint. Sensing the killing intent, Qiming hurried forward in her high heels, eager to explain. But a flash of swordlight suddenly stopped her. Fiona, standing behind Rain, held her long sword horizontally across her chest, forcing Qiming to freeze in place. Master Rain, how could I ever be your enemy? I was only. Before she could finish, Rain raised a hand to interrupt, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right, I'm always patient with beautiful ladies. You get one more chance. With that, a burst of crackling lightning exploded in his palm, silently forming a new thunder spear alive with electric arcs. He ignored Kaiming's anxious expression and threw the spear toward Bane not far away. Qiming was pinned under Fiona's unwavering gaze, unable to move to protect him. A sharp hum pierced the air as the thunder spear sliced through, arriving almost instantly. Bang! The spear slammed heavily into Bane's chest. Just when everyone expected blood to spurt, a blue light suddenly erupted from the necklace around Bane's neck. A pale blue barrier enveloped his entire body in an instant. The spear exploded against the shield's surface but failed even to ripple it. Rain's pupils constricted, a Tier 3 barrier magic device. With his current strength, there was no breaking through it. Jonas wouldn't intervene either. This battle was strictly between the younger generation. If Jonas struck down Bane here, it would break the rules and invite assassins from the Quinn family's Tier 4 or 5 elites after Rain's life. Seeing the barrier form, Qiming let out a silent breath of relief. If Bane had died right there at the auction, the favorite scion of the Quinn family perishing, she couldn't imagine the Marquis Quinn's wrath. A war between the Grei and Quinn families would erupt instantly, and the entire auction would be ruined. Rain slowly withdrew his murderous intent, a change Qiming keenly noticed. As Anderson family's top auctioneer, she was highly skilled in reading emotions and quickly took a step closer, coaxing. Ah, Master Rain. Qiming can hardly wait any longer. Let's go, Master Rain. This time she leaned next to Rain. Fiona merely cast a cautious glance their way, but no longer blocked her path. After a brief silence, Rain chuckled softly and turned to Jonas, his tone calm but cold. Since Bane can't be killed, Uncle Jonas, then have the others do it. Bane was surrounded by his guards and attendants. Jonas wiping out them didn't break any rules. Understood, young master. Jonas nodded, his figure flickering and vanishing on the spot. Several breaths later, he reappeared, simultaneously removing the oppressive aura that had been suffocating Bane's side. The next moment, every guard and attendant except Bane himself stiffened at once, collapsing dead in silence without a scream or a drop of blood. Bodies littered the floor. Bane's face darkened to an extreme degree. Very well, Rain. Your arrogance will cost you. Just wait and see. With that harsh threat, he paid no attention to the fallen corpses and strode into the auction hall. Rain watched Bane's retreating figure, but did not pursue after all. Killing him now was impossible. Then Rain, holding Kaiming's slim waist, slowly walked into the auction hall. Along the way, with the soft and fragrant girl in his arms, Rain's hand wandered shamelessly over her slender waist. Although Qiming was secretly annoyed, she didn't openly resist, quietly biting her lip as she followed him. After parting ways with Bane and his group, several nimble staff immediately appeared in the auction corridor, efficiently cleaning up Bane followers' bodies and the bloodstains on the floor to prevent marring the noble guest's view later. Rain followed Qiming to the Grei family's exclusive luxury box. At the front of the room was a special one-way crystal partition. Those inside the box could easily look down at the main hall, but no one outside could see in. The spacious room had thick, silent carpets, a few genuine leather sofas arranged as a lounge area. A cabinet displayed vintage wines and clear crystal glasses, and the coffee table was covered with various seasonal fruits. Along the edge of the table were several silver buttons. Pressing the first button after setting a mental bid would instantly relay the offer to the auctioneer below. Two graceful maids waited in a corner, ready to take orders. Master Rain, Qiming will take her leave first. You'll root for me later, won't you? Qiming said as she brought him inside and turned to leave. Rain squinted, reluctant to part. Leaving so soon? Qiming, you haven't even introduced today's auction items to me. His fingers still caressed her slender waist. Qiming rolled her eyes inwardly. If your hand wasn't still wandering, maybe I'd believe you're reluctant. Fearing he might try to detain her, she quickly took out a delicate booklet and handed it over. Master Rain, all the lots are here. I have to go on stage soon to host, and need to prepare. All right then, I hope you fetch a good price, Miss Qiming. Reluctantly, Rain released her. Qiming covered her smile and said, then I'll take your good wishes to heart, Master Rain. With that, she pushed the door and left. As the door closed, several maids immediately stared at Kaiming's departing figure, their eyes full of wariness. Once she was completely gone, they gathered around Rain, acting coquettishly. Rain smiled and soothed them, handing out some fruit and snacks, finally satisfying everyone, who then dispersed quietly behind the crystal partition to watch. Jonas remained solemn, first observing the hall through the partition before returning to the sofa. Rain handed him the booklet. Uncle Jonas, take a look at what we need to focus on. Jonas nodded and sat down to study the list carefully. The booklet was packed with treasures and opportunities ranging from first to fifth tier, spanning dozens of pages. Rain then stood and selected a bottle of 80-year vintage red wine from the cabinet, gently swirling it in a tall glass before carrying the aroma to the partition. Through the crystal, he saw the crowd gathering. Familiar instructors from the Magic Academy, local minor nobles, merchants from various regions. The maids, seeing such a large-scale auction for the first time, pressed against the partition whispering excitedly, yet trying their best to stay composed. Time passed quietly. Soon the seats below filled completely. The lights dimmed sharply, leaving only a bright spotlight on the auction stage. Qiming emerged from behind the curtain, dressed in a stunning crimson gown with her hair elegantly tied up. Her footsteps in high heels were nearly silent, but seemed to tread directly on everyone's hearts. That's Miss Qiming. Is she really hosting this auction? Qiming is so beautiful. If only I could spend a night with her, I'd die happy. Dream on. With just your Viscount title? In the box, the maid showed sharp, tiger-like hostility again. Rain watched amused, but said nothing. The crowd below cheered loudly, but Qiming only gave a slight nod and raised her hand to quiet them. Under the focused light, a backstage confirmation came through her earpiece, and her voice was clear and steady. Thank you all for the wait. Now, the Anderson auction officially begins. The Anderson auction was officially underway. No sooner had Qiming finished speaking than fireworks lining the outer walls of the auction house ignited instantly, trailing bright tails visible even in daylight as they slowly soared into the sky, bursting into colorful clusters against the azure canopy. Inside the hall, rows of warm-toned crystal chandeliers gradually illuminated one after another, casting a golden glow over what had been a dim space. Then, silently, the floor at the auction's center split open, and a transparent display case rose from beneath the floorboards. The first item, the amber sword, lay quietly behind the crystal shield. The fist-sized amber crystal embedded along the blade's spine caught the light and refracted it, as if igniting the entire sword. Qiming lifted her chin lightly. Her clear voice echoed throughout the hall. This sword is named the Amber Sword, ranked Tier 3, originating from a certain ruin. The amber crystal is embedded with an extremely rare technique, allowing the sword to emit a strange gravitational force when swung, repelling other weapons. The blade itself is forged entirely from Luduan ironstone, making it indestructible. Starting bid is 50,000 gold coins, with minimum increments of 2,000 per race. The auction paddles rose and fell in rapid succession. 60,000. 65. Within moments, the bids jumped multiple levels. In a private box on the top floor, Rain swirled the dark red wine in his glass, then pressed a button with his fingertip. His calm voice transmitted through the crystal speaker, 100,000. The sudden doubling silenced the hall briefly. Then most bidders lowered their paddles in unspoken agreement. No one wanted to cross the Grei family over a single sword. Rain's move caused his personal steward, Jonas, to frown slightly. Young master, the family treasury is not lacking swords like this. There's no need. I know, Rain said, raising his glass toward him. Someone will take over soon enough. Sure enough, the lights in the Quinn family box across the hall flickered on, and a bid followed immediately. 150,000 gold coins. Rain smiled softly. Looks like they're really looking for trouble. He pressed his button again. 160,000. The Quinn family's box was decorated in deep gray tones. The family head, Teddy Quinn, sat at the bidding table, his expression as dark as the wall. She already knew what Rain had done to his son, Bernd. Bernd stood beside him, eyes gleaming with vengeful excitement. Teddy briefly considered the situation. The sword's price was already inflated, but failure to respond would show weakness. Without hesitation, he pressed the button again. 200,000 gold. The price far exceeded the amber sword's intrinsic value. The crowd below understood the unspoken truth. The feud between the Greys and the Quinns was deepening. So everyone lowered their paddles and settled in to watch the drama unfold. Unexpectedly, Rain stayed silent. The air grew tense, filled only with low whispers and quiet breaths under the warm lights. Qiming glanced at the timer sandglass, then lifted her small wooden gavel and struck it against the block. The dull thud rolled through the room. Lord Teddy, 200,000 once. Her gaze flicked toward the top floor boxes. She looked toward Rain's suite above, but there was no response. Teddy, owner of the Quinn family, bids 200,000 gold coins for the second time. The auctioneer, Qiming, raised her gavel and paused, glancing at Rain, who remained silent. With a final strike, she declared, Teddy of the Quinn family, 203,000 gold coins for the third time, sold. Congratulations, Teddy, on winning the amber sword. 3 crisp gavel strikes echoed as the crystal display case holding the amber sword slowly sank into the floor. Behind the scenes, staff swiftly carried the ornate box around the hall straight to the Quinn family's private room. Teddy Quinn, hearing Rain stop bidding, instantly realized the kid was deliberately goading him to push the price higher. The Quinn family only brought 18 million gold coins for this auction, but his own son had just lost focus. Rain had just trapped them into overpaying 200,000 gold for a worthless broken sword. Thinking this, Teddy shot a sharp glare at Bender. Shortly after, the server entered, carrying the amber sword. Teddy lifted the box lid and found that the sword, though seemingly magnificent, was all show and no substance, much like the mocking smirk Rain wore from the neighboring room. He snorted coldly and tossed the sword onto the floor. The metallic clang reverberated within the silencing enchantment. Next door, Rain was watching the Quinn room through a one-way magical window, a sneer on his face. Jonas, standing beside him, understood at last. Because of the earlier hallway altercation, the Quinn family would have to compete fiercely each time Rain raised the price. This smokescreen tactic both annoyed Teddy and made him hesitate to give up, making later bidding much easier. Jonas looked at Rain with newfound admiration. The auction continued. Rain, calm and poised, gestured to Eve. She rose and uncorked a bottle, pouring him half a glass of crimson red wine. Taking a sip, Rain thought to himself. Though he didn't fully grasp Jonas' plan, he knew Bender's assist was crucial to making Teddy stumble. In his past life, he hadn't formally attended many auctions but had joined others to watch and knew these little tricks pretty well. To truly break the Quinn family's malicious price bumping, one round wouldn't suffice. They needed at least two more. The following lots marked the real battle between the two families. The other nobles in the hall watched with great interest as both sides bid absurdly high prices, fighting over some otherwise insignificant items. After several rounds, Rain had spent 70,000 gold coins more in total, but had completely thrown Teddy off balance. Inside the Quinn room, Teddy stared blankly at the ledger. 300,000. I just bought a piece of clothing? He looked in disbelief at the empty money box. Rain had suddenly stopped bidding. Teddy silently vowed not to compete with Rain on future lots, since he couldn't tell if the kid really wanted to buy or was just setting traps. So for the next few items, no matter how much Rain raised the price, the Quinn family stayed firmly on the sidelines. Seeing this, a sly smile crept onto Rain's lips. His true goal was finally achieved. Jonas whispered in amazement. Isn't this the first time this young master's attended an auction? How come he acts like a seasoned pro? Time ticked by as one lot after another sold. Morning flew past quickly. By noon, the Anderson auction house had barely sold over half its items. After a simple meal in the private room, Rain wiped his mouth and looked toward the auction stage now. It was the priceless treasures that these major nobles truly sought. Perhaps the next auction item was truly rare, as even Chiming held back slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, she raised her voice gently, eyes sweeping over the private boxes in the hall. This item comes from the Anderson family's exploration of a secret realm. We invested countless manpower and resources in obtaining it. Several fifth-rank warriors even lost their lives. As her words fell, the circular lift stage slowly rose under the bright magical lights, a thick alloy glass dome reflecting layers of distorted images. Hearing that fifth-rank warriors suffered casualties, the entire hall simultaneously looked up, and even the nobles in the boxes straightened instinctively. When the glass dome fully rose to display height, an enormous egg appeared, about the size of an adult man's body, covered in red flame-like patterns. Chiming pointed at the egg as she continued explaining, deep within the secret realm, we found a dying red dragon. To kill it, we exhausted resources, suffering the loss of 2 fifth-rank and 4 fourth-rank warriors, with countless casualties below 4th rank. After killing it, we discovered this extremely precious red dragon egg in its lair. Multiple readings show the life energy inside is strong, making successful hatching very likely. The starting price is 1 million gold coins, with increments no less than 10,000 each time. A dragon egg. The crowd erupted. Dragons naturally carry the label innately powerful. Even newly hatched hatchlings possess 3rd-rank combat strength, and adults can potentially reach 7th rank. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. The bids came thick and fast, quickly climbing to 1,200,000. In the stands, Rain raised his glass, staring at the dragon egg. He wasn't swept up by the enthusiasm. Dragons grow slowly, over centuries. Instead of going broke raising a mighty dragon, he preferred to invest time and resources in himself with the ancient texts had obtained. He was confident of reaching 7th rank within 100 years, possibly sooner. So he had no intention of actually winning the egg, but raising the price to drain opponents' funds was amusing enough. Just then, a bid from the Mick family rang out. 2 million. The hall grew noticeably quieter, as many knew they couldn't compete with the Mick family. 2,200,000. This bid came from the Ashton royal family. Rain raised an eyebrow. The imperial royals were definitely best positioned to patiently raise a giant dragon. So long as the empire avoided major war in the next century, they stood to gain another 7th-rank warrior. But no other noble families were willing to back down. 2,500,000. The Mitchell family's representative spoke firmly, taking the lead. Among the crowd, ordinary bidders seeing royalty join had mostly withdrawn to watch, leaving just the royal families and a few major nobles as true contenders. Rain swirled the red wine in his glass, finished it, then casually pressed the button. 3 million. He decisively raised the price by 500,000, his personal limit for the dragon egg. 3,200,000. The royals immediately matched without hesitation, clearly determined to win. 3,500,000. The Ward family's bid crashed down like distant thunder, seemingly aiming to prevent the royals from winning the egg. Inside Rhine's room, the maids watched as the great nobles fiercely outbid each other. One by one, their small mouths hung open in shock. They barely ever saw more than a few thousand gold coins growing up, yet now the numbers flashing on the display soared into the millions. Rhine reclined in his chair holding Sicilian, watching the bidding screen like a spectator at a play. 4,500,000. As the Mitchell family's bid dropped, a roar of disbelief erupted from Brent, head of the Mick family, outside the room. In the next moment, he slammed his palm on a control panel, and the partition walls buzzed as they rose, exposing the VIP lounge in full view. Leaning forward, Brent glared across the corridor at the Mitchell box and bellowed, "Lyman, are you insane? 4 million just for this dragon egg?" He was the first to push up his wall, and like a fuse lighting a powder keg, other family enclosures began lifting theirs too. High-backed chairs, family crests, attendants, and guards all revealed in a grand display of prestige. Only after Rhine pulled a lever, sliding the final partition all the way to the ceiling, did the corridor truly come alive with tension. "Rhine, why are you the only one here? Where's Ford?" Brent's gaze immediately sought the Grei family's box, confusion clear on his face. Rhine cradled Sicilian, half leaning on him, utterly relaxed. The many family heads' eyes fell on them, but he didn't care at all. Sicilian's ears flushed pink in a flash, and she quickly buried her face in his chest. "My father has business to handle. I'm here today." Rhine's chin rested lightly on her soft white hair. His voice was calm. Seeing the bevy of attendants around Rhine, many nobles sneered disdainfully, but none dared provoke him. No one wanted to risk being dragged into an endless bidding war with this high-stakes spender. Once certain Ford was absent, the family heads wasted no more time, and the room thickened with the smell of gunpowder. 4,700,000. "Cow, try raising the bid again if you dare." Lyman slammed the table, veins red in his eyes from craving the dragon egg. But Cow Torres leaned back in his chair, smirking and flicking his fingers dismissively. "Humph, no money, no talking. 4,800,000. His bid slammed down hard on the crystal panel, showing zero intimidation. In the corridor, calls and curses rose and fell like waves. Rhine propped his chin on his hand, enjoying the spectacle, lifting an empty wine glass. Eve bent over, tilting a bottle so deep red liquid dropped into the glass, making a faint ding sound. "Sicilian, try this." Rhine raised the glass to her lips. The little white-haired girl sipped cautiously, and in an instant, it was as if she had stepped into a sun-drenched vineyard. The alcohol was barely there, leaving only sweetness and floral notes. "Master, this wine is so delicious." Sicilian's eyes sparkled like stars. Rhine downed his own glass with a smile, and said, "How could it not be? This bottle costs 10,000 gold coins. That one sip just paid you half a year's salary." "What? That expensive?" Sicilian's pupils nearly shook in disbelief. "This bottle alone could buy several little white-haired girls just like you." Rhine casually stroked the stubborn tuft of hair sticking up on her head. Blushing, Sicilian cuddled into his embrace, murmuring softly, "I'm not that cheap." Rhine chuckled warmly. Sicilian, you're my priceless treasure. Nothing could ever replace you." 5 million. As Teddy, the head of the Quinn family, spoke, the vast auction hall instantly fell silent. Even the royal representatives who had been aggressively bidding just moments ago were speechless. 5 million gold coins for a dragon egg was indeed a steep price, not to mention the long and costly process of raising the dragon afterward. At the same cost, one could buy a sixth-tier treasure. In the quiet, the auctioneer Chiming raised her small gavel and struck it on the wooden stand with a deep thud. "Quinn family head, 5 million, once," she said clearly, like a lark's call. "Does anyone want to continue bidding? Dragons rarely lay eggs, and this is one of just a few that have surfaced in the last decade." The hall remained silent. Chiming struck again. 5 million, twice. No one responded. The third strike fell slowly. "Quinn family head, 5 million, 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the Quinn family head on winning the dragon egg." Scattered applause started from the bottom of the hall and gradually spread. But some nobles in the VIP section sneered at Teddy. 5 million. How much money did he even bring? For a dragon egg with such a long growth cycle? There are better treasures coming up, they whispered mockingly among themselves. The display case holding the dragon egg lowered into the floor. Then, from a second display case that rose, emerged a massive heartbeat, a still pulsing giant heart. Each beat flickered faint arcs of electricity and sparks across its surface. The vivid signs of life held everyone breathless. Ren raised an eyebrow, a grim thought stirring in his mind. Cecily, sensing his expression, pressed her lips and cast a sympathetic glance at the surrounding nobles. She knew another unlucky soul was about to get into trouble. Once the display case settled, Qiming opened her small fan and announced, "This is the heart of the Thunderfire Lion King, taken from a 5th-tier Thunderfire Lion King. Its effects are well known. It greatly enhances lion mounts and can awaken their Thunderfire attribute talents. Humans who consume it also benefit, gaining a significant boost in fighting energy and resistance to Thunderfire magic. The starting price is 600,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 10,000. Her words sparked attention from both the main hall and the VIP seats. Most eyes turned toward the Grei family. The only lion-riding family present was the Greys, and the heart seemed to perfectly match Ren's needs. 700,000. Ren raised his hand lazily and was the first to bid. Seeing this, other bidders lost their nerve. 800,000. The Quinn family quickly countered. Behind the railing, Bane leaned casually and made a slashing motion across his throat at Run, a clear taunt. Ren remained unfazed, his gaze indifferent. 1 million. His voice was quiet, but carried clearly throughout the hall. In the VIP section, Teddy stared fixedly at Ren's expressionless face, quietly calculating, but still unable to decipher his true intention. Even Teddy did not know what Ren was thinking at that moment. Since Ren had just confronted him not long ago, Teddy wasn't sure whether Ren truly wanted that heart at this moment. The air in the auction house suddenly grew heavy and tense. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what the two young masters would do next. Teddy hesitated briefly before raising his paddle to bid. 1,500,000. His voice was low but cracked sharply through the silence. 1,600,000. Ren followed immediately with a calm tone, as if casually matching the bid. Hearing Ren raise the price without hesitation, a faint smile pulled at the corner of Teddy's mouth. So you do care. He was certain now Ren wanted that heart to help Ford's lion advance. If that was the case, he would just push the price higher. 2 million. The aggressive bidding shot the heart of the Flame Lion King far beyond its usual value. Teddy's number echoed beneath the vaulted ceiling like a thunderclap. Gasps rose all around, but no one dared intervene. From Ren's VIP box, a glass of red wine swirled, and he took a slow sip, the corners of his lips curling into a smile, one that pierced Teddy's heart like a needle, filling him with a sense of foreboding. Leaning on the railing, Ren's voice slurred lazily, but was deliberately loud enough to reach all ears. Keep going? I hear Ford's lion is about to advance. What? No more money? Teddy raised an eyebrow, about to retort, but Ren continued, forget it. The Quinn family certainly has deep pockets. I'm not up for playing that game. I wonder how much imperial tax they've skimmed. He shook his glass, his gaze lingering on Teddy. As for my father's steed, it's surely time for it to advance. But the materials are already ready. This heart, it's expendable. Ren suddenly grinned, his eyes mocking. I was just toying with you earlier. Would you really have spent 2 million on it? Huh. His brazen laugh echoed through the hall. Nobles exchanged wary glances. They all sensed the casual scorn behind Ren's words. Teddy's expression darkened as a surge of fighting spirit roiled inside him. A cold, threatening aura shot toward Run like a venomous serpent strike. Yet before it reached its target, a heavier oppressive force swept through, cutting off that chill midair. Jonas had stepped in. The two energies clashed in empty space, warping the atmosphere. Spectators felt as if caught in the eye of a storm. Even breathing became difficult. Just then, a cold voice rang out from the royal family's box. Enough. Fighting is forbidden in the auction house. Have you forgotten the rules after all these years? The speaker was Ivan Ashton, leader of the Ashton clan. With his words, both Teddy and Jonas withdrew their forces, and the tension instantly evaporated. But the next moment, Teddy's throat suddenly burned, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Father! Bane and his brothers shouted in alarm. Teddy waved them off, signaling he was fine, though his eyes darkened as he shot a sharp glance at Jonas. Many nobles watching from the stands felt a chill. Teddy wasn't the strongest, but he ranked above average. Yet had just suffered an internal injury from a mere clash of energies. Jonas' power was being reassessed was formidable indeed. Ren appeared completely unfazed by everyone's stares. He turned to the old man next to him. Uncle Joe, you able to beat that old dog? He asked bluntly. Jonas chuckled at the familiar address. Just barely, a slight edge. A red gleam flashed in Ren's eyes. His voice dropped to a dark, clear tone. Then Uncle Joe, let's kill him. The words landed like a bomb. The murmuring auction suddenly fell utterly silent. Teddy's pupils contracted sharply, his muscles tensed. Only one thought surged through his mind. Madman. This man is insane. Jonas looked momentarily surprised before slowly turning toward Teddy. Then his gaze rested steadily on him. As soon as Ryan finished speaking, the auction hall fell into a deathly silence. It was as if someone had grabbed everyone by the throat. No one dared to breathe. Qiming stood rigidly on the auction stage, her professional smile frozen as she wondered if she had heard wrong. Teddy's muscles tensed, his eyes locked fiercely on Jonas, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Ivan, the royal representative, abruptly stood up with a sharp swish, shock written all over his face. Was Ryan really trying to kill a marquis in public? Ivan opened his mouth, but couldn't get a sound out. He was only a 4th-tier warrior. How could he possibly stop a 6th-tier battle expert? Even if he tried to intervene, he'd have to bring in two 6th or 7th tier emperors to hold the scene down. All he could do was silently pray that it wouldn't come to a fight. The other nobles were just as rattled. They feared Ryan might kill the Marquis and then casually take out some viscounts as practice. Bang! The door to the Grei family's private box was kicked open with a crash, and the heavy wooden panel slammed to the floor. Before the man arrived, a rough voice shouted, "You little bastard, what are you trying to do?" Fred stormed in like an axe cleaving through frozen air. The oppressive atmosphere in the auction hall lifted several degrees instantly. He coughed twice, walked over to Ryan, and pressed the button to close the divider panel. "Everyone carry on. Ryan is just being reckless. You all bid, and he'll handle him." The divider slid shut, and the young nobles finally exhaled. Ivan slowly sat down. Teddy relaxed his fists. For the first time, everyone found Fred's bluntness somehow reassuring. In the earpiece, Chimung was pulled back to focus by a colleague. "Everyone, that was just a minor incident and has been resolved. The Anderson family has decided to apply a 10 discount to all final prices tonight as compensation. Next, lot the Siren's stone." Inside the Grei family box. "Father, why are you back?" Ryan gestured for Cecily to get off his lap. She set down her wine glass and stood to greet him. "Humph, I've been anxious the whole way here. My eye twitching nonstop. I knew you'd cause trouble." Fred, out of breath, gulped down a glass of red wine but still felt parched, so he poured a glass of water. "I saw you going after Teddy as soon as I arrived at the auction." He sat down on the sofa, glaring at Ryan. "I want to kill that guy too, but this is a public place. No reason, no justification. What right do you have to attack him? The Marquis status isn't just for show." Ryan sneered. "Kill him or not. Who cares about reason? Might makes right. The Empire can investigate later all they want. Ted'd be dead by then. Would the royal family pick a fight with the Grei family over a corpse?" Listening to Ryan's twisted logic, Fred's mouth twitched involuntarily. No one would get tangled up with the Grei family over a dead man, and the royal family was no different. Ford lowered his voice, each word sharp and deliberate. "But Rain, think about it. If we actually did that, where would the Empire's law stand? If we kill anyone who crosses us, even if the royals turn a blind eye, the Grei family would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history, and one day, people will come for us. Don't push yourself into becoming an enemy of the entire world. Remember, conflicts among nobles aren't just fought with swords. They are battles of social maneuvering as well." This string of warnings finally pierced the anger deep inside Rain's heart. His brow relaxed slightly, clearly absorbing some of it. When he seemed to abandon the idea of killing Teddy, Ford loosened his clenched fists and let out a breath. Then he turned to Jonas. "Old Joe, why are you following this brat's foolishness too?" "The Ward family, 1 million gold coins, third time, sold. Let's congratulate the Ward family for successfully bidding on the Fafner's Fawn." The auctioneer's crisp gavel echoed through the hall, signaling the end of the last round. Ford composed himself and pushed open the partition separating the Grei family's box from the rest of the room. As the screen slid aside, all eyes swept toward them. Ford was now seated firmly where Rain had just been, calm and composed. Jonas stood quietly behind him, solemn and serious. Rain sat off to the side with a few attendants dressed in black and white maid uniforms, his smile faint and ambiguous. Many nobles in the gallery exchanged glances. Clearly, the trouble with the rebellious young Grey heir was finally settling down. Noticing the movement, auctioneer Chiming bent slightly at the waist, nodding toward Ford. "Welcome, Marquis Grei." Satisfied with the acknowledgement, she raised her hand and announced the next lot. "Next, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention here. This item comes from a Southern Sea shipwreck within the Empire." A sandalwood display case rose slowly with the faint sound of gears. Inside the crystal dome floated a fist-sized black stone inscribed with strange patterns resembling a pulsating heart. The light cast against its surface reflected a faint, dark red glow. Ford's usually rock-steady expression tightened ever so slightly at that moment. He had read the words "Heart of Dickens" in the catalog, but seeing it in person stirred an involuntary ripple within his chest. Whispers spread quietly below. Some nobles raised monocular telescopes. Others murmured speculation. Smiling gently, Chiming added, "You're not mistaken. This is the Heart of Dickens. Dickens is an extremely rare creature on the continent of Saltus, resembling a spotted deer, but imbued with mysterious power. Its blood can heal the gravest injuries. Just a few drops can instantly restore a fifth-rank expert. Its flesh and eyes possess unique spiritual properties. As for this heart itself, ancient texts say consuming it can extend one's life by at least 5 years. Sadly, the beast is now nearly extinct, and hundreds of years have passed since a live one was last sighted." Before her words faded, the room grew more restless. Longevity. This was the most irresistible temptation for nobles obsessed with power and indulgence. Some gripped their armrests. Others licked their dry lips, eyes darting between the crystal case and their rivals. "Chiming, stop teasing and start the bidding." "Yes, let's get on with it." Chiming smiled and nodded. "Starting price, 5 million gold coins. Each raised no less than 50,000. Instantly, bidding erupted all around. 5,100,000. They'll go all in 5,200,000. Raise 10,000. The vigorous shouting drowned out the murmurs. Nobles forgot to glance up at the VIP boxes, fixated entirely on this heart. Rain leaned back in his seat, one corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk, clearly pleased. After all, eternal life was the sharpest hook of all. As the numbers soared higher, the top families in the luxury boxes were drawn into the fray. Prince Ivan, the royal family's representative, spoke first, his clear voice brooking no argument. 8 million gold coins. 8 million. His bid abruptly catapulted the previously gradual escalation to a new height. The room paused for a moment, then erupted into even more feverish calls of increase. There was no surprise among the crowd at Ivan's bid. With a full month until the old emperor's grand birthday, everyone could guess Ivan had been sent on orders most likely to secure the Dicken's heart to present it to the birthday honoree. The starting price of 8 million gold coins had already made many of the minor nobles seated in the hall hesitate. However, hushed whispers soon rippled through the crowd. These lower-ranking nobles gathered in small groups, quietly pooling their family funds. In no time, several small alliances formed, boldly amassing enough capital to challenge the powerful nobles in the private boxes. Rain stood in the stands, watching the bid screen flicker with rising numbers, and finally whispered to his father, "Father, aren't we going to bid?" Fred sneered impatiently. "Bid? With just over 10 million left in our coffers? It's nowhere near enough. Look at Ivan's stances here just for this item. He's got at least 30 million gold coins to spend. How can we compete?" Before he finished, the bid for the Dicken's heart jumped to 11 million, enough to wipe out one or two of those smaller families' reserves. The elite nobles in the boxes paused, cautiously watching, but no longer bidding. Much to many people's surprise, it was those hastily formed noble coalitions who drove the price up. They were Ivan's toughest rivals. Ivan gazed down at the lively bidding floor, furrowing his brow briefly before pressing the button again with an expressionless, mechanical precision. He was like an automatic bidding machine, timed to the second. Seeing the numbers keep climbing, Ivan smirked inwardly. After all, he wasn't spending his own money. This was the emperor's budget. His only job was to bring the gem back, no matter the cost. After a fierce back and forth, the hammer finally fell. The Dicken's heart was won by Ivan at the dizzying price of 23 million gold coins, nearly exhausting his enormous funds. The afternoon auction moved on, with prized items sold one after another to various noble houses. Fred used the last 10 million in their treasury to snag a few affordable treasures, leaving with a decent haul. When only a few items remained on display, the auctioneer Chiming lightly fanned herself and announced crisply, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is drawing to a close. Everything you have seen, regardless of lot number, consists of rare treasures collected by the Anderson family in recent years. The final item, omitted from your catalog due to time constraints, I assure you will dazzle your eyes." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Rain, a playful sparkle in her eyes that made his heart skip a beat. Accompanied by a faint mechanical hum, the crystal display case at center stage slowly rose. In the next moment, everyone froze in place. A person, Rain suddenly stood, eyes wide with disbelief. Looking closer, he realized the figure inside was no ordinary human, a being with long, pointed ears. Her skin was as white as snow, her long black hair falling softly, her delicate features almost saintly, yet her hands and feet were bound by heavy shackles, forcing her to kneel inside the crystal cage. Faint tear marks still stained her face, and her fragile posture stirred an instinctive protective urge in the crowd. "Elven," someone whispered in awe. The nobles in the private boxes, seeing Rain's stunned expression, glanced at each other amusedly. Rain was still as lustful as ever. Watching Rain's shock, Chiming let out a soft, teasing laugh. "You're not seeing things. This isn't a human, but an elf." The thick velvet curtains at the center of the auction stage parted, revealing a dark night elf with black hair and purple eyes, quietly kneeling with jet black wings folded tightly against her back. Elves have always been noble, and the Anderson family would never dare provoke them lightly. However, Dark Night Elves are labeled as a cursed clan by their own kind, and have no protection under elven law. The outside world openly trades them, with no consequences. The auctioneer Chiming glanced over the nobles below, their breath quickening and eyes bloodshot with excitement. Though a smile curved her lips, it barely concealed her disgust. Starting bid, 2 million gold coins. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000. Her small hammer fell, the crisp sound echoing through the hall. "An elf? Huh. I've lived long and never tasted an elf before. 2.2 million. 2.2 million? Pathetic. 2.5 million. The bidding voices rose one after another. Up in the private box on the second floor, Rain personally poured tea for his father, Food. "Father, how much liquid capital do we have left? Lend me a couple." He made a hand gesture. Food leaned back in the soft leather sofa, sipping his tea slowly. After traveling all morning, my shoulder aches a bit." He feigned stretching his shoulder with a slow turn. Rain immediately went behind him and started rubbing. "Shoulder pain? Let me give you a massage, father." His tone was deferential. About that loan you asked for. Enjoying the brief massage, Food nodded with satisfaction. Loan? What loan? There's 70,000 left in the bidding account. All yours. Spend as you like. 70,000. Rain's expression stiffened instantly. The bids below had already soared past 290,000. Father, that elf's at 3 million now. Oh, so you want to bid on that Dark Knight elf, huh? Food suddenly realized. Well, we're out of money. Only 70,000 left. Are you kidding me, old stubborn? Rain grabbed the teacup angrily. In the corner of the box, the butler Jonas stifled a chuckle while a few maids snickered quietly. Rain narrowed his eyes at Food. Old stubborn, one last time really no loan? If not, he'll crap on you right now. His killing intent was undeniable. Food crossed his arms and turned his face deliberately aside, making his refusal clear. Fine, just you watch. Rain threw down the cup and strode to the railing. The Dark Knight elf's price had already reached 3.7 million. For million. He channeled magic to amplify his voice, booming like thunder. Teddy from the Quinn family, coincidentally also bidding, quickly raised the stakes. For 0.1 million. Damn old dog. Rain cursed loudly. Try talking again? See if I don't have Uncle Joe finish you off. His harsh words flew like a storm, turning Teddy's face red and leaving him stunned. Rain, what are you doing? Threatening a marquis in public? Gotta itch again. How can you speak to Marquis Quinn like that? How dare you? Food's scolding voice came from the box. Old stubborn, don't talk. I'm scolding right now. Can't you leave me be? Rain snapped, turning his back on his father without a shred of respect. Food was momentarily stunned, looking at Rain with surprise and, for a moment, unable to respond or argue back. Watching Rain recklessly slaughter everyone without mercy, the nobles all gaped in stunned silence. Terrifying beyond belief, this kid's eyes were bloodshot from killing. He even dared to move against his own allies. After tossing a snide retort to old Dang, Rain immediately shifted his attention back to Teddy and kept up the verbal assault. Tell your ancestors to come here, me curse them. His barrage of foul language came like machine gun fire. Teddy's head throbbed, breathing quickened, and inwardly he wailed. How is this guy such a thug? Is there no law? No justice? Who can shut that mouth of his? But no matter how furious, Teddy still didn't dare strike back. Ford's warning, how can you say that out loud, lingered in his ears, clearly a warning. If you make a move, you'll just be giving Lion King Ford an excuse. Even Jonas couldn't handle a unknown fight with him. Add Ford, and it'd be a guaranteed double-team humiliation. Exasperated beyond endurance, Teddy stormed out of the private room and slammed the door shut with a bang. In the main hall, Rain was worn out from cursing, his mental reserve of insults nearly depleted. Still hoarse, he yelled, for 1,200,000. Let's see who dares bid against me now. The great nobles on stage and the minor nobles below fell abruptly silent. No one wanted their entire lineage cursed again. Unable to outcurse him, unwilling to fight, raising the price was just asking for pain. Yet Rain's behavior clearly crossed the auction house's bottom line. Through Kaiming's earpiece came orders from above, instructing her to intervene. She rolled her phoenix-shaped eyes and muttered with disdain, me? I'd have to be an idiot to go. Last time I offended him, and now? Let him deal with whoever he wants. Sensing her firm refusal, the radio fell silent. In the heavy stillness, a middle-aged man stepped slowly out from behind the auction platform. Bowing slightly to everyone, his voice was calm yet firm. Young Master Rain, your conduct violates the auction rules. Please refrain from threatening others so everyone can bid fairly and freely. Kaiming's eyes widened, and she slid back a few steps discreetly. If a fight breaks out, she didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. She was definitely not on his side. Rain narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, who are you? This time, he didn't add any curse. An unknown face like this might be dangerous if he couldn't handle him. The man bowed again. Torrin Anderson, head of this auction event. Oh, where did I break the rules? When did I threaten you? Rain raised his voice and scanned the crowd of minor nobles below. Their heads bobbed like wooden dolls. No, sir. We really weren't threatened. We just don't have the money. Yeah, me neither. Torrin glanced up at the great nobles seated in the stands, but no one responded. Suddenly, a crisp voice broke the silence. It was Anna, the little sorceress from the Mitchell family. Rain, you're being completely unreasonable, you, clearly. Anna sat on the sofa, arms crossed and fuming, ready to put Rain in his place. But just as she started to speak, she suddenly froze. She caught the threatening words silently forming on Rain's lips. Do you want me to spill what happened with the little bear? Her cheeks instantly flushed bright red. Stomping her foot in frustration, Anna swallowed the half-finished. You wouldn't dare? And let out a muffled grunt before sitting back down. The little witch's unusual behavior left everyone present stunned, whispers breaking out all around. Lyman, the patriarch of the Mitchell family, frowned deeply. He recalled how not long ago Anna had borrowed a spatial sealing magic device from him, saying she wanted to teach Rain a lesson. But now, she was acting like a love-struck schoolgirl. Could she really be involved with that brat? The thought darkened Lyman's gaze sharply. Causing trouble for Sophia of the Ward family wasn't enough? Now this kid dares mess with my daughter too? Bold move. But Rain seemed completely oblivious, his focus fixed on the middle-aged auctioneer on the stage. Anything more to say? Rain's voice cut through the air like a blade. The auctioneer hesitated briefly before forcing a smile and bowing politely. It appears I overstepped, disturbing young Master Rain's mood. After the auction ends, I will present you a small token as an apology. With a heavy snort from Rain, the auctioneer hurriedly stepped back into the shadows. Just then, Teddy rushed back and raised his hand to protest. I demand verification of Rain's funds. I don't believe he still has over 4 million gold coins. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, the auctioneer, Chiming, thought it over since Rain dared to bid. He must still have some money and politely said he would send someone to verify. Rain's face turned awkward instantly. Soon after, 2 maidservants entered and requested he show his funding card. Caught off guard, Rain fumbled as Ford, standing beside him with arms crossed, smirked in amusement. Keep pretending. Let's see how you get out of this. Young Master Rain, your funding card? The maidservants reminded again. Feeling the pressure of all the gazes piercing him, Rain snorted coldly and suddenly pulled out several special coins from his magic ring secret realm qualification tokens. I don't actually have 4 million, but here are 6 coins 6 slots. Enough? Among nobles, these coins traded privately for around 300,000 gold each, but practically no one wanted to sell since everyone desired secret realm access. Teddy scoffed as he counted. 6 coins are only 3 million, still a million short. You damn dog. Rain gritted his teeth. He had actually shifted 1 million gold from his family's reserves, but all had gone to Margaret to renovate Phantom Dream Pavilion, so he really didn't have cash on hand. Ford nearby was shocked. This kid was actually using secret realm coins to cover the bid. He was about to speak when Rain turned with a meaningful squint. Old dang. This time I'm throwing something big your way. Catch it well. Humph. I still have secret realm slots. Rain called out loudly, then added, they just aren't minted into coins yet. The auction hall fell instantly silent. Teddy was the first to sneer, but he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Indeed, only Rain truly knew how many secret realm slots he actually held. He claimed 300 verbally, but who knew how many he secretly hoarded? Rumors exploded in everyone's mind like thunder. Even Ford looked stunned. If you said you had extra slots earlier, I would have chipped in. Ivan on the sofa watched wide-eyed and finally voiced everyone's question. Rain, how many slots do you really have? Just as Rain opened his mouth, Ford lunged forward and covered his mouth, whispering urgently, don't say a word. Buy it. It's just night elves. Dad will buy it for you. He turned to the crowd with a strained smile. Don't believe this kid. He's always bluffing. There are only 300 slots. Then he looked at Chiming. What's the current bid on night elves? Young Master Rain just bid 4,200,000. Chiming answered. Fine, for 1,200,000. We'll take it. Ford decisively pulled out a 5 million gold card and handed it to a maidservant nearby. For 1,200,000 gold coins I'm in. The maid glanced at the gold card in Ford's hand, verified the funds, then bowed slightly and handed the card back to its owner. Her role was only to confirm the legitimacy of the payment, not to collect money herself. By this point, Ford had already revealed the full amount of gold on Rain's behalf, so she wisely stepped aside. Rain turned his head and looked at the hand still covering his mouth. He tried to shake it off, but failed. Immediately, Ford's low warning echoed in his ear. Later, just say you were joking, got it? Rain snorted in reluctant defiance and shot him a glare. Ford's lips twitched, having already seen through this brat's mind. He lowered his voice to add a jab. 1 4th-tier treasure. Rain blinked. Though inwardly thrilled, his face remained calm and indifferent. 3 4th-tier items, no more. Ford ground out the ultimatum. Only then did Rain nod firmly. Receiving the confirmation, Ford slowly released his grip. Nearby bidders, seeing Rain finally ready to speak, all fixed their gaze on him, waiting for a clear answer. Rain cleared his throat. Ahem, I was just joking earlier. The so-called secret realm spots were made up there are really only 300. Brows twitched uncertainly around the room, clearly skeptical. But Rain held his tongue firmly. Their eyes shifted between Rain and Ford behind him, pondering. They thought of heading to the Grei family for more information once the auction was over. The atmosphere in the hall gradually fell silent. Auctioneer Kaiming's crisp voice came at the right moment. Master Rain bids 4,200,000. Any further offers? No one raised their bid. She raised 3 small wooden gavels, striking them in quick succession. Radiance. Master Rain's 4,200,000. 3 times. Sold. Sold. Let's congratulate Master Rain on his victory and his prize. Applause surged like a tide. Riding the momentum, Chiming declared, with everyone's witness, this Anderson auction concludes successfully. Each item's change of hands reflects your enthusiasm. Those who did not win need not regret. Anderson family will present more treasures in the future. Thank you all, and good evening. Her words fell as the hall lights instantly brightened like daylight. Chiming bowed to the crowd, then left via the side stairs. In the audience, 2 groups quickly moved, one to settle and collect their spoils, the other following Kaiming's retreating figure, hoping to invite the elegant auctioneer for an opportunity. Ding ding ding. The counter outside the Grei family's private room was struck. The door panel had been roughly broken by Ford earlier, so the servant knocked on the wooden cabinet instead. "Come in." Ford's voice sounded impatient. The servant bowed and pushed open the door, leading in the dark elf who had appeared on stage earlier. A high-grade slave collar adorned her neck, her magic completely sealed, her head bowed low in submission. The servant brought her to Rain and presented a tray with both hands. "Master Rain, here is the key to the slave collar. Also, the supervisor has specially prepared this as an apology." On the tray lay a delicate silver key and a dark red gift box resting silently by its side. Rain lifted his hand, took both the key and the box, and slipped them into his magic ring. Having accepted the receipt, the attendant bowed slightly to Rain and Ford before quietly leaving the room. Rain fixed a cold, steady gaze on the night elf before him and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing Rain's voice, the night elf's eyes immediately focused on him. Her voice was clear and pure as she slowly spoke 2 words, "A Fury Hui." Rain seemed about to ask more, but Ford stood up from the sofa and interrupted, "Let's go. We'll talk after returning to the clan." Jonas followed closely behind Ford. Rain rose and, momentarily distracted by A Fury's smooth, bare feet, hesitated. Suddenly, he stepped forward and lifted her in his arms. The tension snapped. A Fury struggled sharply, "No, stop." But the slave collar clinging to her neck activated its suppressive power. Her struggles quickly weakened, powerless to even budge Rain. Her desperate eyes made Rain frown and speak sternly, "A Fury." His expression immediately quieted her down. Seeing she no longer resisted, Rain softened his tone, "Calm down, don't be afraid. I only picked you up because you were barefoot. Did you really plan on walking outside without shoes? You belong to me now. I don't want to see your feet torn up by stones." A Fury stopped struggling, and Rain carried her along with several maidservants, steadily following Ford's lead. Just outside the door, Rain suddenly stopped and turned to Eve. "Eve, bring all the bottles of that red wine I just drank." He added, "Although we have wine at home, other places just have a better scent and taste." "Yes, young master," Eve replied respectfully. On the way back, Rain did not squeeze into the carriage with the maids. Instead, Ford called him outside to ride side by side at the front of the procession. Ford rode on a lion whose faintly radiating aura of dominance made Rain's horse nearly refuse to move, so Rain let out his unicorn from beside the carriage and mounted it. After confirming no one was nearby, Ford glanced sideways at Rain. "Not bad, kid. You even tricked me before. So, tell me, how many slots do you still have?" The unicorn moved smoothly beneath him, and Rain felt no jostling as he glared coldly. "None." "Didn't you say 0 means 0? Ford snorted with a smile. "I'm not joking. Just tell me, so I don't have to guess." Rain glanced away, avoiding Ford's gaze. "You'll see. The Grei family's guests tonight will be plenty, all thanks to you." Ford fixed his eyes on Rain and spoke slowly. 50? Rain tilted his head, reluctant to talk more. Ford, riding his lion closer, squinted. 50? Are you sure? Rain glanced at him and pressed his lips together. "Fine, 70. Ford's tone rose. 100? Instantly, Rain widened his eyes, raising his voice a few decibels. "No more. Just 100. None left beyond that." Seeing how serious Rain was, Ford finally nodded resignedly. "All right, so you're keeping these 100 slots for yourself." Rain snorted dismissively, showing he didn't want to argue. Observing Rain's demeanor, Ford smiled and said no more. The procession moved steadily through the night until it returned to the Grei family estate. The Grei family, in Rain's room. As soon as Rain returned to his room, he strode over and flopped heavily onto his large, soft bed, his body bouncing twice from the momentum. Feeling the mattress' gentle elasticity beneath him, a satisfied smile spread across his face. After a whole day of exhaustion, this moment was finally his chance to relax. From the corner of the room, the shy Avril caught his attention. Rain waved his hand and instructed Eve. "Eve, take the maids and Avril to the bathroom for a proper wash. After that, help Avril find some clothes to change into." "All right, young master." Eve nodded, and the maids immediately went about their tasks. Cecily moved to the window and drew the heavy curtains shut, plunging the room into darkness. Maeve locked the door, leaving the room stamped with a heavy silence. Then the maids began to undress. Even though Rain was right there watching, they showed no sign of embarrassment. In fact, they confidently displayed their figures. Avril looked a bit flustered by the scene, but was gently pulled along by the maids to undress and follow them into the bathroom. The bathroom door stood open, soft, translucent steam curling out in wisps. Rain could just barely make out faint shapes moving through the mist inside. The maids' laughter and chatter drifted out. "Wow, Avril, you're so pale. The young master is sure to like you. And you don't have a single hair. The young master likes that the most. Yeah, and such a nice figurine. No wonder you're an elf." Their teasing made Rain feel a little irritated, so he waved his hand, and a magical wave instantly obscured the view of the bathroom. The heavy door closed slowly, cutting off the growing awkwardness. As the maids' voices faded, Rain pulled out the petralian flower from his magic ring, the one Charlie had given him. Although it was only a first-tier intermediate spell, and its power wasn't great, Rain intended to use external means to speed up his cultivation as the abyssal power within him slowly accumulated. He swallowed the Petralian directly. A gentle, yet immense magical energy began to circulate inside him. Rain activated the abyssal's absorption power and greedily drew in the magic. Before long, the maids finished freshening up and emerged from the bathroom naked, prepared to get close with the young master. But they saw Rain sitting cross-legged on the bed, deeply focused on his cultivation, every movement precise and deliberate. The maids froze in surprise, quietly picked up the clothes scattered on the carpet, then gingerly opened the door and tiptoed out one by one, careful not to disturb their master's training. Thanks to the abyssal's strong absorption ability, Rain's realm rapidly advanced. It was on the verge of breaking from first-tier senior magician to the second tier. Just as he prepared to absorb the Petralian's magic for the breakthrough, an ancient tome inside his body suddenly stirred, releasing a mental message. The message asked if he would accept an advancement challenge. If he declined, he could progress directly, but if he accepted, he had to complete challenge objectives. The reward would be an additional abyssal ability, a self-created magic with any attribute, and a random magical technique. Failure would carry no penalty, but the abyssal meditation would be temporarily sealed. Rain furrowed his brows and paused his advancement. He carefully examined the challenge, temporarily sealing the abyssal meditation, automatically matching opponents of second-tier intermediate magicians up to 10 attempts. Losing all 10 would count as failure. The abyssal meditation would then unseal and advancement would proceed automatically. After reading, Rain lowered his head in silence and pondered deeply. Why not take the chance? Although dealing with a second-tier opponent after sealing away the abyss is a bit tricky, even if I fail, there's nothing to lose. Sometimes you just have to risk it turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Let's do this, brothers. With this resolve, Rain clenched the ancient book tightly and accepted the challenge without hesitation. Runes on the book's cover gleamed, and a golden light burst forth, engulfing him completely. Under the dazzling glow, he closed his eyes and felt his magical veins washed by a storm-like force. As the golden light faded, he raised his hand to summon his power. The dark golden currents of the abyss had vanished entirely, replaced by a faint blue magic flow, utterly ordinary. The next morning, young master, breakfast is ready. Eve pushed the dining cart into the room, followed by several maids in a line. When Rain saw Eve, his heart skipped a beat. A faint golden mark appeared on her forehead, the sign indicating the challenger chosen by the ancient book, a mid-level second-tier assassin named Eve. He calmly suppressed his feelings and didn't leap into confrontation. Instead, he ate alongside the maids. After finishing, he walked toward the staircase with a somber expression, still weighing the challenge. The maids exchanged glances, watching the young master's thoughtful back. What's up with young master today? He didn't even greet Ailey. No idea. Did young master have a nightmare last night? He seems in a bad mood. The maids whispered among themselves. Standing behind them, the dark elf Avril, naturally most sensitive to magic, hesitated, then spoke softly. I think I know. All turned to her eagerly. Avril, you know? After last night to this morning, their relationship had softened somewhat. Avril was no longer as silent as before. Even Eve and Cecily, tidying the table, turned their heads. More or less, Avril nodded gently. As an elf, I sense magic clearly. Yesterday, when I looked at young master, it was like facing an endless abyss of magic. But today, he feels completely ordinary, just a normal mage training. Hearing this, the maids suddenly understood. The young master probably had trouble with his cultivation last night. Ailey, you clean up the table. We'll go inform Madam, Eve ordered at once. Yes, Sister Eve, Ailey responded promptly. Rain ascended the stairs and met Jonas around the corner. Good morning, young Master Rain, Jonas bowed slightly. Morning, Uncle Jonas. I'm off to the academy. Rain nodded politely and quickly left the villa. Jonas watched him go, puzzled. Rain seemed off compared to usual, but he had no time to contemplate. Further visitors kept arriving last night, and the morning was crowded with people eager to see the family head. He was busy running about. In Ford's office, Jonas entered carrying several steaming pots of tea, pouring for Ford and Ivan before standing behind Ford. At that moment, Ford and Ivan were locked in a heated debate. Ivan, there was nothing like what you're saying. Don't you get it, Rain? You believe his nonsense? Ivan's expression clearly said, yeah, right. Ford, are you sure? Fine, I want 10, at twice market price. Really, there's nothing, Ford replied with a grim face. Bang. A knock interrupted the standoff. A maid hurried in, leaning close to Ford to whisper. Ford's exhausted face instantly changed. He slammed his hand on the desk and jumped up, shouting, what? Rain is in trouble. What? Something happened to Rain? As soon as Ford heard the beginning, he jumped to his feet. The chair creaked loudly as he shoved it back with force, banging it harshly against the wall. Ivan, seated across the desk, was startled into silence, immediately wiping the smile from his face and tensing up. If Rain really was in trouble, the secret realm they were about to unlock would be ruined. The maid flinched at Ferd's sudden movement, but steeled herself and faithfully relayed every detail that Layla had instructed her to share. Ferd furrowed his brow, leaning forward with both hands on the desk, listening intently. After a moment, the maid came to the end of her report. The young master is not in any personal danger. He just encountered a problem in his cultivation. Hearing this, Ferd let out a long breath, the weight in his chest lifting. It seemed it wasn't that old dog Teddy who had intervened after all. But then a new worry surfaced. Was only a knight, completely clueless about the intricacies of a mage's training. If Rain was stuck in a bottleneck, Ferd had no idea how to help. Ivan, noticing Ferd's still tightly knit brows, lowered his voice and asked, Ferd, what exactly happened to Rain? Should we get the crown involved? Oh, it's nothing serious. Ferd shook his head, his tone steadier than before. He's hit a snag in his training. I got a little worked up. Hearing this, Ivan exhaled softly and relaxed his shoulders. So it's just a training hiccup. That's a relief. Who hasn't had setbacks while training? As long as it's not a safety issue. He paused, then asked, has Headmaster Cliff returned yet? That old mage has a wealth of experience and might be able to pinpoint where Rain's stuck. Not yet. Ivan shook his head. Cliff just went to the Mage Association a few days ago. He won't be back that soon. Ferd sighed, and then called over Jonas, who was waiting by the door. Gather all the mages in the household later. No other assignments today. Rain should be back by noon. We'll tackle this together. Yes, Lord. Jonas replied, and exited promptly. Seeing Ferd still deep in thought, Ivan wisely dropped the topic of the secret realm. Before leaving, he added, if you really can't figure it out, don't hesitate to ask the Royal Mage Corps. Then he took his leave. Once the door closed, Ferd lit a cigar. The smoke quickly filled the air. He glanced at the maid. You may go now. Yes, Lord. She bowed and left quietly. The spacious office was left with Ferd alone, locked in a silent gaze with the swirling smoke. Outside the academy gates, morning fog still lingered. Rain jumped down from the carriage. Just as he stuffed his gloves into his pocket, he spotted Blair's burly figure leaning against a pillar. Even more striking was the dark gold mark on Blair's forehead, seeming ready to glow at any moment. Good day, young master. Blair strode toward him. Morning, Blair. Rain eyed him suspiciously. Why are you waiting by the gate? Is there trouble on Adele's side? Lowering his voice, Blair blocked the line of sight of other students with his imposing frame. It's not Miss Adele. I heard that little witch Anna has been running all over the academy searching for you today, with Sophia right behind her. I figured you might get outnumbered 2-1, and if things go south, I'm here to cover your retreat. Anna's looking for me. Rain was taken aback, but his heart Tinsade couldn't use Tian Yuan right now, and frequent teleportation wasn't advisable. He was indeed at a disadvantage. Still, he kept a cool front and patted Blair on the arm. Good call. I'm not afraid of them, just not at my best lately. Let's not provoke them for now. Blair chuckled sheepishly and nodded in agreement. The two of them walked side by side into the academy. Students came and went in a steady stream, the sound of turning pages and chatter blending together. Rain looked around, but noticed very few people bearing the dark gold marks on their foreheads. Though the academy was packed with students, hardly anyone wore those marks. This made Rain realize that the selection of the ancient books was very strict. At least, they wouldn't let any worthless junk sneak in and spoil the collection. Thinking this, he silently grumbled to himself, "I'm the one who's having a rough time here." As they walked, he suddenly noticed that the shadows of people around him and Blair were thinning out. Blair furrowed his brows slightly, clearly sensing something was off. The next moment, a familiar energy fluctuation enveloped the surrounding space. Was sealed. Hee hee, Rain, now let's see how you run. A teasing voice came from behind. The two turned around to see Anna holding a long whip, wearing a smug expression, while Sophia stood beside her, perfectly composed. The ancient books seemed to sense the strength of the two women as dark golden marks slowly appeared above their heads. One was mid-level second rank, the other low-level second rank, both cultivating the Empire's top-tier breathing techniques. Rain twitched his mouth. Yeah, right. With this setup in a sealed space, he had no intention of going heathen. But Blair had already drawn his great sword from the magic device, muscles tense and ready to fight. Rain cleared his throat twice and patted his arm. Ahem, Blair, what are you doing? We're supposed to get along at the academy, not be killing each other. Though he spoke to Blair, his words were an unspoken warning to Anna and Sophia. Blair wisely planted his greatsword in front of him, but kept a sharp eye on the two women. Anna snorted coldly. Rain, today I'm here to beat you up. What harmony? I won't feel right unless I beat you till you're battered and bruised. Rain sighed softly, then suddenly raised his hand and threw out a ball of magical light, before sharply pushing Blair. Run, Blair, run. With a burst of swift wind magic, he shot forward like an arrow toward the mage tower. Bang! The light ball exploded on Anna and Sophia's only path, scattering into a cloud of dazzling red smoke. Blair immediately sheathed his greatsword and followed closely. The two women stepped into the smoke, their throats burning and eyes stinging, forced to detour in pursuit. Though delayed momentarily, they still doggedly chased after Rain and Blair. For people two running, Two chasing soon closed the distance again. The mage tower was now just within reach, but blocked by Anna and Sophia, standing side by side. Rain sighed in frustration. There was no avoiding a fight now. He then ordered in a low voice, "Blair, engage." Blair drew his greatsword and lunged fiercely at Sophia, quickly locked in battle. Anna cracked her whip toward Rain. Heaven's Abyss was temporarily unavailable, but Rain still retained the magically enhanced power and speed from the Abyss just without the extra force and rapid mana regeneration. Seeing the whip sweep toward him, cold light flashed in his eyes as a lance of light formed at his side, shooting fiercely at Anna. Smack! The whip coiled around and struck the light lance Hedon. A muffled explosion echoed. Catching a glimpse of Blair gradually falling behind, Rain furrowed his brow in worry. Dragging this out, fighting two at once would only get tougher. He had to think of a way. Lost in thought, another lash of the whip came at him again. Rain raised his hand and cast a spell, instantly summoning a stone wall from the ground to block the attack. Anna's long whip lashed down with tremendous force, shattering the stone wall outright. Debris flew in all directions, dust swirling, as the broken wall finally blocked the whip's arc, buying Rain a brief moment to catch his breath. In the next instant, they were locked in combat again, fists and whip striking in such rapid succession their trajectories were almost impossible to follow. The sparring took place just a few dozen steps from the towering mage's tower, stirring the wizards inside. One by one, windows slid open and eager faces peeked out. The onlookers had some sense of the situation and were confident Rain held the upper hand, assuming it was just a friendly duel with Anna. Only Rain's mentor, Jonah, and the fourth-rank mage Leon sensed something was off about their disciple, though they couldn't pinpoint why. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Anna's whip whipped through the air, striking Rain's shoulder smack. A flash of white lightning erupted from the magical device on his chest, instantly breaking the whip's tip. Anna's eyes sharpened as she flicked her wrist, hurling a small, willow leaf-shaped throwing knife. The blade cut through the air, aimed straight at Rain's chest, but collided with the protective magical device. A hum sounded as the blue glow on the device flickered and dimmed, its power temporarily lost. A throwing knife. Rain bent down to retrieve the fallen dark silver blade, lifting an eyebrow. An anti-magic throwing knife? Such a weapon could temporarily disable magical devices of the same rank, rare and valuable. He made sure to tuck the treasure safely into his magic ring. Seeing this, Anna's anger surged. Distracted by picking up items during a fight, she vanished in a flash as the whip struck again, forcing Rain to dodge sideways. But then she lifted her knee, using the momentum to deliver a fierce whip kick to Rain's chest. Barrier spell. A blue light suddenly exploded in front of Rain, forming a thin, translucent shield. But the barrier was shockingly fragile. Anna's toe barely touched it before the shield shattered into sparkling fragments. Momentarily stunned, she tried to pull back, but was too late. Her follow-throw slammed heavily into Rain's chest. A muffled thud echoed as blood burst forth. Rain's body flew backward from the force, crashing and rolling several meters while gouging deep furrows in the earth, before collapsing helplessly. A surge of pain and shock blackened his vision as he lost consciousness on the spot. A stunned silence fell over the watching mages. Anna froze in place, unable to believe Rain's barrier spell had been so easily broken. Anna! A furious shout cut through the stillness. Blair, having witnessed his friend struck down, eyes flashing red, flared up in rage. Charging forward like a berserker, his long sword unleashed a blackened red streak as he swung a devastating strike like a falling star. Sophia, standing guard nearby, braced herself, raising her sword to block. Boom! The deafening clash cracked the ground for meters around. Sophia was knocked to one knee, her hand cracked from the impact, and her sword nearly slipped from her grasp. Seeing she could no longer hold the line, Blair vaulted past her and sprinted toward the stunned Anna. Burning with fury, he raised his sword high to strike down on her head, one blow that would certainly be fatal. From the ground, Rain squinted up at the scene, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Bro, if you've got issues, just come at me directly. Just as he tried to muster the strength to rise and help, Sophia lunged at Blair to intercept him. Rain sighed in relief. Then his vision darkened once more, and he slipped back into unconsciousness. Sophia sprang up instantly, swinging her sword horizontally to precisely block Blair's sudden powerful strike. Using the momentum from midair, she tried to press forward, but finding no leverage, the force of the blow pushed her back, and she was sent flying. Beside her, Anna remained completely unaware of the scuffle around her, her gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Rain. Just as Blair raised his sword to strike at Anna again, the watching mages inside the mage tower finally reacted. A shimmering blue magical barrier quickly enveloped Anna, cutting off the threat. At the same time, Jonah leapt out of a window, his expression sharp. He lightly tapped his index finger, silently casting a calming spell. Instantly, a cool sensation spread through Blair's body, gradually soothing his anger. Young master. Regaining his composure, Blair lowered his greatsword and anxiously rushed to Rain's side. Jonah turned to the distracted Anna, casting the calming spell on her as well, then said no more. Grandma Chili hurried out of the mage tower and quickly reached Rain's side. Seeing that he was still unconscious, she immediately took out several bottles of advanced healing potions and carefully administered them to him. Blair watched Chili anxiously, his voice filled with concern. Teacher, how is my young master? Chili placed her palm on Rain's pulse, letting her magic flow slowly through his body as she carefully examined his injuries. The deeper she probed, the tighter her brows knit together. How could this happen? If I hadn't arrived, he might not have survived such wounds. It looked so severe just now. Suddenly, Rain nonchalantly scratched Killis' palm with his finger, his manner light and playful. Chili smiled wryly, both helpless and amused. This brat had me worried for nothing. But she didn't expose his faking it, instead going along gently with the checkup. The others gradually approached Chili, sensing the growing tension from her furrowed brow. Anna and Sophia grew especially nervous, their eyes never leaving Rain. They knew all too well if anything serious happened to Rain. With Food's hot temper, the Empire's internal conflict could erupt at any moment. Chili glanced sharply at the two young women and stood up, her voice grave. I've given Rain the healing medicine, but his injuries are serious. He needs a period of rest. Then, turning to Anna and Sophia, she said sternly, you're both academy students. How could you strike so hard? Killis' words immediately resonated among the mages. Someone nodded in agreement. Indeed, sparring should be controlled. Girls shouldn't resort to such strong blows. Hearing this, Anna and Sophia lowered their heads, guilt showing clearly on their faces. Anna whispered, I didn't expect it to go so far. The mages didn't press them. Further injuries are inevitable during training. Soon after, they used magic to gently carry Rain back into the mage tower, preparing to nurse him back to health. Watching their departing figures, Anna suddenly spoke up. Maybe we should go help out too. Her suggestion caught the attention of the mages, and Chili nodded approvingly. All right, you two come along. You can help share some of the workload. Anna immediately grasped Sophia's hand and hurried after them. At that moment, Blair knelt beside Rain, anxiety etched across his face. Suddenly, he caught a faint thread of magical telepathy. Rain's voice echoed in his mind. Blair, you should head back for now. Infinite was just to fool them. But don't slip up. Just come by to check on me these days. Blair glanced at Anna and Sophia with a complicated look, but kept his worried expression. There was a subtle message hidden in his eyes, as if warning someone was going to have a hard time this round. Inside the mage tower, a group of people escorted Rain back to his room. Though spacious, the room was still so crowded that it was hard to move. Keely raised her hand, arching an eyebrow. Everyone out. What's all this fuss for? I just gave Rain some high-grade healing potions. Fine. Just needs to rest. You've all dirted the carpet with your footsteps. The others exchanged glances, nodded repeatedly, and filed out of the room, while discreetly using minor cleaning spells to wipe away their footprints. As they left, Keely called out, Anna, Sophia, you two stay outside by the door. Wait for me to call you back in. With a sharp click, the door closed, leaving only Keely and Rain inside. All right, Rain, get up now. She sat on the sofa with a smile. Rain rolled over and sat up, expertly pouring tea from the kettle into Keely's cup. Heh, Grandma's the best. You didn't give me away. Keely accepted the cup with a resigned sigh. You startled me with that mouthful of blood. After drinking a few sips, she asked, so what now? Head back to your family, or keep pretending to be sick here in the tower? Rain lowered his head, thinking for a moment. They'll stay here for now, not going back just yet. Oh, and he'll write a letter later. Could you pass it to Blair, so he can deliver it to my father? Don't want him to think I'm seriously hurt, or there'll be an uproar in the imperial capital. Keely nodded, got it. Rain settled at the desk, unrolled paper, and began writing. He first described his condition, then instructed the maids to learn dancing properly from the entertainers while he was away. When he finished, he handed the letter to Keely, who slipped it into her magic communicator. Lie back down. They'll go call those two girls now. Rain leaned back on the bed. Keely opened the door and gave Anna and Sophia their instructions before heading off to find Blair. After a moment, the door opened again, and Anna and Sophia stepped inside. Seeing Rain awake, Anna lowered her gaze nervously. Sophia looked calm and composed. Rain frowned slightly. Here to hit me again? Anna quickly shook her head. No hitting. I'm here to help take care of you. After all, I'm the one who caused your injury. Rain made a soft "oh" sound. Thirsty. Anna hurriedly poured some tea and came to the bedside. I want you to feed me, Rain said, looking up. Anna paused, then sat on the edge of the bed, lifting the teacup to his lips. After helping him drink, she turned to Sophia and said gently, Sophia, you can head back now. I can take care of him alone here. Also, please take this letter to my father. Tell him I won't be returning in the next few days. With that, Anna went to the desk, took up a pen, and began writing her own letter to Rain's father. Sophia took the letter from Anna, nodded, and then left the room. After Sophia left the room, the two remaining fell into silence. Anna was the first to break it. Rain, what's going on with you today? Your magic feels unusually weak. Rain nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, There's definitely been something wrong lately. He raised his hand, releasing magic soft blue light swirling in his palm. Anna frowned. Blue? Your magic used to glow gold. That's why I said something's off, Rain said with a smirk. Otherwise, you wouldn't be the only one rubbing your hands in triumph today. Maybe the unlucky one's someone else. You. Anna shot him an annoyed glare, but, seeing him as a patient for now, she huffed and let it go. The Grei family. Master Ford stared at the letter Rain had sent, brows furrowed. Didn't we tell him not to provoke Sophia? And now he's pretending to be sick? He slapped the letter down on the table and instructed the butler Blair, go to the academy tomorrow. Tell Rain he can fake being ill, but he better keep his eyes off Sophia. Yes, Master, Blair replied. Ford then turned to Jonas beside him. Old Joe, have the family mages focus on their own affairs. That kid won't be back for at least 2 days. Once he returns, gather everyone. Also, hand this letter to Eve. Jonas nodded respectfully. At once, Master. The Mitchell family. Master Layman read the letter his daughter had sent and fell into deep thought. A fight Rain seriously wounded needs to recuperate in the magician's tower? He recalled Anna had borrowed his sealed spatial magic device a few days ago likely to use against Rain and felt a fleeting sense of relief. If that kid was incapacitated for a while, Anna wouldn't be able to act on any plans against him. Still, gazing at the pale blue moon outside the window, Layman felt a vague unease he couldn't quite explain. Late at night, the academy lights remained on. Students recited spells in study rooms, while others trained swordplay under the stars. Magician's tower, Rain's bedroom. After a brief sleep, Rain slowly awoke. Turning his head, he saw Anna sleeping soundly by his bed. Her hair gently brushed against the back of his hand. Soft, steady snores filled the quiet room. Looking at her youthful face, a faint smile tugged at his lips, and a trace of guilt rose inside him. I shouldn't tease this girl anymore. Afraid to wake her, he quietly chanted, using magic to lift Anna gently and move her to the far side of his wide bed. He placed a long pillow as a divider between them. Once she was settled, he returned to his own half and closed his eyes, slipping back into sleep. That night, Rain dreamed. In his dream, he was the captain of a towering pirate ship, locked in a desperate battle against a massive octopus. The salty sea breeze roared as waves battered the deck, tossing everything about. Suddenly, distracted, he was grabbed by a thick tentacle and dragged into the sea, icy water flooding over him. He fought furiously with his sword, but was repeatedly ensnared by the creature's arms. At the same moment, Anna dreamed as well. She imagined herself as the mistress of an ancient castle, peacefully asleep in a lavish chamber, cradling her beloved puppy. But tonight, the little dog was unusually stubborn no matter how tightly she held it. It struggled endlessly, twisting and wriggling, constantly trying to escape her arms. Early the next morning, Anna woke up earlier than usual. She had slept especially soundly the night before because, although the puppy had struggled incessantly, it eventually seemed to resign itself and quiet down. Anna had held it tightly through the night and, as a result, slept very peacefully. Upon waking, she was surprised to find Rain cradled in her arms, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Looking more closely at how they were tangled together, she couldn't hold back a scream. Ah! The sudden scream woke Rain. Just as he was squinting his eyes and about to sit up, he suddenly felt a strong force shove his still groggy body violently backward, sending him flying into a corner of the room. He lay there stunned, his mind a jumble. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? He gathered himself and fixed his gaze on Anna, who was wrapped tightly in the blanket on the bed. Slowly, he began to realize what was going on. Rain, you actually did that to me while I was sleeping. You shameless pervert. Anna's large eyes brimmed with grievance. Her eyelids reddened, tears seemingly welling up. Rain looked down at his clothes in confusion, thinking, did I really do something strange last night? His clothes were perfectly intact. He immediately clutched his lower back and stood up, frowning. You should check your clothes first, Anna. Anna pulled back the blanket to see that her clothes were untouched and felt nothing unusual on her body. Realization dawned as her eyes flickered. So that's what happened. I actually thought something happened between us. Feeling relieved, Anna gently got up and supported Rain as he held his back, helping him slowly over to sit on the sofa. Rain, how are you feeling today? Rain glanced at Anna and was about to say he wasn't fully recovered yet, but then thought, given the current situation, Anna and Sophia probably wouldn't continue bothering me. My goal is mostly achieved. Besides, I still have to face the test. So he shifted his tone. I'm feeling pretty good. You know Granny Killis medical skills, I'm about 70 or 80% recovered. Though, that kick you gave me just now wasn't exactly pleasant. Anna seemed not to hear the last comment and nodded slightly. She had assumed she'd need to take care of him for a while longer, but after just one night, Rain was almost back to normal. Their stomachs growled loudly at the same time. Let's go have breakfast in the dining room. Rain stood up and walked to the door, putting on his shoes. Spotting Anna still sitting on the sofa, he raised an eyebrow. What? Waiting for your big sister Sophia to join us. Anna pouted and muttered softly, no manners at all, and still wanting to invite her though barely audible. Rain heard it clearly. He smiled wryly. then suddenly took on a gentlemanly pose, bowing slightly, left hand on his waist, right hand palm upon, said with a smile, "Oh, beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of joining me for breakfast?" Anna, seated on the sofa, blushed deeply at the sudden refinement from the usually mischievous Rain. After spending the night together, her usual resistance to him had unexpectedly softened. She rose and gently placed her right hand atop Rain's right hand. "All right, fine, since you're set on this, I'll reluctantly go with you." Anna found her ankle boots on the shoe rack, crouched down and slipped them on, quickly tying the laces. Just then, Rain grabbed her wrist and led her toward the staircase. They descended the spiral wooden stairs of the Mage's Tower one after another. Outside the tower door, the morning air was misty. Before Blair could reach the entrance, he caught sight of Rain leading Anna downstairs and instinctively ducked behind a nearby sapling. But it was only as thick as an arm, its trunk just enough to hide his head, while his broad frame remained fully exposed. As Rain and Anna stepped out, they came face to face with this human-shaped tree trunk. Anna couldn't hold back a laugh at first, then suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled her hand free from Rain's grip. His fingers closed on empty air. He shook his head with a smirk. "Blair, come out. You big guy. You're as obvious as if you didn't hide at all." Blair sheepishly scratched his head and stepped out from behind the tree. "Heh, good morning, young master." He bent down and whispered everything Lord Ford had told him last night into Rain's ear in one breath. Rain nodded when he finished. "All right, I got it. Old Ford is just stirring up trouble like always. By the way, did you eat breakfast?" "Yes, young master." "Then you don't need to come to the dining hall with me. They'll go on my own." Given the order, Blair dashed away so as not to get in the way of Rain's business. Only Rain and Anna remained beside the tower. Still tempted by her soft hand, Rain reached out again, but Anna, cheeks flushed, gently pulled away. Seeing her embarrassed, he didn't push it and stepped ahead, leading the way down the academy's main path. Few students wandered the quiet morning campus. When they saw the two walking side by side with about a fist gap between their fingers, many paused in surprise, then glanced back and whispered. Rain, thick-skinned as ever, ignored them completely. Anna, however, blushed and quietly snapped, "What are you looking at?" The students scattered instantaneously, but some curious eyes peeked from around corners. They soon arrived at the dining hall. Pushing open the door, the chatter inside replaced the earlier whispers, and Anna finally relaxed a little. "Anna?" A voice called from the side. Anna turned to see Sister Sophia approaching. Sophia looked them over meaningfully from one to the other. "Rain, are you all right?" Her tone was tentative. "Almost," Rain nodded. "Thanks to Granny Chili, I'm basically fine now." Sophia then glanced at Anna. "Anna, what's going on between you two?" Anna quickly slipped out from behind Rain and grabbed Sophia's arm. "Oh, it's nothing. Rain's hungry, so I'm just here to look after him. Come on, let's go upstairs." In a few quick steps, she whisked Sophia away, effectively blocking further questions. Rain smiled as he watched them disappear around the stairwell corner. Then he found a spot on the first floor and called over a server to order. After finishing breakfast, Ryan wiped his mouth with the white silk handkerchief beside him. When he looked up, he saw Anna and Sophia leaning against the railing on the second-floor balcony, quietly talking and glancing his way from time to time. He gave a faint smile, but said nothing, then stepped out of the dining hall. The mages had confirmed last night that his injuries were severe and had granted him a few days of leave. So, he decided to use this time to complete his trainee assessment. Normally bustling that morning, the academy was filled with groups of students trickling in, their youthful chatter echoing through the main hall and corridors. Walking along the gray-white stone path, Ryan caught snippets of juniors and seniors laughing nearby, moments that vaguely reminded him of his school days on Blue Star. Strolling through the teaching area, his eyes scanned the crowd, searching for students marked with the golden emblem above their heads. But while he studied faces, many students kept glancing back at him with obvious longing in their eyes. He could understand the girls' looks, but the boys staring like that left him puzzled. Ryan raised an eyebrow, about to pull someone aside to ask, when a rough voice beat him to it. "Young master." Blair, broad-shouldered, hurried over. Ryan looked at him in surprise. "Blair? Not in class." Scratching the back of his head, Blair grinned sheepishly. "It's all theory this morning, I can't focus." Ryan shook his head helplessly. "Since you're free, come walk with me." "Heh, yes, young master." Side by side, they walked down the tree-lined path. Suddenly Ryan asked, "Do I look different today?" Blair looked him up and down carefully. "Nope, young master, still as handsome as ever." "Then why are they all looking at me like that?" Ryan nodded to the crowd around them. Only then did Blair notice the expressions and frowned. "He'll go ask." Ryan nodded, and Blair strode forward, grabbing a passing male student and pulling him close. The student was pale, voice trembling. "Lord Ryan, did I do something wrong?" "I promise he'll change if you say so." Blair's voice went low. "Nothing's wrong. Just want to ask why you were staring at my young master like he was a prize you'd die for." Only then did the student relax. "Oh, that. My father told me about Lord Ryan's auction last time. He wants me to get close to you now for when you're in a good mood. Maybe you'll reward or sell our family some spots in the secret realm." Ryan and Blair exchanged a glance, suddenly understanding. "All right, got it. You can go." Ryan motioned. The student started to step away, then hesitated, turning back as if making a major decision. Suddenly he dropped to one knee, voice choking but resolute. Lord Ryan, I, Casey Bush, vow to follow you, to protect you with my life and never betray you. Will you accept me? I swear my oath to the god of knights. Kneeling half down, the youth Casey Bush's voice was clear but trembled with barely concealed emotion. Rain stood before him, a faint, unreadable smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Follow me. Don't you know all the dirty things I, Rain, have done? I know. Casey looked up, eyes steady and unwavering. Although your methods can be unsightly, I'd rather follow you than those who scheme in the shadows. Casey's blunt reply made Rain look at this normally timid apprentice in a new light for the first time. It was as if time itself paused. The crowd of students on their way to class stopped to form a circle, waiting for Rain's response. Rain studied him carefully. A mid-level first-rank knight, mediocre among the academy's ranks. After a moment of thought, he said slowly, I'll give you 3 days to decide. If after 3 days you still want to follow me, come to the Mage Tower. Then he patted Casey's shoulder and turned away with his attendant, Blair. Watching them leave, Casey rose from the ground, his expression firmer than before. Then he strode toward the Knight's dojo. At that moment, the path of the future Ironblood Wolf Rider captain, the Ironblood Wolf King Casey Bush, quietly began. Walking along the academy's stone path, Rain tilted his head slightly. Blair, contact the family's people here. Find out everything you can on this Casey. I want the full file before I return to my room tonight. Yes, young master. Blair nodded and hurried off. Rain continued searching the campus alone for new challengers. Suddenly, he noticed a boy ahead with a golden academy emblem floating above his head, ranked as a second-rank beginner. Rain raised his hand to stop him. Young master Rain. The boy was startled, clearly not expecting to be stopped. Judging by the unfamiliar face, Rain guessed he wasn't from a noble family. The nobles he mostly knew already. Name? Background? Young master Rain. I'm Bentley Wick, from a merchant family. Thanks to funding from the Ward family, I can study here. Rain thought silently. A merchant's son likely doesn't have the higher breathing techniques of nobles. Being a low second rank was just right for his first opponent. He nodded and asked directly, You're wearing warrior's gear, would you spar with me? Bentley's face drained of color immediately. Spar? Young master, that move you used in the duel could have killed me 7 or 8 times. Rain snorted, Don't worry, no wide area magic this time. The gap in status made Bentley nearly on the verge of tears. Young master, I really don't dare. Even if I somehow won. No, I can't win, and I'm scared something might go wrong. Rain heard his hesitation and softened his tone. Just a normal spar. I keep my word, no excuses over win or loss. If you're worried, you can use your life protection token. Bentley recalled he had no grudge against Rain, who seemed merely acting on a whim. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right then, young master Rain. When do you want to start? When do you want to fight? And where? Listening to Bentley, Rain paused thoughtfully for a moment before speaking slowly. The dueling arena. It's spacious and perfect for casting magic. As for time, are you free at noon today? Yes, Master Rain, Bentley nodded. Shall I meet you at the arena at noon then? All right. After saying this, Rain turned and left, heading back to the magic tower to rest and gather his strength for the midday contest. The corridor was bright as Bentley watched Rain's retreating figure and sighed quietly to himself. The dueling arena. Huh? I'm definitely going to embarrass myself at noon. Normally, the arena was rarely crowded, but whenever Rain showed up, even if it wasn't as packed as the showdown with Damon, it would never be empty. Still, no matter how humiliating it might be, Bentley had secretly vowed he would not take this duel seriously. He had to lose. Rain might be magnanimous enough to overlook it, but Bentley's father would never tolerate his son outshining Rain. The family was full of merchants, and Bentley didn't want to risk getting cast aside just because his father feared Rain after one sparring match. The warrior dojo was right ahead, but Bentley stopped and turned back towards the academy's main gate. He needed to go home and report Rain's challenge to his father exactly as it was. By noon, word somehow spread, and almost everyone in the academy had heard about the upcoming duel between Rain and Bentley. After lunch, students gathered in small groups, making their way along the academy's main avenue toward the dueling arena, chatting as they went. I heard Bentley provoked Rain. That's why this is happening. Oh, you know the details? Tell me. Puffed. Your info is out of date. Hey, race, what I heard. Rain was one of the few prominent figures in the academy, so everyone eagerly shared gossip and rumors with newcomers, creating a lively buzz all the way to the arena. In the arena's waiting room, Rain sat calmly awaiting Bentley's arrival. Looking out the window, he frowned at the packed stands outside. Why are there so many people? He had expected maybe 100 or so spectators at most, but now the stands were nearly full. What he didn't realize was that it was lunchtime, and with students bored after eating, those with girlfriends went to be with them, while those without gathered here for entertainment. This duel had become the best way to pass the time. As Bentley appeared in the arena, the crowd immediately began jeering. Bentley, you're finished. You crossed Rain and still want to stick around the academy? Haha. Even Bentley has his day. Let's see if you keep up your cold act now. The mocking voices rose in waves. Bentley's face darkened as frustration grew inside him. Why had he ever offended Rain? Seeing Bentley enter, Rain pushed open the waiting room door and stepped out onto the arena floor. The harsh noise hit him immediately, and he furrowed his brows. Glancing at Bentley's almost indifferent expression, his mood darkened further. Quiet. Rain used magic to amplify his voice. As Rain's voice echoed through the duel arena, the crowd gradually fell silent. The murmurs ceased abruptly, and all eyes focused on the young man standing at the center. Rain scanned the crowd with a cold, blunt tone. What are you all whispering about? Who's spreading these rumors? Step forward and say it. I'm here to spar with someone. Yet you just sit there pointing fingers? If you're not interested, then leave now. Bentley is already in this state. If he doesn't show his real strength soon, who among you will even dare to fight me? His words struck like rolling thunder, instantly silencing the surrounding jeers. Faces exchanged uncertain glances. No one dared speak. Rain then strode toward Bentley. Bentley hung his head low, drained of all fighting spirit. Rain reached out and patted his shoulder, lowering his voice. Shall we move somewhere else? Bentley looked up and forced a weak smile. No, it's fine here, Lord Rain. He had already made up his mind. Since Rain publicly clarified this was just a spar, not a grudge match, he would simply concede to save face rather than turn it into a big mess. Then shall we begin? Bentley asked. But Rain saw through his hesitation and shook his head. No, Bentley. I want you to swear by the god of warriors to fight with everything you've got. I don't want this to be a show. Bentley was startled. Lord Rain, is that really necessary? Yes, it is, Rain replied firmly. If his opponent held back, his system would mark the challenge as a loss and waste 2 challenge attempts, an outcome he would never allow. After a moment's hesitation, Bentley recalled the judgment sword Rain used to slay Damon. He sighed and knelt on one knee with both hands raised. I, Bentley, swear before the god of warriors that in this bout with Lord Rain, I shall give my all. If I hold back in any way, may my fighting spirit never advance another inch for life. The vow hung in the air, vibrating as if charged with power. Only then did Rain nod and relax, pulling a smooth, green jade talisman from his pocket and handing it over. This is your life-saving jade talisman. Bentley accepted it reverently and tucked it into his chest. Without a referee present, Rain suggested immediately, let's each back up 100 meters. Once we're in position, we begin. All right, Lord Rain. Bentley agreed promptly, then took out lightweight armor from his magical device. The plates clicked into place, and faint blue fighting energy flowed through the seams. Rain seemed to have a thought, pulling 3 sparkling Tier 3 treasures from his storage ring. Since this is a spar, there should be stakes. These 3 Tier 3 treasures are my, but if you win, they're all yours. The treasures landed with a shimmer, making Bentley's eyes light up. His family was well off, but with many brothers, he could usually only afford 1 Tier 3 treasure a month. Rain laying 3 on the line at once made his heart race, but he knew deep down he would lose, so he chose not to dwell on it. Rain raised his hand, drawing the dark gold mark above Bentley's head into the center of his own brow, signaling he accepted the challenge. The two then darted backward, creating a full 100-meter distance, their battle intent intersecting in the air. Begin. With a sharp thud, Bentley dropped into a half-crouch and swiftly drew a jet-black repeating crossbow. Its mechanical parts clanked sharply as 3 magic-inscribed bolts shot out in an instant, tearing through the air with a high-pitched whistle like 3 streaks of darkness racing straight toward Rain. Though the crossbow itself wasn't a magical device, the runes on the bolts greatly increased their speed, splitting the air with star-like trails. Faced with Bentley's probing attack, Rain used wind magic to accelerate himself several swift steps, easily dodging the incoming barrage. Darting aside to avoid Bentley's crossbow bolt, Rain's hands surged with swirling blue magic. In an instant, several jagged stone spikes erupted from the ground beneath Bentley's feet with a sharp cracking sound, sending shards flying. Selected as a challenger, Bentley was naturally agilely leapt backward and flipped, skillfully weaving through the deadly spikes to land safely outside their reach. At the same time, he raised his hand and rapidly fired several more bolts, which whizzed after Rain. Clang! Clang! The arrows struck the translucent barrier around Rain, sparking but powerless to penetrate, then dropped uselessly. Rain raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Bentley to be a ranged specialist. Clearly recognizing that his crossbow couldn't break through Rain's defenses, Bentley smoothly reholstered it and drew a silver-white patterned bow from his Magitech gear. Drawing the bowstring, his internal fighting spirit coalesced into blazing red arrows, which vibrated with an oppressive, high-pitched hum. Bang! The red light tore through the air with a series of sonic booms. Rain's pupils contracted sharply. A magic circle flickered in his eyes as he vanished in a blink. The next moment, the arrow crashed where Rain had stood moments before, blowing a charred, deep hole in the dueling platform. Before the arrow even landed, Bentley had drawn again and released a second shot immediately after. Rain raised a hand and sliced through the air, summoning a narrow crescent-shaped blade of spatial energy. Boom. The two forces collided, heat in between them, detonating in a thick cloud of smoke that obscured vision. Rain held his breath, alert and ready to teleport again at a moment's notice. While sensing the gradual return of his magic reserves though, without the instant replenishment from Tianyuan, his base talent in all attributes still allowed steady recovery, albeit not as insanely fast as before. As the smoke cleared, Rain's gaze sharpened. Bentley already had 3 red arrows knocked, waiting to shoot. Master Rain, watch out! Bentley shouted, releasing the bowstring. Boom boom boom. 3 successive sonic booms almost overlapped, the massive recoil knocking Bentley backward several meters. Rain barely evaded them with 3 consecutive teleports, leaving afterimages tracing a tangled path through the air. The watching crowd erupted in unison. Master Rain, use your Sword of Judgment. Yes, the Sword of Judgment will finish Bentley instantly. They didn't know the true origin of the Sword of Damocles, so the name had been simplified to Sword of Judgment. Rain smirked inwardly. Sword of Judgment? Without Tianyuan's magic supply backing me up, I really can't use it. Back then, maybe I could cast a few wide-range spells, but what if I run out of mana and lose? Focusing completely, ignoring the crowd's cheers, Rain's eyes glowed blue again. Dark clouds suddenly gathered, and thick lightning bolts crashed down with multiple thunderclaps, striking Bentley from above. Bentley's reflexes were lightning fast, but several bolts grazed him, sparks flying off his armor. Though his armor absorbed some of the impact, Bentley was still shaken, blood pounding, slightly injured, and moving more sluggishly than before. Seeing this, Lane immediately stood up and stepped closer to Bentley, slowly forming a blue sphere in his hand. Once the sphere took shape, he suddenly thrust his palm forward. The deep blue orb shot out with a hum, sending a psychic shockwave and ripples. To cut off all escape routes, Lane didn't wait for the magical projectile to land. He rapidly waved his hands in succession. Ice, soul, arrows, and spatial blades howled through the air, the cold light and silver gleam weaving a trap. Bang! The magic bullet hit the target's center, bursting into a pillar of flame, shooting straight into the sky. Amidst the rolling waves of fire, a sharp sword light sliced through the smoke. Bentley darted out from the explosion site, still airborne, his long sword already pressed against the stunned Lane's neck. Lay Lane, young master, I won. The blade's chilling edge was intimidating, causing the watching students to gasp in unison. They realized for the first time that Bentley had been hiding his true strength all along. In fact, when Lane's assault came down like a torrential storm, Bentley had briefly considered surrendering. But the vow he made before the duel echoed in his ears, forcing him to reveal his hidden skills. Even if it meant offending Lane, he was unwilling to cut short his path as a warrior. Lane paused for half a breath, then relaxed into a smile. He had lost because he had underestimated his opponent. Bentley, you won, he said calmly. It's only your first challenge, no big deal. As he spoke, the dark golden mark above Bentley's head quietly faded away inside him. Bentley finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly sheathed his sword. It's only because you went easy, young Master Lane, otherwise I wouldn't dare win. Lane waved his hand to interrupt. Lost is lost. Even I can accept defeat. He reached into his magic ring and took out 3 prepared treasures, offering them to Bentley. Here, consider this a token of good luck. Young Master Lane, there's really no need for treasure. I can't accept this. Bentley backed away in panic. Lane smirked and tossed the items directly into Bentley's arms. The weight hit Bentley's hands, and he fumbled to catch them. After finishing all this, Lane pulled out a mana recovery potion and drank it in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure in the distance. Bernard Quinn. That man also bore a dark golden mark above his head. In an instant, Lane felt the black water surge within him. A low chuckle escaped his lips. Haha, a very evil plan was beginning to take shape in his mind. Meanwhile, at the edge of the arena, all the spectators still stood frozen, with just one thought running through their minds. Lane actually lost? Rain actually lost. No one saw this coming. The crowd had been expecting Magical Torrent to sweep the opponent away effortlessly, but Rain never once used that move. What shocked the Sharpied even more was that the golden aura that used to surround him had vanished. The arrogance and divine presence he once radiated disappeared along with it. As Rain and Bentley descended from the duel platform one after the other, the audience erupted in a roar. Why didn't Rain use the Sword of Judgment? That's exactly what I came to see. He wasn't this weak when he fought Damon. Did he take some kind of banned substance? Voices full of doubt about Rain's strength spread quickly. Just outside the arena, Blair hurried over and stepped in front of Bentley. Bentley, you took advantage of the young master's poor condition. Rain raised a hand to stop him. Enough, Blair. I asked Bentley to spar with me. Blair grumbled angrily, but could only glare suspiciously at Bentley. Feeling uneasy under the gaze, Bentley looked down and avoided eye contact. Rain turned to Bentley. The match is over. He'll head back now. Then, changing tone, he added, before the duel, I looked into some things about you. He took out paper and pen from his mage ring and concentrated a faint magic to write a few lines instantly. Passing the note over, he said, I understand your family's rules. Give this to your father. He won't resent you just because you beat me. Bentley accepted the letter, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, young Master Rain. I'm leaving now. With that, Rain and Blair walked away side by side, moving toward the mage tower. Bentley looked after them, then down at the letter in his hand. Deep inside him, an unknown seed quietly took root. Time passed quickly. Half a month flew by as Rain challenged everyone he could find. The duel arena became wildly popular. Students of all ranks and reputations eagerly came to fight there. What had once been a quiet place was tightly managed by additional stewards. Still, every one of Rain's matches was packed to capacity. Another duel finished. The referee announced loudly, the winner of this round is Shirley Elliott. The dark, golden magical imprint within Rain faded away as he exhaled deeply. His third Loshi had matched skill with Shirley, a low-level second-stage mage, but in the end lost by a narrow margin. He picked up his cloak and silently stepped down from the stage. The audience erupted, cheering Shirley's name. At the same time, the way people referred to him in the academy quietly changed from the rogue young master to the fallen rising star. In the duel arena, Baron Quinn looked at Reinhardt's back and the person beside him. Looks like Reinhardt really messed up his training, he said, lifting his chin slightly, his gaze lingering briefly on the young man's solid shoulder blades, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. A flunky accompanying him chuckled ingratiatingly. Yeah, master. Even without wearing the magic-suppressing stone gear, you could easily mop the floor with Reinhardt now. Baron smiled at the flattering words, his narrow eyes narrowing into a sharp slit, as if quietly scheming some cold plan in his mind. Night fell, and the Grei family's main residence was bathed in soft lamplight. Over the past few days, the maids had heard about Reinhardt's defeat in the match and mistakenly thought he was feeling down. They each tried to cheer him up in their own way. Some baked fresh milk bread by hand, others played lively tunes in the parlor, while a few brought perfectly brewed vanilla tea. Reinhardt sat in a large armchair, smiling warmly as he accepted their attentions. After all, who could refuse the gentle care of soft, fragrant treats from the maids? Yet no one guessed that behind that smile lay a quietly cast long line. The target was only one, Bernd. The next morning, just as sunlight filtered through the curtains, Reinhardt was having breakfast with the maids. The edges of the fried eggs curled slightly, and the toast smelled rich with wheat. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. After the meal, he was about to board the carriage headed to the academy. Suddenly, a figure in black stepped out from a shadow near the villa. It was Jonas, the family's shadow guard. Master Reinhardt, the head of the family wants to see you. Reinhardt nodded, put on his cloak, and followed Jonas down the long corridor. Before long, they arrived at Ford Grei's study. The heavy oak door shut behind them, and the room fell silent. What is it, father? Why did you call me? Reinhardt asked, looking at Ford's grave expression. Ford raised his hand, handing over a parchment envelope sealed with wax. Baron Quinn of the Quinn family's declaration of war for you. A spark ignited in Reinhardt's mind had taken the bait. He broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The ink was fresh, bearing Baron Quinn's bold signature. Reinhardt scanned it quickly, surprise flickering across his brow. It differed slightly from his original plan. He had intended to wager 30 passes to the secret realms for the Quinn family's dragon egg, but the declaration challenged him for the Great Hall necklace and raised the stakes to 50 secret realm passes. Has Baron lost his mind? Reinhardt muttered, looking up. How does one necklace equal 50 passes? I've never even heard of that thing. Ford spoke calmly to clarify. It's normal you don't know. That Great Hall necklace was originally a treasure of our Grei family. It ended up in the Quinn family's hands only after the previous Grei Marquis died in battle. A treasure? Reinhardt raised an eyebrow. What kind of treasure? Ford smiled faintly, opening a drawer to take out an ebony chessboard, intricately inlaid with 32 uniquely shaped pieces. The Great Hall necklace actually seals within it a special international chess set. 2 kings, 2 queens, for chariots, for elephants, for knights, and 16-foot soldiers, 32 pieces in all. Each holds a unique power that, when absorbed, becomes the user's ability. He ran his hand over the wood's glossy surface, his voice low. It was by this that our Grei family rose swiftly in times past. I never imagined that old Baron would get his hands on it. The Hall necklace was once the treasured relic that marked the rise of my Grei family. After the last head of the Grei household fell, it disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that old dog Quinn actually got his hands on it? In the living room, Ford held his teacup, eyes gleaming with excitement. But the light quickly dimmed when he thought of their current predicament. Right now, Rain's cultivation has hit a snag. Taking on that declaration of war is just throwing away face. As for the Hall necklace, we'll have to come up with another plan. Rain listened silently as the story unfolded, his grip tightening on the declaration. The clan relic that once belonged to the Grei family head had now fallen into the Quinn's hands. Can they even use the necklace? Rain couldn't help but ask. Use it? What would he use it for? Without direct Grei bloodline, It's worthless to him, Ford said disdainfully. Only then did Rain realize the importance of bloodline compatibility. After a moment's thought, he tucked the declaration of war into his magic ring and casually closed it. "I'm off to school," he called back at the door, then pushed it open and stepped out. Outside the manor, Drake was driving the carriage, escorting Rain and two squads of knights as they slowly departed. The morning breeze lifted the curtain of the carriage, allowing soft, cool sunlight to spill inside. Just as they reached the academy gates, scattered students' murmurs drifted over. "I heard Bane is challenging Rain. The stakes are pretty high." "Really? The Grei and Quinn families are at it again. My dad said they're betting 50 Secret Realm spots." 50? That's insane. Amid the noise, Rain's expression remained unreadable as he threaded through the crowd and headed straight for the academy's central landmark, the Mage Tower. At the tower's summit, Dean Clive's study was quiet as usual. Rain saved himself the trouble of knocking, as always, and pushed the door open. "Dean, I'm here." Clive adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and looked up from a heavy tome. "I spent last night sifting through the Academy's archives, but still couldn't find a cultivation flaw quite like yours." Just a few days ago, upon returning from the Mage Association, Clive had performed comprehensive tests on Rain, blood, mana flow rate, mental fluctuations, all perfectly normal. Even a seasoned mage like Clive had never seen such an absurd case. Rain smiled and waved it off. "Nothing serious. I feel like I'm close to breaking through this bottleneck." He went to the side table, poured 2 cups of hot tea, and handed one to the dean. Clive sipped, the warm steam spreading softly in the study. "How about I take you to the Elven Forest? I have a good rapport with their queen. Maybe they can shed some light." Elven Forest. Rain's eyes flickered with interest, but quickly settled. "Give me another 2 weeks. If I haven't recovered by then, I'll trouble you again, Dean." "All right, 2 more weeks it is," Clive nodded, then pulled out magical instruments to run a fresh series of tests. Around noon, Rain descended slowly from the Mage Tower's exit. The sun blazed overhead as he squinted toward the plaza crowded with people. Bane stood at the center, energetically flaunting something to a circle of eager students. Noticing Rain, Bane abruptly fell silent. Raising an eyebrow confidently, he stepped forward and called out sharp enough for all to hear. Well, if it isn't the Academy's fallen star, Rain. You should have received my challenge by now. What's the matter? It's been the whole morning, and you still haven't responded. Are you afraid? Respond. Does anyone at the Academy not know that I messed up my training? Why would I accept a fight now? They'll take you on once I've recovered. There's no rush." The early morning training ground still held the chill of dew, but by noon the sun was blazing hot. Bane stood on the stone sparring platform, arms crossed, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A few students gathered below in small groups, whispering. Rain, dressed in a slightly loose black robe, stood calmly across from him. A few strands of hair at his forehead fluttered gently in the breeze. Hearing Rain's laid-back reply, Bane's brow furrowed sharply. He had timed his challenge to exploit Rain's recent slip in cultivation, a moment of lost control that had weakened him. If Bane had to face Rain once he was fully recovered, with that famed judgment sword of his, the low-ranked second-tier assassin might be ruined on the spot. "Humph, if you're too scared, just say so." Bane raised his voice deliberately, making sure the nearby students could hear. "You claim you want to revive the glory of magic, yet you can't even accept a small challenge like mine? What kind of revival is that?" He emphasized the word revival with heavy disdain, trying to bait Rain into submission. But Rain merely glanced at him calmly, as if sizing up a pestering fly, then turned and strode toward the academy gates. Behind him, Bane's insults flew like spit, but Rain didn't slow down even a step, leaving only a carefree silhouette. At dusk, Rain returned to his stone-walled residence. Opening the door, he casually slipped off his robe and sat at his desk, where a thick stack of documents lay spread out. Bound in dark magical leather, the cover bore the Quinn family crest. Candlelight flickered over his slightly furrowed brow as he studied pages detailing Bane's recent movements, battle records, and combat skills analysis. Bane, low-ranked second-tier assassin, Rain muttered, reading each entry carefully. Trained in the venomous feathered serpent breathing technique, his fighting spirit laced with serpent toxin. Short-term it can paralyze nerves, long-term it's lethal. Tapping the desk lightly, a plan was already forming in his mind. Bane wasn't chosen as a challenge target by chance. 1. As an assassin, he naturally counters spellcasters. 2. His low second-tier strength was just right on the borderline. 3. Most importantly, he wore the covert tattooed mark of that ancient book on his cloak. Perfect. Rain's eyes gleamed faintly. Let him be the one to complete the ancient book's challenge for me. With the ancient tome in his possession, he had no fear of Bane's poisons. However, terms would have to be settled in advance. Rain considered that any demon-forbidden stones or similar equipment harmful to mages had to be banned. His current mana reserves weren't what they used to be and couldn't be wasted recklessly. He rose and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The setting sun bathed the distant mountains in fiery gold and red. Rain reached up to touch the pendant at his chest, a slow smile curling his lips. At this moment, he He had neither accepted nor declined the challenge. The ones who should be anxious were the Quinn family. As long as Bane grew restless, Rain could set terms more favorable to himself. So let things stew a little longer. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Baron's bold declaration of war against Rain in the Academy's assembly hall swept through the school, and the upper-class circles like a fierce wind ripping aside a curtain. Nearly everyone agreed this was no longer just a rivalry between two young men, but a direct confrontation between the Grei family and the Quinn family. Rumors and debates flared up everywhere. Yet Rain remained completely unfazed. For 2 days, he ate on schedule, slept soundly, and delegated any matters directly to his maids, never disrupting his routine. Meanwhile, the city's morning paper shops and bookshops capitalized on the buzz posters, and special editions flew off the shelves, pulling ordinary citizens into the whirlwind of public opinion. The situation escalated so much that the royal family had to deploy half of the city's royal guard cavalry to boost patrols and prevent unrest. Outside the city, Grey family's manor was surrounded by reporters eager for exclusive news. To catch every move from Rain's camp, they had set up camp in the woods just outside the estate, ready to pounce the moment the protagonist appeared. Inside the manor, sunlight streamed through tall windows, warming Rain's rocking chair. The young master, dressed in a light-colored shirt, lounged comfortably in the sun. "Master, hey, race the latest intelligence," Eve said, pushing open the inner door and handing over a thin stack of papers. Rain removed his sunglasses and sat upright, flipping through the documents. He quickly absorbed all the latest developments regarding Bernd and the city's public opinion. He placed the papers on the small round table beside the chair, lifted a glass of red wine, took a small sip, and gazed out at the courtyard, murmuring, "No need to rush. The time is almost right." Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. A maid bowed as she entered, handing a box to Eve. "Master Rain, the housekeeper says Miss Anna from the Mitchell family has sent another treasure." The box's lid caught the candlelight, reflecting a faint metallic gleam. Rain merely nodded in acknowledgement, signaling Eve to keep it safe. As public interest continued to intensify, the royal family sent envoys to the Grey estate to determine whether they would accept the challenge, hoping to quell the unrest quickly. When questioned, the family head, Fred, only shook his head, neither refusing nor confirming. He was waiting for Rain's response, hoping the young master would once again bring a surprise victory to the family, just as he had in the Damon incident. Several more days passed without any sign of cooling tensions. Finally, Rain climbed into the family's black carriage, which slowly made its way toward the academy. Given the restless crowd, Fred ordered additional family knights to escort him, deciding at the last moment to have Jonas accompany Rain throughout the journey to maintain order. Reporters who had been camped outside the manor for days immediately sensed the movement and swarmed forward, blocking the carriage's path completely. Rain pulled back the window curtain slightly and leaned forward. The crowd of journalists caught sight of his face, excitedly raising their feather pens and shorthand notebooks. "Master Rain, how do you respond to Baron's declaration of war? Will you accept the challenge? Master Rain, you've stayed inside the manor these past few days. Have you already devised a way to defeat Baron?" In an instant, all kinds of questions rained down on Rain. Rain had certainly anticipated this situation and spoke slowly. "I know what you all want to ask, but I'm not answering right now. I'm heading to the Academy's main hall. The first 3 people to get there can each ask me one question. Whether I answer is up to my mood." As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters blocking the carriage burst into motion, sprinting wildly toward the Academy. Dust swirled around as Rain's convoy finally set off again. Along the way, scattered onlookers briefly interrupted the procession, but caused no significant delay. Soon the carriage reached the Academy's main entrance. Rain stepped out, his robes billowing, instantly drawing the gazes of passing students like a dazzling beacon wherever he went. All eyes followed. Rain is heading to the main hall. The news spread like wildfire through the campus. Meanwhile, miles away at the Quinn family estate, Bane received the intelligence and immediately boarded his carriage at full speed. For those 50 mysterious realm quotas, he had to arrive first. Not long after, the main hall teemed with people. Bane strode in and saw Rain leisurely seated on the front steps. He sneered contemptuously. "Rain, after hiding away for so many days, finally showing your face? Not such a coward turtle anymore." All eyes turned to the stage. Calm and unhurried, Rain drew from his chest pocket a declaration of challenge and waved it around. "Bane, why would I waste my time fighting you? I don't do things with no reward. Isn't the hall necklace reward enough?" Bane squinted. "That's your Grey family's ancestral treasure. That's a stake, and you want 50 spots from my family on top of that." Rain replied, retracting the paper. "A stake has to be fun. That's my rule. If you want me to accept your challenge, you'd better make a decent case. Otherwise, why would I play along?" Bane frowned and glanced at a middle-aged man beside him, as if checking for approval, then looked back at Rain. "Fine, what kind of stake do you want?" "A stake alone isn't enough." Rain shook his head. "The whole academy knows I've had some issues with my cultivation. Since you're issuing a challenge now, we need rules first." "Say them," Bane said impatiently. Winning this duel and securing those 50 spots would cement his standing in the family and put the future leadership within reach. First, the arena must not allow any suppression stones or devices that restrict the competitor's abilities, Rain pointed out. Agreed, Bane answered without hesitation, then snorted coldly. I wasn't planning to use such tricks anyway. Your caution is amusing. Now what about the stake? Rain smiled and stood, scanning the crowd below the stage. The stake has to be fun. If I win, you must kneel publicly in the arena, knocking your head on the ground 10 times. With each knock, call me Grandpa 10 times. How about that? His words dropped like a raindrop on a hot oil. The hall instantly erupted. Everyone stared at Rain in shock. Bane's face turned betrayed, furious, yet laughing bitterly. That's impossible. Such a pity. Rain feigned regret and turned backstage, silently counting in his mind. 5, 4, 3, 2. Wait. Bane gritted his teeth and called out. After thinking it over, unable to imagine losing, he finally stopped Rain. Fine. I accept. If you win, he'll do exactly as you say. With his back to the crowd, a faint smile tugged at Rain's lips. Then he turned around, voice clear and strong. Good. Rain Grei, accept your challenge. The moment Rain accepted, the main hall exploded with excitement. The day of the duel arrived quickly, and the arena had been occupied since the night before. Spectators stayed up all night to secure the best vantage points. The massive stone stands were faintly visible in the early morning mist, breaths mingling with the fading warmth of torches. The whole setting resembled a furnace on the verge of boiling over. After days of growing public hype fueled by the intense pressure from both the Grei and Quinn families, the Academy finally agreed to activate the costly twin shadow photolith crystal magic array, broadcasting the duel live across multiple subarrays throughout the capital city. The effect was no different from a television or surveillance camera on Blue Star. Meanwhile, dawn filled the Grei family estate with nervous excitement. Rain sat fully armored in the center of his room, carefully studying a dossier illuminated by the golden morning light streaming through the window. It contained everything known about Bane, though the information was already 5 days old. Ray knew his opponent had only grown stronger since then. The impending battle drummed in his chest, but beneath the tension was a fierce anticipation he couldn't hide. He passed the documents to Eve, propping himself up on the bed to glance around. Several maids stood in a half-moon formation, their skirts swaying gently, faces shyly smiling. Rain bent down to exchange morning kisses with each, casual yet tender. When it came to Avril, she froze in place, flustered by her comrade's boldness just now. Remembering that Rain hadn't forced her recently, even left evening companionship up to her choice, she finally found courage, standing on tiptoe, to place a soft kiss on his cheek. Master Rain, I wish you success on your journey, she whispered, then blushed and hid behind Cecily. Rain chuckled softly. Well, that's progress. He nodded to the group, briefly spoke with Eve, then strode downstairs. In the hallway, the butler Jonas appeared suddenly. Master Rain. Uncle Jonas? What is it? The head of the family asked me to pass along some words. Jonas lowered his voice. In this duel, you needn't worry about winning or losing. If you lose, the family can bear it. But if you win, Bane, kill him if you can. Don't worry about consequences. With Teddy Quinn backing us, the family head will cover any fallout. Rain was silent a moment, then nodded. I understand. He stepped onto the carriage and headed for the academy. At the academy's duel arena, Rain's arrival ignited the crowd's fervor. None of the 7 noble house heads were absent. Even the royal family sent representatives. To everyone's surprise, the Emperor's eldest daughter, the Grand Princess Caroline Ashton, was present, seated high on the dais. Her violet eyes sparkled with a smile, and the gold emblem of the royal house gleamed brightly on her chest. Her presence alone confirmed the Emperor's keen interest in today's battle. Aides helped Rain secure his breastplate and adjust his bracers. Then he stepped into the center of the arena. Sunlight poured down, the silver armor reflecting sharp beams. Across from him stood Bane, their eyes locking, silent battle hunger crackling between them. Cheers rose and fell from the stands. Bane. Rain. Suddenly, a boisterous shout pierced the noise. Come on, Rain. You can't lose. I bet 50,000 gold coins on you. If you win, they'll pay you 5 times that. 5 times. The voice belonged to Ollie Morris, the former owner of the Red Mill, his face flushed with excitement as he practically spat out his words. Rain twitched a corner of his mouth. What a gambler. But thinking about that bet placed on him, he smiled slightly. You backed the right man. The referee entered, his white robes flapping in the breeze. They first scanned Rain's entire body with a magical detection device, then examined Bane's weapons and armor, confirming the anti-magic stones were properly embedded before nodding with satisfaction. With the checks complete, the referees moved to the sides, raising a hand to signal the next customary phase, waiting for the pair to make their moves and exchange their battle words. The two clearly had no intention of exchanging harsh words, and then asked, Young Master Lan, Young Master Bane, are you both ready? They nodded simultaneously. Do you two need life-preserving jade talismans? Now don't. Lan replied quickly. Bane opened his mouth to agree, but in the end kept it shut and said quietly, "No need." "Very well. Since young Master Bane is an assassin, please both step back 500 meters." On the vast dueling ground, the two parted as instructed. Once the referee confirmed the distance, he raised a black signal Majesty. Whiz, a black projectile tore through the air and exploded midair into a dazzling light curtain. The duel begins. Immediately, the audience fell silent, afraid to miss any detail. Leon took the initiative, raising his hand to cast his specialty Fury Thunder. The dark sky exploded with bright lightning as several thick bolts struck toward Bane. The assassin's figure was agile, but he was still hit by one of the thunder whips. Just as the numbness from the electric arcs began to set in, his surging fighting spirit forcefully dispelled it. Bane drew his twin daggers and stepped forward as if a phantom. Earthquake impact. Leon instantly cast a second spell. The ground rumbled, forcing Bane, who was charging forward, to steady himself. Seizing the pause, Leon waved his hand again. Thornbind. Soil churned as thick vines burst forth, wrapping tightly around Beinda limbs. The glint of daggers flashed as he slashed twice, severing all the vines. Then gradually his form faded concealment. Break concealment. Leon snorted coldly, his magic rippling outward, yet the arena remained empty. Suddenly, a chill blade cut through the air. Bane appeared behind Leon, dagger aimed at his throat. If it hit, Leon would be dead. Gasps echoed through the stands. Resist. Leon unleashed a surge of powerful magic, throwing Bane backward dozens of meters, then teleported away to gain distance. He frowned. The break concealment spell failed? He silently prayed, "Old grimoire, let me exchange for a higher-level break concealment spell." The rustling of ancient pages echoed in his mind. After a moment, the answer appeared. Eye of Disillusion, cost 6,000 points. Whoa. Talk about taking advantage of the situation. Leon grimaced, but bit the bullet and exchanged. Bane vanished again, tension rippling through the crowd. If the assassin could keep hiding, Leon would fall into a passive position, and defeat was far from impossible. "Leon, run. I want to see you humiliated." Beinda voice echoed across the arena, but gave no clue of his location. The Eye of Disillusion instantly activated, mystic runes flashing in Leon's eyes as he locked onto the faint, shifting aura. Thornbind. Explosive Flame. Thunderstrike. Spatial Blade. 4 elemental spells rained down on the same spot, like a violent storm. The air was rent as fire, lightning, vines, and spatial rifts merged into a torrent of destruction. Damn. Beinda's heart sank as fresh vines coiled around his ankles. What? How can he see me? At the moment his steel blade cut the vines, Leon's follow-up magic struck in full. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose as the blast thundered. Ah! Bane burst through the flames, still charging Leon. Leon was stunned, only lightly injured. As he stared closely, he saw Beinda fighting spirits surging over his skin like translucent armor. This thick protective barrier had absorbed most of the deadly spells. It turned out Bane had been using a massive amount of fighting spirit force as a shield, which prevented severe damage from the magic. Seeing this, Rain immediately stepped back to create distance from Bindra. Bindra seized the opportunity at once, twisting his wrist as several dark poison needles shot through the air like venomous fangs aimed at Rain. Rain twisted his body, narrowly avoiding most of the needles, but one still pierced his left arm, bringing a cold, sharp pain. As expected, Bindra, listed as a challenger in the ancient records, was no empty threat. After the poison needle struck, Bindra laughed and quickly retreated to a safe distance, his voice cold and triumphant. "Rain. This is the lethal venom of the Feather Serpent King toxin, personally forged by me. Without a special antidote, you're as good as dead." Ahaha. He clearly intended to wear Rain down with poison. From the high platform, Fraud's gaze hardened, and he muttered under his breath, "Such villainy." The surrounding dignitaries showed various reactions, some furrowing brows, others shaking their heads quietly. In the arena, Rain's expression darkened. He raised his hand, channeling his magic into himself, and shouted, "Purification." Bindra scoffed, "Useless. Unless you wield the holy light purification of the Church of Light." Before he could finish, a blazing holy radiance erupted around Rain, golden white light streaming through his veins, instantly dispelling the Feather Serpent King toxin. "What? You know that too? Are you really from the Grei family?" "Not Church of Light." Bindra's face froze, disbelief and shock warring in his expression. A blue gleam flickered in Rain's eyes as he struck without pause. A sharp earth spike burst from the ground, piercing straight through Bindra's right arm. Blood splattered. Ah! The searing pain snapped Bindra back to reality. Severing the stone spike, he staggered backward but had already lost the initiative. "The villain dies for talking too much," Rain sneered inwardly. His fingers waved rapidly, magic swelling like a torrential rain. The moves began to verge on magic fusion, a threshold he vaguely sensed approaching. Bindra dodged frantically, his invisibility was broken, and even his prized poison had lost its effect. He was utterly thrown into chaos. Murmurs rose in the stands. "Fraud. Your kid can use holy light purification too? Does the Church of Light know? That's their secret technique. Almost only the current saintess has mastered it. Fraud scratched his head under everyone's gaze and explained, well, years ago I collected many ancient spellbooks, and this technique happened to be recorded. He just got lucky learning it. The crowd's expressions relaxed, understanding dawning. Back in the arena, it was over. Bendra's fighting spirit was exhausted. His chest heaved violently. Finally, he threw down his sword and dropped to his knees, shouting hoarsely for mercy. I admit defeat. Rain, I surrender. You can't kill me. Rain looked down coldly, unmoved by the plea. Before departure, Fraud had ordered him. Kill if possible. Fraud would cover for him. Rain raised his hand, magic patterns forming, his killing intent sharp and resolute. At that moment, the dark golden magic within Rain's body suddenly exploded, surging wildly and freezing his movements. He stood there, stunned. In an instant, the blue magic in Rain's hand abruptly transformed into a dark golden aura, enveloping him like a super scion. Unlike the earlier subtle change that only traced a golden trim along his cloak's hem, this dark gold energy blazed like fierce flames over his entire body. Even half of his jet black hair was dyed a dazzling gold. Rest assured, this wasn't some cliche where the protagonist's soul is stolen by the cultivation technique. The change was simply to make him look cooler, more impressive. Feeling the abyss-like source of the heavenly abyss dark energy beneath his feet, and the pure, overwhelming power surging in from all directions, Rain curled his lips into a faint smile. The challenge was successful, had officially advanced to a second-tier junior mage. Rain's sudden transformation stunned Bane standing nearby, while the powerful spectators on the platform also wore expressions of shock. Just as everyone marveled, Food sensed something amiss and shouted sharply, Rain, watch out. Before the words finished, Bane suddenly drew his hidden dagger with a flash of cold steel, lunging straight for Rain's neck. The two were so close the blade pierced almost instantly. The sudden ambush silenced the once chaotic duel arena. Ha ha ha, die Rain. The final winner is me. Beyond a crazed grin echoed unervingly across the stands. Damn you. You're asking for death. Food bellowed. A vast fighting aura burst forth with the force of a roaring lion, chilling all nearby. As he leapt toward the duel field, Teddy blocked his path with a crossed arm. Teddy, are you crazy? Food's face darkened, his aura surging violently. Usually mild and smiling, Jonas also withdrew his grin and stared coldly at Teddy. In an instant, tension crackled violently across the stands. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Caroline's voice sliced through the air like a thread. Gentlemen, it seems Rain isn't actually in danger. All eyes snapped back to the duel field. Rain's throat was pierced through by the dagger, yet not a drop of blood seeped out. He appeared entirely unfazed by the pain, slowly turning his head to glance coolly at the stunned Bane behind him. Get lost. An invisible spatial shockwave exploded outward. Caught off guard, Bane was thrown airborne, the dagger flying from his grasp and tracing a gleam through the air. Rain's throat remained unscathed, his skin untouched, without a single scratch. Bane landed heavily, coughing up blood, staring dumbfounded at the dagger in his palm. He whispered in disbelief, impossible? This can't be. Are you human or ghost? On the stands, the knowledgeable headmaster suddenly stood, murmuring in disbelief. Elementalization? Could this be elementalization? Realizing his outburst, he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. Elementalization is an extremely rare magical secret technicano. It should be called a magical divine skill. Once activated, it grants complete immunity to any physical attack. Remember, any. Even physical blows from an 8th-tier demigod cannot penetrate it. Due to its overwhelming nature, it's near impossible to cultivate, and was lost for thousands of years. I never expected to see it manifest in Rain today. Everyone suddenly understood why Rain was unharmed. No sooner had the headmaster finished when a powerful suction force erupted from within the hovering Rain. Regardless of the magic type, all flowed irresistibly toward him. Everyone in the duel arena could even see a faint swirl of magical energy forming above Lane's head. That powerful suction force instantly swept across the whole area. All the mages immediately tensed, forcibly locking their magic within, afraid of even the slightest leakage. Compared to them, the students from the Mage Tower were far less practiced. Their magic seemed to be swiftly drained away like unraveling threads, flowing uncontrollably toward Lane. Fortunately, the magic instructors on stage quickly diverted their attention to stabilize the students' magical reserves. Otherwise, these students might have truly been drained dry. The vortex above Lane spun faster and faster, tearing even the clouds from the high sky. Multiple elemental forces collided in midair. The bright sunny sky darkened in an instant, turning heavy with gathering clouds. Under the gloomy canopy, Lane, glowing with golden light all over his body, appeared as the sole source of illumination, making the entire arena feel as if only he remained. The powerful figures in the stands exchanged uneasy looks, hesitating whether to intervene. But Fod's cold glare swept across them, clearly saying, if anyone dares to act, they'll deal with you first. They could only suppress their impulses and let Lane continue. Time passed slowly, yet the surging magic did not directly flow into Lane's body. Instead, it condensed into a dark golden ring behind his head, the abyssal added ability, the abyssal magic ring. The moment the ring took shape, Lane seemed to have a revelation. He grinned and slowly closed his eyes. Then, the dark golden color gradually faded into a translucent shimmer. The Dean, an expert in spatial magic, narrowed his eyes sharply, keenly sensing the immense hidden spatial power within. Soon, Lane opened his eyes. With the help of the abyss, he comprehended his very first self-created spell. Self-created spell Grasp Void, complete. With his new spell in hand, his palm itched to test its power. Lane looked down at Bander below the arena, lips curling slightly, and suddenly clenched his fist. Imprison. A transparent sphere instantly formed, trapping Bander inside almost without any casting warning, truly an instant release. The sphere's wall was unbreakable. No matter how Bander roared or struck, he only managed to cause faint ripples on the surface. The sphere then floated toward Lane, shrinking continuously in flight until it was no larger than an apple when it landed in his palm. From Bander's perspective, he felt as though trapped in an isolated dimension, surrounded by endlessly reflecting walls showing Lane's figure. As the distance compressed, Lane's form seemed to stretch infinitely taller, like a giant towering over him. Lane tightened his fingers. Crack! The once unbreakable sphere shattered into countless specks of white light, scattered and dissolved in the wind. Along with the spatial rupture, Bander was instantly obliterated, without leaving even a trace behind. This was Lane's self-created spell, Grasp Void, a semi-comprehensive magic combining control and damage in one. Rain's kill of Bander caused little stir in the duel arena. After all, Bander was the first to make a lethal move. Rain's counterattack was seen as entirely justified by all the spectators. As the gray dust lingered in the air, Rain slowly descended from above, the glow of his silver-white armor gradually dimming. Before everyone's eyes, his face returned to that of the original youth. The referee was almost immediately at his side, gripping Rain's hand and raising it high, announcing in a booming voice, "The victor of this match is Rain Grei. Let us all congratulate him on his victory." A thunderous roar swept through the stands. The crowd chanted Rain's name in unison, nearly no one sparing a glance at Bander lying in a pool of blood in this ruthless battlefield. Only the winner deserves praise. High above in the stands, Teddy watched coldly as Rain was cheered by thousands. With a snort, he swept his sleeve and turned to leave. On another side, Fred and Jonas, seeing Rain unharmed, had already returned to their seats. The two exchanged a look. Jonas fell silent, but Fred called out as Teddy passed by. "Teddy, what about the Hall necklace?" The sudden question paused Teddy's steps. His face stiffened as he remained silent for a moment before finally retrieving an antique necklace from his magical device and casually tossing it to Fred. Without looking back, he then departed. Fred caught the necklace without objection and lowered his gaze to examine the long-lost treasure of the Grei family, a flicker of curiosity and nostalgia passing through his eyes. Among the audience, many influential figures were puzzled by Rain's sudden shift in state earlier, but no one pressed for answers. Most assumed it was a breakthrough breaking hidden cultivation flaws. Such secrets were curiosity enough, but not something to challenge publicly. After the brief wave of excitement faded, Rain ended his acknowledgments and swiftly climbed the stands. "Father, did you get my treasure or not?" he asked, fixing his gaze on Fred. The unexpected words immediately put Fred on guard. "Treasure? What treasure?" "Ask whom?" "The Hall necklace. I won it in the match, so it's my spoils," Rain replied. Fred calmly pocketed the necklace. "What's yours?" "The family staked 50 entries on this contest. The necklace is family property." Rain opened his mouth to argue but glanced around to see an audience full of nobility from the royal city. Swallowing his protest, he relented, leaving a little face for his father outside, saving the reckoning for home. Just as he was about to suggest returning to the manor, a familiar female voice sounded beside him. "Rain, it's been months. You've changed quite a lot." Rain turned at the voice, eyes wide as he saw Grand Princess Caroline. An awkward memory flashed in his mind, his past self spying on the princess bathing in the palace, making his nose tingle with embarrassment. Caroline was about his age, but had long since blossomed, mature like a peach ripe with honey. Coupled with her status as the Grand Princess, she was the shared fantasy of every young noble in the royal city, including Rain's past self. "C.A. Caroline, what are you doing here?" Caroline smiled. "The match has stirred the whole city, and His Majesty took an interest. He sent me here to observe and report back." Under her gaze, Rain felt inexplicably awkward and could only nod. Then Caroline raised her hand to summon an attendant, pulling out a stack of gilded invitations from her magical device, passing them to the assembled noble heads. "By the way, please keep these invitations safe." Her eyes swept around the crowd as she spoke clearly and firmly. "The Secret Realm expedition is about to begin. 2 days from now, His Majesty will host a banquet at the palace to offer blessings. I hope you all can attend. Seeing this, the heads of the families all nodded in agreement, accepting the dinner invitations and promising to attend. Banquets at the imperial city were held every 3 to 5 months. Everyone was used to it by now and didn't find it surprising. All right, Caroline will now return to report to His Majesty. See you all at the dinner. Caroline gave a slight curtsy, her smile poised and graceful. Then she turned and walked toward the castle exit. Her slender waist swayed gently, and under the warm lights, her golden hair traced a soft, shining arc. Those watching were left momentarily speechless. Rain's throat felt dry as he swallowed hard. It's maddening. Ferd took it all in and patted him on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back to the family. Rain snapped back to reality, waving to the dean nearby. Dean, I'm leaving now. Don't take leave tomorrow. Remember to come to the mage tower. The dean reminded him. Got it. Rain followed Ferd, their figures gradually fading into the distance. The family heads nearby watched that retreating back, each lost in different thoughts. Rain's rise was inevitable. With the Grei family backing him, he would be among humanity's elite in a few years, a battle mage capable of fighting well above his level. If only they could arrange a marriage alliance. The night breeze was cool as Ferd rode his towering lion and walked side by side with Rain. Kid, you interested in Caroline? Caught off guard, Rain's usually thick skin flushed. Why? Not allowed. I never said that. Ferd shook his head lightly. If you really like her, I can propose to His Majesty on your behalf. With your potential, the Emperor wouldn't refuse. Rain waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I still want to have fun for a few more years. Fun? Ferd's eyes went wide. How many personal maids do you already have at home? How many more do you want? Rain glared back, counting on his fingers. I haven't even tried elves, dragon girls, succubi, witches. I haven't had any of those yet. Ferd was stunned, his mouth twitching in disbelief. You really have the imagination. A fleeting moment of envy crossed his mind, but thinking of Layla gave him a shiver. It's probably better to let this kid be wild for a while longer. Father, did that old mutt Teddy give you the necklace from the hall? Rain suddenly changed the subject. He did. Ferd frowned, but don't bother about it for now. That thing's useless to you at this stage. When you're capable of holding your own, they'll give it to you. Sensing Ferd's tone left no room for argument, Rain wisely fell silent. Then he remembered something. By the way, Father, after the next secret realm expedition, I want to go to the Watney province. Watney? The territory of the Morris family? What would you want there? It's a mess. Rain raised an eyebrow. Ferd seemed to know more than he let on. Mess. You know what's going on with the Morris family? Ferd nodded. There's a clan of stone monsters in their largest amethyst mine, and their leader is 6th rank. Even Archer Morris can barely keep them in check. Quinn family. The study was pitch black, with no windows. Teddy Quinn finished writing a letter by candlelight and handed it to the butler. Take this letter to the Grand Elder of the Church of Light. The butler nodded and left. As he watched the butler's retreating figure, a cold, cruel gleam appeared in Teddy's eyes. Ha ha ha. Rain, let's see how you'll explain to those old fossils in the Church of Light. Stealing the sacred light purification technique, if they find out, even Ferd won't be able to protect you. I'm looking forward to the day they burn you at the stake. Ha ha ha. Rain, did I really cut you? Facing the director's relentless questioning, Rain could only helplessly raise the corner of his mouth, signaling acceptance. All right, director, you can rest assured, he said. A cold flash gleamed. A sharp dagger, carrying a faint whistle through the air, struck precisely at Rain's right arm from the director's hand. The blade should have pierced flesh and blood, but it passed as if through a thin mist. No blood, no cry of pain, only a barely perceptible surge of pale blue magic. In the next instant, that magic recoalesced, and Rain's arm was completely restored. The director stared at the arm pierced by the blade, yet utterly unscathed, his eyes shining with excitement. So it really is elementalization. At the moment the blade struck, the part of your arm hit converted directly into a magical form, then reverted back. As a 6th rank mage, he was exquisitely sensitive to the subtlest flows of magical energy, and immediately detected the transformation on Rain's body surface. Finding such a fun toy, the director became as excited as a child. He casually cast a wind spell, making a feather pen float in midair, rhythmically scribbling experimental data into the thick leather-bound notebook. Rain settled into a nearby high-back chair and sipped some still-steaming black tea. Elementalization was near invincible, but not without cost. If used excessively in a day, certain body parts might never revert again. Rain was well aware of this. Given his current limits, a dozen or so times daily should still be manageable. The director's pen stopped, and the final line was complete. With a snap, the entire record book was closed. He nodded with satisfaction. Rain stood and respectfully handed over freshly brewed tea. Oh dear, I'm getting forgetful. Nearly forgot the main matter. The director suddenly slapped his forehead, pulling out a jade green token from his pocket and handing it to Rain. Here, I personally went to the Mage Association to arrange this for you. On one side of the token was carved the name Rain. The other side bore 5 ancient, arcane runes meaning Mage Association. Rain eyed it warily. What is this? An identification token for the association, the director explained. Don't think anyone can get one. The process is incredibly complex, requires a sponsor, and your recommender's talent and strength must be vetted. Although the association is no longer as mighty as the empire, its foundations run deep, and it still has many top-tier fighters. The token's value is limited within the empire itself, but once you reach the association's territory, the city of Majesty, you'll understand. Oh, and the token grants you a single entry into the association's secret realm, so don't forget to use it. Rain smiled faintly and slipped the token into his magic ring. Thank you, Director, for your guidance. As the tea fragrance swirled around them, a memory suddenly surfaced. Director, about the oath Hallen and I made together in the wilderness. He recounted the events of that night carefully. When Hallen swore to the god of warriors, a deep, resonant gaze like a great bell's toll descended, clearly a response. But when he swore to the god of magic, the world grew uncharacteristically silent, without so much as a trace of reply. The director sighed deeply after hearing this. Rain, you felt it too, he shook his head slowly. I don't know what to make of it either. Even the Magic Association wasn't clear on it. I had the same questions as you did at first, but when I asked their senior leaders, all they gave me was a vague answer. The dean sat behind his desk, fingers lightly tapping the surface, his tone serious. That means the god of magic ran into trouble. Perhaps he has fallen, or disappeared, or been imprisoned. No one has solid proof either way. Because of this, his gaze hasn't turned to us for now. Rain was silent for a long moment after hearing this, his face flashing with shock. He rolled his eyes and suddenly had a bold thought. So, are there many who know about this? If no one dares to invoke their deity's name, could we use this opportunity to gain some advantage? The dean was taken aback, staring at Rain for a few seconds before nodding slowly. Few know the truth. In theory, your idea isn't impossible. But what if the god of magic is just temporarily ignoring us, not completely blind to us? You should weigh the consequences yourself. Rain sighed and tucked away his little scheme. He stood and stretched. All right, I understand. Dean, I'll take my leave now. I'll come to you if I have questions. Time flew until the night of the banquet. The Grei family estate was brightly lit, servants bustling back and forth. In the hall, Ferd and Layla had already changed into formal attire. Seeing no movement upstairs, Ferd frowned. Jonas, go see what Rain's doing. We're about to leave. Yes, master. Jonas climbed the mahogany stairs to Rain's door and knocked twice. Maid Rosie opened it with a slight bow. House Steward Jonas, please come in. The room was softly lit. Several maids gathered around the bed. Rain reclined on the pillow playing chess with them. Jonas cleared his throat gently. Rain looked up and greeted. Uncle Joe, is something up? Master Rain, the banquet is about to start. The family head asked me to remind you. Rain curled his lips. I already said I don't want to go. Do they have to make me join the fun? Jonas chuckled, lowering his voice. Really not coming? Heard there'll be lots of noble ladies this time. Some of those ladies are more scheming than the tea girls. Not a patch on my maids. Rain said, then seemed to remember a few names, frowning deeply. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Jonas nodded. He'll go report back to Master then. Just as he turned, Rain called out again. Wait, Uncle Joe, he'll at least make an appearance. Oh, and make sure they prepare extra good food for dinner. Understood. He'll tell the kitchen. They went down the stairs together, just as Ferd and Layla appeared, dressed for the occasion. Ferd glanced at Rain's casual clothes and frowned again. Go change into formal wear. What would His Majesty the Emperor think seeing you like that? Before he finished, dark gold magic shimmered in Rain's palm. With a casual tap on his clothes, ripples like water spread, transforming his casual outfit into a tailored fitted suit. Ferd raised an eyebrow. Magic does make things convenient. About like this, Rain said, conjuring a water mirror to check his reflection. Satisfied, he beckoned his parents. Let's go. The earlier we get there and leave, the better. Just a formality for me, you'll be out early. Ferd gave him a meaningful look. A formality? Just a few days ago you showed off your skills. Your fame now surpasses the Empire's top prodigy, Otto Ashton. This banquet isn't so simple. I don't think you'll get away easily. There was helplessness in his tone. In just 2 days, Ferd had received more than a dozen marriage proposals from noble families after all. In only 2 days, more than 10 families had sent letters hoping to form an alliance through marriage with Rain. The orange-eared sunset was about to dip below the horizon, leaving only half of a bare head exposed to the fading light, which turned the sky a deep, glowing red. At the manor's gate, Fred, Layla, and Rain exchanged brief farewells with Jonas, who was staying behind to watch over the estate. Then they climbed into the family carriage, adorned prominently with their crest. The carriage rolled over the cobblestone road dyed pink by the sunset, the wheels clattering like urgent drum beats as it steadily made its way toward the royal city. The city gates had long since opened at dusk, and the Grei family's carriage passed unimpeded through the streets, soon coming to a stop before the grand main entrance of the palace. The coachman pulled the reins and respectfully announced, Master, we've arrived at the palace. Fred was the first to open the door. His boot heel struck the stone steps with a crisp sound as he stepped down. Standing by the carriage door, He extended his arm so Layla could steady herself as she disembarked. Rain jumped down right behind her. The carriage was then guided by the guards to a designated parking area. Good evening, Marquis Grei, Marchioness, and Rain, greeted Ivan, the palace usher waiting at the entrance. He and Rain had briefly met before at the auction house. Good evening, Ivan. We're pressed for time. Let's head inside. Fred responded with a nod and led his family with a maid as their guide into the palace. The spacious corridor was laid with gleaming white marble interspersed with gold-veined stone, shimmering like flowing platinum under the radiant chandeliers. Although Rain had visited several times before, he was still awestruck by the dazzling brilliance of the entire hall. As they passed, his gaze lingered awkwardly on a certain chamber door, the Princess Caroline's rooms. In his memories, his former self had once recklessly sneaked in to spy on the princess bath, then fled in panic to hide in the emperor's study. Through the interconnected buildings, the maid led the trio to the palace hall where tonight's banquet was being held. After they made their bows and withdrew, two guards swung open the heavy double doors. The polished quartz floor reflected like a mirror beneath a string of crystal chandeliers that filled the hall with bright light. Dressed in formal attire, nobles mingled in small clusters exchanging greetings. The long tables were laden with rare roasted meats, seafood, and desserts, mingling warm steam with delectable aromas. Nearby, a row of musicians gently plucked their zither, soft notes echoing through the hall. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Fred, you're a bit late today? The chatter instantly ceased as all eyes turned toward the entrance. The speaker was none other than Albert Ashton, Emperor of the Acacia Empire and a 7th-rank warrior. Fred smiled and bowed slightly. Good evening, Your Majesty. We were delayed a moment on the road. He stepped forward with Layla and Rain to pay their respects. Albert's eyes instantly landed on the youth at Fred's side. He patted Rain on the shoulder. Rain, long time no see. The last time I saw you, you were caught sneaking a peek at Caroline while she bathed and ran off to hide in my study, haha. The Emperor laughed heartily. Rain and Princess Caroline, standing to one side, both looked uncomfortable at the remark. As if purposely playing matchmaker, Albert gently nudged Caroline closer to Rain. All right, you young folks seem to have plenty in common to talk about. You two chat while I catch up with Fred and the others. With that, the Lord led Fred and Layla through the golden colonnade, heading deeper into the palace to join the other noble hosts, leaving Rain and Caroline alone, exchanging puzzled glances. Only then did Rain take a proper look at the girl beside him. Caroline wore a flowing purple gown that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her tied-up golden hair shimmered softly in the candlelight, accentuating an elegance that now seemed even more enchanting. Sensing the quietness between them, she looked up and smiled gently, breaking the silence first. Rain, you've changed so much these past few months. Your presence is far more striking than before. My friends outside the palace all admire you greatly. Faced with the prince's praise, Rain smiled lightly and nodded slightly in response. Your Highness flatters me. It is an honor to earn your friend's admiration. Internally, he swore never to utter such cheesy compliments again. Master Rain? A low voice suddenly came from behind them. They turned to see a tall, middle-aged man accompanied by a youth approaching. Rain felt the man's face was somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, he recalled an image from his records, the current head of the Bush family, Lord Rowan Bush, and beside him the youth, Casey Bush, his newly appointed knight squire at the academy. Count Bush, Casey, good evening. Rain greeted them politely. Caroline, noticing their acquaintance, smiled courteously at Rain and gracefully withdrew. Watching the princess disappear into the crowd, Rowan gave a slightly apologetic smile. Master Rain, it seems I've arrived at a bad time. You're just in time. Rain waved off the concern. Is there something you wish to discuss, my lord? Rowan chuckled heartily. Nothing urgent, really. I just wanted to thank you in person. Since Casey began serving under you, he's changed completely. Where once he was timid, now he shows a surprising determination. Even I'm impressed. He ruffled his son's shoulder fondly. Rain studied Casey for a moment, the smile on his face deepening. Casey always had talent, but his nature was more reserved. Gurgle and untimely rumble came from Rain's stomach, and he cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. Rowan laughed warmly, shaking his head indulgently. In that case, I won't keep you. Let Casey remain by your side. Enjoy the banquet. With a nod of respect, he turned and melted back into the crowd. Casey immediately caught on and hurried over to the banquet table, carrying a plate of delicate cake. He offered it with reverence. For you, young master. Rain accepted the cake, took a couple bites, then looked up at Casey with raised eyebrows. Not bad, Casey. Just a few days apart, and your fighting energy has improved a lot? You flatter me, young master. Casey scratched his head, barely hiding his pride. Since father learned I was following you, the family's given me more resources. Rain nodded in approval and led him to a quiet corner of the palace, sitting down on a bench by the banquet table. Eyeing the spread of food, now more than a little hungry, Rain prepared to fill his stomach first. Enjoying the delicious food and fine wine, while listening to the gentle music played by the court musicians nearby, Rain's mood gradually relaxed along with the soothing melody. The crystal-clear wine swirled gently in his tall glass, and the soft candlelight cast sharp shadows over his handsome profile. At that moment, a noble girl in an elaborate pale blue gown quietly approached him. She held the edges of her skirt with both hands and slightly bent her knees, her voice soft yet hopeful. "Good evening, Master Rain. Would you honor me by being my dance partner for a song?" Rain twirled his wrist, causing the red wine in his glass to form tiny whirlpools. Tilting his head, he studied the newcomer. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. The face was one he had seen before, but the name escaped him. Politely, he raised a hand in refusal. "I'm sorry, but I have no intention to dance right now." The girl was momentarily stunned but quickly smiled and withdrew gracefully. No sooner had she disappeared than two more exquisitely dressed maidens stepped forward. However, whether with direct requests or subtle hints, Rain simply shook his head each time. At the opposite end of the palace, Anna faced the same situation. "Lovely Miss Anna, might I have the honor of a dance?" A young nobleman dressed in a viscount's ceremonial attire with purple and gold trimmings approached her. He bowed slightly and extended his hand with gentlemanly courtesy. Anna furrowed her delicate brows and sighed inwardly. This was the fifth invitation. How tiresome. Scanning the crowd, a sudden idea struck her, as if a little mischievous spirit whispered in her ear. Smiling, she replied, "I'm sorry, I already have a dance partner. But if you can win his consent, I'd be happy to dance with you." The Viscount's son's eyes brightened with hope. At last, Anna hadn't refused outright. Who was this lucky partner? Surely, with his status, he could persuade him easily. "Oh, and who is the fortunate gentleman?" he asked confidently. "He's over there eating," Anna said, raising her pale arm to point toward the far end of the banquet hall. Following her gesture, the young nobleman saw Rain, tilting his head slightly as he savored his wine. The smile froze on his face. After a moment's stunned silence, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken and croaked, "Miss Anna, your dance partner is Rain?" "Yes," Anna nodded gently, playing along. "He had planned to invite me to dance, but he got hungry and went to get some food first. You know how temperamental Rain can be. If you can get his agreement, he'll gladly dance with you." The young nobleman's scalp tingled with dread. Approaching Rain to negotiate and ask him to give up his dance partner? That was practically courting disaster. Maintaining his composure, he said, "I see. I apologize if I was presumptuous. I wish you an enjoyable evening, Miss Anna." With that, he bowed politely and quickly retreated back into his own circle. "Hey, don't go after Anna." As soon as he rejoined his companions, he lowered his voice and shared the news. "Her dance partner is Rain. I just confirmed it." "What? Rain?" The other's expressions changed at once. "He even glanced my way earlier. Did he see me invite Anna?" "Bro, good luck with that." Once the word spread, Anna's surroundings quickly grew peaceful. No one dared approach recklessly anymore. Satisfied, she quietly glanced toward the far end where Rain was, admiring his handsome profile, smugly nodding to herself. "Consider it your repayment for the night you slept beside the great lady back then." Rain, who was busy tasting wine, hadn't noticed what was happening on Anna's side, and was simply admiring the graceful postures of the noble ladies around him. The crystal-clear wine gently swirled in his glass. Although he had no intention of actually approaching any of these ladies, he was content to pass the time appreciating their beautiful legs. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a nervous glance. A young man stared anxiously at him before quickly looking away. Rain raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" "Casey," he whispered to the knight behind him, "bring that man over here." As he spoke, he nodded toward the direction of the young man. Casey understood immediately and quickly approached, tapping the man lightly on the shoulder. "Hello, young Master. Rain asked you to come with me." The man stiffened, recognizing the guard behind Rain, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Oh, okay." Refusing wasn't an option, so he braced himself and followed Casey toward Rain. When he reached them, he faced Rain's inscrutable expression and felt his nerves tighten. Almost overwhelmed, he spilled all his worries at once. "Young Master Rain, too had no idea Miss Anna was your dance partner. If I had known, I would never have invited her." Hearing the words Anna and dance partner, Rain's glass paused midair and his brow furrowed. "Anna my dance partner? How had he not known at all?" He played along calmly. "Good you know now. But who told you we were dance partners?" Seeing Rain was not angry, the man quickly betrayed a teammate. "It was Jaden." Jaden heard Miss Anna say it herself. The pieces clicked in Rain's mind. He realized he had been used as a scapegoat. "All right, I understand. You're free to go." He smiled and waved him off. Like a man given a reprieve, the young man hurried away, silently cursing. Jaden, sorry. I can't leave without naming you." Watching him go, Rain set his glass gently on the long table, grabbed a white silk handkerchief to wipe the wine from his lips, cleaned his fingertips, and then headed toward Anna's spot. At that moment, Anna was chatting animatedly with a few girlfriends. Some noticed Rain approaching and were about to warn her, but he raised a finger to his lips in a should gesture, and they swallowed their words. Rain stopped behind Anna, raising his right hand slightly with a courteous expression. "Charming Miss Anna, may I have this dance?" Without turning around, Anna waved him off with a confident tone. You can ask my dance partner, Rain. If he agrees, then he'll dance with you. Her words sounded as if it were the most natural arrangement in the world. Oh, then, as your dance partner, Rainbow, I have the honor to invite the beautiful Miss Anna to dance. Anna froze at the familiar voice and slowly turned around. Today she wore a short skirt with a Lolita style, with lace edging that only accented her proud demeanor more. Seeing Rain, she widened her eyes in shock. Rain, what are you doing here? I thought you were drinking over there? Then remembering her previous words, a faint blush tinted her cheeks. Oops, busted. Rain held his pose. You haven't answered me yet. My dance partner, Miss Anna. Anna was embarrassed, but refused to back down. Her tsundere instincts kicked in, and she huffed lightly. I'm fine then. Since you asked, as your dance partner I naturally accept. She gently placed her delicate hand into Rain's palm, stood up slowly, and followed him toward the dance floor. Rain took Anna's small hand and led her toward the stage area in the palace. Along the way, his gaze flickered between the dazzling lights and the passing nobles, but his mind was occupied with something else. He had always found dancing tedious and had never learned any ballroom dances before, so he didn't know a single step. However, he had his book. On the stage, young men and women spun and leapt, their dresses and tall boots shimmering under the candlelight. Rain silently muttered, Book, you claim to record every skill in the world. Dancing is a skill, right? Let me exchange for it. The ancient tome rustled as its pages flipped by themselves, and a wave of consciousness surged through him. 500 points. Rain glanced at his remaining 4,000 source points without hesitation and nodded. Fine. Exchange. Golden light burst from the book's pages, flooding his mind. Instantly, countless dances were etched into his very bones: the jazz, the minuet, the waltz, and even belly dancing, everything imaginable. With this mastery, he could easily pass for a certified dance master. Anna's hand felt warm in Rain's grasp. His recent victory in the contest had boosted his reputation, and as soon as the two stepped into the dance area, gazes from all around turned toward them. Surrounded by so many eyes and being led by Rain made Anna blush as red as ripe cherries, her body temperature rising slightly. Rain, thick-skinned and unfazed, gently squeezed her hand to steady them both, then pulled her close, naturally wrapping his right arm around her slender waist. Anna, put your hand on my shoulder. Startled, Anna hesitated but complied, raising her left hand to rest it on his shoulder. The lilting music flowed, and Rain led the steps as they spun together in the center of the crowd. The dance required them to frequently look into each other's eyes, but every time Anna glanced up, she panicked and looked down to steady her breathing before sneaking another peek. Rain quietly chuckled to himself, thoroughly enjoying teasing this adorably shy young lady. As the music swelled to a climax, he released his hand from her waist and took her fingers, gently lifting them to let her twirl elegantly. At the moment her skirt flared, several girls nearby watched with envy. When the music ended, the crowd stopped and applause erupted. Rain bowed politely and then led Anna off the dance floor, returning her to the seat she had just left. Invitations for new dance partners began again as others stepped onto the floor. Anna remained lost in the fluttering heartbeat from their eye contact moments ago. Rain waved a hand before her face, calling softly, Anna? She snapped back to reality. Rain? What is it? Could you get me a golden orange from the long table beside you? Oh, sure. She reached out, but then realized her right hand was still tightly held by Rain. Anna quietly tried to pull free but failed, then pouted. Consider this my payment. She used her left hand to pick up a translucent golden orange from the silver platter and handed it to him. Rain bit into the fruit, sweet juice flooding his mouth. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he instinctively turned his head to see Otto Ashton approaching. Otto's red hair was different from Caroline's, and even his eyes were a striking shade of red. As the Emperor's second prince, he naturally displayed an extraordinary talent for knighthood. Beyond this innate gift, he had the personal guidance of a seventh-rank powerhouse, His Majesty the Emperor, who had honed his combat skills to a sharp edge since childhood. His last public appearance was a year ago at the Academy's grand tournament. That day, Otto sat astride a scaly, formidable earth dragon, and with his early second-rank strength, swept the competition, boldly defeating an advanced second-rank senior student. From that moment on, he was crowned the Empire's greatest prodigy. Rain quietly calculated. The next Academy tournament was just around the corner. After a year of intense training, Otto had surely reached the threshold of advanced second rank. Now, Rain found himself momentarily dazed under Otto's burning gaze as the prince parted the crowd near the dance floor and walked straight toward him. Noble youths nearby lowered their voices, all eyes drawn to these two young figures stealing the spotlight. Otto stopped before him, elegantly placing his hand on his chest in salute, nodding first to Rain, then gesturing to the girl beside him. Good evening, Rain. Good evening, Miss Anna. He then lowered his voice. Rain, could you come with me for a moment? I have something I'd like to ask. Rain blinked in surprise, but nodded. Sure, where to? Seeing his agreement, Otto's eyes curved into a smile. Follow me. With that, he turned and led the way. Rain held Anna's hand briefly, reluctant to let go, running his fingers over it a couple of times before gently releasing. Anna, I'm going with Otto for a bit. Anna pulled back her hand, raising an eyebrow and snorting. Go ahead. Why should you have to report to me? Am nobody to you? Her voice trailed off, too softly for Rain to catch the end. What? I didn't hear the last part. Oh, hurry up already. The second prince is waiting over there. Anna pushed him forward playfully. Nearby, Otto caught sight of the scene, and a rare glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. As Rain approached, Otto resumed his stride, leading him through the brightly lit great hall and into a quiet corridor. Even the distant harp music from the court musicians was faint, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows alongside their footsteps. Rain looked around, puzzled. Otto noticed, and whispered, Sorry for bringing you to such a secluded spot. What I want to say is a bit difficult to voice out loud. I didn't want anyone overhearing. Rain nodded. It's okay. What's the matter that the second prince wants to see me about? Usually confident and cheerful, Otto now showed some shyness, lowering his voice further. Rain, both at the palace and the academy, people say you're very skilled at winning over girls. My sister Caroline mentioned it too, and my friends at the academy say you're the best. I want to learn from you how to win a girl's heart. I'm really bad at it. A sudden hush fell over the air. Rain stared at the prince before him, silent for a long moment, then hesitated to ask, You want me to be your advisor? Growing up in the palace all this time, you've never, been with a maid, or, Otto blinked his bright blue eyes, completely clueless. Rain made a suggestive gesture with his hand. Suddenly, Otto's eyes lit up. Oh, I get it. I read about that in stories. But isn't that something you do only after marriage? Looking at this young knight whose battle presence was godlike, yet carried such innocence, Rain couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The mighty warrior he saw in combat was actually a complete novice? Then, with a hint of disbelief, Rain tested Otto a few more times, half expecting him to be joking. After several confirmations, he finally realized the second prince truly knew nothing about these matters, completely inexperienced. As a prince and the emperor's favored son, it was unbelievable that no one attended to him at night. Seeing Rain's surprise, Otto took the initiative to explain, I was identified with exceptional talent from a young age, so father paid extra attention to me. Over the years, I've spent most of my time training or immersed in theory classes. As for courting girls, I've hardly had any contact. Even talking to an unfamiliar girl now makes me nervous. I can barely speak properly. Rain nodded, suddenly understanding the situation. Obviously, the second prince had come to him because he had taken a liking to a certain girl and wanted Rain as his strategist. So Rain got straight to the point. So, Your Highness, who is it you have your eye on? Yes, exactly. Otto nodded eagerly, eyes full of admiration. A few days ago, when I was out gaining experience, I suppose it was love at first sight, I met a girl. Every time I see her, my heart races wildly. And who is she? Her name is Jana Calvin. She's an adventurer. An adventurer? Hearing those words, Rain instinctively thought of his older brother Arvin, like Jana, also longed for freedom and loved adventure. Since Arvin came of age 3 years ago, had ventured alone and remained missing, with probably only their father, Fred, knowing where he was. The thought flickered through Rain's mind before he refocused on Otto. Your Highness, you don't want to reveal your status as a prince, do you? Rain asked. Yes. Rain, you really understand, Otto exclaimed, clenching his fist and speaking faster. For some reason, Jana seems to dislike nobles. Though she never says it outright, I can see the coldness in her eyes whenever she speaks to aristocrats. So I must absolutely not approach her as a prince. Can you help me? Seeing how excited Otto was, gripping his hand, Rain smiled wryly. Second prince, I have very little information on Jana. Hey Race, what will do? If you really trust me, after this secret mission, bring me everything you know about her. I promise to come up with a plan that won't expose your identity. Otto beamed and nodded emphatically. All right, Rain, if you can help me win Jana's heart, I swear I'll be your brother for life. With that, he pulled out a small box and pressed it into Rain's hands. This is a retainer. I'd heard of your reputation before I arrived. This won't do much for me as a knight, but once it's done, it'll reward you handsomely. Rain waved his hand, declining, no need for payment now. We can talk after you've won Jana over. But Otto firmly left the box in Rain's hands, refusing to take no for an answer. It's fine, keep it. Then he grabbed Rain's arm and briskly headed toward the palace courtyard. Seeing this, Rain had no choice but to pocket the box. The two walked back toward the dance floor, chatting and laughing. Everyone watching their brotherly camaraderie couldn't help but look on in amazement. After returning to Anna's side, Otto smiled and took his leave. All right, Rain, until after the mission. Safe travels, second prince. Anna and her friends, watching the close relationship between Rain and Otto, suddenly grew interested. Unexpectedly, Rain had such a close relationship with that training fanatic, Otto. Anna stared blankly at the two of them, while her companions beside her were buzzing with excitement, urging her to go find out more. Before Anna could say a word, Rain smoothly took her hand, stroking it gently with his fingertip, his touch so natural it seemed as if they were already used to being close. Rain, you're really close to the second prince? Anna lowered her voice. Of course, Rain said proudly, nodding confidently. Who doesn't know me, Rain? He lifted his chin in a smug manner. Anna rolled her eyes. Yeah, such a show-off. Since Rain didn't elaborate, she wisely didn't press further. The palace was dazzlingly lit at its center, music flowing gracefully, the banquet in full swing. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through all conversation. Everyone Emperor Albert raised his glass from the high platform. Instantly, the room fell silent, all eyes on him. The trial secret realm is about to open. I'm sure every family has chosen their representatives. The realm is filled with unknown dangers, but fear not, those who fall in battle are not truly dead, only disqualified from continuing the trials. His gaze swept across the crowd steadily. May the Empire's future pillars have bright prospects, and may martial arts flourish. With that, he tilted his head back and drained his cup. The nobles raised their glasses in return. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Albert nodded and said, very well, let the banquet continue. Then he went back to join Food and the others. The crowd became lively again, but Rain frowned slightly. Originally, he had 200 secret realm slots, already giving 100 to Food, leaving about 90 left. He turned to Casey, whispering, go call your father. I need to talk. Casey nodded and soon returned with Lewin in tow. Master Rain, you wanted to see me? Lewin bowed. How many slots was your family allocated? Just one? Lewin scratched his head awkwardly. Rain sighed. I have some extras. Casey is with me. We're in the same camp. He'll give you 5 more, but no extra special coins this time. When they come a few days later to claim spots, you bring your people personally. Lewin's pupils narrowed briefly. Then he nodded seriously. Thank you for your generosity, Master Rain. That's settled then. Rain waved him off. Lewin left swiftly, disappearing into the crowd. Anna and her best friend nearby caught sight of this scene, exchanging looks full of surprise. Rain, you really have slots? Anna's eyes widened. Rain raised an eyebrow teasingly. What, you want some? Isn't your father doting on you? Didn't he give you any? I do have some, Anna muttered softly, but the Mitchell family only got 6 in total. I got 1, but the upper ranks took several. My elder sister and brother got none. Rain understood immediately. Then he pointed at his own face. Give me a kiss, and he'll give you a few. As soon as he finished, Anna's cheeks flushed bright red. You pervert. Rain leaned in closer. Then why haven't you seen me act like a pervert to anyone else? Anna's gaze flickered, struggling for a moment before she finally looked up. All right, fine. It's just a kiss anyway. She reassured herself, for her sister and brother's sake. Just as her lips touched Rain's cheek, Rain suddenly turned his head. The soft contact brushed against her lips, and they locked eyes in surprise. While Anna froze momentarily, Rain's tongue lightly flicked out, teasing, then withdrew just enough. Anna started to protest, but Rain's palm covered her mouth. She glared and tried to swat him. Rain laughed and dodged playfully. They chased and teased one another in the corner, their laughter light and filled with a subtle tension. With each playful move, the distance between them grew smaller and smaller. As the moon set and stars faded, the banquet slowly drew to a close. On the eve of entering the secret realm, the palace was packed with people. Deep within the palace, in one of the halls, Rain leaned back in his seat behind a long desk used for record-keeping. Every time the heavy doors creaked open, he'd glance up to size up the newcomer. The first to enter was a young man dressed in noble attire. Rain curled his lip in disdain. Humph, a man. The youth bowed respectfully. Good morning, young Master Rain. Here's my coin. He handed the coin to a maid, who passed it to the coin inspector, Reagan. Reagan leaned close to the oil lamp, flipping the coin to examine its markings before nodding to Rain. Rain stood and strode up to the youth, lightly tapping his shoulder. A faint glowing mark instantly appeared on the back of the young man's hand. All done. Records complete. Send in the next one, Rain said with a wave. The youth bowed and stepped back. Soon after, Fabian, Marquis and head of the Ward family, entered with a large entourage. Uncle Fabian, good morning, Rain greeted as he rose. Good morning, Rain. Here are 50 coins from my Ward family, Fabian said, pouring a handful from a magical device. Reagan, recognizing the Marquis, quickly checked the coins and finished in a flash. Rain scanned the group. Uncle Fabian, who goes first? Sophia, you first. Fabian's gaze settled on his daughter. Sophia stepped forward. Rain took her hand. It was cool to the touch, the palm rough with small calluses. He compared it silently. A few calluses, not as soft as Anna's little hands. 5 minutes passed, and Fabian's gaze grew sharper. Rain hurried to finish, the mark appearing on Sophia's hand. Ahem, all done. Takes longer with the girls. Fabian narrowed his eyes for a moment, then sighed. After Sophia, the second Ward girl stepped forward. Rain simply tapped her shoulder, and the mark flashed instantly. Done. Next, please. The brisk gesture caused a stir. Fabian smirked knowingly. Sophia shot Rain a fierce glare. It seemed only she received this special treatment. The rest of the Ward heirs, including several with outstanding talents and 4 chosen elite warriors, completed their marks quickly. In no time, all 50 were recorded. All finished, Uncle Fabian. Fabian came forward, clapping Rain on the shoulder. Well done. One day, come to the ward estate, it'll treat you to something delicious. Rain smirked inwardly. Delicious? Hopefully not meat stewed with whip leather. But he smiled and said, sure, definitely next time. The next group was the Mitchell family. Patriarch Layman entered with 11 members. Anna, vibrant and glowing, walked beside him. Layman handed over 6 coins. Before the attendants could finish counting, Rain raised his hand to stop them. Reagan, no need. Just matching those 6 coins will do. Yes, young Master Rain, Reagan said, promptly putting away the coins. Before Layman spoke further, Anna and several others stepped up beside Rain. Rain, didn't you say a few days ago that you would give me 5 spots? These are the only people I want to put forward. Anna quickly pushed her brother, sister, and the others up to the table, rattling off their names, ages, and roles in rapid succession. Layman wanted to speak up, but instead stood quietly with his hands behind his back, observing. Rain leaned back in his chair, his gaze gentle. After Anna finished her introductions one by one, he smiled and nodded. All right, I got it all. Come here, Anna, they'll record your details first. He took Anna's small hand and gently placed it on the magical crystal tablet for a few seconds before letting go. Then, piece by piece, he carefully entered the information for the others. Before long, all 6 attendants that Layman had brought were registered too. Thanks a lot this time, Layman said politely, cupping his hands in front of Rain. Uncle Layman, no need for formalities, Rain replied with a slight bow. Then we'll be going first. Don't keep you from recording the others. There are still people waiting in line, Layman said, gathering the group. Oh, all right, Anna muttered, pouting but reluctantly following along. As she walked, she whispered excitedly to her elder sister about the small details of Rain's handshake, pride shining clearly in her eyes. On the other side of the hallway, a group of trainees waiting to register were eavesdropping the whole time, their hearts full of envy. After all, Rain clearly had a good impression of Anna, and he remained unmarried. If Anna were truly married into the Grei family, with this future 7th-tier mage to protect her, not only the Empire but the entire continent would have few who dared raise a voice against her. Even Layman looked at his niece with a hidden calculation about the possibility of this marriage alliance. After recording all the names of those entering the secret realm, Rain let out a long breath and stretched, yawning. Master Rain, you've worked hard. Steward Reagan immediately signaled 2 court maidens forward, who began gently massaging his shoulders and neck. All done with the records? Yes. Are you hungry, Master? Should I arrange lunch now? No need. I still have some things to do. Rain waved his hand, then patted the back of the maiden's hands resting on his shoulders. Since everything's finished, I'll take my leave first. Safe travels, Master Rain, Reagan bowed respectfully. Rain didn't look back, casually waved his hand, and walked straight through the corridor and garden, soon exiting the palace gates. By the long-time waiting carriage, Coachman Drake stood tall, while guard Jonas waited on one side. Uncle Jonas, you're here too? Rain called out. Jonas nodded slightly. We're at a critical moment for the secret realm's opening. The family head ordered me to personally protect you. Rain said no more and got in the carriage with Jonas. Drake, take us to the academy. Yes, Master. After some bumps, the carriage stopped at the academy gates. Rain and Jonas got out, walking through the familiar tree-lined path straight to the towering mage tower. The dean had reminded him to come by before entering the secret realm, but the recent busy days almost made him forget. The heavy wooden door of the research room was pushed open gently as Rain stepped inside. Jonas wisely stayed outside. The dean put down the small white mouse magical familiar in his arms, a pure white creature named Jimmy, and stroked his whiskers. Here you are, Rain. Dean, you told me to come before going into the secret realm, right? The dean pulled a dark silver bracelet from a drawer and handed it over. This is prepared by all your teachers together. It should be helpful inside the secret realm. Rain probed it with his mental energy, and his eyes widened as saw healing potions, scrolls from various disciplines, reserve crystals, even magical siege cannons were included. That's too kind. After the secret realm ends, they'll be sure to visit and thank all the teachers properly. Don't rush. There's more. The dean pulled a pitch-black scroll from his magical device. This is a 5th-tier spell I helped you forge a week ago, Spatial Rift Storm. His tone turned serious. For anything below 5th tier, unless they have very special constitutions, being hit by this won't just kill, but leave them crippled. Consider it your trump card. Holding the scroll in his hand, Rain slightly parted his lips, staring at the dean in disbelief. So powerful. The dean raised an eyebrow, smirking as he sipped his tea. What? You don't believe me? I am still an intermediate level 6th tier grand sorcerer. Then you're definitely the best, Dean, Rain said immediately, carefully tucking the scroll close to his chest, his smile wide but reserved. He then obediently stood behind the dean to rub his shoulders. The dean leisurely swirled his teacup, speaking casually but firmly. If you can use it, don't hold back. These magic scrolls only last 7 days before they expire. Don't worry, Dean. The greatest treasure in the secret realm will certainly be mine, Rain's. Just wait and see. Rain's confidence was unwavering. The dean nodded, signaling him to leave. All right, head back. We enter the secret realm tomorrow, so rest well this afternoon and save your energy. Understood. I'll take my leave now then. Go ahead. Before leaving, Rain reached out to stroke the small cat Jimmy resting on the table, then pushed open the door and stepped out. Outside, Jonas, who had been waiting, quickly approached. Rain waved him off lightly. Let's go, Uncle Joe. Time to return to the clan. At the Grei family manor's training ground, Fiona commanded the maids to train rigorously in preparation for tomorrow's secret realm expedition. The clash of short swords and wooden shields echoed sharply. Passing by, Rain's heart grew more urgent seeing their determination. He settled cross-legged in a pavilion, ready to meditate. The patrolin he recently ingested still left some residual energy. He intended to fully refine it tonight. If all went well, he would break through to an intermediate second-tier magician. Just as he closed his eyes, Jonas' slightly apologetic voice came from behind. Young Master Rain, your father is looking for you. Opening his eyes, Rain stood and followed Jonas deeper into the manor, whispering, what does father want now? Jonas smiled in reply. Since you enter the secret realm tomorrow, he specially prepared some trump cards for you. Rain nodded quietly. Soon, they reached Frieder's office. You're here? Come over, Frieder said, setting aside documents and beckoning his son. Rain approached the desk and noticed two jade stones of similar size, but contrasting colors in front of him. Frieder pushed them toward him. This is a killer move, Jonas, and I prepared for you the tungsten seal. Each holds the full force of our strongest strike. While not as powerful as us fighting in person, they can easily take down several fourth-tier enemies. The red stone is mine, containing a large area combat skill. The black one is Jonas, with extremely powerful single-target damage. If you die in the secret realm, no big deal, but every extra second alive could mean another chance. He took a sip of tea and pointed at the heavy wooden box by Rain's feet. Take these materials, and supplies too. They're essentials compiled from generations of clan expeditions. Rain looked down at the box. The heavy metal clasps glinted coldly in the light. Holding the two tungsten stones tightly, he felt the true weight of his family's heritage. For the first time, this kind of resource would take a lifetime to accumulate on his own. Snapping back to attention, he carefully stored the stones in box, then nodded respectfully at Frieder and Jonas. Understood. After Rain finished tidying his things, Ferd waved his hand dismissively. All right, get some rest. I'm looking forward to seeing how you perform tomorrow. Ferd's words made Rain frown slightly, a flicker of doubt rising in his mind. How can you watch from outside? How would you know what's happening inside the secret realm? Ferd smiled faintly. The royal family owns a treasure called the Tassful Magic Mirror. Its purpose is to observe special matters. However, it consumes immense resources, so it's only used for the rare occasions when all the nobles gather to participate in a secret realm event like this. Once you all enter tomorrow, we observers at the palace will monitor your performance inside through that mirror. Hearing this, Rain's curiosity about the Tassful Magic Mirror deepened noticeably, and he couldn't help but say, fine, I'll show you what I'm capable of. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and confidently pushed open the door, leaving the room. Ferd glanced at the closed door, about to speak to Jonas, when Rain suddenly pushed the door open again, half his body leaning in. Father, can you prepare some treasures for me? Ferd nodded in response. All right, have Boa send them to your room shortly. Good. Rain replied with satisfaction before closing the door behind him again. Turning to Jonas, Ferd began calmly and seriously discussing this year's development plans for their territory. Back in his room, Rain sat cross-legged on the carpet, waiting for Boa to bring the treasures. He only had a little over 3,000 source points left at this moment. With the secret realm entrance tomorrow and so many unpredictable risks, stockpiling more source points certainly wouldn't hurt. The room remained quiet, while outside at the martial training ground, the servants' shouts could be heard following Fiona's drills. Rain closed his eyes in meditation alone, absorbing the residual medicinal power of the Petralian within him, his breathing becoming steady and profound. Soon, Boa arrived on time and placed a pile of small boxes before Rain. Rain carefully opened them to find mostly second and third grade treasures inside. While each individual treasure yielded only a small number of source points, their sheer quantity was considerable. Without hesitation, Rain funneled 90% of these into ancient magic books for absorption, leaving only about 10% stored in magical devices for backup. Within a short time, his source points rapidly climbed to 15,975, far beyond his previous total. Although he was very interested in the magic contained in those ancient books, with the secret realm's dangers unknown, he knew he had to start solid and steady, reinforcing his foundation first. Time flew swiftly. After a night passed, the next morning, Rain sat with Ferd and Layla in the villa's dining room for breakfast. The atmosphere seemed ordinary, but everyone harbored their own thoughts and expectations. After the meal, Rain returned to his room to prepare for entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, the qualified members from various noble families anxiously adjusted their states, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, the necklace around Rain's neck flashed a brilliant white light. dazzlingly strong enough to nearly blind him. The next instant, Rain, along with the servants in his room and everyone in the royal city he had previously recorded, vanished from that place entirely. The trial-type Secret Realm 5 Competing Kings officially began. Author's note: because the new year approaches, updates will temporarily slow to 2 shorter chapters a day. After the holiday, updates will return to 3 chapters. A flash of white light streaked by, and when Rain opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a faint blue barrier. In an instant, a hemispherical shield formed around him, sealing off all directions tightly to prevent any chance of a sneak attack upon landing. Only after confirming there was no immediate danger did he relax his tense shoulders and begin to take in his surroundings: the deep green-black primitive forest, the murmuring stream nearby, and the crisp sound of birdsong from afar. Clearly, this was a completely unknown woodland. Suddenly, the mysterious realm key hanging from his neck vibrated softly, glowing with a gentle light. From the key came a voice, neither distinctly male nor female. Greetings, honored trial participants. I will now explain the rules of this secret realm. 1. Those who enter using a genuine secret realm key and those who enter via recorded keys will be in different locations and face different challenges. You will not encounter that other group. 2. Since all keys have been collected, this trial will no longer follow the traditional checkpoint model, but will be a comprehensive trial. 3. There are 5 people entering via the secret realm key, and you will compete for the greatest treasure in the realm. 4. This place is called the Forest of Multitudes of Demons. The monsters here range from level 1 to level 4 in strength. From now on, each monster you slay will earn corresponding points recorded by your key. After 7 days, the highest scorer will claim the treasure. 5. If you find hunting monsters too slow for accumulating points, you may instead target other competitors. Killing a competitor grants you all their points and immediately doubles your existing score. The rules are now explained. May all 5 trial participants enjoy themselves fully. The light faded, and the key dimmed once more. Rain looked up and surveyed the view partially obscured by shrubs and tall trees. After a moment's thought, he exchanged ancient texts to learn his first realm spell, Earthwave Detection, spending 5,100 source points. An invisible ripple radiated outward from his feet in a 500-meter radius, pulsing every few seconds. Within that range, he could sense birds perched in treetops and beasts hidden in the grass, satisfying him with its clarity. After the first scan, he immediately detected several small figures to the east. Without hesitation, he dashed in that direction. In the southeastern forest, a boldly dressed woman with purple hair withdrew her secret realm key, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Competition, huh? Interesting. She tapped the ground lightly on her toes, her voice teasing like a playful cat. Let's see if there's any handsome gentleman around who can entertain me. In the blink of an eye, she raised a finger, sending a streak of purple energy through a tree trunk, killing a lurking level 1 magic serpent instantly. As the energy dispersed, it revealed the aura of a level 2 elite assassin. Little snake, if you want to play with Big Sister, you're not worthy yet. Kithri Yarvis, witch of the Lust sect, said with a smirk before spinning and disappearing deeper into the forest to seek other competitors. To the north of the forest, a scruffy man carrying a huge pack stood at the edge of the dense woods, gazing into the forest sea with a growing blaze of adventurous desire in his chest. His name was Hunter Dean, a 3rd-level novice warrior and an adventurer. After hearing the explanation about the secret realm key, his eyes burned with even greater passion. Treasure? Huh. It was as if it had been made just for him to target. The northern forest. Deep within the northern woods, the mournful howls of demon wolves pierced the air. A massive greatsword crashed down heavily, scattering blood. The wielder was a man with frost-white hair, muscular and sinewy, eyes sharp as cold stars. Andre Iverson, a 4th-level elite warrior. Unlucky to be ambushed by a wolf pack as soon as he entered the realm, he nonetheless cut down the Wolf King in just a few swift strikes, avoiding prolonged combat. He inhaled the cold mist tinged with blood, whispering a prayer. Could it really be here? That thing? Great God of warriors, please grant me your protection to find it. Ada won't hold out much longer. Meanwhile, in the southern forest, a small figure wiped sweat from his brow with a rough hand. Treasure? Maybe rare gems or ores. He muttered. This was Eo Zaka, a 1st-level elite dwarf with brown hair and bronze skin, like all his kin obsessed with sparkling stones. Despite his weak strength, he ventured into the realm simply hoping to luck into some high-grade ore. Elsewhere in the forest canopy, the high-level mage Rain concealed himself. Clinging to a thick branch, he surveyed several green shadows below just 3 goblins. On the ground, the little creatures chattered obliviously, totally unaware. In the next instant, the earth exploded, and a stone spike surged upward, impaling 2 of them instantly. The last goblin shrieked in terror and stumbled away into the thicket, dragging a wooden club. Rain didn't give chase immediately, needed a guide. But the fleeing goblin glanced back, saw no pursuers, then turned around to feast on its fallen companions. Rain sighed and revealed himself, leaping down the tree to land a telekinetic slap across the creature's face. Screaming, the green-skinned monster bolted once more, and Rain calmly followed, stepping on shadows. Soon, the goblin darted into a pitch-black cave. Using his earth-sensing spell, Rain immediately detected pulsations incidino fewer than hundreds of goblins in cramped terrain. A frontal assault was unwise. So he cast levitation, rose to the hilltop, and stomped hard. Earth spiked prison. With a rumble, jagged rock spikes erupted wildly like a forest, stabbing in every direction. Agonized screams echoed as the narrow tunnels filled with bodies. The refuge turned slaughterhouse, and Rain's scores soared rapidly. To prevent any stragglers from escaping, he layered multiple earth spikes over the entrance, sealing it completely. Just as he was immersed in the carnage, a thunderous crash burst the cave opening. A towering, bulky figure stormed out, smashing the spikes to splinters with a heavy wolf tooth club. The first-level elite big goblin. Behind it followed 3 first-level mid-tier goblin shamans swinging battered wooden staves. Amateur tricks, Rain sneered as he looked down on them. The shamans raised their staves, conjuring a roaring fireball hurtling his way. Rain waved his hand, and the fireball instantly dissolved. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Flame of roar. A blistering massive sphere ignited midair, shrieking as it tore through the air. Boom. Waves of fire surged across the ground, scorching the earth black. Several goblins turned to charred husks before they could even scream. Seeing the lair nearly cleared, Rain withdrew his magic and turned to leave. At that moment, his earth-sensing spell detected a figure entering his range, apparently drawn by the commotion, rushing toward him and accelerating. Seeing this, Rain was about to leave, but suddenly the figure sped up and quickly leapt onto the hill where he stood. It was none other than Katra, the enchantress of the Lust Church. Quitra's gaze sharpened as she stared at Rain, momentarily stunned. Rain Grei, the son of Fred Grei, the fearless Lion King who once made the church uneasy? He was also one of the competitors in this contest. After a flash of surprise, Katra quickly recovered her usual seductive charm. Slightly loosening her collar, she revealed an alluring collarbone and subtle curves, as if any moment more of her beauty might be exposed. Her voice was soft and sultry, dripping with seduction. Ah, young sir, you are so handsome and charming. What's your name? Why not enjoy some pleasure together with your sister? As she spoke, she cast him a provocative glance, her alluring power quietly slipping into Rain's heart, supported by the blessing of the demon of lust. Katra was stunningly beautiful otherwise. How could she have been chosen as an enchantress by the Lust Church? Her seduction was like a poisonous wine, easily stirring the most primal and uncontrollable desires within Rain. He struggled to resist, casting multiple purifying spells in a row just to barely suppress the burning heat deep inside. Outside the secret realm, inside the palace, Emperor Albert had already brought out the taskful magic mirror and gathered the nobles to watch the situation within the realm. This magic mirror projected the scenes inside the realm clearly above the palace, like a three-dimensional holographic display. Look, Sophia has successfully passed the first trial. Truly a genius of the empire, someone praised. Then Prince Otto also succeeded, and Anna passed as well. Noble families boasted about their heirs' temporary achievements, warming the atmosphere. All eyes gradually shifted to Fred, whose family's prestige had recently risen in the capital thanks to Rain's name, naturally making him the center of comparison. Fred, where's your reign? If he had passed, he should have come to show off by now, someone teased half-jokingly. Everyone then gathered around Rain's projection, even the emperor approached. Upon seeing it, confusion spread. Rain's image was completely different from what they had seen before, and many had not even witnessed him enter the secret realm. Questions immediately flooded Fred. Fred patiently explained, Rain's area contains the greatest treasure, which can only be contested by those with a special key. The nobles envied him instantly, thinking Rain held a rare advantage. More gathered to watch his situation. After seeing him defeat a goblin group and then encounter that mysterious woman, discussions buzzed. Enchantress of the Lust Church? Someone whispered. Yes, Katra, that's her. So Katra met Rain first. At this moment, Brent, head of the Mick family, glanced at Fred disdainfully. Does Rain know her? I hope he doesn't fall into a trap. Fred smiled wryly. Know her? What a joke. I've never even mentioned her to him. Then Rain's in trouble. He always had a weakness for women, and now he's met a lust enchantress. That's just bad luck, Brent said with schadenfreude. Fred ignored him, eyes fixed steadily on the projection, silent and grave. Lust Church. Back in the secret realm, after Katra spoke, Rain narrowed his eyes slightly. He had sensed the surprise in her gaze just now. Obviously, this woman knew him, and was very likely an adversary of the Grei family. A teasing smile curled at Rain's lips. Sister is so charming. Naturally, I want to share some pleasure with you, but I have a little quirk. How about you tie yourself up first? And then while see his gaze grew obsessive and focused, as if already deeply entranced and unable to pull away. After hearing Ryan's words, Kitra's expression faltered. Bound up? In your dreams. A smile curled at her lips as she silently closed in on Ryan, gently tilting his chin upward. Of course, dear brother, why don't you be the one to tie me up? Before he could react, her figure vanished suddenly and reappeared behind him. In a flash of cold steel, a dagger pierced his chest. She whispered close to his ear, "Since you like me so much, let me see your heart." No blood spurted out. Pitch black, vine-like magical tattoos erupted violently from the ground, intertwining instantly into a cage that trapped them both in Placia dark prison. Kitra froze, staring at the dagger still lodged in Ryan's chest, disbelief filling her eyes. I struck the heart, but he's still alive? The next moment, the man who'd been stabbed transformed into flowing water, sliding down the cage walls and evaporating the illusion of water. The real Ryan appeared outside the cage, golden eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke calmly. Such a cold heart, sister. You almost had me there. A burst of golden light ignited a massive sword in his palm, forged from blazing flames, the scorching heaven's judgment. Kitra opened her mouth to argue, but Ryan raised the giant blade and swung downward with immense force. The roar shattered the air as the sword's red aura cleaved a nearby hill in two. The heated rock melted into glowing lava. Kitra vanished into the molten rift's depths. Ryan knew she couldn't be destroyed so easily. Magic churned, and a silver shield instantly enveloped him. The shielding spell clanked, shadow slash slammed into the barrier, scattering sparkling shards of magic. The shield cracked and shattered quickly, but bought Ryan enough time to vanish via teleportation. His eyes of illusion locked onto Kitra's rapidly shifting shadow in the darkness. Yet her ghost-like movements were elusive. Hovering in the air with arms spread wide, thunderclouds roiled overhead. Skyward thunder. Bolts of black lightning rained down, ripping through the forest. Scorched earth and splintered wood scattered wildly. Kitra dodged, biting her lip with startled eyes. The Chuch's intel was wrong. She feigned sulking playfully, pouting, "Oh dear brother, you're hurting me. I'm done playing goodbye. Next time I'll spend more time with you." With that, she melted into a shadowy figure and vanished completely. Ryan opened his eyes of illusion to scan the area. After confirming no trace of her remained, he deactivated his powers and used holy light to quell the lingering seductive haze. His gaze fixed on the direction Kitra had vanished toward. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "That sly vixen, if she falls into my hands. First I'll imprison her, and then him." To be safe, he swiftly left the battlefield, using seismic detection to continue searching for other monsters. At the other end of the forest, adventurer Hunter frowned at a slow-moving pink mist. "What is that? It moves on its own." He swung his sword, and the blade's arc cut through the fog without resistance. Seeing this, Hunter retreated but soon realized the pink mist surrounded him from all sides. Holding his breath, he sprinted toward one side, desperate to break through. After only a few dozen steps, fine particles in the mist penetrated his skin. His gaze blurred. He saw gorgeous illusions, and his sanity slipped away little by little. Soon, he twisted his body, deliberately moving toward a sturdy tree nearby. Pressing his forehead against it and wrapping his arms around the trunk, he muttered incoherently, "Perry, you're finally mine." After some time experimenting, Rain finally discovered a small loophole in the secret realm's scoring system. The rules stated that to earn points for killing a monster, you had to deliver the final blow yourself. However, if someone else severely wounded the monster first and you finished it off, the points would still count toward you. This loophole greatly expanded Rain's tactical options. He soon set his sights on a nearby high-level monster, a furious ape, an early 4th-tier beast. Though the furious ape possessed tremendous strength, its movements were slow, which gave Rain an advantage to bait and maneuver it, hoping to rack up more points. Standing by the lake, Rain watched as the furious ape lowered its head to drink, narrowing his eyes with a sly smile. "Work for me, furious ape." Just then, a sharp spike suddenly sprung up from the ground behind it. In the next instant, the spike jabbed straight into the ape's most vulnerable spot. With the sound of flesh tearing, the spike hit dead center. Even Rain felt a sting of discomfort watching. The onlookers by the lake gasped sharply, tightening their collars with wary looks. A flicker of fear showed in their eyes. This kid is seriously sneaky. The furious ape recoiled in shock and let out a piercing howl as it leapt high into the air, blood splattering all around. It writhed on the ground in intense pain. Rain nodded inwardly indeed. Every monster had a fatal weakness. The ape had been caught completely off guard, the rock spike into its back piercing deeply enough to threaten its life. The ground near the lake cracked repeatedly under its violent thrashing. Gradually calming down, the furious ape glared around and immediately spotted Rain's hidden figure nearby. Seething with rage, it looked ready to speak and roared as it charged at him. But before it could take a step, the pain forced it to bite down and collapse, glaring daggers at Rain. Meeting the furious ape's furious glare, Rain raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "This is the first time I've seen a monster's eye say you're despicable." The ape instantly went into a frenzy, dulling its sense of pain and sprinting at Rain again with furious rage. It scanned the surrounding trees, seemingly plotting to tear one down to smash Rain and make him feel the sting of a thousand-year strike. Suddenly chilled, Rain blurred out, constantly teleporting to harass the furious ape as he headed toward the first checkpoint, a high-level tier 3 pig guard. Although the furious ape moved much faster now, it still couldn't catch Rain, making it even more frenzied and restless. It roared wildly and uprooted a large tree to hurl at Rain. Rain effortlessly teleported aside, sticking out a mocking tongue. The furious ape froze for a moment, then red veins flooded its eyes. If someone was providing a dramatic voiceover, they would shout, "Breakthrough, furious ape." With a roar, the furious ape completed its breakthrough, advancing to mid-4th tier and gaining a sudden boost in speed. Seeing the ape grow even faster, Rain was forced to teleport even more frequently to keep the tug-of-war going. At last, he successfully led the furious ape steadily to the first checkpoint. The pigman guard had sensed the furious ape's aura and was already standing outside the nest with his underlings, bracing for a fight. Seeing the massive ape silhouette approaching, the pigman guard snorted through his nostrils and raised his rough wooden club, humming to himself. Umph. Furious ape, what are you up to? This is my territory. The reply was a heavy punch. The furious ape was cold and silent, landing a solid blow right on the pigman guard's cheek. With a loud thud, the pigman guard spun like a tightly wound top, crashing through the row of trees behind him. When he hit the ground, dust clouded the air. Holding his jaw, he slowly got up, eyes flashing with ferocity. In the next moment, he roared and charged at the furious ape. The two massive beasts quickly locked together. With the help of many underlings swarming in, the pigman guard barely managed to keep the fight even. Nearby, Rain acted like a detached referee, watching the battle unfold while making his own moves. He targeted the pigmen who had been badly hit by the furious ape, magical light flashing, his score ticking upward with every strike. Despite the fight going on, the furious ape's mind was never fully on it. All his attention stuck to Rain the whole time. Rain pulled a face at him, and the ape's broad back stiffened like a mountain. That brief distraction gave the pigman guard an opening, and he swung his club hard, catching the furious ape square in the face. Roar? Roar. You're asking to die? The furious ape exploded with rage, veins bulging in his arms as a flurry of heavy punches rained down. The battle tipped in his favor instantly. Rain even noticed that the ape's fists seemed to specifically target the pigman guard's backside, sending the poor creature squealing in pain. It wasn't long before the pigman guard lost all will to fight, curling up and clutching his head. Still unsatisfied, the furious ape tore up a fully grown tree, rubbing the trunk between his hands. Then with a deep bellow, thousand-year kill, he drove the tree trunk right into the pigman guard's tailbone, freezing him solid before wave upon wave of agonizing pain swept through his body. Humph. The guard rolled and writhed on the ground, his underlings scattering in fear. The furious ape's face twisted into a mischievous, almost human grin as he casually tossed the tree trunk aside. His blood-red eyes fixed once more on Rain, and with heavy steps, he thundered toward the young man. Humph. What are you waiting for? Get him out of here, damn it. The pigman guard shouted at his subordinates, but all they could do was watch the giant ape charge toward Rain. Rain pretended to panic and took a few steps back, but the furious ape's large hand shot out and grabbed him. Yet in the next moment, Rain's figure dissolved like clear water slipping through fingers, an illusion of water. The furious ape howled in frustration, pounding his chest and wildly searching left and right for his target. Meanwhile, just beside the pigman guard, Rain suddenly appeared with a magically charged crystal cannon aimed straight at the guard's head. Fire! A roar echoed as a blast of fire shot out, the magic shell exploding into shards of blue and white light. The pigman guard didn't even get out a final grunt before falling dead on the spot. Without their leader, the pigmen's eyes turned red with fury as they surged like a tide toward Rain in unstoppable stampede. But Rain remained calm, as if leafing through a ledger of life and death. Magical energy flickered repeatedly, and one by one the pigmen were picked off with precise strikes. When the last one fell, the forest settled into silence. Rain's score stopped at 544. Listening to the furious ape's distant roar, Rain moved quickly to catch up. After all, he still needed the ape's help later on. On the first night, after passing the one-eyed stone guardian at the 5th checkpoint, Rain finally shook off the rampaging gorilla and found a cave to rest briefly. He sat cross-legged and summoned the light screen of the secret realm key. Today's score stared back coldly from the display. 1762. But besides his own points, there was no other information, no overall ranking, no way to check other competitors' scores. Rain cracked a wry smile and shook his head in frustration. Was this a limitation of the secret realm itself, or something else? Unable to figure it out for now, he clipped the necklace back around his neck and pulled some jerky and water from his magic ring, chewing heartily. The next moment, the darkness outside the cave was shattered by a pillar of brilliant white light shooting straight into the sky, illuminating the night as though dawn had broken. Rain frowned, set down his food, and hurried outside. Looking up, he stared at the towering beam of light. "What's that?" he muttered. Instantly, the necklace on his chest glowed with faint golden runes, and a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. First night's secret realm treasure appeared. Competitors who seize the treasure will gain 2,000 points the next day. Treasure, huh? Rain sneered. This is clearly a hot potato trying to send the five of us to our deaths. Yet despite his cynicism, he couldn't ignore the obvious strategy. If no one went for it, someone else would scoop up the treasure and score an easy 2,000 points. After a moment's thought, he brushed the dust from his clothes and strode toward the light pillar. As he traveled, he activated earthwave detection, sending faint blue ripples radiating outward. Suddenly, about 200 meters to his left, the detection revealed a humanoid outline. The figure's movements were so odd that Rain paused. Was that hammering? Curious, he left the main path and crept toward the adventurer Hunter's position. The pink mist had cleared, but Hunter's eyes remained vacant. Rain hid behind a fallen log and watched as Hunter wore a strange, blissful expression while repeatedly pounding on a thick tree trunk. Rain raised an eyebrow, opening his mouth to comment, but then closed it again. Seriously? Hungry enough to go after a tree? But looking closer, his face darkened. Hunter's lower body was mangled and bloody, yet he showed no sign of pain or awareness. He was clearly being controlled by some external force. Since Hunter was trapped, whoever was controlling him must be nearby. Rain scanned the surroundings and even sent out earthwave detection again, but no other signs of life appeared. With growing suspicion, he approached quietly. Hunter's pink eyes were hollow, seemingly unable to see him as he laughed idiotically while wrestling the tree. Rain sighed softly, whispering, "Brother, you're done for. Forget the treasure. Let me put you out of your misery." With that, he gathered spatial energy in his palm and unleashed a sharp spatial blade, swiftly cleaving both Hunter and the tree in two. Before the blood mist could fall, the necklace chimed again. For competitors remaining, Hunter's body dissolved into scattered fragments of light amid the glow, and Rain's own points doubled, but not a trace of joy appeared on his face. Hunter's death was a stark warning bell ringing in his mind. It seemed that the secret realm not only harbored the threat of fourth-tier monsters, but also some unknown presence. If caught off guard, there would be no chance to resist. Silently weighing the danger, Rain pushed off the ground and shot like an arrow toward the glaring pillar of light in the distance. Amid the damp forest air tinged with a metallic sweetness, his cloak whipped up in the wind, brushing against the underbrush with a soft rustling. Just as the light pillar loomed before him, he suddenly stopped, raising a hand to his temple. A golden glow flickered deep within his eye. A second-tier magic, mist veil concealment. A faint mist seeped from his skin, wrapping around his form like a delicate veil. Then he withdrew the fifth-tier magic scroll gifted by the dean, secured it close to his body, held his breath, and crept low toward the light. Beneath the pillar, Kietra faced off against an elderly man with a head of silver hair. Rain peeked out from behind a tree just enough to catch the man's deep voice. "Stop hiding and come out." "Trying to trick me?" Rain raised an eyebrow but remained calm, edging further behind the ancient tree. The old man's lips curled slightly. "Come out. You're good at hiding, but the constant wave of energy around you has already given you away." His fingertip tapped on the ground, echoes of an earthwave detection spell. Rain let out a wry smile, dispelled the mist, and stepped forward. "Well hidden, old man. Even my stealth magic can't escape you." Without looking at him, the old man scanned with his spiritual sight, confirming only a low-level second-tier energy signature, then withdrew his gaze. Kietra, catching the casual disdain in the old man's expression, covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Andre, don't you recognize him?" Andre turned his head. "Who is he?" "His name is Grei," Kietra answered cheerfully. "Grei?" Andre's pupils contracted sharply as he asked each word carefully. "From the Grei family? What's your relation to Food Grei?" "Father." Before Rain could answer, Kietra replied for him. Instantly, Andre snapped to attention and delivered a formal knight's bow. "So this is Master Rain. I am Andre Iverson. Long have I admired Lord Food's reputation." Rain waved it off. "My old man's name really does open doors even here inside the secret realm. I find acquaintances." His gaze shifted back to Kietra. "And you, Andre, who is this?" "She is Kietra Yarvis, the current witch of the Lust Church." "No wonder she so easily ignited my desire," Rain thought, appraising her anew. Her eyes were intoxicating, a smirk playing on her lips as she slowly licked them. "So, now that you know who I am, Master Rain, does your desire to conquer me grow stronger?" "Am no noble lady, I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve." A fierce longing surged in Rain's chest. Suddenly he raised his palm, and a burst of holy light crashed down on it. Holy light purification. The silvery glow, like a clear spring, instantly washed away the seduction. Both Kietra and Andre froze. "Holy light purification. How do you have that?" Kietra's eyes widened. "What's your connection to that Jean woman? Why do you possess her magic?" Even Andre stared, stunned. After all, holy light purification was a secret of the Church of Light, held only by the Pope and the current saintess. Rain shrugged. None of your business. Don't give me a reason to catch you, or I really will use you as my sword sheath. Kietra arched an eyebrow, her smile broadening. Fine, if you can catch me, Master Rain, they'll be yours for life, but that depends on whether you can actually catch me. Hearing the bickering between Rain and Katra, Andre interrupted. Why don't we secure the treasure first, then settle who gets it? I can feel a large number of monsters gathering near the Pillar of Light. At those words, Rain immediately intensified the power flowing into his earthwave detection spell. Magical ripples spread through the air, and he quickly sensed a dense concentration of life energy. The sheer number made him raise an eyebrow. Then he nodded at Andre. All right, let's get the treasure away first. I don't want to be surrounded by this many monsters. Katra crossed her arms and gave an approving glance. Andre hurried into the center of the magical array beneath the Pillar of Light, gripping the ancient bronze chest adorned with runes. As the chest lifted off the array's core, the towering beam of light slowly dimmed like a waterspout losing its source, and darkness returned to the surroundings. The three turned in unison and sped toward the depths of the forest. In no time, the once empty clearing was flooded with monsters. Second and third tier beasts packed the space so tightly there was no room to squeeze through, and fourth tier creatures were scattered throughout. Had they been slower, the outcome would have been grim. The night wind howled as the trio weaved past vines and jagged rocks until they reached a hidden glade shielded by a cliff. Andre set the chest on the ground, adjusted his monocle, and explained his intentions to Rain. Master Rain, since this is our first meeting, you don't know me. Let me share my story. My granddaughter, Ada, fell seriously ill on her comingafage day. We tried everything. Even the renowned Church of Light could do nothing. I ventured into the secret realm seeking something that could cure her. Rain nodded in understanding, but wondered why Andre confided this now. Seeing the hesitation, Andre continued. I have no wish to make enemies of the Grei family or the Lust Church. But if what's in this chest happens to be the cure, I must fight for it. Still, I hope you two will yield it to me as a favor owed. Otherwise, the treasure here is yours to decide. Rain finally grasped Andre's bottom line and replied, fine. The secret realm probably offers treasures not just on the first night, but in the following nights too. If the cure you seek appears in other chests, take it freely. I, Rain, won't interfere. But if the ultimate treasure turns out to be the same item, then may the best competitor win. Andre nodded in agreement. Fair enough. I accept a fair contest. Katra, tired of their bargaining, waved her hand impatiently. Enough. Stop stalling, just open the chest. The three gathered around the chest. The lock was pried open, and the lid popped with a click. Inside lay a shield-shaped silver brooch, its surface engraved with ancient protective runes. The hopeful light in Andre's eyes suddenly dimmed. He sighed deeply. I give up. You two fight over it. Then he stepped aside. Before his words had even finished, Katra reached for the brooch. At that moment, Rain raised his hand, conjuring freezing energy as several icy spears whistled toward her side, deliberately missing the brooch to strike her instead. Forced to withdraw her hand, Katra suddenly drew twin magic-engineered blades, their cold gleam flashing as she shattered the incoming ice spears one by one. But as she paused in defense, Rain stepped forward swiftly and snatched the brooch into his palm. Clearly, Rain had the upper hand in this contest. Thanks so much for your generosity, Sister Catella. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Rain's mouth as he toyed with the newly acquired brooch before slipping it into his magic ring. Catella narrowed her eyes, glanced at him sharply, then sheathed her twin blades with a snap, pouting and muttering under her breath. You really don't know how to cherish a lady. I'm this grown, and you still strike me here. Though she grumbled, her movements were decisivino more teasing. Suddenly remembering the matter at hand, Rain turned to Andre. By the way, what exactly is that thing you mentioned earlier? A flower called the Persephone bloom, Andre replied without hesitation. Rain's interest stirred. The name sounded familiar. The one known as the forbidden flower among the fourth-tier relics? Andre nodded eagerly, almost clutching at him like a lifeline. Yes, that's the one. Young Master Rain, have you ever seen it? Scratching his head, Rain's consciousness slipped into his magic ring, casually searching through the storage space. There lay the dim purple flower with a chilling aura, its petals faintly shimmering with an eerie glow. It finally dawned on him that when he apprenticed after dueling Hadamon, a few mages had gifted it as a welcome present and sealed it inside this ring. Being deep in the secret realm, he didn't want any unexpected trouble. Andre had sought this flower for years, and if he found out it was already in Rain's possession, who knew what rash actions he might take. Oh, I remember now, Rain said coolly, closing the ring's interior space. The Greys do seem to have some of these in their collection. No wonder the name struck a chord. Andre's face flushed with excitement, trusting him completely. Exactly. Your family's huge and resourceful. You must have leads on it. I should have met you much sooner. Rain locked eyes with him, his tone growing serious. But even if my family has it, what do you plan to trade for it? The question hit hard. Andre's brows furrowed deeply as years of tireless searching had proven the Persephone bloom was incredibly rare, and his treasures were nowhere near enough. After a brief silence, realization dawned, and he lifted his head solemnly. Young Master Rain, I am Andre Iverson, a fourth-tier elite warrior. If you are willing to entrust me with the flower, I swear my loyalty to you until death. The air suddenly seemed to still. Rain pondered a moment, then pressed on. From the secret realm to the imperial capital, how long will you need? 2 weeks, no more. Andre answered with absolute certainty. Very well. Rain raised his hand, his voice low yet resolute. I, Rain, swear by the god of magic. Within 2 weeks, I will secure the Persephone bloom for Andre and give it to him unconditionally. Should I break this oath, my magical cultivation shall forever be sealed. He had thought it mere words to reassure Andre, but the moment the vow left his lips, an unseen gaze touched him cold and immense. Rain's heart jolted. The god of magic was responding? The deity had not vanished after all. Astonished, a complex magical sigil silently appeared on his forearm before fading beneath his skin. Andre was equally moved, hadn't expected such resolve from Rain. Dropping to one knee, sword pressed down and head bowed, he loud and clear pledged, I, Andre Iverson, solemnly swear to you and the warrior god, with my sword, my shield, and my very life, I will protect your person and honor. No matter the enemy, I will lead the charge and fight for you. Should I fail, may my fighting spirit perish painfully. Rain slowly extended his hand, palm up. Rise, Andre. I accept your loyalty. Thank you, young Master Rain. Andre rose and saluted him with the warrior's salute. Then Rain smiled at Andre and said, Andre, this is the first task I'm assigning to you. Of course, young master. Andre nodded respectfully. What do you want me to do? Rain glanced to the side and gave Katira a meaningful smile, then pointed a finger. Grab her. Katira had been watching with interest, but when suddenly singled out, her eyes widened in shock. Why was she being targeted all of a sudden? Before she could react, Andre, a fourth-rank elite warrior, moved like a shadow, instantly closing in on Katira with his palm outstretched to seize her. In a flash, Katira flickered and vanished from their sight, using a shadow teleportation. But Andre pressed on relentlessly, stepping smoothly like a hawk locking onto prey and giving chase. Rain followed behind at a leisurely pace. As a seasoned fourth-rank expert, Andre's skill and speed far surpassed normal fighters. After several exchanges, Katira began to show signs of strain. Andre, she shouted urgently, are you seriously making an enemy of the Lust sect? Andre's expression remained emotionless. In the past, he had feared the sect's retaliation. After all, he still had a granddaughter to protect. But now, backed by Rain and the Grei family, his only concern was completing the task entrusted by the young master. Seeing that her threats had no effect, Katira's heart tightened. If she got caught, would she really become his scabbard? Gritting her teeth, she twisted her wrist and pulled out a magic scroll from her magical device. She said coldly, try chasing me again. Andre's gaze fell on the scroll. After a brief hesitation, he stepped forward resolutely once more. Just as he prepared to sprint again, Rain raised a hand and stopped him. Wait, Andre, come back. At the command, Andre immediately withdrew. Rain squinted, eyeing the scroll carefully. Himself possessed scrolls bestowed by the dean, but he didn't want to go head-to-head here. After all, there were 5 competitors in the secret realm. He had identified 4 and knew nothing about the 5th. More importantly, who could guarantee Katira didn't have more scrolls? A mutual destruction would only benefit that unknown 5th party. After weighing his options, Rain put on a smile. Hey, Katira's sister, don't be so tense. Just now, I had Andre catch you to take you to a beautiful spot I discovered. Seeing Katira still wary, Rain slowly took out one of his own magic scrolls and flicked it in plain view. His message was clear. I have one too, don't threaten me. Katira snorted coldly and withdrew her scroll. You say see the scenery? If you catch me, I won't even know how I died. Since both sides paused for the moment, she didn't bother lingering. With a flicker of shadow teleportation, she vanished again. Watching her leave, Rain dusted off his clothes and said to Andre, let's go back to the cave. There shouldn't be any more trouble tonight. Meanwhile, at the other side of the secret realm, the so-called 5th person Rain mentioned the dwarf was busy hammering away at a mine underground, completely oblivious to the soaring pillar of light outside. He remained indifferent to what the key to the hidden realm said, since it never revealed what the hidden treasure actually was. If it turned out to be some rare mineral, he might have been a bit excited. But if it was something else, he'd rather stay and mine black magic ore. Looking at the extensive veins of black magic ore before him, he grinned broadly. So much black magic ore, I'm going to make a fortune. Finally, this unimaginable wealth is mine, Aeolus. Rain and Andre slowly made their way back to the cave they had found earlier. Inside once roamed a second-tier bear beast, larger than a rhino, with snow-white tusks. Andre raised his hand and released a gray-white wind blade that sliced the beast and part of the rock wall, blood trailing along the cracks. After clearing the threat, the two reclaimed the cave as their base. Settling in, Rain took out from his spatial ring the 13 essentials for wilderness survival prepared by his wizard instructor's folding bed, soft bedding, alchemical glowing crystals, and a simple magic stove, all neatly arranged. With his magical power, going a week without sleep wouldn't be a problem, but he firmly believed if you can sleep, then sleep, and so he promptly flopped onto the fluffy quilt. Andre, you keep watch the first half of the night. He'll take the second. Young master, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can keep watch alone. Andre shook his head. No, you need rest too. We're hunting monsters tomorrow, gotta stay sharp. All right, as you say. At the same time, Kitra was searching for a place to spend the night in the dense forest. The night was thick and she moved silently. Suddenly, she noticed a large mass of pink mist ahead, slowly surging like a tide. The scent made her heart tighten. It was far too familiar, dangerous, and deadly. She immediately withdrew, intending to evade it. But the mist had already surrounded her on all sides, just like that time with the adventurer hunter. Without hesitation, Kitra transformed into a shadow and dashed low along the ground. Fortunately, she chose the thinnest part of the mist wall and burst through, though still coated in patches of pink mist on her cloak, skin, and fingertips. As a lust demoness blessed by the lust demon, Kitra possessed some resistance against the mist's mental corruption, but nonetheless a fierce heat surged uncontrollably within her. She dared not linger and sprinted toward a nearby clear lake, hoping to use the cold water to quell the strange agitation inside. Time flew by. The next day, Rain and Andre hunted monsters continuously through forests, swamps, and hills, racking up points until their score soared to 51-41. As night fell, the horizon cleaved open once more with a giant pillar of light, like a celestial beacon pointing toward a distant hidden realm. Inside the cave, Rain sorted through their spoils while instructing, Andre, you go scout around that light pillar. Here, take this. He handed over a magical scroll entrusted to him by the Academy Dean. If you encounter Kitra and she dares to threaten you with the scroll, engage her in a fight. Andre carefully put it away. Understood. But your safety. Don't worry. Rain knows how to survive. Rain waved him off. Got it. He'll be back soon. Andre transformed into a black shadow and quickly vanished into the treetops. Suddenly the cave fell silent except for Rain tossing and turning in bed. He activated earthwave detection and sensed a figure approaching. From the exaggerated hips, he immediately recognized the visitor was Kitra. Rain donned his jacket and went to the cave entrance. The cold wind howled as Kitra staggered in, her cheeks flushed. Her mind was still clear, but her body completely out of control, heading straight along the magic glyph coordinates she had once left on Rain. Her eyes were suffused with a pink halo, the pupil color identical to a previously encountered victim under mind control. Kitra, Rain started cautiously. Pink pupils, pink mist, her uncontrolled body, everything pointed to the same conclusion. Could Kitra have been controlled too? Kitra was being controlled. Staring into those once vibrant, but now dull, yet still alluring purple eyes before him, Rain's brow furrowed deeply as his mind raced. Maybe this was the perfect chance to strike, eliminating a rival in one swift move and avoiding prolonged complications. Kitra lunged at him as if pulled by invisible strings, completely defenseless. A golden light suddenly sparked in Rain's eyes. He raised his hand, casting a hand sign. Second-tier magic, Thornbind. From now on, the author would add levels before magic names to better develop the magic system, which would be explained through the story. In the next instant, the ground cracked open violently, and several thick purple vines erupted, wrapping tightly around Kitra's limbs. Her restrained posture accentuated her exaggerated, enticing curves. Despite being used to beauties, Rain felt fine lines of blood flow from his nostrils, involuntarily picturing scenes from a popular adult comic in his mind. As expected, cuteness is worthless compared to seduction, he muttered lowly. Kitra's scanty clothing and the rising tide of lust energy inside her poured toward Rain, making him hesitate to finish her off. Wiping the blood from his nose, he fixed his gaze on her for a long moment and sighed. Taking advantage of a bowtie's helplessness and striking seemed too cruel for him. Besides, the lust sect was not a sworn enemy of the Grei family. Their true enemy was fury. But if he didn't kill her, what then? Just keep her bound forever? While he wavered, Kitra strained to regain a sliver of control, her trembling voice barely forming broken words. Rain, use holy light purification. Rain rolled his eyes. Why should he? He hadn't laid a hand on her. She'd better enjoy her delusion in secret. It wasn't that he didn't want to get close to Kitra, but he feared getting infected by whatever weird state she was in. If he lost control and ended up running headfirst into a tree, it would be humiliating enough to disgrace himself in the royal city. Besides, his father, Freed, was watching closely from the shadows. I owe you a favor. Kitra bit her lip and finished weakly. Remember, you said that, Rain said as he pointed a finger to her forehead. A radiant holy light exploded forth. Legacy magic, holy light purification. A clear, purifying flood swept through the pink mist inside Kitra's body, beginning to clear it bit by bit. Then suddenly, the mist seemed to awaken and wildly surged back in force. The nearly dissipated pink fog instantly doubled, setting off alarm bells in Rain's mind. Just as he prepared to teleport away, Kitara violently expelled an even denser cloud of mist pink streaked with blood that swallowed them both whole. The fog seeped into their noses, instantly blurring Rain's vision. It tried to invade his brain, but at that moment, an ancient book emitted a golden light, scaring the rosy mist away like a lightning strike, preventing it from advancing further. Protected by the tome, Rain maintained his consciousness, but his body froze rigid like a puppet, as if cut off from his soul. Deprived of magical energy, the vines shattered easily when Kitara struggled. The raging lust mist completely engulfed her eyes, turning the entire pink haze into an abyss of desire. The next moment, Kitara leapt toward Rain, her eyes now fully consumed by pink, driven purely by instinct as she reached out for him. Seeing this, Rain stopped caring about anything else. If he held on any longer, had practically become a pushover. Just as he was about to make a move on Katra, he suddenly realized the group of onlookers outside seemed able to see everything happening inside the cave. Without hesitation, he scooped up Katra, who was clinging to him, and stumbled deeper into the cave's shadows. Inside, Rain first placed a magic device that blocked detection all around the cave entrance. Then he set down 2 secret magical arrays, one for mind shielding and another for illusionary discasito, conceal them layer by layer. With these measures, even if Andre rushed back immediately, he wouldn't catch a glimpse of anything inside. Satisfied, Rain held Katra close once again and moved farther into the darkness. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the nobles pretended to cough and shuffled forward eagerly. Food quickly stepped in front of them, waving them away. Go on, move it. What do you think you're looking at? It's not your son. When Food noticed that Rain and the others were disappearing inside and had set up magical wards, he nodded to himself. At least the young master wasn't putting on a show for them. Back inside, Rain's gaze was unfocused, a faint sweet scent lingering by his nose, and subtle pink echoes seeming to drift in his ears. Katra clung to him like a tenacious octopus, and a circle of red marks circled his neck where she had kissed him. Gritting his teeth, Rain pulled out a blue sea greenwood pill and swallowed it whole time to show this lustful enchantress what real fighting power looked like. Not long after, Andre returned to the place where they had taken the secret treasure from the hidden realm. But instead of a cave, he saw only a small hill, appearing perfectly intact, not a trace of any entrance. Huh, I could have sworn it was here. Did I get the wrong spot? He scratched the back of his head in confusion. Upon closer inspection, he detected the subtle magic arrays Rain had set. Since it was the young master's work, he didn't dare break them and simply entered. Just as he stepped inside the entrance, strange rhythmic sounds and labored breathing reached his ears. A veteran warrior, Andre immediately recognized the nature of the noises and even caught faint singing from Katra. Eyes wide, he muttered, the young master is something else. In just a few days, he's already tamed the enchantress of the Lust sect. He wisely withdrew beyond the magical barrier and began keeping watch nearby to prevent any nearby reckless beasts from interrupting their activities. By the 3rd day, Rain still hadn't emerged, but Andre remained calm. By the 4th day, the situation was the same. Andre admired the young master's stamina. By the 5th day, he regarded Rain with reverence, as if he were some transcendent being. By the 6th day, Andre grew concerned something serious might have happened. 6 days non-stop was a lot. So he approached the cave entrance and asked softly through the magic array, young master, are you all right? Deep inside, Rain and Katra had actually regained consciousness a day ago, but silently agreed to keep pretending to be asleep or unconscious. Over the past 2 days, they had long since shed any awkwardness around each other's bodies. Hearing Andre's voice, both their cheeks flushed at once. Katra gently nudged Rain and whispered, stop pretending. Let's go out. It's been days. You were the one who Rain started, but caught Katra's dangerous glare and wisely fell silent. Reluctantly, he obeyed and moved toward the cave mouth, calling out, I'm fine. He'll come out soon. Andre nodded, relieved the young master hadn't been completely exhausted by the enchantress. Rain then used water magic to thoroughly wash away all lingering scents and sweat on both of them. Only after that did they begin dressing. After getting dressed, Kietra noticed Rain frowning deeply, his face full of displeasure. She looked at him curiously and asked, what's wrong? Why are you still staring at me wearing such revealing clothes? Rain's expression clearly showed his annoyance. Hearing this, Kietra couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly, teasingly. She half playfully walked over to him, her voice soft and seductive. What? Is my little man jealous? Rain's cheeks flushed slightly, but he hurried to deny it. Jealous? How? How could I be? I just think you should dress more conservatively outside. It gets cold sometimes. His frown carried genuine concern. Kietra's smile grew wider, her tone lighthearted. All right. They'll listen to you. She then changed into a slightly more formal outfit in front of Rain. Only then did he nod approvingly and take her hand, ready to go out. Just as they were about to leave, Kietra suddenly stopped Rain. She turned lightly and walked toward the large bed inside the cave. Rain asked curiously, what's this? Are you planning to take the whole bed with you? Kietra laughed, and touched the bed sheets. Not the bed, the sheets. This is a souvenir of my first time. If you ever don't want me anymore, you'll take these sheets to your father and show him. Her tone was playful and mischievous. Rain immediately wrapped his arms around her, his voice sincere. No way. Even if the sun never rises again and the stars stop shining, I would never give you up. Hearing such heartfelt words, Pietra smiled softly but feigned casualness. All right, save those cheesy lines for some noble lady. I'm immune now. Though she said this lightly, inside she was warmed by his devotion. Together, they stepped out of the cave. Outside, Andre hurried over carrying a heavy treasure chest. Young master, I brought back all the treasures collected from the secret realm these past few days. Rain and Pietra leaned over to look inside. Neatly arranged were 4 treasures: a sharp sword, a deep purple stone, a wrist guard, and a thick, ancient book. Rain's eyes sharpened as he sensed the powerful energy within each item. Of the 4, the purple stone had the weakest energy, valued at 1,477 source points. With a generous smile, Rain said, Pietra, is there anything here you want? Take whatever you like. Now that she was his, generosity came naturally. Pietra examined the wrist guard before holding it up for a closer look. He'll take this wrist guard. I don't need the others. Rain nodded in agreement. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he turned to Andre. During your time in the secret realm, did you encounter any other competitors? Andre shook his head. No, young master. Apart from going out every night to retrieve treasures, I stayed outside the cave and didn't meet anyone else. Just then, a sneeze echoed from the underground mine. Achoo. The dwarf Eo rubbed his nose and muttered, Who was talking about me? Rain frowned slightly, realizing the hidden figure was still watching them from the shadows. He turned to the 2 of them. Andre, Pietra, how many points have each of you accumulated so far? Pietra pulled out a key and checked casually. 2,659 points. Andre looked a bit proud. All the treasure points seized these days count toward me. I have 10,310 points now. Rain nodded after hearing this, his eyes gazing through the cave entrance toward the high sun overhead, a faint smile touching his lips. Though the last opponent remains hidden, I truly don't believe he can surpass the 3 of us. Suddenly inspired, Rain turned to Pietra. Pietra, do you want to claim the ultimate treasure of the secret realm? Without hesitation, Pietra nodded. Of course, someone had once struck it rich by finding the secret realm's treasure and instantly becoming a 5th-tier expert. A shortcut like that, how could anyone not want it? Then, let's go together, Rain suggested quietly. Pietra raised an eyebrow. Together? Isn't there supposed to be only one winner of the secret realm treasure? Rain shook his head, confident. Not exactly. The rule only said the one with the highest points gets the treasure. But what if you and I have the same score? That means we tie for first. It never said the treasure has to go to only one person. Pietra and Andre exchanged glances, both surprised it was true. Nothing stated the treasure had to be awarded to just one. Rain then looked at Andre. But your points are too high. Pietra, and I can't match your baseline. I'm at 5,414 points now. Close to her, and we could equalize in a day. So you'll have to step out before then. Andre didn't hesitate. No problem, young master. I came for the Persephone flower alone. You promised to get that for me. My mission is complete. Rain nodded but frowned. There's a 5th person. If their score is higher than mine or Ketra's, all our plans will be for nothing. We'd just be helping them win. So we have to eliminate that person first to be safe. Both agreed immediately. Rain added, if we find and eliminate them within a day, we stick to the plan. But if not, Ketra, I may not be able to take you to see the final treasure. Ketra nodded in understanding. Time is short. Here are some communication talismans. Split up, Rain said, handing out several silver-white talismans. They took them, and the 3 quickly dispersed into the dense forest to search for the dwarf named Eo. Time passed. For the entire afternoon, Rain repeatedly scanned underground with his wide-range earth wave detection technique. Near evening, he finally caught faint images deep inside a natural fissure. A figure only as tall as a child, swinging tools to mine ore. Being cautious, he didn't dive in alone but immediately summoned his companions with the communication talisman. Soon Ketra and Andre appeared from within the forest. Rain looked at Andre. You go down first. Retreat if you can't win, and he'll use a scroll to pull you out instantly. Andre acknowledged and leapt into the fissure. Left alone, Rain held Ketra close and whispered, I really searched a long time just so we could share first place. Ketra smiled sweetly and nestled near his ear. All right, tonight I'm all yours. As they cozied up, Andre suddenly emerged from the fissure, holding a dwarf with one hand. Young master, it's a dwarf. Andre placed the dwarf, Eo, on the ground and stood guard. Rain raised an eyebrow, surprised their target was a dwarf. Though startled, Eo maintained his composure and bowed respectfully. Honored sir, my name is Eo Zaka, as you see a dwarf. Sensing the tension, he quickly explained, Sir, I have no interest in the secret realm treasure. I only seek rare ores, and mean no conflict with you all. If you doubt me, he presented his secret realm key. You can see I still have 0 points. Rain took the key and confirmed the 0 score, then smiled. relaxing a bit after sensing Eos' advanced first-tier aura. Eo, humans and dwarves have always kept to their own realms. Since you're not competing for the treasure, carry on mining. But if I catch you gaining points, even if you hide in the dwarf city, they'll personally drag you out. Eo nodded repeatedly, promising to stay within his bounds. With that settled, Rain pocketed the talisman and waved, "Let's go." Then Rain led Ketra and Andre away to begin executing the plan he had outlined. The three left the dwarf Aeo's canyon well past midnight. The night was dark and most monsters in the forest lay dormant, so the three decided to wait until dawn to hunt. The familiar cave soon appeared before them. To avoid suspicion, Andre stayed outside on watch, while only Rain and Cetra remained inside, one man and one woman alone, making sparks inevitable. Later, Cetra, having tidied her clothes, still sat on Rain's lap and took a silver-white bracelet from her magical device, handing it to him. "Rain, this is my messenger bracelet. If you miss me, just use it." She clasped the bracelet around his left wrist herself. Rain wrapped his arms around her slender waist and gently bit her earlobe. A token of affection?" Cetra batted her eyes and replied coyly, "Yes, yes, Cetra loves Master Rain the most." Rain then produced a black gold token, the one he had reclaimed from Marguerite. "This is my token. When you see it, think of me. If you get into trouble outside, go to any imperial city and find someone from the Grei family, they'll help you." Cetra pocketed the token in her magical device with a hum. "Then I'll take it." The next morning, both were refreshed and lively. "Good morning, young master, madam," Andre greeted with a slight bow. The word madam made Cetra's cheeks flush, but she said nothing. Rain pulled her close and nodded. "Let's go. Today, we hunt monsters." "Yes, let me lead the way." Andre raised his sword and stepped forward, the three quickly stirring up noise in the forest. Tier 3 Black Giant slain, 380 points. Tier 4 Raging Boar Demon slain, 600 points. Cetra's twin blades cracked a poison spider's shell, green venom splattering the fallen leaves. Rain waved the stench away and asked, "How many more?" She took out the key and glanced at it. 12 points left. Rain stretched and scanned the blazing sun above. "All right, hunt 12 goblins to finish." Half a day later, their points were nearly tied. With the plan set, Rain turned to Andre. "Take out that dwarf. I've given him a day to mine enough mercy. After that, you leave the secret realm and return to the Empire." Andre nodded. "Understood, young master. See you at the royal city. Don't worry, the Persephone flower you asked for will be delivered right away." "Thank you, young master." Andre then slipped away through the natural fissure where the dwarf had been discovered. Rain and Cetra focused on goblins, which were common in the forest. In less than 15 minutes, the 12 points were filled, their scores both hitting 51-41. As soon as they returned to the cave, they heard the sound of their respective keys. 3 rivals remained in the competition. Only 2 competitors remained. Rain and Kietra exchanged a knowing look. Andri's absence meant his part was done, so now the time belonged solely to them. Outside the cave, Rain waved his hand, casting a shimmering silver-blue magic circle across the entrance. Runes rippled like water. He turned, swept Kietra up into his arms, and headed toward the wide, soft beast skin bed inside. Cradled against him, Kietra raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. "Not satisfied yet? I hardly survived the last 3 days. Who made you so tempting?" Rain murmured into her ear. "We're about to part ways. We have to make the most of what time we have." Kietra rolled her eyes. "Men." Though her voice sounded annoyed, her hands had already wrapped around his neck. Perhaps because they were soon to separate, a rare softness flickered in her eyes. That complex feeling caught in Rain's chest, stirring an unfamiliar tenderness and unwillingness to let go. Night fell, and the moon hung in the starry sky beyond the cave entrance, silver light spilling across the stone walls. Wrapped in a thin blanket, they leaned against the headboard, shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the moon. Suddenly, the necklaces resting on their chests both glowed, and a cold mechanical voice echoed through the cave. 7 days have passed. Score verification begins. Mystic Key 3, 5,141 points. Mystic Key 4, 5,141 points. Tied for first place. Preparing to teleport in 3, 2, 1. An actual tie, Kietra breathed softly. Rain finally exhaled with relief. In the next moment, 2 brilliant white beams burst from the keys, enveloping their forms in radiant light. When it faded, only the cool night breeze remained in the cave. Outside the realm, the water mirror projection in the palace dimmed as Rain vanished. In the great hall, the nobles who had witnessed everything rose and bowed in congratulations to Lord Fred of the Grei family. "Fred, congratulations. Not only did you get a loyal 4th-rank warrior, but Rain also secured the final treasure from the secret realm. Indeed, we should throw a feast to celebrate." Surrounded by guests, Fred's smile grew wide enough to split his face. "Haha, that's what you get from my strict training. Learning from me, huh? A banquet? No problem. We'll host one at the manor in 2 days, and you're all invited." Emperor Albert gazed thoughtfully at the now darkened water mirror, his desire to arrange a marriage alliance with Rain growing stronger. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Fred, my daughter says Rain seems quite fond of her. Why not hold the wedding quickly? The room fell silent in stunned surprise. Anna's father, Lord Lehman, narrowed his eyes, while Emperor Albert glanced sideways in contempt. A mere countess daughter seriously thinks she can marry Rain? Foolish delusions. Once spoken, many other nobles clutching their own daughters eager for marriage immediately chimed in, jostling to learn Rain's preferences. Faced with the flood of proposals, Fred frowned deeply. He knew his son's grand ideas all too well. Succubi, witches, catgirls, they were all on Rain's fantasy list. If he forcibly arranged a betrothal now, the boy might very well run away like his older brother Avon once did. If Rain fled, where would the Grei family find an heir? So Fred kept shaking his head, gently refusing. Seeing Fred's firm stance, Emperor Albert and Lord Lehman both relaxed. If Fred had recklessly agreed to a marriage now, what would become of Caroline and Anna? A flash of white light passed by, and Regan and Catella's vision gradually cleared. Before them lay a massive circular plaza embedded among towering mountain peaks. Clouds swirled beneath their feet, and looking up, they could make out the majestic palace perched atop the summit, its golden outlines gleaming. Encircling the plaza were 12 imposing stone statues spaced evenly, some shaped like humans, others dwarves or elves. Some glowed faintly, while others shimmered quietly. Suddenly, the secret realm keys they carried chimed in unison. This is a forbidden zone. Activity is limited to the Heritage Plaza. Placing both hands on a statue allows information retrieval. Transfusing magic or battle energy is required to receive the heritage. As the voice faded, the two exchanged glances. Regan, I'm going to check out that cloaked female assassin, Catella said, hurrying toward a statue of a woman with a face hidden by her cloak. Regan watched her go and began scanning the statues himself for a suitable target. At that moment, he felt a tightening in his chest, his fingertips instinctively pressing over his heart. Was that the ancient book? Immediately, he withdrew into his mind. Within his consciousness, the ancient tome hovered before him, sending urgent signals of need that made him frown slightly. Need? Need what? He murmured, but before he could speak, the book traced a path for him with a delicate thread of pale gold light. Regan opened his eyes and followed the strand. It pointed directly to the palace at the summit. He narrowed his eyes and turned to approach the statue opposite the palace. Arriving at the plaza's edge, he noticed the entire space was enveloped in a transparent, thin membrane, like a cage. Reaching out, he touched it. Book, I can't get past this barrier. In response, the ancient tome suddenly erupted with golden radiance. Bathed in the brilliance, he passed through the membrane without resistance. Pausing to ponder briefly, Regan saw Catella had already begun her heritage. Leaving her a message via a communication talisman, he set off, striding toward the mountaintop. The mountain felt even more massive close up. Despite climbing at full speed, it took him nearly an hour to reach the palace. The palace surpassed imperial grandeur, with golden rooftops and jade pillars. The doors stood wide open, as if welcoming him. Stepping inside, the golden floor beneath his feet sparkled spotless, delighting him silently. Following the golden thread from the book, he reached the palace's center. In the spacious hall floated a diamond-shaped crystal, emitting a soft glow. Beside it sat a skeletal figure in a meditative pose, silently guarding the place. Regan advanced cautiously and bowed respectfully before the skeleton in martial salute. Looking up, he noticed the skeleton grasped a faintly glowing bluish jade stone, the heritage jade. Then, Rain carefully took the jade piece from the skeletal hand and gently placed it into his magic ring. He looked up at the diamond-shaped crystal that continued to make the ancient book tremble. Concentrating his magical energy, Rain conjured a pair of ethereal hands made of swirling blue and white elements, steadily grasping the crystal in his palm. The instant the crystal touched his skin, his vision suddenly expanded, revealing the entire secret realm, its mountains, halls, and even the monstrous forests, all unfolding clearly within his mind. This was the very heart of the secret realm. Rain froze in place, his pupils shrinking sharply. Whoever controlled this would be the true master of the realm. With a thought, he silently teleported from inside the palace to the outer plaza, where the worn blue stones still bore the marks of the earlier battle. Through the crystal, he could even see the monstrous forest he had just crossed. The urgent intent of the ancient book surged again. If it had been any other treasure, he would have handed it over immediately, but the core of the realm was something even the royal family rarely saw. Rain pondered briefly, then shook his head with a wry smile. All right, you'll get it. Don't be impatient. The ancient book had been his steadfast companion through countless adventures. Without it, he wouldn't have made it to this plaza. Considering everything, hesitation was pointless. He had to give it no matter what. Even if the book demanded stars from the sky, Rain would find a way to pluck them. Before handing over the core, he decided to extract every last bit of value from the plaza. With a sweep of his mind, he withdrew the faintly glowing stone statues one by one, absorbing their legacies. Taking out a blank legacy jade stone from his magic ringen item his father food had left in the chest sealed all 7 legacies inside with a flick of his fingers. 7 legacies secured. 3 belonged to other races and were beyond his cultivation, but the remaining 4 were secret human techniques enough to set him on a path to great prosperity. At that moment, Catella, having absorbed her legacy, fluttered her eyelashes and woke. Rain, you finished your legacy too? She asked, smiling softly. Almost. Rain opened his arms and pulled her close. How was yours? Don't move your big hands around so much, she teased with a light chuckle. It suits me perfectly. This journey has been very rewarding. What are you going to do to repay me, then? Rain buried his face in her warm embrace. All right. Next time we meet outside the realm, I'll reward you properly, Catella teased, raising an eyebrow. Hearing the promise, Rain lifted his head. We both gained plenty. This journey feels complete. Shall we leave? Catella nodded. Yes, see you outside the realm. She pressed a deep kiss to his lips, then took off her communication bracelet and handed it to him. If you miss me, just reach out. I will, Rain said. Before he could say more, Catella's figure vanished into the light. Watching her disappear completely, he felt a twinge of loss but soon steadied himself and took out the core of the secret realm. Time to keep my promise. He fed the crystal into the ancient book. In the next moment, the crystal was rapidly absorbed, and the book's pages snapped shut on their own. A tremendous wave of mental energy surged violently into Rain's mind. He felt a pounding pain in his temples, but held on and activated the teleportation array. Enveloped in white light, Rain finally succumbed to dizziness and collapsed unconscious. Inside his consciousness, the ancient book that had devoured the core underwent a transformation. Its once dull gray cover brightened noticeably, as if something deep within was slowly awakening. And indeed, inside the ancient book something seemed to be gradually stirring. With a flash of white light, Rain's body fell onto the large bed in his own room. The maids who had come out of the secret realm earlier were already waiting inside, and now quickly gathered around him. Young master. Cecilia bent down and lowered her voice, unable to hide her excitement. Ailey's magic aptitude has been detected. She can learn magic alongside you from now on. I also advanced to a mid-level first-rank warrior. The other maids chattered away, excitedly sharing the treasures and spoils they had found. Yet Rain remained motionless, lying quietly as if unconscious. The maids exchanged worried glances. Eve frowned slightly and stepped forward to check on him, gently patting his shoulder and calling out, Young master? Young master? Still, there was no response. Her heart sank, and she quickly ordered, Do not move the young master, and keep your voices down. They'll go fetch the family doctor. Everyone nodded eagerly. Soon, Eve returned with the family doctor, Dylan Barry. As a mage himself, Dylan immediately began to draw a magic circle upon seeing Rain still unconscious. A vivid green glow swept over Rain's body like a scanning wave. The third-rank spell, Mana Pulse Perception. After a moment, Dylan exhaled deeply. Young Master Rain is unharmed. In fact, he has benefited. I sense an extraordinarily powerful mental force strengthening his mental sea. The maids looked confused, so Dylan explained further, mental power is crucial for mages. The higher it is, the more precise your control over magic. His unconsciousness is just his body's self-protection, will wake up soon on his own. Satisfied there was no danger, Dylan left. The maids quietly kept watch by the bedside, waiting. A full day and night passed. During this time, teachers from the Mage Tower visited multiple times, and the royal physician came over 10 times in total. Late the next night, Rain opened his eyes. The familiar ceiling came into view. He blinked slowly, thinking, that was a really good rest. Magic surged inside him, and he was thrilled to discover he had advanced in rank second-rank senior mage. He propped himself up. Cecilia, who had been keeping watch, was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. She turned and pushed open the door to the adjoining room. Hurry, the young master is awake. At the call, the maids rushed into the room. Are you hungry? They'll tell the kitchen. Yes, make extra. Here, have some water. Okay, they'll pour another glass. Dizzy still? No, I'm fine. He opened his arms. Ailey, come here, let me hold you for a bit. The maids moved with clear purpose. Some went to notify the family head, others ran to the kitchen, and some quietly became living pillows. Aside from a bit of hunger, Rain felt no discomfort. Holding Ailey close, he glanced over the gathered maids and softly said, Tell me, what good things did you all bring back from the secret realm? Then the maids eagerly shared their discoveries with Rain one after another. They chatted excitedly, their cheeks flushed with excitement, carefully recounting the treasures and sights they had found in the secret realm. Just as they were halfway through, a knock came on the door with a thud. The door opened, and Fred and Jonas walked in side by side. Seeing the maids inside, Fred raised his hand in a simple downward gesture. My lord. The maids all greeted in unison, half kneeling on the ground. Everyone out, Fred said flatly. Yes, sir. They rose, their skirts brushing the floor as they retreated in an orderly fashion to the doorway, carefully closing the door behind them. Once quiet, Fred casually dragged a chair from the corner and sat by Rain's bed, resting his arms on the backrest as he squinted at the young boy in front of him. Not bad, he teased, raising an eyebrow. You even conquered the lust demoness. So what was the final treasure in the secret realm? A talent upgrade? A supreme level breathing technique? Or a supreme level meditation method? A talent upgrade? If my talent improves any more, it'll explode. Rain flipped his hand and pulled a softly glowing inheritance jade stone from his magic ring, tossing it over to him. Here. Fred caught it and examined the smooth, lustrous stone with modest patterns. Inheritance jade? You don't use it yourself? Or it's no use to you? I've already used one. This is another, containing a breathing technique favoring knights, called the light leaping holy dragon breathing technique, Rain said calmly. As for cultivation levels, there's beginner, intermediate, advanced, supreme, ultimate, crown, and world level. Fred scoffed slightly, rolling the jade stone between his fingertips. Breathing technique? Is that all the secret realm's treasure? Our Grei family's lion breathing technique is already supreme. Ultimate level breathing technique, Rain interrupted. Fred almost lost grip, hastily catching the jade in midair and widening his eyes. Ultimate level. That's even higher than supreme? When Rain nodded, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Now that's true family heritage material. Rain shook out 2 more jade stones from his ring, each with different patterns, and tossed them over as well. Oh, and these 2 are also ultimate level, but not human race techniques. One's elven, the other dwarf. You can sell them if you like, get something good in exchange. 2 more? Fred's mouth nearly dropped. He carefully caught them and examined the elven engravings and dwarven markings, shock written all over his face. So you really grabbed all the treasure from the secret realm? He took a deep breath to compose himself before nodding solemnly. All right, these are top tier. Both elves and dwarves will definitely be interested. Maybe we can trade for the water of life. But I'll need some time to negotiate. I can't let them lowball us. No rush, Rain shrugged. Just make sure I get good stuff in return. Don't worry, you'll profit. Fred laughed heartily, pocketed the 3 jade stones, and after confirming Rain was fine, bid Jonas farewell and left. The door closed again, leaving Rain alone. The maids who had hidden away earlier now quietly returned to tend the room and attend him. The relaxed atmosphere seemed to settle back to how it was before. At that moment, a clear female voice suddenly exploded in Rain's mind. I'll finally waking up. What luck! I encountered the core of the secret realm. Rain froze, stunned and alarmed. Just now that was an ancient book? The voice from the ancient book caught Rain completely off guard. Looking around at the maids surrounding him, Rain instructed Eve quietly. Eve understood immediately and, along with the other maids, slipped quietly into the adjoining room, closing the door softly behind them. Once silence fell, Rain settled into his chair, crossing his legs and closing his eyes as his mind dove deep into his spiritual realm, seeking to uncover the reason behind the ancient book's sudden activity. At the moment his consciousness shifted, a scattering of starlight spread out before him. Raising his eyes, Rain saw an elegant, intelligent-looking woman seated on a black ebony chair. Her slender figure was clearly defined by a fitted black evening gown, while her waterfall-like silver hair cascaded down the chair's back, the tips nearly brushing the floor. Her porcelain-white face was framed by rimless glasses that made her deep blue eyes all the more striking. Noticing his gaze, she slowly lifted her eyes and spoke softly. You've come, Rain. As her words faded, the heavy ancient book in her hands dissolved into shimmering points of starlight. Raising an eyebrow, Rain asked, You're the ancient book? The woman in the gown rose slightly and bowed with a gentle grace, lifting the hem of her dress as she did so. You could say that, but I prefer spirit of the ancient book. Just call me Book Spirit. Book Spirit? Like a spirit bound to a weapon? Yes, something like that. Rain took the chance to ask further. So you didn't appear before because the book didn't have enough energy? The Book Spirit adjusted her glasses with a finger and nodded softly. Exactly. Only now, having absorbed energy from the core of the secret realm, have I awakened. Her tone shifted as a faint smile played on her lips. Since you provided the energy for my awakening, you are naturally owed a reward. I can grant you any skill from the ancient books. Even world-class techniques are no problem. Rain's eyes instantly widened. When he first acquired an ancient book, he drew a world-class meditation method, the Abyss, whose power had benefited him greatly ever since. To get another chance now? That would be incredible. His thoughts racing, he fixed his gaze on the Book Spirit. If I obtain cores from other secret realms, can I keep exchanging skills? She shook her head and then nodded again. It depends on the energy concentration. If it's enough, you can still exchange for world-class skills. If it's less, then only lower-tier skills can be obtained. Rain paused to consider, then looked straight at her. So, what do you think I need most right now? Help me choose one. The Book Spirit studied him for a moment and said with certainty, Your meditation method is already the Abyss, so no need to change that. You're not yet capable of mastering world-class magic. But a secret tome related to pure mana, you don't have one yet. She raised her hand, and a scroll shimmering with golden light appeared. The world-class secret tome Resonance of the Gods. Pure magic codex, it's perfect for you. Pure mana? Rain scratched his head. Isn't that something you only work on after reaching 3rd tier? Of course, he understood what pure mana meant. Compressing and refining mana, originally occupying only about 20% of the same spatial volume, increasing its concentration and thus vastly boosting its power. Many mages who could fight above their level relied on achieving this step. 3rd tier? No, the purity of magical power is supposed to improve alongside its amplification. It's just that in your era, magic has dwindled so much that people have forgotten such basic truths. After saying this, the book spirit's gentle voice carried an unmistakable sigh of helplessness. She shook her head, her long sleeves falling gracefully as her dark hair swayed slightly. Seeing that Rain was still deep in thought, she raised her hand and drew a line in the air, presenting him with new options. Don't want this one? How about gaining insight from a world-class magical elixir? Or inheriting crown-class magic? Better yet, let's try the Divine Resonance Purification Codex. She tossed out the suggestions one after another, but Rain only shook his head silently. The book spirit curled her fingertips thoughtfully and nodded slightly. Then, with a flick of her slender finger, the ancient tome beside her opened by itself, its pages fluttering noisily. When it reached the chapter on the Divine Resonance Purification Codex, the pages suddenly froze, and a golden beam as thick as an arm surged forth from the lines of text, shooting straight into Rain's chest. The Divine Resonance Purification Codex, an art of magical power purification created over 1,000 years by the god of magic. Cultivation requirements. Innate aptitude in all attributes. Effects. Resonate with the god of magic's power to shatter the conventional limits of mana purification, remove all impurities, and greatly enhance purity. As the golden light surged through his body, there was no headache or tearing sensation, only a warm, tingling comfort. Rain instinctively raised his hand and saw a complex magical seal quietly flare to life on his inner arm, like a star's fleeting glimmer. The imprint of the technique was complete. He had fully comprehended the Purification Codex. At that moment, the book spirit looked up, lifting her brow. That faint ripple, was it the breath of the god of magic? When had the sealed woman left a mark on Rain? Since it was just a guiding sigil, she didn't bother investigating further, instead curling up with her scroll and quietly returning to her reading. Time passed slowly. Rain opened his eyes, his clear gaze shimmering with golden light. Magical power purity is divided into 7 levels: Awakening, Proficiency, Mastery, Grandmaster, Dominator, Peak, and Divine. He had originally been only at the Awakening level, but now, thanks to the Purification Codex, he had leapt directly to Proficiency, boosting his overall strength by at least 50%. Sensing Rain was finishing his practice, the book spirit closed the scroll and asked with a teasing smile, "Why did I get the feeling you didn't really want to give me the core of the secret realm back then?" "Of course not." Rain hurriedly waved his hands, voice wavering. "I just wanted to collect all the treasures inside the realm first, then hand it over to you." The book spirit snorted softly and flicked her hand. The space around them suddenly warped, and the familiar scene before Rain's eyes returned: the magnificent palace deep inside the secret realm, its glazed dome shimmering beneath the stars. The ancient tome has absorbed the core of the secret realm, but the realm itself won't collapse. Its control has simply transferred into the book. From now on, if you want to enter, just call for it. Rain looked around, taking in the gilded domes, the reliefs, and the energy crystals all dazzling in his sight. His mouth parted slightly. The secret realm was recovered. The book spirit also handed him 5 keys engraved with elemental patterns. "These 2. If anyone else wants to enter with a key, they'll need your permission first." Rain clenched the keys tightly, his eyes darting between the palace and the distant courtyard, his heart burning with excitement. This secret realm would become his own secluded paradise. Once the layout was complete, he could catch a few succubi, invite some witches like a treasure house of beauties. Wouldn't life be wonderful? But just as the thought formed, succubi and witches from distant worlds shivered simultaneously, as if something had set its sights on them. Suddenly, Rain realized something and looked at the book spirit with wide eyes. "Book spirit, can you come out?" he whispered cautiously. The book spirit floated out from between the pages and landed barefoot on the carpet, nodding naturally. "Of course I can, but I can't stray too far from you." Rain stepped around to face her and gently tapped her cheek with his fingertip. Feeling the warmth of her skin, he was stunned. You have a physical form?" The book spirit rolled her eyes. "What? Are you happy that I have a body now?" Then she narrowed her eyes, sizing him up. "With so many women around you, don't tell me you have any ideas about me?" Rain's expression turned serious as he raised his hand solemnly. "No way. You are my wise partner, the biggest help in my cultivation." The book spirit smirked. "After all this time, I know what's on your mind. But maybe I wouldn't mind giving you a chance on one condition." Before she finished, Rain straightened and looked serious. "What is it?" "Even if it's a star in the sky, they'll find a way to pluck it for you." Instead of answering, she threw out a question first. "Rain, what do you think about the power of ancient books?" Power? Obviously, it's incredible. No question about that. Rain nodded confidently. The book's spirit smiled playfully. Then how would you like to get another one? From what I know, the book spirit of that book is just as beautiful as me. If you find it, it'll give you a chance and help convince her. Another ancient book? Rain's pupils contracted sharply. There's more than one. Are you sure you're not mistaken? The book's spirit paced gracefully in the grand palace, golden wall lamps casting a glow on her skirt. Of course not. In the spirit of the Book of Arts, and I can sense the general locations of other books. This time, I only sensed one, the Book of Humanity. Rain whispered the name. Book of Humanity, then asked, how many books like you exist in the world? The book spirit looked back at him, slightly confused, shaking her head. I don't remember exactly. I just woke up, and my memories are fuzzy. Give me some time, and I should recall. Where is this Book of Humanity you sensed? Rain asked. Far East, she answered. The Far East? Rain raised an eyebrow. You mean that Far East where religions are everywhere? She nodded. Rain sighed deeply. The Far East is tough to get to. Looks like this journey won't be easy. Though the Far East had diplomatic ties with the Empire, the journey was long, and even the powerful Grei family had limited influence there. If Rain was really going to a land filled with competing religions, he'd have to plan carefully. Finally, he made up his mind. All right, let's go back first. They'll figure out a way. Leaving the secret realm, a flash of teleportation light appeared, and Rain was back in his room, just as when Head left the palace before appearing directly on the bed. He sat cross-legged and took out the legacy jade stone Head gotten from the skeleton in the heart of the secret realm's palace. The smooth jade glowed softly as he took a deep breath and pressed it to his forehead. At the next moment, Rain's consciousness was transported to an incredibly clear place. Beneath his feet, the water was clear and calm, like a perfect mirror reflecting the deep blue sky. You have arrived. The one who comes later, a hoarse yet commanding voice suddenly echoed from behind Rain, sending a faint ripple across the water's surface before falling silent once more. Time slipped away quietly. The gem embedded in his forehead, the legacy stone fused with flesh, gradually dimmed, the light drawing inward until it finally went out. Rain slowly opened his eyes, waves of shock threatening to overflow from within. What the gem had bestowed upon him was a forbidden magical technique, the Magic Combat Codex. As the name suggests, this secret manual allowed a mage to fight as a close-quarters combatant, rivaling a warrior in what truly made Rain's heart race was its rank, pseudo-world class. Normally, warriors strengthen their muscles and bones with fighting energy to resist injury and dull pain. Mages can't do the same with magic, which is why most avoid close combat. But the Magic Combat Codex shattered that barrier completely, an incredibly intricate magical flow pattern that let mana permeate muscles and bones like fighting energy. While it wouldn't build the toughness of a warrior's thick skin, it was enough to match a warrior of the same level in direct confrontation. Rain took a deep breath and sat up, pulling on his boots. In the next moment, a flash of golden light sparked in his eyes. Pseudo-world-class magic technique, the Magic Combat Codex. Boom. Mana surged swiftly through his body, following an unfamiliar but precise cycle. His blood felt burning hot with power, each muscle and bone pushed gradually to its limit. At the same time, an almost invisible transparent membrane formed over his skin, the Codex's built-in protective layer. Magic wove around it, and as long as mana flowed, this film could instantly repair any damage, acting like a light but tenacious invisible armor. Feeling the overwhelming strength, Rain was about to push open the door and test his fists in the training ground when a flash of vivid red caught his eye on the table. He stopped, turned, and picked up the bright red invitation card. The character for longevity was boldly stamped in the center. A longevity banquet? Whose? The old emperor's? Rain murmured. He remembered the banquet should have been held already when he entered the mystic realm. Opening the invitation, elegant gold lettering quickly came into view. Because the mystery realm's opening had stretched the noble families thin, the old emperor had postponed the banquet to the day after the realm's end. Since Rain had been unconscious for a whole day and night, that meant the banquet was scheduled for tomorrow. Ugh, never a moment to rest, he sighed wearily, slipping the invitation into his magical device. After finishing this, Rain pushed open the door leading to the maids' quarters. At the sound, several maids entered in a line. His gaze landed on the blonde girl at the front. Eve, I'm a bit hungry. Please have the kitchen prepare some dinner for me. The next morning, at the Grei family's training grounds, the morning mist still lingered as the sharp clang of metal rang out across the wide expanse of sand. The family's knights, clad in chainmail, drilled under the first rays of sunlight. A group of boys and girls around 10 years old formed a formation, sweating profusely. Their youthful faces flushed red from the morning breeze and kicked up dust. They were descendants from the Grei family's cadet branches, the most favored children, sent by their fathers to the main house in hopes of one day becoming guardian knights. Good morning, young Master Rain. As Rain walked along the path, knights and attendants passed by, sheathing their swords and bowing in salute. Rain merely nodded slightly, his boots crunching on the sand as he strode toward the center of the training field. Just as he entered, he saw the family's knight instructor Casimir, Grei, standing with a long sword in hand, addressing the youths. Yesterday's performance was disappointing. In a few months, you all will come of age. If you're not yet squire knights by then, you might as well go back to your miserable little lands. His words barely finished when his eyes caught sight of Rain, and he immediately sheathed his sword and bowed deeply. Good morning, young Master Rain. The boys and girls, who had been standing at attention, promptly dropped to one knee in unison, fists pressed to their chests. Good morning, young Master Rain. Rain waved them off and gestured for them to rise, his gaze sweeping over the formation. Casimir, have you seen Fiona? Fiona should be over on the east side of the training ground, Casimir replied, lowering his sword and pointing east. All right, carry on with your training. Rain turned and headed toward the eastern side. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Wait, Rain, there's an interesting one among those kids. Rain paused, intrigued. Interesting? You can see their talents already? It's subtle, beyond what the Book of Human Reason can reveal. But I've seen enough to catch hints. Which one? The last row, third from the left. Rain's eyes found a brown-haired boy standing with sword in hand. Faint freckles scattered across his face glistened in the sunlight. Rain approached Casimir and stood just in front of the formation's side. The boys and girls all stood a little taller, wanting to show their best side to the heir of the Grei family. Casimir said nothing if the young master favored someone. It wasn't uncommon for them to be taken on as a personal squire. When Rain stopped in front of the brown-haired boy, the heir seemed to freeze. What's your name? Rain studied the youthful, yet resolute face. The boy's pupils contracted slightly before he answered immediately. Young Master Rain. My name is Karen Grei, son of Viscount Ewan Grei. Rain lifted his hand and gently patted his shoulder. Karen, not bad. Do you wish to become my personal squire? A quiet intake of breath rose from the formation as admiring eyes turned toward Karen. Karen's knees weakened. He dropped to one knee, his right fist pressed again to his chest. I do, young Master Rain. I, Karen Grei, swear an oath to the God of Knights to serve young Master Rain faithfully for all my life. After the oath, Rain nodded approvingly and spoke to Casimir. From now on, the kid's training resources will be tripled. Casimir's eyes widened abruptly as he blurted, Young Master Lane, triple? Triple, Lane said calmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Since he's under my command, naturally he should receive more. He turned toward Karen, walking at a steady pace, yet an unspoken pressure radiated from him. Karen, although I've raised your resource allocation, I expect you to be promoted to apprentice knight within a month. His voice was calm, but carried great weight. Karen understood that this was a test. If he passed, he would become Lane's personal knight. If he failed, Lane might well discard him. Yes, young master, I won't let you down. Karen straightened his back and spoke firmly. After settling things, Lane bid Casimir farewell and headed alone toward the eastern edge of the training grounds. Morning sunlight spilled across the blue stone floor, casting his long silhouette. In the eastern practice area, Fiona was swinging her steel longsword with precise and fluid moves. Seeing Lane arrive, she sheathed her sword and bowed slightly. Good morning, young Master Lane. Morning, Fiona. Lane scanned the surroundings. Why are you training alone? Want to spar for a bit? With that, a faint glow of magic sparkled at his fingertips. He brushed his robe, which instantly transformed into a fitted training suit similar to Fiona's. Noticing the interest on his face, Fiona nodded. All right. Lane eyed the steel longsword in her hand and shook his head. Switched to wooden swords. He grabbed two wooden swords from a nearby rack, one in his hand, and tossed the other to Fiona. She caught it, glancing between the solid wood and Lane's serious expression, her brow furrowed. A mage wielding a wooden sword? Young master, you're not planning to go toe-a-toe in melee, are you? Exactly, Lane smiled brightly. Though I'm a mage, I've always admired the raw impact of a warrior's punches. I just started training recently and want to test myself against you. Fiona sighed, but took her stance. The two sized each other up briefly before Lane suddenly activated his magic combat tome. His body surged with magical power as he leapt forward. Take this. Smack. Fiona effortlessly deflected the wooden sword with a flick, the blade landing steadily across Lane's neck. The crisp sound of wood hitting the ground echoed in the spacious arena. Lane blinked. What? That was only one move? And Lane, lost. Fiona was a little speechless. His every move was full of flaws. So much she wondered who even trained him. Lane bent down, picked up the wooden sword, dusted it off, and said, that doesn't count. One more round. Round two. This time, he slowed his steps, trying to find a rhythm as he cautiously closed in. Fiona narrowed her eyes, watching for openings. In a flash, her sword tip was once again pressed firmly before Lane's face. Though Lane saw the move coming, his body couldn't respond in time. The burst of power from the magic combat tome outpaced his unconditioned muscle memory. Lowering her sword, Fiona's voice was gentle but straightforward. Young master, you're a mage. You don't have to focus on close combat. Also, your melee skills are really weak. No matter how much effort you put in, you'll get nowhere fast. Lane raised an eyebrow. Oh, really weak? Yes. Then what if I beat you today? Fiona froze. Beat me? Today? That's impossible, unless I hold back. Lane's eyes sparkled with stubborn determination. Then let's make a bet. If I win, you grant me one request. If you win, he'll grant you one request. Deal? Fiona immediately understood his intention, but, seeing how stiff and unskilled he was, she had no reason to lose. Fine. If you can beat me today, he'll grant you a request. A confident smile curled at Lane's lips. Though I can't really beat you, I do have a cheat. Silently, he muttered within his mind. Book Spirit, find me a tome on warrior sword techniques. Hearing Rain's voice, the book spirit curled its lips in disdain. How irritating. The sound of pages turning rustled as the book spirit selected a suitable sword technique for Raina's second-level skill, called Light Cloud Sword Technique. The moment the information streamed into his mind, Rain immediately understood how to move his steps and employ feints. Gripping the wooden sword, he assumed the Light Cloud Sword's opening stance, toes lightly hooked, shoulders slightly lowered, his whole body seeming to cling to a thin wisp of cloud. Across from him, Fiona sensed the change in aura. She lifted an eyebrow, her expression much more guarded than before. The next second, Rain bent his right leg, launching forward like an arrow. The clash of wooden swords rang out in rapid succession as they exchanged strikes for a few rounds. But Fiona spotted a flaw and landed a blow that knocked Rain's wooden sword away. Though he had fully absorbed the light cloud technique, without long-term training his muscles were still stiff, and his movements lacked fluidity. Fiona, however, was stunned. How was this possible? Moments ago, his attacks had been aimless, yet now he wielded power with a practiced subtlety. Could the young master truly be a prodigy? Filled with this shock, she raised her sword again, and the duel resumed fiercely. Time flew like the wind. The day slipped away quickly, and night settled as moonlight crept quietly over the courtyard walls. Rain had trained relentlessly throughout the day, analyzing every failure. His light cloud sword movements grew increasingly smooth. Now facing Fiona again, he could finally match her attack and defense, though his overall strength still lagged behind. Whenever he caught an opening in Fiona's guard, she effortlessly dismantled his counter. In their final round, the winner was decided. Rain let out a wry sigh, still lost. He tossed the wooden sword toward Fiona. Ah, I just can't beat you. You win. Fiona caught the sword, her lips curling into a faint smile. I take back my earlier judgment. Young master, your close combat talent is truly impressive. You're not weak at all. Rain waved his hand. All right, so what do you want now? I want to train the young master's personal maidservants, Fiona said earnestly. When I sparred with them recently, I noticed they all have great potential. With proper training, they could become the young master's trusted aides. Her words caught Rain slightly off guard, but he nodded in agreement. Sure, I was planning to hand them over to you anyway. Since you're volunteering, you can start early. But don't train them too harshly. If a problem can be solved with a magical item, use the item you understand? Understood, Fiona replied solemnly. I have to go now. The birthday feast is starting, and father will scold me if I'm late. Rain adjusted his collar casually. Fiona bowed slightly. Farewell, young master. Rain then climbed into the carriage driven by Drake and headed toward the royal city. Under the night sky, the royal city was brilliantly lit and bustling with noise. This birthday banquet had attracted nobles from all over the city, and even border lords from the empire came. Other factions had also sent representatives. The Grei family's carriage slowly stopped at the palace's main gate. As Rain stepped down, a familiar voice called out to him. Rain, you've arrived. Looking toward the voice, Rain smiled. Otto, what are you doing here? Did His Majesty assign you to welcome the guests today? Otto nodded. Yes. The Empire has been preparing this feast for a long time. Plus, the Hermes Duchy and Polarch Federation both sent representatives. The Polarch Federation? They sent people too? Rain frowned, puzzling over this unexpected news. The Empire and the Polarch Federation had been in a state of war for a long time, neither side willing to back down. As a result, their relationship remained perpetually tense. Outside the hall, Otto listened to Rain's questions and nodded. Yeah, I heard it from my father, the Emperor. Even though the two countries aren't on good terms, they lowered themselves to send congratulations. We can't afford to show any disrespect in public, so I was told to wait here and welcome them. Rain replied. All right, then I'll head inside first. I won't keep you company. Have fun at the banquet. By the way, Rain, about that thing I mentioned. Otto leaned in mysteriously, but Rain just shook his head helplessly. I remember. Send me the girl's information tomorrow, and I'll help you figure it out. Otto laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. All right, I'm counting on you. With that, Rain followed the maid through the brightly lit corridor to a gigantic palace. Compared to the smaller banquet last time, there were many more guests here, with a much wider range of social ranks. The crowd was bustling, conversations rising and falling, but Rain's arrival barely caused a ripple. Inside, the palace was divided by family or faction, with golden curtains and family crests hanging high. Rain went straight to the Grei family's table. The moment he stepped into the area, several minor Grei nobles rose respectfully and gathered around. Good evening, young Master Rain. Still as charismatic as ever, young Master Rain. After some polite small talk, Rain took his seat at the main spot. Seeing that he didn't intend to linger in conversation, the minor nobles discreetly dispersed, forming small groups to discuss recent news. Rain raised a crystal glass, poured himself some red wine, and took a small sip. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure dressed in black approaching slowly. He turned his head. It was the Grand Princess Caroline. Her tight purple-black gown outlined her elegant figure, and as she walked, she seemed to carry the faint scent of roses. Caroline sat down beside him and smiled. Why are you drinking alone? All the academy students are over there. Aren't you going to join them? Rain shook his head. Nah, if I go, they all clam up. Let them enjoy themselves. What about you? Why come over here? Caroline chuckled lightly. Same as you. When we go, everyone gets uncomfortable. It's better to stay away. Rain poured her a glass of red wine. Then we should have a drink together. The crisp clink of glasses rang out as both downed their wine. Caroline leaned in close, her graceful curves just barely visible. But Rain kept his distance after all. She was a princess, not just any noble. Any funny business here would probably mean being whisked away in a royal carriage. Maintaining this delicate mutual understanding, they chatted happily. Suddenly, at the entrance, a group of about 10 outsiders burst in, carrying banners and finally hoisting a heavy wooden crate. Caroline narrowed her eyes and whispered to Rain, the Poleaxe Federation delegation has arrived. The delegation from the Poleaxe Federation had arrived. Caroline whispered a reminder, while Rain gently swirled the wine in his goblet, studying the group slowly entering the palace through the amber liquid. Noticing his sidelong glance, Caroline set down her glass and quietly explained, the Poleaxe Federation is a parliamentary system. The man leading them is Kellen Hayes, the nephew of their parliament's head. A few years ago during the war, my grandfather sparred with their old parliament leader. That old man died soon after returning to his country. So now they must be coming to check on my grandfather's condition. They won't believe he's unharmed. Rain nodded in response. The imperial nobles' gazes were sharp as blades, all locked on the Federation's representatives. If not for the convergence of powerful forces, they would have drawn their swords outright by now. Having seen many turbulent scenes, Kellen remained composed as he led his group directly to the heart of the hall, stopping before Emperor Albert and the assembled nobles. He bowed slightly and said, Your Majesty, esteemed guests, good evening. This is a gift our Federation specially prepared for the birthday banquet. Please graciously accept it. He gestured, and 2 attendants behind him stepped forward carrying a heavy ebony box. With a click, they opened the locks to reveal a lustrous, umbrella-shaped Kettle Lingji mushroom resting on silk, radiating a strong vitality. This rare specimen contained life energy potent enough to extend one's lifespan. Seeing the gift, Emperor Albert and the nobles, who had been poised to find fault, immediately dismissed those thoughts. Such a birthday present was beyond reproach. Albert raised his hand, and a guard promptly took back the box. Smiling, he said, Kellen, we are both pleased that you could attend the banquet. Please be seated, my father will arrive shortly. Kellen nodded in acknowledgement and led his team toward the center of the palace, to the seats specially arranged for the Federation near the main table. As other factions' representatives arrived one after another, Albert greeted each of them, and the hall gradually filled with lively conversation. At the Mitchell family table, Anna spotted Rain and Caroline drinking together across the crowd. Her lips immediately pursed, and then she rose, her skirt swishing as she walked over to Rain's table. Rain, why aren't you over at the academy? The dean was just asking about you, she said offhandedly, then took the seat beside him. Faced with Anna's overly familiar approach, Rain smiled wryly and shook his head. The dean is tied up with greetings. I'm fine drinking on my own. Drinking? He'll keep you company. Anna grabbed the bottle of red wine, but then noticed there were no empty glasses on the table. Rain had no choice but to take a crystal cup from his magic ring and hand it to her. Only then did she pour herself half a glass and lightly raised it in a toast, clinking glasses with Rain. Sitting opposite, Caroline noticed Anna's blatant hostility. Covering her mouth, she stifled a smile, but a hint of slyness flickered in her eyes. Her father wanted her to marry Rain, and she wasn't opposed. If it could work out, she thought, that might not be a bad thing. Quietly, she resolved in her mind, Anna, big sister isn't going to let you get away this time. Anna caught that provocative look and instantly bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You bad woman, she snapped. But glancing at Caroline's impressive figure, his gaze faltered for a moment, then flicked to his own. His hostility only grew stronger. You terrible woman, he muttered inwardly. Rin reached out to smooth down Anna's stubborn, upright tuft of hair and asked softly, What's wrong, Anna? Anna was caught off guard by the question. Her expression stiffened briefly before she shook her head. And nothing. Pour me another glass. Rin smiled as he refilled her glass of red wine, then shifted his attention to the foreign factions in the hall. Only 2 really concerned him, the Poleaxe Federation and the Church of Light. Since taking her seat, the High Priestess of the Church had been fixated on him, as if the entire birthday banquet was held just for him. This bitch came here with bad intentions, and she's glaring at me like I owe her money. Rin narrowed his eyes and gave her the middle finger. Although the high priestess didn't understand the gesture, she instinctively sensed the disrespect. Her face stiffened and she averted her gaze. The hall quickly filled with guests. Rin looked at the two girls beside him and raised an eyebrow, asking, "You really don't want to go back?" Caroline and Anna shook their heads in unison. Caroline whispered, "Otto is with father. Me being there wouldn't help." Anna added, "I don't want to go either. The nobles there are such a headache." Seeing their determination, Rin nodded and let the two girls stay. Once everyone had mostly arrived, Emperor Albert bowed politely to the crowd and excused himself, leaving the table. Not long after, he returned slowly, supporting a stern-faced elder, the legendary former emperor, Art Ashton, famed for sweeping the battlefield in his day. They proceeded down the red carpet along the central royal aisle, all eyes solemnly watching them take their seats at the main throne. Before formalities could be completed, the leader of the Federation delegation, Klein, stood and approached Art. "Your Majesty, Art," Klein smiled, eyes sharp. "On my journey here from the Federation, I heard the Empire has produced many geniuses in recent years. Coincidentally, our Federation has also bred some rising stars. Might our two countries engage in a friendly contest?" Art waved a hand dismissively. "I no longer interfere in Empire affairs. Ask Albert." Klein turned to the current emperor. "Your Majesty, what say you?" Albert paused thoughtfully, then shook his head in refusal. "Today is a birthday banquet. It wouldn't do if anyone from the Federation got hurt in competition." There was a subtle mockery hidden in those words, and Klein's expression flickered slightly, though he kept smiling. But how can a birthday banquet be without a gift from the younger generation?" Before Albert could reply, a voice behind him spoke up. "Exactly, father. Grandfather fought all his life. Surely just enjoying dances isn't enough. I'd like to compete against them for father and grandfather and liven up the banquet." It was the fourth prince, Tyr Ashton. His suggestion stunned the court. Even Albert turned to frown at him. Seeing this, Klein's expression brightened, and he seized the moment. "Excellent. Prince Tyr is truly a genius of the Empire. Best of 3 matches, winner takes all." Pushed to the front, Albert forced a smile. "Competition is fine, but there must be stakes." Klein raised a brow. "Oh, what does your Majesty propose to wager?" "If the Empire wins, the Qing Forest along the Empire Federation border belongs to us. If the Federation wins, it's theirs." "Agreed? Qing Forest?" Klein considered quickly, then nodded without hesitation. "Agreed, it's settled." Who knew if the first match would be Prince Tyr's? So, was the first match decided by Teal descending? As soon as the question was asked, Teal took an eager step forward but froze under Albert's sharp glare. If the man weren't his son, and with so many eyes watching, Albert would have been tempted to slap him. Catching the smile on Kellen's face, Albert's heart sank. The ownership of the Sky Blue Forest had long been contested, and most of it had fallen to the Federation. He had planned to use this place as a wager to force Kellen back. Unexpectedly, Kellen accepted eagerly. His confidence made Albert suspect that Kellen was determined to win this match. The bet had been set, and the outcome would affect the Empire's interests. Teal clearly wasn't experienced enough yet. "Teal, no, he's still too young," Albert said loudly. "Since we're guests, you should send forth your champion first." Kellen narrowed his eyes. It was disadvantageous for the Federation to go first, but with Albert's insistence as the guest, he had no way to object. Reluctantly, he turned to the Federation team. "Chaos, you're first." At that, a tall, broad-shouldered man rose from the seats, his green hair contrasting with his bronze skin. He approached Kellen steadily and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty." Albert's eyes narrowed. A mid-level second-tier warrior, radiating restrained fighting spirit, definitely a tough opponent. He scanned the nobles present. Anyone willing to step up? The nobles quietly assessed the skills of their children. After a moment, Fabian, head of the Ward family, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, my daughter Sophia recently gained an opportunity in the secret realm and has advanced to mid-level second-tier warrior. She can try." Sophia was known as a prodigy, and many nobles reconsidered their initial plans upon hearing this. Albert Noddy was familiar with the girl. Even the matter of Leon from the Ford family expressing his feelings to her had reached Albert's ears. "Good. The first match is yours, Sophia." The girl beside Fabian bowed gracefully. "Yes, Your Majesty. Sophia will not disappoint and will win for the Empire." She then quickly headed toward a side room in the palace. Soon she shed her white gown and donned a fitted light armor. The palace's space was sufficient for the duel to take place inside. To prevent damage, Headmaster Clive of the Academy had reinforced the floor with magic. A third-party faction served as judges to ensure fairness. "Begin." The referee signaled. Sophia and Chaos erupted with fighting energy simultaneously. Both were mid-level second-tier warriors, but their fighting styles were opposite. Sophia was agile and swift, darting like a swallow. Chaos hit with heavy, powerful punches filled with raw force. After several clashes, the air in the hall churned violently. Suddenly, Sophia detected a slight opening. With a pointed toe, she glided like an arrow across the floor, her long blade flashing cold light as it struck Chaos' arm. Flash! Blood spattered as Chaos' entire arm was severed at the root. Yet Chaos' lips curved into a faint smile. In the next moment, the iron sword in Chaos' hand was already pressed against Sophia's neck. He couldn't advance another half-inch. Instructor Cliff stood calmly and alertly at the side. The blade was separated from her pale neck by only a thin line. This tense scene made everyone hold their breath, and their eyes on Chaos grew tinged with wariness. No one expected that he would force out Sophia's weakness at the cost of his amputated arm and succeed. Victory to Chaos. The referee's voice was steady but decisive as he looked at the sword pressed before Sophia. Sophia narrowed her eyes, sheathed her sword, and stepped back. Then she turned and walked toward the stands. Before Fabian and Albert, she dropped to one knee, her voice low and heavy with self-blame. Father, Your Majesty, I failed to win. I've disappointed you. Albert bent down to help her up, his tone gentle. It's all right, Sophia. No one expected him to win using his missing arm like that. You fought very well. No sooner had he spoken than Kellen stepped forward with a slight bow and an unmasked smile. Your Majesty, the first match narrowly went to my federation. For the second match, it's only fair that Your Majesty sends your challenger first? Albert narrowed his eyes and calmly instructed, Otto, the second match is yours. Yes, father. Otto nodded and entered the arena at his steady pace. As the Empire's top prodigy, Kellen knew well that their top fighter could not defeat Otto, so he exchanged a lower-grade horse for a superior one and simply named him as his representative. The outcome was predictable. The opponent was routed quickly, and Otto didn't even summon his mount. With the score tied 1-1, the third round became the decider. Kellen's excitement was clear in his eyes as he once again faced Albert. Prince Otto is truly formidable. Since we've witnessed the Empire's finest warrior and knight, I suggest the final round be decided by the top magicians in Grei for our side. As he spoke, all eyes turned to Ren. Ren didn't pause his sipping or change expression, seemingly indifferent. Anna and Caroline blushed under the stairs and wanted to urge him on, but seeing Ren's lazy demeanor, they could only sip along quietly. Ren's disregard left Kellen stunned and the atmosphere awkward for a moment. Seeing this, Food stepped beside Ren and spoke out. Ren, are you going to fight or not? He mentally transmitted with fighting spirit. If you don't feel confident, don't take the stage. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare speak against you. Ren curled his lip and replied, don't worry, we'll think about it. Food nodded and took the main seat among the Grei family, clearly backing Ren. Ren finally set down his cup and slowly approached Kellen. Kellen put on a bright smile and was about to speak when Ren suddenly let out a hutch and spat on the floor, cutting him off. Though Kellen had heard of Ren's rough temperament, he hadn't expected such blatant rudeness. Ren stared coldly at Kellen's fake smile, almost cursing, but restrained himself for sake of diplomacy. Instead, he looked up and said icily, You're Kellen, right? Since you know me, Ren, you should know my habits. If you want me to fight, that's fine, but what's the stake? Where's the bonus? No bonus at all. Kellen, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Rain casually patted Kellen on the shoulder, his hand pressing down with an unmistakable authority. Kellen forced a stiff smile as a numbness tingled across his shoulder blades, but he could only keep up the facade. Rain, haven't we already staked the heavenly blue forest? Isn't that the bonus? He tried to smooth things over. No, I mean a bonus for me. Rain shrugged, speaking as if making casual conversation. If you want me to show up, you've got to pay me a fee. Otherwise, anyone off the street could challenge me. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me, Rain? Kellen froze completely, who expected the other side to raise the price last minute. The nobles in the Empire's viewing stands watched with keen interest, but not one of them offered Kellen a word of warning. At that moment, he felt like a learned scholar cornered by a thug, full of reason but unable to explain himself. Seeing his silence, Rain lazily added, You're not going to pay, are you? Then I'm not showing up. Oh, I'll call my good brother Otto to take my place. You never said one person can only fight once. No sooner had he spoken than a golden-haired, blue-eyed young man stepped out from the Federation team. He was dressed like a noble at a ball, but there was a frost in his gaze fueled by anger. Rain, you disgraced the title of mage. Conrad Rogers' voice rang out crisp and filled with contempt. Where is the dignity and honor of a mage? You don't even dare to accept a dual shame on me for associating with a mage like you. Kellen's pupils shrank in alarm. This was bad. This was the Empire, and publicly shaming a noble was punishable by death. He was about to intervene when Rain scoffed, Venomous wasp, kill him. The woman who had been lurking in Rain's shadow suddenly lunged forward. Named Venomous Wasp, she was the Grei family's top assassin. Her movement was so swift it left only a faint blur behind. Conrad hadn't even registered the threat when a sharp dagger pierced the air toward his heart. Clang! The harsh ringing of metal shattered the silence. Conrad's fourth-tier magical armor was penetrated in one blow, its dazzling runes shattered. But in that split second, the Federation's guards reacted, pulling Conrad out of harm's way. After confirming Conrad was not fatally injured, Kellen hurriedly stepped between Rain and Venomous Wasp, spreading his hands defensively. It's a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Conrad has lived in the Federation and doesn't understand Imperial law. I beg you, young Master Rain, to show mercy. As he spoke, he cast a pleading glance toward Emperor Albert and the other Imperial nobles nearby. But they seemed not to notice, instead idly discussing the earlier remark about not forbidding multiple matches since the Federation had challenged Imperial law first. Rain's response was reasonable, and they relished watching the conflict unfold. Rain appeared ready to strike again. Gritting his teeth, Kellen pulled out a black and gold box from his storage ring and raised it high. Young Master Rain, consider this fourth-tier treasure as an apology. What do you say? The lid bore an appraisal of 6,000 source points, glowing like a branding iron. Rain narrowed his eyes, nodding in approval. Fine, since you're sincere, let's call it settled. He took the box and motioned for Venomous Wasp to retreat back into the shadows. Then he turned to walk back to his seat. Young Master Rain, wait. Kellen hurried to catch up. About the bonus you mentioned, we're willing to give it, but we don't know what exactly you want. Clint saw Rain hesitating to compete and quickly stopped him. He was most afraid that Albert would really send Otto into the match if that happened. There would be no chance of winning, and they'd have to slink back to the Federation empty-handed. Rain paused and slightly turned his head. Oh, you agreed? Clint forced a nod. Yes, young Master Rain. A sly smile curled at the corner of Rain's mouth as he leisurely walked over to Clint's side, raising a hand to point at the slender witch among the Federation team. What's her name? Clint frowned, unable to read Rain's thoughts. Her name's Yulian. Oh, Conrad's fiancée, that fool? That's right. Rain glanced at the deathly pale Conrad and grinned recklessly. I want her to keep me company for 3 days. The already noisy palace instantly fell silent. Even Emperor Albert was stunned. So this is how he plays? This kid is ruthless. Conrad was the first to recover, roaring, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone snapped out of their daze, staring at Rain like he was a monster. Even the wizards conversing with the Academy Dean, Cliff, paused their talk. Rain sighed dramatically. Ah, Clint, if that fool won't agree, forget it. Anyway, my good buddy Otto can take his place. Clint hurried over and whispered into Conrad's ear. Conrad, do you really want to fight Otto? Then agree first. He just wants Yulian. If you win, it's all cancelled. Besides, you've studied Rain's moves 3rd tier against 2nd tier. It should be easy, right? Win, and we take Tianqing Forest. You'll be a Federation hero. Conrad clenched his fists and nodded with difficulty, though no one cared about Yulian's feelings. After the discussion, Clint returned to Rain and forced a smile. Of course, young Master Rain. Conrad has decided if you win the match, not just 3 days, Yulian will be yours forever. Only then did Rain relent. All right, for your uncle's sake, he'll reluctantly agree. At the mention of uncle, Clint's face stiffened. That was the chairman of the Federation Council, but he held his ground. Rain straightened his collar and walked up to Albert and the others, bowing slightly. Your Majesty, Rain requests to compete in the 3rd round. Albert eyed him. Rain, are you confident? Rain chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, I never fight unprepared. When Albert was about to reply affirmatively, Rain rubbed his hands eagerly and interrupted. Your Majesty, if I win, will there be a reward? Everyone laughed. This kid really wants to have his cake and eat it too. Albert smiled and nodded. Of course. If you win, they'll give you a grand reward. Because of the nature of wizard duels, Rain and Conrad's match was set in a spacious area outside the palace grounds. As the palace gates opened, a stream of spectators poured out. The Academy Dean, Clive, raised his staff, summoning a pale golden pillar of light that brightened the night plaza as if it were daytime. Next, he inscribed protective runes on the stone floor and surrounding buildings to prevent any stray magic from damaging the royal palace during the upcoming contest. When he was confident everything was secured, he nodded for the 2 contestants to enter. Rain and Conrad walked side by side into the circular combat arena that had been marked out temporarily. The cold wind stirred their cloaks. Conrad was the first to draw his intricately carved ebony wand, eyes sharp and focused on his opponent. A wizard, such a noble profession, he said in a low voice loud enough for nearby onlookers to hear. But I never expected someone as shameless as you to appear. Today, before the Empire, the Federation, and most importantly, the Wizard Association witnesses here, I will use magic to decisively crush you, the disgrace you are, and show you what a true wizard should be. Every word was laced with venom, yet no curse was uttered. Rain's lips curled into laughter, his brow arching. I like watching that scowl on your face when you're so annoyed but can't do anything about me. Conrad snorted coldly and gave a slight nod to the referee. Smooth talk. You'll soon learn what being a wizard really means. Referee, am ready. Acknowledging with a glance, the referee then turned to Rain. Rain's smile didn't fade. A gleam of golden light sparked in his eyes. The abyssal stance instantly activated. His black hair shimmered and curled, transforming into radiant gold. Raising his hand, he formed a dazzling light sword in his palm. Magic surged through him like a torrent, and the forbidden magic grimoire's power was pushed to its limit. Once fully prepared, he nodded back at the referee. The referee quickly withdrew behind the safety line, his voice booming out. Round 3 of the duel begin. The moment he spoke, Conrad swung his wand, and a blazing crimson magic circle erupted. A fan-shaped wave of scorching flames roared forward. Tier 3 magic, dragon fire. The heat was overwhelming. The air twisted and shimmered like a burning wall of fire. Golden light flashed in Rain's pupils. With a heavy step, he caused a grayish-brown stone wall to erupt from the ground, blocking the flames entirely and hiding his form behind it. Bang! The fire tongues licked and reddened the stone, but before long, Rain vanished in a blink, reappearing behind and to Conrad's side. The light sword sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, striking down. Clang! Conrad's hastily conjured shield shimmered briefly with a blue-green membrane before shattering under the blade's blow. The sword's momentum unrelenting, it sliced again toward his chest. In a flash, Conrad's expression changed drastically as he quickly formed hand seals. A fiery orange-eared net exploded open like a giant flaming maw aimed at Rain. Tier 3 magic, fiery web. As the blazing net descended, Rain suddenly intensified his magic input. The sword's radiant blade thickened to a near-solid edge, its sharpness surging. Twisting his body, he slashed diagonally in midair. Like a lightning crack splitting the sky, the blade tore a foot-wide gap through the fire net and kept its momentum, charging directly at Conrad. Seeing the glowing sword edge close enough to nearly pierce his face, Conrad cursed silently. What kind of wizard fights like this? Since when do wizards do close combat? Are those Federation spies feeding me nonsense all this time? The crowd watching was stunned by Rain's warrior-like style, many raising their eyebrows in surprise. Dean Clive and the Wizard Association representatives exchanged looks of shock. They clearly hadn't expected to witness such an extreme fusion of magic and melee combat. One of the Wizard Association members narrowed his eyes, studying Rain's fighting style intently. Rain's body had actually been enhanced by magic, just like a warrior strengthening himself with fighting spirit. That explained how he could move with such incredible speed and power. This secret technique, unknown even to the Mage Association, made the elderly spectators' eyes light up, as if they had discovered a new world. Nearby, Food was also stunned, inwardly thinking, this kid isn't weak in close combat at all. It's just a shame he was born without fighting spirit. In the center of the arena, Conrad was relentlessly pursued by Rain. Combining the speed and strength of a warrior with the spells of a mage, Rain forced Conrad to constantly retreat, rapidly searching for a counterattack. Suddenly, Rain flashed teleportation. The distance between them instantly shrank. TCH. Conrad's heart tightened. He quickly stepped back and raised his staff, the crystal glowing brightly. Level 3 magic, spatial stasis. After the light drained from the transparent crystal, it dimmed swiftly. The space was locked down. Rain's teleportation could still be used, but was severely slowed. A spatial magic designed specifically to counter me? Rain snorted quietly and gave up teleporting. His feet slammed on the stone floor, sending up debris as he dashed forward like a blur toward Conrad. Level 3 magic, scorching ash fire. A searing fireball came roaring at him. Conrad willed it to explode early. The roar shook even the sound-amplifying crystals, and the firestorm blotted out the sky. Through the smoke and dust, a blazing white sword beam cut through the air. Rain emerged from the flames unharmed and charged at Conrad directly. Conrad hurried to form a magic circle, but only managed to glimpse Rain's cold eyes. Too slow. The light sword struck hard, shattering the magic circle. The sword tip stopped just shy of Conrad's throat, less than a centimeter away as the Federation Guardian's protective spell activated at the last instant. The referee immediately announced, Round 3, Rain wins. The crowd erupted instantly. Anna and Caroline proudly waved at Rain, as if they had been the ones to win. Albert and the Imperial nobles nodded approvingly and praised Food. On the other side, the atmosphere near Kling was heavy. He scowled at Conrad and muttered, worthless. Rain sheathed his light sword and turned toward Albert. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar shattered the celebration. No, I refuse to accept this. The once joyful cheers fell silent. Even the elder mages who had admired Conrad frowned, unable to accept defeat. How far could this man really go? Rain paused, looking back with a faint smile. Refuse? Then keep it to yourself. Conrad shouted angrily. This isn't a mage duel. You clearly fought like a warrior. Rain chuckled lightly. Who doesn't know I was born without fighting spirit? If you don't believe me, ask the Mage Association, did I use magic just now or not? The mages in the stands nodded one after another. Conrad gritted his teeth. If you have the guts, stop close combat. Let's duel with magic and see who wins. Rain didn't bother to reply. Turning away, he said, what are you still fighting for? Your fiancé already belongs to me. I do have something left. Conrad shouted back. Conrad, like a gambler who had lost everything, shouted at Ryan. Isn't it just women and treasure you want? Well, how about this? He pulled out an intricately carved jade box from the magic device at his waist and flipped open the lid with a crisp click. Inside lay a fist-sized crystal that instantly bathed the surroundings in a glowing blue light. The alchemical lamps reflected off its facets, scattering countless tiny points of starlight that seemed to dance. Every pair of eyes in the room fixated on the crystal, especially the mages, whose breathing grew heavier. A sixth-tier artifact, the Savira crystal, someone whispered in astonishment. Worried that Ryan, who had seen plenty of high-tier treasures, might scoff, Conrad laid out his most valuable possession. This Savira crystal was a rare gem he had extracted from a forbidden stone on a gamble. If only he had the rank, he would have used it to break through long ago. Clint's pupils contracted sharply as he hurried over to Conrad's side with quick steps. Conrad, you lost fair and square, don't get lost. Ryan cut him off, unimpressed, delivering a flying kick that sent Clint rolling on the ground several times. Grinning, Ryan fixed his gaze on the crystal. Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Using this as your ante and wanting another round? That's perfect. To him and his familiar, the crystal's blue glow transformed into a string of shimmering gold coin symbols. Conrad was even richer than him. Having seen enough, Ryan watched as Conrad snapped the jade box shut with a loud click. All right, ready for the rematch? Of course. It's just once clashing. I'm used to it. The referee, seeing they agreed, scanned the surrounding crowd and received no objections, then stepped between them. Gentlemen, are you ready? Yes. They answered in unison. The referee stepped back several paces and, confirming a safe distance, announced loudly, the duel begins. This time, Ryan didn't summon a light sword but raised his hand to form a spell sign. Second tier, Magic Frostfang. A sharp ice blue arrow screamed through the air, aimed directly at Conrad. Gritting his teeth, Conrad countered. Third tier, Magic Flame Vortex. Blazing waves collided with biting icy fangs, erupting in a burst of steam. Although Conrad consistently unleashed third-tier spells, his mana purity was slightly inferior. As a result, Ryan's second-tier magic matched him blow for blow. On the sidelines, senior mages from the Magic Association exchanged glances with growing concern. This kid hasn't even reached third tier, yet his mana purity is at a mastery level? Unaware of the divine resonance of the cleansing Bible within Ryan, they assumed it was natural talent and quietly praised Dean Cliff for his sharp eye. The dean stroked his white beard, smiling with half-closed eyes, accepting their compliments with calm pride. In the center of the arena, magical energies roared non-stop. Ryan dodged fluidly while rapidly casting spells with a calm, steady gaze. Conrad clearly has some talent in magic and decent meditation skills. Otherwise, spraying mana so freely would have worn him out by now. But Conrad's anxiety deepened with every exchange. He noticed that every scatter of dispersed mana was promptly absorbed by Ryan first, suppressing his own mana regeneration to a snail's pace. The mana bar visibly dropped, sweat forming at Conrad's temple as he furrowed his brow. Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. Rain, if you can handle this move, Conrad, I'll have to admit you're something else. Before he finished speaking, Conrad's magical power burst forth like a tidal wave. Pitch-black energy swirled at his feet, and in moments, a massive magic circle covering the entire arena appeared, its runes glowing like molten iron. A third-level spell, Otherworld Summoning. Thick dark elements poured continuously into the formation, and a layer of inky mist rose from the ground. Rain didn't intervene after all. Conrad was already showing off a 6th-level artifact, so giving some courtesy was only fair. More importantly, he wasn't afraid at all. Otherworld Summoning is a dark magic that consumes the caster's own mana to send a binding call to the Shadow Realm. If a creature from that realm finds the mana flavor agreeable, it will respond. If the summoning contract isn't met, the summoned being may turn on the caster at any time. In the Academy, Director Cliff's pure white experimental rat, Jimmy, is a classic example of such an otherworldly creature. As the dark energy surged violently, a towering suit of black armor slowly rose from the center of the circle. Its right hand gripped a great sword, and the left bore a shield. The armor surface was scarred and weathered, as if stained by countless battles. An otherworldly creature, to Death Knight. Director Cliff frowned at the sight. Though the Death Knight fought like a warrior, it also wielded death magic, and its most terrifying trait was its undead nature. No matter how destroyed it was, it could siphon energy to regenerate. This one in front of them was close to 4th-level power. The moment the Death Knight appeared, a swirl of black smoke whipped at its feet, and it suddenly darted in front of Rain at a speed rivaling teleportation. Its greatsword was wreathed in a pale gray aura of death, neutralizing any healing magic. After a few rounds, Rain, who had the upper hand moments ago, was forced back repeatedly, trapped and helpless. Narrowing his eyes, a ruthless glint flashed across his brow. Grimoire, exchange a copy of Otherworld Summoning magic for me. I'm summoning too. 3,000 source points required. The Grimoire's voice echoed in his mind. Fine. I have plenty of treasures in my mage ring. Take them. With a thought, the precious items stored inside his ring transformed into streams of light and flowed into the Grimoire's palm. A graceful motion turned the ancient tome's pages, and a golden light shone into his mind, imprinting the ritual, incantation, and mana flow. Though third-level magic was advanced, it only cost him some extra mana and effort. The Death Knight and Conrad closed in with a combined assault, and Rain raised a hand to point forward. My own creation, the Overlord's Void Grasp. Two spheres of pitch-black space abruptly formed, imprisoning the Death Knight and Conrad separately like cages. The walls of the spheres squeezed constantly, producing a harsh tearing sound. Rain didn't rush to attack, he just needed to buy some time. Immediately after, a magic circle almost identical to Conrad's lit up beneath Rain's feet. The runes intertwined, flickering alternately silver-white and deep black. Rain poured his immense mana into it, and the pattern rapidly sealed. At the moment the summoning completed, every watching mage felt a chill clutch their hearts, pressure so intense it almost stole their breath. The circle spun on, but nobody saw the summoned creature's true form yet. What came first was a low, chilling laugh that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Ah, such delicious and familiar mana. It's been so long. Hearing that voice, not only did the Dean and members of the Magic Association's delegation instantly narrow their eyes, but even Emperor Albert and figures from other factions seemed to suddenly realize something. Dean Cliff almost instinctively rushed over to the summoning array, his voice tense. Rain, stop the summoning immediately now. His shoulders trembled slightly with the effort, clearly harboring deep fear toward the presence about to manifest. Food's face also darkened dramatically. From across the crowd, he shouted, Rain, listen to the Dean, stop right now. At their warnings, Rain immediately retracted the magical energy channeled into the array. Though he didn't understand why his father and the Dean were so terrified, their expressions made it clear, whatever was inside the formation was far from benevolent. Even the Death Knight recently summoned from the spatial orb instinctively took a half step back, the clinking sound of his bone armor echoing. But stopping the magic did not silence the formation. The intricate runes still pulsed, and from the inky black light, a tiny drop of black liquid about the size of a fingernail slowly floated forth. Then, the sigils shattered piece by piece, scattering shards of light in all directions. Rain froze in disbelief normally. Cutting off the power should end the summoning. Yet something on the other side was forcibly sustaining the portal, causing the array to collapse only to reform anew, until the system registered, summoning complete. The droplet hovered midair, tension tightening the onlookers' expressions. After a few breaths, it fell to the cold stone floor, spreading ripples like black water before quickly twisting itself into a humanoid shape. The figure fully solidified, his black tailcoat sharply tailored without a single crease, white gloves pristine, jet black hair slicked back against a pale face whose sharply defined features bore an unhealthy delicacy. Most striking were his eyes, deep, shadowy pupils swirling with intense dark energy. The first thing he did after appearing was to lift his gaze and fix his eyes on Rain. That look combined scrutiny with an unexplainable fervor, as if confirming something. Then he slightly bowed with a courteous yet clear tone. My great master, your most devoted servant Lucifer Tark Castro Omen sextends his sincerest greetings. His polite, low voice echoed throughout the hall. Rain furrowed his brow. Lucifer Tark Castro Omens? Why does that name sound so familiar? As the thought flickered through his mind, a sudden memory struck him. This was the villain behind the bloodstained chapter of history hundreds of years ago, the origin of the catastrophic event known as the Nightmare Calamity. In an instant, Cliff teleported to Rain's side, spreading his arms to shield his student, eyes locked fiercely on the newcomer. Lucifer, leave at once. Rain will not make a pact with you. Lucifer straightened up, seemingly ignoring Cliff's words as he continued smiling, still focused on Rain. My great master, is that truly what you think? Seeing Rain hesitate, Cliff whispered urgently, Rain, don't agree. You must know this name well is the demon responsible for the nightmare calamity that swept across the continent. One of the primal demons from the Shadow Realm, codenamed Black Crown. Although his power is immense, the terms of his contracts are brutal. Since recorded history began, no one who made a pact with Lucifer survived, including a 7th-tier holy mage. At Cliff's words, Rain's gaze fixed on Lucifer, stunned and speechless. He only knew that Lucifer was the culprit behind the calamity of the night. Beyond that, he was completely unaware of anything else about Lucifer. He never expected that Lucifer had actually slain a 7th-tier entity. Upon hearing Dean Cliff mention the old events, Lucifer offered no denial. Instead, he stared steadily at Rain, silently mouthing 2 words. Rain caught the lip movement, narrowing his eyes. Tianyuan and Lucifer, could they really be connected? After a brief silence, Rain withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Dean in front of him. Understood, Dean. Let me be the one to make the decision. Don't forget, I'm still in the middle of the trial. Seeing his resolve was clear, the Dean said no more. The younger generation must find their own opportunities. Offering a hint was already as far as he could go. Cliff turned and left the arena, leaving only Rain and Conrad on the stage. As a magician, Conrad certainly recognized Lucifer. At first, he found it hard to believe that Rain could actually summon such a being. Then a cold smirk appeared on his lips. So what if you call Lucifer? Does Rain really dare to sign a contract? By all past precedents, signing means certain death. Death Knight go. The Death Knight hesitated for a rare pause but still raised his sword and charged. Rain crossed his arms and glanced at Lucifer. If you want to sign a contract with me, you'll have to show me what you're capable of first. Lucifer was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and bowed respectfully. Of course, as you wish, my great master. But since the contract isn't sealed yet, I cannot absorb your magic, so my strength will be diminished. I hope you understand. With these words, he turned to face the rushing Death Knight, his eyes barely narrowed. A Death Knight? Nothing but trash. How many have I slain in the Dark Realm? I've lost count long ago. At this moment, Lucifer was only a projection and, due to Rain's low level, suppressed to early third-tier strength. Even so, this projection retained a faint trace of his true power. Dealing with a mere Death Knight required no tactics, just raw force. The massive sword sliced through the air in a furious swing toward Rain. Lucifer's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Rain, lifting his empty palm. The cold light gleamed on his palm as if striking cotton. He didn't even bother to restrain himself. The Death Knight froze, suddenly trying to pull back his weapon only to find the massive sword seemingly welded to Lucifer's hand, not moving an inch. With a light chuckle, Lucifer curled his fingers inward. Snap! The giant blade broke in two, shards of metal scattering. Disarmed, the Death Knight instinctively retreated, but Lucifer was faster, almost teleporting behind him. Without hesitation, he drove the broken sword into the narrow gap between the Death Knight's helmet and shoulder armor. The Death Knight who was pierced by the broken sword froze momentarily, but quickly recovered. With his left hand, he immediately raised his shield and struck toward Lucifer. The sharp edge of the shield sliced through the air with a shrill whistle, but just as it left his hand, it suddenly lost momentum and wobbled midair like a spinning top running out of power. That was because at this moment, Lucifer's entire arm had already pierced through the Death Knight's thick, black armor and extended out from his back. His 5 fingers were tightly grasping a stone wreathed in dark mist, that very core which allowed the Death Knight's armor to grant him his undead power. The core that sustained the Death Knight's so-called immortality had finally been revealed. If not for Lucifer's precise attack penetrating the armor plates, it would have been nearly impossible for a normal person to hit it. The eerie blue flames inside the knight's helmet quickly sputtered out, turning into tiny specks like dying stars. Then the armor plates, as if their soul had been sucked out, clattered to the ground and dissolved into black mist that the night wind carried away, leaving only the cold metallic afterglow scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Conrad, who had made a pact with the Death Knight, suddenly spat a mouthful of bright red blood. Staggering backward half a step, he clenched his fists with disbelief flashing in his eyes. Rain actually intends to make a pact with Lucifer. But after a brief moment of shock, he grinned bitterly with blood around his lips and laughed harshly. Ha! So what if I lose? Rain, one day Lucifer will betray you too. After Lucifer dealt with the Death Knight, he retracted his magical flames and approached Rain. He knelt down halfway, bowing his head as he offered the still smoking core. My great master, the wretched scoundrel who offended you has been dealt with. I apologize for the slight delay. Rain raised his hand to take it and tucked the core safely into his cloak. After all, it was worth 4,000 mana points, so might as well take it. Earlier, while Lucifer was fighting the Death Knight, Rain had already used a spirit book to learn that Lucifer's keen sensitivity to the Tianyuan was because he once followed a mage who also possessed Tianyuan magic. This past experience made him uniquely attuned to the Tianyuan aura. Everyone watched Rain with various expressions, silently waiting to see if he would truly take this step. Just as Rain was about to speak, a steady yet urgent voice interrupted him. Food appeared suddenly, furrowing his brow. Rain, have you thought this through? That Lucifer is no good. Facing his father's serious gaze, Rain smiled faintly. Of course. Then his eyes returned to Lucifer. Lucifer, what are your terms for the pact? At this, a contract scroll formed in Lucifer's palm, written in blood. The script was distorted and obscure, unreadable to most, but Rain discerned its content at a single glance. His expression twisted strangely. That's all? Are you sure? The contract had only one clause. All the magic power Lucifer spends while existing in this world must be provided by the pact maker. For an ordinary person, this was an endless pit. But for Rain, who possessed Tianyuanth magic power, it felt as light as a feather. Lucifer smiled faintly at Rain's bewilderment, his crimson pupils filled with confidence. Of course, my master, that's the only term. I consume immense magic power. Previous pact makers couldn't sustain it long and inevitably broke the contract and died. I had to slay them all. But since you have that, the magic I consume is just a drop in the bucket for you. The conversation between Lion and Lucifer left everyone confused, their brows furrowed as they tried to make sense of what the two were saying. After hearing Lucifer's reply, Lion no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and fixed a serious gaze on him. Lucifer tac Castro omens. I am here, my great master. Lucifer knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse yet fervent. Will you swear an oath to me, Lion, and become my subordinate? Of course, it would be my honor, my master. Lion raised his hand, and a drop of deep red blood seeped from his fingertip, falling onto a complex magical pattern drawn with blood. The pattern suddenly glowed before vanishing like steam in an instant. At the moment the pact was sealed, both Lion and Lucifer felt their minds tremble, sensing an indescribable bond forming between them. Whispers erupted from the crowd. Ford and Headmaster Cliff exchanged glances, first a sigh, then a faint smile. They believed Lion could control this primordial demon. Even if he failed, the Empire and the Mages Association wouldn't stand idle. A sharp blade in skilled hands is a weapon. If it slips, they would know how to cut it down. With the contract complete, Lucifer immediately turned his cold gaze toward Conrad, a flicker of deadly intent in his eyes. His master's enemies would be his enemies. Master, this man, he whispered inquiringly. Lion shook his head and called out to Conrad. So, what's it going to be? Ready to give up? Or do you want Lucifer to lose his patience? Conrad narrowed his eyes, glancing first at Lucifer, then at Lion, and let out a light laugh. Lion, you actually went and made a pact with a demon. Heh, this time you win, but don't think you'll live long. With that, he pulled a box containing the Survira crystal from a magic device and casually tossed it aside. Then he turned and quickly left the arena, giving no one a chance to stop him. Lucifer shifted his form and caught the box steadily, respectfully handing it to Lion. The referee immediately announced, the winner of this contest, Lion. Lion pocketed the box and started toward the palace. At that moment, the high priest of the Church of Light slowly stepped out from the crowd, wearing an enigmatic half-smile, blocking his path. Young Master Lion, may I ask you a few questions? Lion paused and turned sideways, responding, of course. What do you want to know? Where did you learn your holy light purification? Lion spread his hands. I found the inheritance jade stone at an archaeological market. It was a coincidence I learned it. Why? Is the Church of Light trying to arrest me? The high priest's expression darkened. Holy light purification cannot come from an inheritance jade stone. This technique has always been passed down orally from one saintess to the next. There has never been such a jade stone. If you cannot give the church a reasonable explanation, I will issue a judgment order against you. As soon as the word judgment order was spoken, Ford's face changed drastically, and even Emperor Albert furrowed his brow slightly. Albert spoke up, since Lion claims it came from an inheritance jade stone. Are you so sure there have been no heretics all these years? It's not impossible someone stole the technique. The high priest remained silent a moment, but his gaze grew even firmer. No, I demand Lion return to the Church of Light with me and reveal the truth under the gaze of the God of Light. As the high priest spoke, Albert and the Empire's nobles frowned in unison. The candlelight flickered softly along the marble corridor, but their displeasure toward the priest's aggressive tone was unmistakable. Just as the tension reached its peak, the guest of honor, the aging emperor, Yates, slowly rose from his throne. His steady voice fell with the weight of a hammer striking the ground. No need. Yates' gaze cut through the high priest like a blade. Ren is the Empire's prodigy, its future pillar. Why send him to your Church of Light? Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? Under the watch of the God of Light, would he not be forced to convert? Are you inviting war on my empire? The heavy pressure silenced the high priest for a moment. The Church of Light and the Empire had long enjoyed cordial relations. A fracture between them would bring terrible losses. Normally, the Grei family's standing was secure, and Ren's limited mastery of the holy light purification was hardly cause for concern so long as it remained secret and used recklessly. But the circumstances had changed entirely when the previous holy maiden mysteriously vanished. Several sacred light spells were lost, creating a void the church could not fill. Ren's unexpected command of holy light purification had aroused deep suspicion. Could this power stem from the vanished maiden herself? The atmosphere grew tense and still. The high priest raised his eyes and met Yates silently, as if exchanging words without speaking. After a moment, their expressions shifted subtly, indicating some quiet accord. The high priest was the first to look away, slowly softening his tone. It was presumptuous of me, he said gently, bowing toward Ren. Please forgive my offense, young Master Ren. Consider this vial of holy water a small token of apology. Within the clear glass, a silvery light flowed like liquid moonlight. The high priest placed it into Ren's palm with a slight nod, then turned to walk slowly deeper into the palace. The hostility vanished completely, leaving only the faint echo of footsteps along the corridor. Ren lifted the vial, his fingertips brushing the cool glass as he scratched his head in puzzlement. The earlier pressure and scrutiny seemed almost unreal now, replaced by a generous gift of holy water. Though unaware of the details behind the Emperor's negotiation, it was clear the Empire had gained the upper hand this time. He tucked the vial into his robe and, accompanied by Fed, returned to the palace. With the contest concluded, the banquet resumed, the music swelled again, and guests returned quietly to their seats. murmuring in small groups. As soon as he stepped into the golden hall, Rin spotted a blue-haired girl sitting beside his carved chair. Across from her, Anna and Caroline wore matching expressions of wary hostility. The girl was none other than Conrad's fiancée Julian. Calm and composed, she sat with her hands folded gracefully in her lap, exuding serene confidence. Sensing Ren's gaze, Julianne rose and delicately lifted her skirt, offering him a polite bow in proper etiquette. Fed, walking ahead, gave only a slight nod before quietly taking his own seat. Ren approached the table, studying the girl closely. He reached out, gently raising Julianne's chin so their eyes met, and asked quietly, "Aren't you afraid of me?" In her clear eyes, there was not a trace of fear. "Why would I be? Young Master Ren, you have always been chivalrous. As long as I do not betray your principles, there is nothing to fear." Her voice was calm and steady, her words clear. Hearing her measured reply, Ren smiled warmly and instinctively glanced back at Conrad's place across the table. Conrad was so foolish that he never expected his fiancée to be so rational. But now she belonged to him, Rain. "Well then, what should I call you? My trophy?" Julian blinked, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "What would you like me to call you? Master? Darling? Or Daddy?" Rain choked twice on the sudden words, quickly withdrawing his hand that had reached toward Julian's chin. "Just call me young master," he said. Having spoken, he turned toward his seat, only to find all 3 chairs at the table taken, causing him to pause. Lucifer, who had followed closely behind him, sensed the awkwardness immediately. Without hesitation, he dragged a spare chair from the side and placed it behind Rain as naturally as if rehearsed in advance. "Master, please sit." Rain nodded and took his seat. Opposite him, the old Emperor Art squinted to size him up. Seeing Rain squeezed at the small table, he laughed heartily. "Ha, this boy has my old spirit. Flirting left and right, his skills with women even better than mine. And today, he claimed the Azure Forest without shedding a drop of blood. Go on, get this boy a bigger table." Emperor Albert caught the meaning and smiled, signaling the servants. Hearing the old Emperor's laughter, Rain was momentarily stunned before rising to bow slightly in thanks. Indeed, for people crowded around one small table looked quite unbecoming. Soon, a large table identical to the one next to Ferd was brought and replaced the small one. Ferd curled his lip. This kid's style's almost on par with his old man. Layla beside him smiled quietly and patted Ferd's arm. "What? Envious of your own son? Envious? Ridiculous." Ferd snorted, pulling Layla into his arms as he poured her a drink. The guests glanced at Rain's newfound spacious table and the Grand Princess Carolyn seated beside him, their expressions shifting subtly. Rain lifted his wine glass and nodded with satisfaction. Finally, not so cramped. Just then, a stranger noble approached the table with graceful manners. "Good evening, young Master Rain. Your earlier fight was truly a spectacle, most impressive." Rain raised an eyebrow, maintaining a polite smile. "And you are?" "Tate Herrera, Count of the Persina's territory in the Empire's west." Tate introduced himself and took a bottle of red wine from his attendant, carefully placing it on the table. "I heard you enjoy fine wine and beautiful women. While I cannot bring you the latter, I do have a few bottles of exceptional wine. This is the century-old Augustus St. Dan. Please, have a taste." Rain didn't rush to inspect the century-old vintage. Instead, he lifted his gaze to look steadily at Tate. "Persina's? The vineyard, wine homeland of the Empire? Century-old Augustus St. Dan? Tell me, do you need something from me?" Tate smiled and shook his head. "Not at all. I only seek to build a good relationship with young Master Rain. Please enjoy the wine. I will take my leave." As he watched the Count depart, Rain raised a subtle brow. "Just a goodwill gesture?" Nearby, Grand Princess Carolyn whispered in explanation. "He's not only aiming for goodwill, but also to expand the business of his family's wine. Though the Herrera family holds only a count's title, Persina's is a wealthy territory backed by powerful nobles." Rain turned to look at her. Carolyn added calmly, "Coincidentally, the nobleman supporting the Herreras is none other than my uncle, Prince Barry. That's how I know all this. Although my uncle, the Barry Prince, isn't particularly powerful, he possesses a unique insight into commerce." After hearing Caroline's explanation, Rain nodded in sudden understanding. It turned out that Maurice, the so-called Amethyst family liquor supplier, had recently fallen on hard times. The prince's wine business had shrunk along with theirs, forcing him to seek new buyers elsewhere. Everyone in the royal city knew Rain's fondness for wine, so the Barry Prince set his sights on the Grei family, hoping to broker a deal. "In that case, they'll gladly accept this bottle of Augustus Sanctus." Rain raised his hand in signal. Lucifer immediately stepped forward, deftly twisting off the cork. The clear, water-like liquid wobbled gently at the bottle's mouth. He examined it carefully, ensuring there were no impurities before slowly filling Rain's glass to the brim. Augustus Sanctus is made from the pure white Sprite grape, a variety cultivated in only small quantities in the northern hills. The wine's near-colorless clarity reflects its rarity. Taking the goblet, Rain swirled the wine gently against the glass, bringing its aroma to his nose. The fresh and elegant scent carried faint hints of sweetness, delicate and elusive. He took a small sip, and his tongue seemed transported instantly to a sprawling vineyard, where the morning breeze carried the scent of earth and ripening grapes. Truly worthy of the title king of wines, he praised. Lucifer, pour a glass for Anna and the others as well. Sharing joy is greater than enjoying it alone. With a soft clink, the wine poured into 3 glasses in turn. Anna, Caroline, and Julian took theirs, savoring the flavor, their expressions quickly deepening into enjoyment. A smile played on Rain's lips as he turned toward Julian. Julian, how did you come to be engaged to Conrad? Julian set down her glass, a hint of self-mockery curling her lips. He desired my body. I needed his family's resources. As a mage of common birth, without support, even training is a struggle. Magic has always been the realm of high society's children without wealth or artifacts. Improving one's power is nearly impossible. Rain considered for a moment. Would you like me to bring your parents from the Federation here to the royal city? Julian was taken aback. She had planned to first win Rain by other means before making such a request, but now he offered it first. A glimmer of surprise shone in her eyes. Really? Then I'm very grateful, young master. Rain nodded. You're mine now, so naturally I'll look out for you. Although I don't claim to be a good man, I am generous with my own women. His tone was calm, but resolute. At the very least, I never gamble with the women I care about. Julian's cheeks flushed softly as she lifted her glass in a gentle toast. Then from now on, please take care of me, young Master Rain. The crystal-clear liquid clinked between the 2 glasses. Rain's gaze shifted slightly as he whispered an order to the shadows. Poison Bee, return and tell Uncle Joe to covertly send family guards to escort Julian's parents here. Don't worry about my safe-timey father is right beside me. As his words fell, a shadow rose from the ground. Poison Bee. He bowed briefly before vanishing in an instant. Federation. Inside the palace council chamber, Clin sat rigidly in his seat. The cheerful smile had worn upon entering now gave way to a dark cloud of gloom. His gaze was icy and sharp as he fixed Conrad with suspicion. Had Conrad not been backed by a council member, Clin would have long since lost his temper. Before arriving, Conrad had confidently claimed he could easily beat Rain, insisting that as long as he had his hands, it would be no problem. It was precisely this arrogant boast of Conrad's that prompted Klein to devise the current plan, yet this fool's recklessness completely ruined it all. Even the Azure Forest, which was nearly within their grasp, a hard-won victory sacrificed by countless Federation soldiers' lives, was handed over to the enemy. Klein was almost certain that upon returning to the Federation, he would face overwhelming scorn, and he could already imagine his uncle dragging him out to take the fall in order to appease public outrage. The thought sent a chill through him as his dark gaze landed on Conrad, and he silently schemed something in his mind. Conrad, obviously oblivious to Klein's stare, fixated instead on the intimate interaction between Rain and Julian. Muttering a curse under his breath, he spat, "Bitch." At the banquet, Rain keenly caught that venomous glare and deliberately pulled Julian from her seat. The girl gasped softly, barely steadying herself before he settled her on his lap. Just as Julian was about to speak, she read his implied message in his eyes and relaxed against him without protest. Her peripheral glance flicked over to Conrad, and instantly understood the twisted pleasure the man derived from this. Rain raised an eyebrow at Conrad in challenge, then buried his face in Julian's soft hair with a deep breath, lost in rebel delight. Conrad's fury instantly boiled over. The crystal wine glass in his hand shattered with a crisp crack. He abruptly turned away, refusing to look at the infuriating pair any longer. Seeing this, Rain toned down his mischief but immediately collided with disapproving glares from Anna and Caroline. In the palace, the feast continued. After all factions presented their gifts, the banquet entered its second stage. Rows of beautiful maidservants weaved through the glowing lantern light, placing plate after plate of delicacies and boxes of treasures on each table. Emperor Yate set down his wine cup. Though his voice was low, it carried clearly throughout the hall. Thank you all for your presence. I have prepared a few humble gifts as well-aiming fruits, dragon meat. He proceeded to introduce the treasures offered tonight, some of which were invaluable even to a 6th-level powerhouse like food. Rain nodded inwardly. The Empire had indeed spared no expense, carefully allocating treasures according to strength. 3rd-level warriors wouldn't receive 6th-level relics, and 6th levels wouldn't be burdened with 3rd-level gear. But when he glanced down at his own table, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sheer mountain of treasures piled high. Even the sacred golden fruits from the holy tree, extremely precious to his father Feud, came in a whopping 3 pieces, one more than his old man's share. He looked up at Emperor Albert, who smiled knowingly and leaned in to whisper, "Brat, still complaining about your reward? Is it enough for you?" Only then did Rain realize and scratched his head, nodding repeatedly. Enough, absolutely enough. 3 sacred golden fruits are more than enough. Though his seat was already overflowing, the maidservants kept arriving with boxes of gifts. Rain was about to inquire again, but his gaze swept across the tables of Anna, Caroline, and Julian. all of which were emptier than his own. Then it dawned on him these two were counted toward the three women's shares. Meanwhile, in Noda's palace, only at Rain's table did the maids continue their ceaseless coming and going, drawing everyone's attention back to him once more. Food stared in astonishment at the three sacred tree golden fruits lying on Rain's table. The golden green patterns shimmered on their shells, and the pure fighting aura they emitted wove through the air like fine threads. Even Food, a sixth-rank powerhouse, could clearly sense their healing effect on internal injuries. As the last maid bowed and stepped back, the long table before Rain was filled to the brim with various treasures, jade daggers, starlight or sealed scrolls all lined up, their cold and spiritual glimmers intertwining. Rain's father cleared his throat again, but his gaze never left the three golden fruits, his greed blatant and unhidden. Rain sneered silently. The old man was a classic case of grabbing what's on my plate while eyeing the pot. He met Food's eyes, and in that silent exchange they quickly agreed. The golden fruits should go to the old man. Rain knew in his heart that those three sacred tree golden fruits would truly benefit his father, while his own source cultivation was not in a hurry. Besides, Food had quietly promised earlier that once they returned to the family, Rain could select any four fifth-rank treasures from the family vault as an equal trade for the fruits. With his decision made, Rain picked up the golden fruits from the white jade plate and handed them to Lucifer, who had been standing nearby. For Lord Food. Lucifer accepted the plate respectfully, stepped over to Food, and presented it with both hands. Food narrowed his eyes, warning quietly, "Behave yourself, Lucifer. There are some people you don't dare mess with." Of course, Lucifer smiled lightly, his tone neither arrogant nor servile. "I will always be the master's loyal servant." Bowing slightly, he returned to stand behind Rain, hands calmly folded, waiting for orders. Only then did Food examine the plate. Besides the original two golden fruits, the three from Rain were now added, making 5 in total, their golden radiance dazzling to the eyes. He grinned widely, deliberately raising the plate to shake it teasingly at Brant and Fabian nearby, silently boasting, "You don't have as many as I do." Both men forced polite smiles, but inside they couldn't help feeling a twinge of jealousy. 5 sacred tree golden fruits could boost Food's combat power by a full 20%. At their level, even a 10% difference could mean life or death, let alone 24%. Just as everyone's thoughts roiled, the old Emperor Adder raised his hand for silence. His deep voice reverberated beneath the palace dome, "Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Please enjoy." He suddenly looked at Klein. "By the way, Klein, regarding the sky blue forest, I will arrange for someone to accompany you back to the Federation after the banquet. Your Federation had better not renege on the deal." Klein jolted, shaking his head quickly, "Of course not. Our Federation is known for integrity. There's no way we'd break a bet." Sweeping his gaze around the room packed with Empire officials, clan leaders, and church elites, Klein understood fully that if he dared to backtrack now, the consequences would be worse than losing the sky blue forest. The ruthless uncle he feared could wash his hands of the matter, hand him over personally, and then give the forest away outright, all to protect the Federation's reputation. Adder nodded, signaling acceptance. Then everyone began taking the rare treasures before them. Anna lifted a shard of icy blue dragon marrow. Caroline cracked open a rune stone imbued with wind elemental secrets. Julian carefully stroked a silver short staff that gleamed like flowing water. But Rain didn't move to take anything. He simply continued savoring his wine quietly on the side. The three women exchanged puzzled looks. Julian sat on Rain's lap, turning her head to ask softly, "Young master, why aren't you eating?" Rain replied casually, "If I eat, they'll lose the source energy." Then he added an explanation, "I recently consumed other treasures. If I eat again now, their effects will be weakened. They'll wait until my body has fully absorbed the previous magic before eating more." Hearing this, the three women nodded in unison, understanding his reasoning. Around the lavish long table, everyone was enthusiastically enjoying rare delicacies. The mingling scents of fine wine and magical potions filled the air, and the banquet slowly drew to a contented close. After the feast ended, various factions began to disperse. Anna and Caroline said their reluctant goodbyes to Rain before rejoining their fathers. "Rain, pack up. We're heading back to the family," came a voice from behind Ferd. Rain responded promptly, efficiently storing the remaining treasures into a spatial pouch, then lifted Julian into his arms as he stood. Ferd politely bid farewell to several minor noble branches of the Grei family and was about to leave when the elder Emperor Yates stopped him. "Ferd, wait a moment." Ferd halted and looked back, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Is His Majesty calling for me?" Yates' gaze shifted toward Rain, his tone solemn. "More accurately, he's calling for Rain. The luminary church has arrived. Ferd, you should come along." At the mention of the luminary church, both Ferd and Layla exchanged concerned looks, their brows tightening simultaneously. But judging by Yates' calm expression, they understood he was not handing Rain over, so they followed the Emperor slowly up the spiral staircase toward the palace's second floor. Pushing open the gilded double doors, They entered a reception room adorned with holy seals and magical runes. Prince Albert and several clerics from the luminary church were already waiting. When all arrived, they rose to greet them respectfully. The high priest stepped forward and nodded slightly to Ferd. Lord Ferd, the luminary church means no harm. It is natural that young Master Rain, through fate, came to wield holy light purification, and our church would normally rejoice. However, a grave matter has recently arisen. We have lost contact with the previous saintess. Even her sacred imprint has vanished entirely. Therefore, we must maintain heightened vigilance toward anyone associated with holy light purification. The previous saintess has gone missing? Ferd raised an eyebrow, his heart tightening. Now he understood the Church's sensitivity about Rain, though he himself was unclear about Rain's magical source, leaving him somewhat troubled. Rain, did you learn your holy light purification from the former saintess? He asked bluntly. Rain shrugged and shook his head. The previous saintess? I've never even met her. All eyes turned directly to the high priest. The priest frowned deeply, then earnestly said, Young Master Rain, this is not a doubt cast upon you. The saintess holds great significance for our church. Could you swear an oath before the god of magic? If you agree, I will offer you a prestigious guest token as a token of good faith. With that, he produced a white jade token bordered with gold and placed it in his palm. Rain smirked faintly but raised his hand to swear. I, Rain Grei, swear before the god of magic that I have never met the previous luminary church saintess, nor did I receive my holy light purification through her lineage. As the oath was spoken, the magical energy in the air rippled gently. Only then did everyone visibly relax. The high priest exhaled deeply. It seems I have misunderstood you, young Master Rain. This token is yours. Rain accepted the jade token, his fingers tracing its smooth surface, eyes reflecting subtle doubt. Quickly, the high priest added, this token signifies you as an honored guest of the luminary church. In the City of Light, you will enjoy many privileges, among them an annual opportunity to undergo the Church's light bathing ceremony. If you ever have the chance to visit the City of Light, you'll understand its true purpose. The high priest, having found no clues about the saintess on Rain's side, stood up and respectfully bowed to Art and the emperor beside him before taking his leave. Your Majesty Art, your Majesty, since matters have reached a temporary halt, we will not disturb you further and will take our leave. The emperor waved his hand in acknowledgement. Very well. Please convey my regards to the Pope. The high priest nodded, then turned and gestured lightly with his hand. The group of clergy behind him filed out in single file. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly looked back at Rain. Young Master Rain, although you possess the power of holy light purification, be sure not to reveal it carelessly. Rain nodded seriously. Only then did the high priest smile and turn away. Observing this, Verde also said goodbye to the emperor. Your Majesty, we will take our leave as well. Be careful on your way. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Julian's parents had been safely escorted back by the Grei family's covert guards. Meanwhile, after absorbing more than half of the treasures from the banquet, Rain's power source surged to an incredible number 159, 812, primarily fueled by 5th and 6th tier artifacts. Morning. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, falling by the bedside as Rain opened his eyes and stretched lazily. A golden light flickered deep within his pupils, and his silk pajamas instantly transformed into his academy uniform. Then he formed a fist-sized water droplet in front of him to wash up. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Rain waved the water away and opened it to find Lucifer standing respectfully. Master, the family had asked me to inform you that the 4th tier elite warrior you tamed in the secret realm has arrived and is currently waiting in the reception room. Andre is here? Rain raised an eyebrow, then signaled him to lead the way. Opening the reception room door, Rain saw Andre with a tense expression. Good morning, young master. Rain responded and took out the Persephone flower from his magic ring. The petals glowed with a faint purple hue and gave off a subtle medicinal fragrance. Seeing it, Andre's hands trembled involuntarily and his eyes reddened. Without hesitation, Rain handed over the flower. Andre hurriedly accepted it and choked out, Thank you, young master. Now, Ida finally has a chance. Go. Don't delay. Lucifer, call some family doctors to accompany him. Lucifer bowed and disappeared in an instant, soon returning with several doctors. Rain patted Andre on the shoulder. Wasn't this what you've been working for all these years? Go now. Andre will always be your sharpest sword and shield, Andre said firmly, nodding heavily before quickly leaving with the doctors. Rain watched their backs before turning and leaving the reception room, heading toward the academy. At noon, the class bell echoed through the mage tower. Rain stepped out, climbed onto Drake's carriage, and headed home. Just as he arrived at the family estate, he noticed Eve standing nearby with a serious expression. Rain stepped down from the carriage and teased Eve, who wore a stern expression. What's wrong? Who dared to mess with my Eve? Tell your master, and he'll make them pay. But Eve didn't even twitch the corner of her mouth. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her voice dropped to a low whisper. Master, Cecily, something's happened. Rain's smile froze instantly. What did you say? Master, come with me. Eve hurried him upstairs and through the hallway to the maid's quarters next to Rain's room. As the door swung open, a sharp scent of medicine hit him. Cecily lay on the bed, battered all over. Her exposed skin was bruised and purple, more shocking than when Rain had first crossed over. Several maids stood guard by her bed, their eyes red. They tried to hold back tears, bowing their heads to wipe them away quietly. A ringing filled Rain's head. He turned stiffly to Eve, blood rushing to his eyes. Who did this? Eve took a deep breath and recounted quickly. Today, Cecily went home to visit her parents. On the way back, she encountered a noble's son who had ill intentions toward her. When she refused him, he flew into a rage and beat her severely. If it weren't for the royal guards patrolling nearby, Cecily might not have survived. Her unfinished words hung heavy in the air, stabbing everyone's hearts. Swallowing his rising fury, Rain stepped to the bedside, hands glowing faintly white. Healing magic poured out, soothing Cecily's ragged breathing as the bruises slowly faded. What's his name? He demanded quietly. Theo Srick, youngest son of Marquis Srick. Once the worst wounds were treated, Rain gently stroked Cecily's cheek and whispered, "Hang on. Your master will make him pay." He stood, eyes locking with the grim Lucifer beside him. "Lucifer, go get Andre. I'm going to kill someone tonight." "Yes, master." "Eve, go to the palace and summon royal healers. Have them finish treating Cecily's minor wounds." "Yes, master." With orders given, Rain turned and left. The hallway lights dimmed as his gaze sharpened to ice. Toxic B? The air quivered as a black-clad assassin silently appeared. "Your command, master?" "Within 10 minutes. Get me the exact location of Theo Srick." "Yes, master." Rain continued onward. The maids he passed bowed out of habit, but he gave only a cold glance, not speaking. They hurried away silently. Downstairs in the hall, Lucifer and Andre stood fully armed and ready. Lucifer was clad in black armor. Andre wore the heavy full plate, metal scraping faintly in the still night. Both lowered their heads simultaneously. "Master." "Sir." Rain stood between them, waiting in silence. Soon, Toxic B returned like a shadow, dropping to one knee. "Master, Theo Srick is currently on North Wind Street in the northern district of the royal city." With the exact coordinates delivered, Rain's eyes burned colder. He took a step forward, voice barely above a growl from deep within his chest. "Let's go. Time for revenge, time to kill." The time shifts back to the morning. Watching the Wangxing guards carry away the barely conscious Cecily, Theo spat on the ground, his face full of contempt and scorn. "Rain's people, huh? What I set my sights on is mine." I don't believe Rain would risk turning against the Slyke family over some lowly maid. The Slyke family was based in the Shadowhawk territory northeast of the Empire, far from the capital. Theo had only come to the city this time to celebrate the old emperor's birthday. Before leaving, the family had already gathered intelligence on the situation in Wangxing. Theo's father repeatedly warned him that there were people in the city. He absolutely must not provoke Rain, being one of them. But Theo had long ignored his father's cautions, and as he signaled to his accompanying guards, he leisurely strolled along Windchaser Street without a care. At the same moment, the captain of the Wangxing Guard squad looked on at Cecily laid out on the stretcher, cold sweat beading his forehead. This was bad. Rain's most favored maid was beaten to this state. The ancestor known for doing whatever he pleased would surely erupt in rage. The captain had witnessed Rain's fury firsthand, was ruthless, completely turning against even family. "Careful with her. Take her straight back to the Grei estate. Every detail of the incident, report it verbatim to young Master Rain, understand? I want it detailed." He ordered gravely. "Yes, sir." The guards responded crisply and immediately hurried toward the Grei mansion. The captain took a deep breath and turned toward the palace. Though he had no privilege to see the emperor personally, he could still report to his superiors. Even he understood the gravity of this matter. As for those above him, well, there was a chance Theo might not live to see the end of the day, killed in Rain's furious hands. In the Wangxing Palace, the chief of guard's office. "What? Theo beat Rain's favorite maid like this?" The chief grabbed the captain's collar fiercely. The captain nodded desperately. The chief's brows knitted into a tight knot. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "That idiot, why pick a fight with Rain? Does he think his father is useless? Everyone knows His Majesty and His Highness are backing Rain, and this fool recklessly runs into danger. Didn't his father tell him who he absolutely can't mess with in the capital? Damn it." After cursing, he scooped up the captain and charged toward the palace. Inside the palace, Ivan, the commander of the Imperial Guards, listened to the report. Usually a gentleman, he couldn't help but slam his hand hard on the table. Damn, is Theo out of his mind? Didn't he see how much the emperor favors Rain at the banquet? Rice even begged me to look after his son more carefully. Look how he's repaying that, causing trouble. If I can't even control my own son, I might as well tell Rice to shove it. After venting, Ivan quickly regained composure. "Send someone." The door opened on command, and an Imperial Guardsman stood at attention. "Take my token. Select a few men to secretly keep tabs on Theo. No action unless I say so." Handing over the token, Ivan strode deeper into the palace, obviously to confer with the emperor. At the Grei family estate, the three of them climbed into Drake's carriage, and Ryan spoke slowly. Drake, can you get us to Zephyr Street in the royal city within 10 minutes? The moment Drake got in, he caught the rare coldness on the young master's face. Hearing this almost unquestionable order, his heart tightened. Something had definitely gone wrong. That morning, Eve had witnessed Cecily being escorted back to the Grey family estate by the city guards. Now, only a handful of doctors and Ryan's maid knew the truth. Even Fudd was kept in the dark. With that in mind, Drake suppressed all doubts, narrowed his eyes, and nodded seriously. Of course, young master. But the ride will be rough. Good. Let's go immediately. Drake promptly loosened the unicorn's reins. With a low, powerful neigh, the carriage shot forward. Leveraging the unicorn's strength and his expert driving skills, he pushed the speed to the limit. The streets blurred outside as the carriage covered ground in a breath, yet inside, the cabin remained remarkably steady, with only faint vibrations felt through the floor. Pedestrians from afar saw the lion-emblazoned carriage zoom past like a gale, shouting to clear the way. Within minutes, the towering walls of the royal city came into view. Guards at the gates raised their spears to stop them, but hesitated. This was the Grey family's carriage. Stopping it could spell trouble, but letting it pass too fast might bring the captain's wrath. Recognizing the emblem, their captain barked sharply, "Clear the way. Didn't you see it coming?" Swallowing nervously, he didn't want to be the first to face Ryan's fury. Exchanging glances, the guards stepped aside, letting the carriage burst through the gates like a storm. Better to risk a scolding than to provoke a furious Ryan who might not even see tomorrow if stopped. Once inside, Drake didn't slow down. Narrow alleys, pedestrians darting across suddenly, and the occasional merchant's servant rushing out all became tests of his skill. The carriage narrowly avoided collisions with sharp turns and quick maneuvers. Moments later, the sign for Zephyr Street appeared rapidly ahead. With a near drift, Drake brought the carriage to a steady stop. "You've arrived at Zephyr Street, young master," Drake said, jumping down and opening the door. Ryan touched down lightly, patting Drake on the shoulder. "Well done. Wait here for me." With that, he strode into Zephyr Street alongside Lucifer and Andre. Thanks to that morning's tip from the guard squad leader, the royal guards were already concealed near the tavern Theo frequented. Seeing Ryan's grim expression, the passers-by instinctively cleared a path. Only a few dozen steps in, a richly dressed noble youth appeared from the opposite direction, followed by more than 10 attendants. At that moment, a sharp voice buzzed in Ryan's ear. "Young master, that's Theo Slick." Ryan's eyes darkened with killing intent so palpable it could almost take shape. This was the man who had grievously wounded Cecily. Lucifer and Andre understood instantly, muscles tensing like predators ready to pounce. "Kill him. If there's trouble, they'll take the blame," Ryan said, his tone icy and absolute. Before another word, Andre drew the gigantic sword on his back with a heavy clang. The tip slamming the ground cracked open beneath his feet. In a few bound breaths, his massive form closed in on Theo. Lucifer, wearing a confident smile, matched the pace, flashing to Theos' side. The two flanked him, their presence thunderous and overwhelming. Hidden in the shadows, Ivan's pupils shrank suddenly. He had hoped to mediate the confrontation between Ryan and Theo, but never expected Ryan to strike with such deadly resolve. Who knew his fury today was this fierce? Just as Ivan was about to step in, one of Theos' attendants immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow with deadly precision, deflecting the massive sword that Andre had swung horizontally. At the same time, the demonic flames in Lucifer's palm crashed toward Theo, only to be blocked by a magical device glowing on Theos' chest. Seeing this, Rain flicked his fingers and a gray glimmering forbidden flying knife sliced through the air, narrowly missing Theos' ear and instantly dimming the device's light. In just a few breaths, Windrunner Street was pocked with craters, stone shards, and sparks flying everywhere. The shockwaves from Andre and the archer even tore the canvas of nearby stalls, provoking a chorus of screams. Ivan watched with a growing headache. He never imagined Rain would dare to kill openly on such a crowded street. He immediately raised his voice, ordering the guard to clear the crowds. Before the guard's footsteps at the street entrance had even stopped, Rain frowned and murmured, "That was quick." With that, he raised his hand and detonated a third-tier shadow magic touch of darkness, manifesting as a pitch-black palm that slammed toward Theo. Several guards hurriedly raised shields together to block it. Theo had come from the northeastern Shadow Eagle territory of the Empire, bringing a sizable escort. The archer kept Andre distracted, while two Tier 3 warriors blocked Lucifer from the left and right, their crimson blades and black flames intertwining midair. After blocking the dark magic, Theo finally recognized the attacker, his pupils shrinking sharply. "Rain, you're willing to make enemies of the Slyke family over a mere servant girl? Have you lost your mind?" Rain flipped open the forbidden magic codex and stepped forward slowly, his voice cold as ice shards. "The Slyke family or not, if you stand against me, I stand against you. If you harm my people, I won't hesitate to kill you." Before finishing, He teleported beside a guard and sliced his throat with a palm blade that flashed like lightning, blood spraying meters away. The stench of blood hit Theo like a storm, throwing his breath into chaos. Within moments, Rain swiftly dispatched a second guard. The remaining guards panicked, shouting, "Young master, retreat. We can't hold before they could finish." Lucifer punched forward, shattering the guard and his armor into a blood mist swirling through the air. A chill ran down Theos' spine. This madman truly wanted to kill him. In the next instant, Andre roared and swung his sword, a cold gleam flashing as the archer's head flew high, landing with a heavy thud at Theos' feet, eyes wide open. Theo completely lost it and dashed toward the approaching guards, screaming hoarsely, "Guards, save me! I'm Theo of the Slyke family." With the guards about to arrive, Rain and Lucifer's murderous intent intensified as they tore the last guard apart. Before the blood even settled, Ivan stepped protectively in front of Theo, furrowing his brow. "Rain, don't get carried away. Are you siding with him, Ivan? Defying me?" Rain snapped harshly. "No, I'm just." "Then get out of my way and don't block me." Rain's eyes turned cold as coal, suppressing the harsh words about to escape. If pushed further, he would kill even Ivan. But thinking of Ivan's status as the Emperor's confidant, he held back. Ivan still stood firmly in front of Theo, then slowly spoke up. "Rain, Theo must not be killed. You know the Empire's laws." Rain sneered coldly, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. "Huh, talking about laws now? I, Rain, always side with loyalty, not justice. Theo hit one of my men. If I don't stand up for my own, what kind of master would I be?" As he spoke, his sharp gaze scanned Ivan like a blade. "Ivan, will you step aside or not?" Ivan slightly shifted his stance but still blocked Theos' way, voice resolute. "Sorry, young Master Rain. I'll agree with you on everything else, but not this." Inwardly, he cursed Theo and Theos' entire family line. If it weren't for the sake of imperial stability, he wouldn't care one bit about Theos' fate. Rain's eyes narrowed further, and he raised a hand to point at the air. "Lucifer, attack." "As you command, my great lord." Lucifer's lips curled into an eerie smile. In an instant, he darted to the sky above the royal city. A surge of demonic power erupted from Rain's body, fully drawn into him. Demonic law, black death, nightfall. Boom. Suddenly, Zhufeng Street was swallowed in endless darkness. Except for Rain and Andre, everyone else was plunged into pitch black, unable to see their hands before their eyes. Shadows beneath their feet twisted and stretched, creeping up their necks like chilling blades ready to slit their throats at any moment. I can't see. Help. What's around my neck?" Ivan was stunned by the sudden darkness, but quickly regained composure and shouted urgently. "Rain, wait. Don't act yet. Let's talk this through." Hearing Ivan's plea, Lucifer understood and paused before attacking. Instead, he grabbed the trembling Theo from behind, lifting him and floating over to Rain's side. Crack! A dazzling light tore through the night's veil. The Black Death nightfall was forcibly shattered, and daylight returned to the street. The surviving Imperial guards touched their necks, their hearts still racing. Breaking the darkness were Ford and Emperor Albert, who had just arrived to intervene. Theo raised his head to the sudden light, only to find Lucifer sneering nearby and Rain's cold, deep gaze fixed on him. His legs weakened and he nearly lost control. "Rain, please don't kill me. I'm sorry. Yes, I'll apologize. I'll go gather healing artifacts and cure your servant. Will that work?" Ivan quickly chimed in. "Rain, he's already backed down. If you don't trust him, I'll guarantee this: if that servant isn't healed within a day, Theo won't be allowed to leave the royal city. We call it even, okay?" Rain snorted coldly. "Fine, if we're talking past things, then let his mother come stay with me in the royal city for 3 days. After that, I get to beat him black and blue. Then we're done." He deliberately dragged out his words. "Ivan, can you make that call?" Ivan opened his mouth but found no reply, so he cast a pleading look at Ford and Emperor Albert hovering above. Just as Ford was about to speak, Rain bent over and softly stroked Theos' head, voice icy. "If anyone dares to bully my people like you did, why am I even in the royal city? I want everyone to know how powerful my backing is. From today on, let's see who dares to lay a finger on my men." With that, Rain's fingers clenched suddenly, knuckles pressing deep into flesh. Then, with a brutal surge of strength snap, Theos' head was torn from his spine, blood gushing like a fountain, staining the blue stone pavement. In an instant, Zhufeng Street fell utterly silent. Everyone swallowed hard in shock as they stared at the bleeding sheep spine dripping from Rain's hand. Blood trickled along the joints, falling with a sharp sound onto the cobblestone street. The air felt taut, as if wound tight, like a rapino one dared speak first. Ivan was the first to recover, his heavy gaze fixed on the still warm, severed limb. He took a slow step forward and said, "Rain, come with our guards." No sooner had he spoken than Lucifer and Andre took half a step forward almost simultaneously, positioning themselves in front of Rain. Andre's bulging muscles clenched the huge sword tightly, its blade lowered but ready, as if waiting for just a look from Rain to cleave through the crowd. High above, Fjord hovered in the morning breeze, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the scene below. He didn't think Rain had done wrong. On the contrary, he admired Rain's decisiveness. If you touch my brother, it'll wipe out your entire family. If any of his own men were seriously injured, he knew he wouldn't be more lenient than Rain. Fjord turned to Emperor Albert beside him, about to speak. Your Majesty. Albert raised a hand to signal patience. Seeing Fjord's lingering doubts, he quietly transmitted a message. Fjord, don't rush. Rain will be fine. Theos, just a spoiled brat, it's no loss if he dies. There's no reason for me to suppress a true imperial talent over a good for nothing. But since this is a matter of life and death in public view, I have to give everyone an explanation. Have Rain return with Ivan to the jail for appearance's sake. Fjord silently acknowledged and nodded. On the Gustwind Street, Rain casually tossed the severed sheep's spine into a nearby wooden barrel, blood splashing up in dark red droplets. He patted the two standing before him on their shoulders. All right, you two can go. I'm fine. Andre, watch your granddaughter closely. I've taken care of what I needed to. Andre's tense face twitched as if he wanted to speak, but was silenced by a sharp look from Rain. Reluctantly, he sheathed his sword and stepped back. Lucifer maintained his characteristic gentle smile, though his tone was firm and uncompromising. Master, I'll accompany you. Rain paused thoughtfully, then nodded in agreement. Facing Ivan, he raised his hands. Ivan, handcuff me. Glancing to confirm the two important figures above had no objections, Ivan brought out shackles and cuffed Rain's wrists but didn't fasten the lock completely. He then signaled several palace guards to gather Theos' severed limb and fall into formation. They began escorting Rain and Lucifer toward the royal dungeon. Fjord followed close to the ground, trailing them until their figures faded into the distance. Though the bloodstained scent still lingered on the street, Emperor Albert looked after the departing backs and sighed softly. That kid really never lets me rest. The next morning, deep within the royal dungeon, in a specially arranged luxurious room, Rain lay stretched out sound asleep on a soft leather sofa, breathing steady and even. The furnishings weren't as lavish as his usual bedroom, but the bed was comfortable, bookshelves neatly organized, embers still glowed warmly in the fireplace, and his favorite wines lined the low cabinet. Lucifer sat quietly across from him in a leather chair, hands folded calmly, as if keeping watch through the night. A slant of golden sunlight streamed through the high, small window, falling across Rain's cheek. He frowned, rolled over, then opened his eyes, calm and untroubled. Lucifer rose immediately and took his place at Rain's side. Raising his hand, Rain summoned a clear sphere of water that hovered in the air. He casually cupped some water to wash his face, droplets slipping onto the gleaming floor. Knock, 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 knock. Polite taps came at the door. Lucifer stood and moved to open it. Instantly, Rain's maids filed in one after another. The royal city had been under strict lockdown last night because of the incident involving Rain. If not for that, these young ladies would have been waiting at the door for him long ago. They gathered around the bedside, their lotus green aprons still rumpled, anxiously studying their master. Surrounded like a star at the center of the sky, Rain pulled the recently recovered Cecily into his arms, his tone gentle yet playfully teasing. Let the young master see how Cecily is doing now. His hand slipped beneath Cecily's collar, fingertips resting lightly on the skin near her wound. The maid's face instantly flushed bright red, and she stammered softly. Why, young master, Cecily is fine now. Thank you for your concern. Rain ruffled her silky golden hair, a smile appearing at the corners of his eyes. No need to be so formal. I wouldn't bear to see you fall and get hurt. So why should Theo get to do that? Here, let the young master give you a kiss. Cecily pursed her lips and looked up, closing her eyes in anticipation. Rain leaned down and pressed just a light touch to her lips, like a dragonfly skimming over water. Releasing Cecily, he turned to Eve. Eve, why are you here? What's the news outside? Eve pulled a stack of papers from her magical device and handed them over, reporting, there are still people in the royal city discussing the young master's situation, but most voices are in your favor. The royal family is deliberately using the Tianqing forest being subdued event to divert attention. She frowned slightly as she added, but there are still some shouting that you must pay with your life, calling to uphold imperial law. Rain flipped through the documents, chuckling lightly without a trace of worry. The Grei family may be large, but they have enemies too. Those threats are just empty noise. My father, Fred, is still alive. If they really wanted to move against me, they would have done so long ago. The maids whispered quietly when a knock suddenly came at the door. Lucifer stepped forward to open it, revealing Otto and the Grand Princess Caroline entering. Otto's eyes landed on Rain surrounded by a ring of maids, his cheeks tinged with pink, his voice trembling nervously. Rain, this. Caroline smiled wryly, clearly familiar with Otto's little weakness of getting flustered around ladies. Rain nodded at the two, then instructed Eve. Eve, you should take them back first. Don't worry about me. They'll return to the mansion in a couple of days. Eve hesitated. Shouldn't someone stay to serve you tonight as well? As soon as she spoke, the remaining maids' eyes lit up, their hearts silently shouting, pick me. Pick me. Rain waved her off. No need. I'd rather have you all go home than leave just one here. Be obedient, go ahead. Reluctantly, the maids followed Eve out of the room. Once the lively chatter quieted, Otto noticeably exhaled in relief. Rain looked at his visitors. How did you two find time to come here? Caroline pulled a chair beside the window and smiled sideways. Otto was the one who sought you out. I happened to be free, so I came along to check in. Rain's gaze settled on Otto, who handed over a stack of documents, his tone tinged with barely concealed hope. Rain, these are files on Jinnah. Rain raised a brow as he took them. Jinnah? The adventurer you like? He flipped through the papers, a smile creeping onto his lips. But it looks like he'll have to wait a while longer. I can't leave just yet. Otto nodded calmly, but resolutely. I know. No rush. Then Rain began discussing recent events in the royal city with the two of them. The incident of Rain killing Theo continued to stir up controversy. For a time, both nobles and commoners alike felt a strange, hard-to-describe mix of emotions toward Rain. He had slain Theo with a single sword strike all because of a mere maid. Such an unexpected act carried the faint flavor of spending a fortune to find a worthless horse bone, yet it instantly propelled his reputation to soaring heights across the royal city. At the Bush family estate, since Rain took Casey under his wing, the family's already limited monthly training resources quietly shifted in Casey's favor. With more resources came envy. Many of the family's junior branches grew resentful, their shares getting squeezed and constantly opposing Casey at every turn. Yet once the news of Rain killing Theo over a maid reached the estate, everyone's attitude instantly flipped. Past indifference and disdain quickly turned into flattery and eagerness to please. Even the usually sharp-tongued matriarch greeted Casey's mother warmly, repeatedly calling her dear sister. Casey was far from oblivious. He quickly linked it all back to Rain. His respect and admiration for Rain deepened by the day, but alongside that grew a profound guilt. Master Rain had given him so much, yet he had nothing worthy to offer in return. So Casey poured sweat each day on the training field, silently vowing. One day, he would stand before Rain like Lucifer or Andre, cutting through all obstacles for him. Rain's impact extended far beyond the Bush family. Among the city's well-established commoners, the academy's gifted students, and most mercenaries in the guild, there was growing curiosity about how to pledge loyalty to Rain. For them, no charm was more reliable than a backer who actually acted. Rain wasn't a noble who only talked. He drew steel without hesitation. As a result, when Rain's maids or subordinates strolled the streets, the royal guards always trailed them from a distance of dozens of meters, wary of another reckless Theo emerging. Even many noble lords stuffed photos of Rain's followers into their children's hands, sternly warning, if you see these people, stay far away. If you dare cause trouble, I will cut ties with you immediately. Deep in the prison, Caroline and Otto's conversation with Rain was drawing to a close. Rain, that's all from the royal city for now. If anything major comes up, they'll send someone to inform you. Caroline said calmly as she rose and smoothed her skirt. All right, thank you, Rain nodded. Caroline smiled and left, with Otto following closely behind, clearly pleased with the results of their visit. After they left, Rain pulled from his pocket the box Otto had entrusted to him earlier, the so-called reward. Lifting the lid, a frown crossed his face. Inside lay a single horn. Its shape was strikingly similar to the unicorn horn affixed to his carriage, but its texture and luster bore subtle differences. Rain activated his magic eye. Emerald light swept across the horn, and in the next moment his confusion deepened. Within the horn flowed an extremely pure and violent wind element magic, clear yet untamed. This energy felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, Ryan had a thought. He took a feather from his magic ring. It was a plume shed by an elemental life-formed firework spirit bird. Carefully, he placed it side by side on the bed with the pale blue horn he held in his hand. Moments later, a bold guess formed in his mind. To test it, Ryan raised his hand, gathering magic, and sent out a slender wind blade, as thin as a willow leaf, straight toward the horn. Before it could even touch, the wind blade seemed swallowed by an invisible current and silently dissipated, exactly the same as when he had tested the firework spirit bird's feather with fire. Lowering his gaze to the horn, Ryan's lips curled into a slight smile. Could this be a relic left behind by the previous generation of wind elementals? Holding the horn in one hand, he looked at the feather in the other and let his imagination run wild. If he could gather all the elemental lives and forge contracts with them, how powerful could he become? As he immersed himself in these thoughts, a knock came at the door. Lucifer rose to open it, welcoming the visitor inside. Ryan looked up and blinked in surprise. His father, Food, had come in person. Father? What brings you here? Why can't I visit? Food raised an eyebrow, then took the chair where Caroline had sat that morning. Of course you can, but aren't you supposed to be negotiating with the Sleek family now? Negotiations? Food snorted. There's been no word from the Sleek family. They've clearly given up on Theo. They wouldn't do something so foolish as to alienate the Grei family and a future rank 7 mage just for a spoiled son. Ryan's eyes widened. Then when will I be able to leave? At that, Food cleared his throat, looking a bit uncomfortable. Even though the sleek family is done with Theo, there are still stubborn hardliners in the Empire. They cling to the law every day, unyielding. Those people are what truly trouble His Majesty and me. If it weren't for them, you'd have been free long ago. Ryan nodded, well aware of those old relics, the rotten beams threatening to collapse the Empire. Even he, a natural troublemaker, avoided them. So what now? I'm stuck here? Maybe I should sneak out quietly. No one would know, and if I'm caught, he'll just come back. Food curled his lips. That's exactly why I've come. Didn't you tell me you wanted to gain experience in the Watney province of the Morris family? Now's the perfect time. Go there and lay low. By the time you return, the reclamation of the Azure Forest will be nearly complete. Public opinion will calm, and those old nags will shut up. Watney province. Ryan was stunned. His thoughts raced. After a few beats, he looked up solemnly. Father, I want to make a detour to the Far East. Watney province, the Far East, and the capital, they all lie on the same route. The Far East? What are you going there for? You don't know the place. How do you plan to get there? Food's brow furrowed deeply. Ryan straightened, wearing an unusually serious expression. Father, I have no choice but to go. Seeing his son's resolute gaze, Food rubbed his temple and sighed long. Boy, you sure do know how to give me trouble. Fine. Wait for my message, I'll prepare your supplies. In the following days, Ryan didn't see his father again until the 5th day, when Food entered with Jonas in tow. After they sat down, Food pulled a wax-sealed scroll from his chest and solemnly placed it on the tea table. I don't understand why you must go to the Far East, but you have your own path. As your father, I don't want to interfere too much. He pushed the scroll toward Ryan. This is a formal letter and credentials I requested from His Majesty. With it, your journey to the Far East will be on behalf of the Empire. No ordinary person will dare to move against you. Even the ruler of the Far East will have to weigh the Empire's weight carefully. Rain was surprised as he took the token and the small bundle of papers from Fred's hand. The cold weight of the metal pressed through his fingertips recognized the token at once. Only an imperial decree could authorize the forging of such an emblem. Carrying it to the Far East was tantamount to bearing the Empire's authority itself. Even the Far Eastern lord would have to show proper respect. The edges of the official documents were sealed with red wax, causing a flicker of doubt in Rain's mind. Could His Majesty have a special mission in mind? As if reading his thoughts, Fred spoke plainly. His Majesty heard you want to go to the Far East. This token and these papers are your pass. Also, there is indeed a matter the Emperor wants you to handle. Rain nodded silently. He had long suspected the Emperor wouldn't grant such backing without purpose. Fred continued explaining back when Prince had journeyed to the Far East years ago. He returned with a woman who became the current Emperor's mother, Belly Morton. But Belly had since vanished after returning home. Despite the full might of the Empire pressing for answers, no trace could be found. Now His Majesty wants Rain to find any clue to her whereabouts. Rain frowned. After all these years, where could I even start? Fred waved off the concern. Just do what you can. If you fail, the Emperor may only chide you a little. But if you succeed, it will be a great accomplishment. Besides, with this token, no one in the Far East dares lay a hand on you. They'll assign guards for your protection. You'll be much safer. Knowing the risks and benefits clearly, Rain tucked the token and the papers into his magic ring. Remember, Fred warned, once you reach the Far East, your every word and action represents the Empire. Don't cause trouble like you do in the royal city. With that, he grasped Rain's arm, pouring a burning strength into him. Moments later, a faint golden lion mark appeared on the back of Rain's hand. Bloodline retribution, Fred's voice dropped to a whisper. If anything happens to you, I can track the mark and avenge you. Rain smirked, defiant. Don't worry. I'm tough. Fred motioned toward the door. Spend a day or two more at home before leaving. Accompany your mother these days. Rain laced up his shoes and followed his father out of the cold prison. The Grei family estate was brightly lit. Upon Rain's sudden return, the maids cried out in delight, rushing to cling to him one by one. Young master, you're back. Young master, Ailey missed you so much. The soft warmth pressed against Rain's chest, making him flush. He glanced back at Lucifer, who silently met his gaze. Lucifer smiled slightly. Master, he'll wait outside the room. Call me if you need anything. With a bow, he stepped out, closing the door behind him. Once the door shut, the maids let down their reserve. They pulled thick curtains shut with a rustle, cutting off all outside view, then opened the bathroom door. Master, you've been in the prison so long. Come bathe with us. One by one, they tugged Rain inside the bath. Eli quietly stood on her tiptoes and whispered to Ryan, Young master, aren't you the one who likes Avril the most? Now all the maids have started copying her style. Before she finished, Ryan cleared his throat lightly, lifted Eli sideways into his arms, and strode toward the steaming warm bath. Little girl, how dare you tease me? Then I'll start with you. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain cracks, resting on the edge of the bed. Ryan slowly opened his eyes, then got up to wash and dress in one swift motion. Straightening his cuffs, he pushed the door open and stepped out. Outside, the butler Lucifer stood respectfully waiting. Master, shall I prepare breakfast? No need. "I'm going to the dining hall." Ryan waved him off. He thought to himself, in 2 days, he'll depart for the Far East. Now's the time to spend more moments with my parents. In the dining room, the aroma lingered warmly. Ryan sat side by side with Ford and Layla, chatting about daily life. The atmosphere was cozy yet fleeting. After the meal, he walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor. "Lucifer," the young man said, turning his head, "go fetch Andre to the back garden. They'll be waiting there." Lucifer nodded and quickly left the villa. Not long after, back in the Dukist garden, Ryan found Lucifer and Andre waiting by the pavilion. To his surprise, a shy little girl quietly followed closely behind Andre. The three stopped at the stone steps. Andre bent down, gently ruffling the girl's hair as he spoke softly. "Ada, this is young Master Ryan. If it weren't for him saving you, you wouldn't be alive today." The girl clutched her dress nervously, then slowly peeked out from behind Andre's back and bowed slightly. "Hello, young Master Ryan. My name is Ada Iverson," she said before retreating again. Andre smiled helplessly. "Young Master, Ada has been unconscious for years and rarely interacts with others, so she's shy. Please forgive her." Ryan gestured to show it was no problem and handed over a silver token. "Take this token to the treasury later and get some nourishing treasures. She's far too thin." Andre patted her head in thanks. "Thank you, young master." The group then took the gravel path into the pavilion. Ryan sat on a stone stool and poured himself a cup of tea, savoring the fragrant steam. He looked up at the chief guard. "Andre, a while ago when you sparred with that archer of the same rank, you seemed very skilled. Have you hit a bottleneck yet?" Andre nodded seriously. "Yes, that's correct. If it weren't for my breathing technique level being too low, I'd have broken through already. My cultivation only reaches advanced. I keep getting stuck trying to reach rank 5. Ryan's reflection shimmered on the tea's surface as he pondered a moment. "If I gave you an ultimate breathing technique, how long would it take to break through?" The words ultimate made Andre's muscles tense. He inhaled deeply, thinking carefully before answering. "Young master, once I get familiar and adapt to the new breathing method, I'm confident it'll break through rank 5 within 3 days." Ryan raised his hand and took out a pale red inheritance jade from his magical device, an exceptional treasure from a secret realm. The jade's intricate patterns flickered with flames. "This is the flame prison burning heart breathing technique extreme rank. It's yours now. I hope you can break through soon." The fiery glow reflected in Andre's eyes. He swallowed hard as desire and reason battled within him, but reason won out in the end. "Young master, I don't deserve this. It's far too precious. Young master, I, Andre, am truly undeserving of this. It is far too precious." Andre's hands trembled as his eyes fixed on the palm-sized pale blue jade inheritance stone. The jade was crystal clear like water, with silver thread-like magical runes drifting inside, clearly priceless. Rain smiled gently and pressed the jade into his hand. "It's just an advanced breathing technique. Your priority is to break through the 5th tier as soon as possible. The stronger you are, the safer it'll be when I'm away." Hearing this, Andre's chest rose and fell sharply. After a brief hesitation, he clutched the jade tightly, suddenly dropped to one knee, fist pressed to his chest, voice low but resolute. "Yes, young master. As long as I, Andre, still draw breath, I will ensure no harm ever reaches you." Rain nodded with satisfaction, then changed the subject. "By the way, you already know I'm going to the Far East, right?" "Yes, young master." Andre stood tall, eyes sharp. "Please, be sure to take me with you." Though Andre tried to hide it, Rain sensed his worry for the young granddaughter. The young master smiled lightly, raising his hand to call out, "Ida, come here." In a corner of the garden, the golden-haired girl looked up timidly, first glancing at her grandfather. Seeing Andre's assuring nod, she took hesitant steps toward Rain, clutching her skirt, her water-blue eyes filled with nervousness. Rain gently took her hand. "Ida, would you like to be my little sister?" At those words, Andre's pupils contracted sharply, joy radiating from his face. Everyone knew Rain was the heir of the Grei family, future 7th-tier Grand Mage, backed by at least 4 peak-level 6th-tier warriors. If Ida became Rain's sworn sister, her status would rise instantly. Barons and viscounts alike would have to respectfully address her as Miss Ida. Ida looked back at her grandfather again. Seeing Andre nod firmly, she softly nodded her head. Rain reached up to gently stroke her cheek and said softly, "Call me brother." Brother." Her voice was as quiet as a whisper, but clear. "Good girl." Rain bent down and took out 4 or 5 second-tier magical devices from his Magitech ring. A protective pendant, wind-walking bracelet, shock-rebounding armlet. One by one, he fastened them to Ida. The small devices glimmered faintly in the sunlight, making the girl's cheeks flush. She looked up at Rain with a shy smile. "Thank you, brother." Rain stroked her soft golden hair again and motioned for her to return to Andre's side. Then he said, "All right, Andre, you two can go back for now. We depart the day after tomorrow. Use these 2 days to prepare your gear. If Ida runs into any trouble, she can find Jonas or my maid Eva. They will look after her." As long as she stays in the royal city, no one will dare bully her. Andre scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Understood, young master. He then took Ida's hand, and they slowly walked away along the garden path. Time flew by quickly, and soon the day of Rain's departure arrived. In these past few days, he had visited all his magic instructors. Despite his attempts to decline, the teachers insisted, warmly presenting him with countless scrolls of various magical disciplines, exquisitely crafted magitech devices, and standard-issue magical equipment, so many that even Rain lost count. Of course, Rain wasn't just taking without giving. For each teacher, he exchanged something like a magical artifact from old books tailored to their fields of study. In just a few days, the nearly 16,000 source points he painstakingly saved, originally a huge windfall earned at a birthday feast, were almost completely drained. Counting the numbers, he sighed painfully. Ah, my precious source points, it hurts so much. The book's spirit hovered midair, shooting him a sideways glance before glancing at the still bright 30,000 source points remaining on the ancient tome. Silently, it felt a pang of relief for Ford. At noon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and spilled onto the dining table. Rain shared one last lavish lunch with his parents before preparing to depart. Alongside the garden path of the estate, Layla tightly gripped her son's hand, her face full of reluctance. Turning to Ford, she pleaded, "Can't we just let Rain stay?" Ford shook his head firmly. "We have to avoid the harsh criticism from those stubborn naysayers. Besides, he's a young lion, can't always hide under his parents' manes. Only by braving the storms will he grow into a mighty lion. I can protect him, yes, but I won't strip him of his edge." Layla remained distressed. Rain gave her a hug and smiled reassuringly. "Mother, they'll be back in at most a year. Maybe by then, you'll even be holding your grandchild." Layla laughed and cried at once. She patted his shoulder lightly before pulling out a thick stack of gold cards from her magic ring, 10 cards worth 1,000,000 gold coins each, their gilded edges gleaming sharply in the sun. "Son, don't let yourself suffer out there. Always use the best if you can afford it. This is Mama's secret stash, for you spend it all freely." Ford's eyes immediately flashed green. "That's nearly 10 million, isn't it?" "Layla, Rain is going to gain experience. Why give him so much? Hand it over here, he'll keep it safe, and maybe fund a whole night squad for the boy." As he reached for the cards, Layla swatted his hand away. She shot him a fierce, tiger-like glare that immediately deflated the Lionhead House Lord. He awkwardly cleared his throat, forcing a tight smile. Rain chuckled softly, holding the gold cards. "Mother, I can't spend that much. Father's right, better let him maintain the night squad for me." Seeing her son relent, Layla nodded. "Fine, but don't make things hard for yourself out there." "Don't worry," Rain promised, immediately handing half the cards to Ford. Next, he approached the maids. To the leader, Fiona, he spoke seriously. "While I'm gone, they're in your care." Fiona stood at attention and returned a knight's salute, her calm tone tinged with respect. "Yes, young master. I won't forget your orders." He kissed each maid goodbye one by one before turning to board the waiting carriage. "Father, Mother, I'm leaving now." Raising the carriage curtain, Rain waved farewell again. Andre drove the carriage slowly out of Grei Manor. The clatter of hooves grew fainter until disappearing at the far end of the blue stone road heading east. Just as the carriage vanished, Bao, the warehouse chief, came running up sweating, clutching an almost floor-length list. "House Lord, when young Master Rain left, he took a lot of treasures with him." Ford waved it off carelessly. "If he took some, so be it. Just some treasures." Bao grimaced and handed over the list. "House Lord, it's not just some, it's a great many." Ford glanced down the list, was almost endless. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Looking toward the direction his son had gone, he placed his hands on his hips and bellowed like thunder. "You little brat." Since Rhina's first destination was the Whitney province under the Morris family's control, he had visited the Morris household a few days earlier to meet with Ollie. At that time, Ollie still needed to stay behind in the royal city and couldn't accompany him. So he handed Rains a personal token and a handwritten letter, instructing him, "Once you arrive in Whitney, look for Miguel Morris. He is the most trusted person I have there. Show him the token and letter. He will mobilize my local contacts to fully support your investigation of the legendary dancer Greta's sake. They won't interfere with other matters." Now, the token lay quietly in Rhina's palm. The carriage was dimly lit, and his gaze grew contemplative as he pondered the journey ahead. Suddenly, Andre, the driver, lowered his voice. "Young master, there's a village ahead. We've been on the road for 5 days. Should we stop and rest for the night?" Rain snapped out of his thoughts and pushed open the carriage window to look ahead. At the edge of the forest, a golden wheat field shimmered under the sunlight, rolling gently. Beyond it was a modest village. Weathered guards in rusty iron armor patrolled between the wheat rows and at the village entrance. Assessing the size, Rains nodded in agreement. "All right, let's rest there and continue tomorrow." "Yes, young master." Andre cracked his whip lightly, and the 3 black-scaled horses pulling the carriage surged forward. This time, Rains could not use the Grei family's exclusive unicorn carriage in the eyes of the hardliners. He was supposed to still be locked away in the imperial prison, and revealing his identity would cause complications. So they had switched to a deep red carriage, still elegant, though lacking the lion crest. As the wheels rolled over the shaded path and approached the village gate, two guards immediately stepped forward to block the way. Seeing the carriage's fine engravings and the horse's impressive build, their tone was noticeably more polite. Greetings, this is Posman Village. Please present your identification. Rains lowered the window and handed over a heavy iron identity badge inscribed with Caesar Russell. The Russell family was a marquis lineage on his mother's side, and this badge was a carefully forged travel ID made by his mother. The guard's eyes widened at once. The Russell family, so it's young Master Caesar. One guard hastily returned the badge with both hands. Please proceed. I will inform the village chief immediately. Rains pocketed the badge and gave a slight nod. The carriage restarted, rolling over stone paving as it slowly entered the village. On either side of the street, rough but tidy wooden houses stood in a row. A small tavern with the scent of wheat drifting through its low walls. A blacksmith's forge with an iron hammer sign swinging. A tailor's shop hanging linen skirts outside the village may have been small, but it had everything you needed. Golden wheat fields, busy farmers, and drifting cooking smoke made one's heart relax without even realizing it. Taking in the scene, a faint smile curved Rhinus' lips. It reminded him of the beginner villages from some of the games Head once played back on Blue Star. Following the guard's lead, Rayan's carriage soon arrived at an inn. The wheels clattered over the gravel, coming to a stop before a wooden building with a sign that read Pierce Inn. At the door, the village chief, his beard as white as snow, was already waiting in the cold wind. Seeing Rayan disembark, he quickly bowed in greeting. Good afternoon, young Lord Caesar. May I ask what brings you to Bosman Village? Nothing urgent, Rayan said, brushing dust from his cloak. Just passing through. I plan to rest here for the night and leave early tomorrow. The chief nodded respectfully, with a note of pride in his voice. This is the best inn in Bosman Village. Please don't find it lacking. This gentleman beside me is the owner, Pierce. If you require anything, please don't hesitate to tell him. The short-statured Pierce quickly removed his hat in acknowledgement. Rayan glanced at him and said, two of the finest rooms and all the food you have. He paused briefly, recalling the provisions stored in his magical container, then added, no, bring some local specialties instead. I'd like to sample your village's flavors. Pierce offered a professional smile. Understood, young Lord Caesar. I will serve you the most popular dishes of Bosman Village. Rayan took out 3 gold coins and handed them over. The sharp clink of the metal made Pierce's smile falter. He quickly waved them off. 10 silver coins would be enough. You really don't need to give so much. Rayan took back 2 coins, flicking one gently toward him. Consider the rest a tip. Also, please take good care of my horses. The gold coin traced an arc through the air before landing in Pierce's palm. His eyes brightened with gratitude. You can count on it. They'll get the finest feed at once. They'll be full of vigor come morning. After these instructions, Pierce led the way inside while Rayan, Andre, and Lucifer followed. The wooden floorboards creaked softly under their boots. The ground floor held several square tables, clearly doubling as a dining area. Rayan barely glanced around before following Pierce up the curved staircase. At the end of the upstairs corridor, Pierce stopped and handed over 2 brass keys. Young Lord Caesar, these are the 2 best rooms in the inn. I'm right downstairs, so please let me know if you need anything. Go prepare the food. Rayan nodded, taking the keys. Pierce bowed again before descending the stairs. Rayan passed one of the keys to Andre. You take this room. Lucifer will stay with me tonight and keep watch. Understood, young lord, Andre said, pushing the door open and entering. Rayan and Lucifer stepped into their room. It was modest but spotless, with freshly cleaned surfaces. On the windowsill sat new white lilies, their subtle fragrance easing the weariness of travel. After a moment, a gentle knock sounded on the door. Lucifer opened it to find Pierce holding a tray, bowing slightly. Young Lord Caesar, the meals are ready. Rayan rose from the bed's edge and straightened his cloak. Let's go. I want to see these famed dishes of Bosman Village you promised. Very well. Pierce ensures you will be left praising them. Pierce replied with confidence. Following Pierce to the inn's ground floor, they found the largest table already laden with an array of delicious dishes. As soon as Rayan set foot down the stairs, a smoky, savory aroma of roasted meat hit him, mingled with the warm scent of smoldering charcoal. He raised an eyebrow. Instinctively, the fragrance was even more enticing than he had anticipated. Pierce noticed the look and smiled proudly. Young Master Caesar, our village of Posman may be small, but we have plenty of fine things to offer. As they reached the table, steaming dishes were neatly arranged on the wooden long table, with a whole golden red roast placed at its center. Pierce gestured and began introducing each dish. Right in the middle here is cunning stag meat. If charcoal grilled directly, it tends to have a gamey smell, but we coat it with a secret blend of herbs before roasting, which completely takes away the odor, leaving only a rich, savory flavor. Rayan settled into his chair and caught sight, out of the corner of his eye, of a large oak barrel behind the counter. Pierce quickly went over, pulled the stopper, and poured creamy wheat beer bubbling into a rustic wooden cup. He held it out with both hands. Young Master Caesar, this is our village's own brewed wheat beer. Not as refined as what you'd find in the royal city, but it pairs uniquely well with the cunning stag meat. Lucifer had already inspected the dishes beforehand and saw no issues. Now he stepped forward, took the wooden cup, examined it briefly, then respectfully set it down in front of Rain. Master, it's perfectly safe. Rain nodded and waved to the two standing nearby. Sit down and eat. Am I supposed to enjoy this all alone? Only then did Andre and Lucifer take their seats. Seeing the three guests begin their meal, Pierce bowed slightly and retreated behind the counter to wait. Lucifer rose, took a sharp little knife from beside him, and sliced off a piece of the sizzling cunning stag meat, placing it carefully onto Rain's plate. Rain chuckled and shook his head. Lucifer, don't be so formal when we're away from home. I'll serve myself. With that, he cut off a large chunk and bit into it freely, disregarding any noble etiquette. Andre followed suit, dropping his reserve as he ran his knife over the meat and filled his plate with thick slices. Lucifer, however, maintained his usual grace, cutting only thin slices carefully and chewing slowly. He looked more like the true noble among the three. The roast crust was crisp and caramelized, juices bursting with every bite. Any faint gaminess was quickly subdued by the herbal aroma. Rain raised his cup, took a sip of the wheat beer, its maltiness slightly bitter at first, but with a sweet aftertaste that perfectly cut through the richness and felt his appetite awaken. He thought to himself, the royal city has its delicacies, but even a small village has its own special flavors. The three ate heartily, the inn filled only with the sounds of knives and forks clinking and happy chewing. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air at the door. A spear shot straight toward Andre, who sat with his back turned. The sudden change made all three look up simultaneously. The spear moved with light force, yet remarkable speed. Rain merely raised his eyes and glanced over. Time seemed to freeze as the spear hung, suspended midair. Squinting to get a better look, he saw a crude wooden shaft, the tip bound with vines holding a jagged stone rough beyond belief. This wasn't crafted by human hands at all. It looked more like something goblins would make. Pierce realized what was happening and quickly rushed to Rain's side. Young Master Caesar, it's the Minotaurs. Quick, let me take you to the cellar for safety. His face was pale, and his voice trembled with panic. Rain, however, slowly swallowed the roasted meat in his mouth, then reached out to grasp Pierce's arm. Don't rush. First, tell me everything about the Minotaurs. He turned his head and ordered, Andre, go outside and take a look. Help clear out any monsters in the village as well. Andre nodded, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a cloth he grabbed from the table, then gripped his greatsword tightly and strode out of the inn. Pierce was calmed by Rain's composure. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain, Young Master Caesar, our village, Bosman, had never encountered monsters before. But a few months ago, large groups of minotaurs suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At first, they were scattered and easy to handle. Only a few guards were enough to stop them. But over time, their strength increased. Our guard team is barely holding them off now. After hearing this, Rain led Lucifer and Pierce out of the inn. Dust swirled along the dirt road as a fierce battle raged ahead between the guards and the minotaurs. The clash of weapons rang out repeatedly. Rain narrowed his eyes. Minotaurs using group tactics too? Teams of three? He saw several villagers lying wounded on the ground and immediately drew his sword. Lucifer, attack, make sure to spare a few alive. Yes, master. Lucifer's black wings unfurled as he leapt into the fray. After Rain, Andre, and Lucifer joined the fight, the Minotaur's defense quickly collapsed. Suddenly, an inconspicuous Minotaur shouted something indistinctly, and the remaining survivors immediately turned and fled toward the forest. Rain's gaze sharpened. Target locked. Lucifer, capture them alive. Before he finished speaking, Lucifer casually tossed aside the corpse beneath his feet and transformed into a shadow, darting after the Minotaur. Its pupils shrank in terror as it screamed warnings to its comrades. Several others fearlessly blocked Lucifer's path, but one by one, they were cut down by him. Moments later, the target was captured, limbs bound backwards, still struggling and roaring in fury. With the capture, this wave of Minotaur invasion was declared over. The street was littered with the bodies of Minotaurs felled by the three of them, and the air hung heavy with the scent of blood. Soon, the village chief, his hair entirely white, staggered over. Kneeling deeply, he bowed to Rain. Thank you, young Master Caesar. If not for your intervention, Bosman would have faced certain doom. Rain raised his hand, a wisp of magic supporting the old man. No need for thanks, Chief. You are citizens of the Empire. As a noble of the Empire, it is my duty to help. At that moment, Lucifer returned, escorting the captured Minotaur. Rain stepped forward and noticed something unusual. The creature's eyes were unusually clear, unlike the instinct-driven beasts he had seen before. It seemed more like an intelligent being. Did it awaken on its own, or is there some other force behind this? Rain thought inwardly. Though the Minotaur rattled on non-stop, he did not understand the language. Rain summoned his spell Familiar and exchanged it for a magical scroll titled Mind Perception. As he cast the spell, A flash of light passed over the creature, and suddenly its words were translated into clear human speech in his ears. You lowly humans, release me at once, or my clan leader Duke will not spare you. Hearing the Minotaur's words, Rayan raised an eyebrow. Chief Duke? He repeated quietly, then turned to the village elder standing nearby with a worried expression. Elder, didn't you seek help from the nearby city-states? With the size of that Minotaur gang just now, if I hadn't been here, Bosman village would have been reduced to rubble. The elder's forehead was slick with post-battle sweat, his tone heavy. As soon as I realized the Minotaurs were becoming harder to deal with, I rushed to Shurgu City for reinforcements. They did send a few squads, but every time they tried to clear the area, they only found a handful of Minotaurs. After a few fruitless attempts, they concluded I was exaggerating, and now they no longer send help. If that group returns, I fear Bosman village may have to relocate entirely. Curiosity stirred in Rayan's mind. These Minotaurs used tactics, wielded superior weapons, and managed to evade Shurgus patrols. Clearly, they were no ordinary band. He patted the elder's shoulder. Don't worry. Since I've encountered them, I won't just stand by. Leave these Minotaurs to me. The elder's legs gave way in relief, and he dropped to his knees, choking back tears. Thank you, Lord Caesar. Bosman village will remember your kindness for generations. Rayan helped him up, then glanced at Lucifer. Understanding immediately, a faint, nearly invisible demonic aura glimmered from Lucifer's fingertips, silently marking the captive Minotaur's chest with a dark red sigil before the chains were unlocked. The Minotaur blinked in shock, then let out a beastly roar and darted into the forest. Branches rustled violently before the creature disappeared from sight. After a moment, Lucifer closed his eyes to sense, a smirk tugging at his lips. Master, this one's cautious has been circling inside the woods. Be patient. Let him wander, Rayan replied with a faint smile. Once he lets his guard down and returns to the lair, we'll take them all at once. With that, he strode back down the street toward the inn. On the table, the roasted meat and rich soup, now cold, still emitted faint steam. Rayan shook his head with a sigh. The elder hurried to catch up. Lord Caesar, shall I prepare some hot food? No need. You all have work to do. Rayan waved him off. There are so many Minotaur corpses in the village, dispose of them quickly. We can't afford an outbreak. The elder nodded in agreement, then exchanged a glance with the innkeeper, Pierce, silently signaling the honored guest before rushing off. Rayan led Lucifer and Andre back upstairs to wait for the demon, Mark, to move. Under the dim yellow lamplight, time slipped slowly by. The sun slipped below the mountain ridge, and the forest was swallowed by dusk. Suddenly, Lucifer's red eyes snapped open. Master, the Mark has stopped deep in the thick woods. They've likely reached the lair. Rayan snapped shut his journal of observations. Let's go. I want to see who taught these Minotaurs to fight. He called for Andre to gear up, and the three donned their armor and weapons before descending the stairs. At the stairwell, Pierce was busy laying out a sumptuous dinner, the rich aroma of meat filling the hall. Seeing the trio fully armed, he blinked in surprise. Lord Caesar, where are you headed? Going to clear out those Minotaurs. Rayan smoothed his cloak and inhaled deeply. Dinner smells delicious. He picked up a fork and stabbed a piece of meat, bringing it to his mouth. The hot, savory juice burst across his tongue instantly. Rayan closed his eyes in satisfaction, then raised his hand to gently pat Pierce on the shoulder. Pierce, take your time preparing. Wait for me to come back so you can serve it hot. No worries, young Master Kaiser. Pierce replied with a respectful yet simple smile. Even if it gets cold, I'll make you another portion. Rayan nodded without saying more and took flight with Lucifer and Andre toward the heart of the forest. Watching the three of them disappear into the distance, Pierce felt a genuine realization for the first time. Not all nobles are greedy like those in Shurgu City. Some truly care for their servants. Rayan and Andre followed closely behind Lucifer, soon reaching a waterfall deep within the forest. The roar of the rushing water was deafening, mist filling the air. Lucifer lifted a paw and pointed to the center of the falls. Master, my mark lies within that waterfall. Rayan's golden eyes flickered as he saw the cascading water part as if pulled by an invisible hand, revealing a hidden entrance. A torrent split apart slowly, exposing a vast black hole that seemed to swallow everything into its abyss. Andre, you take point. Yes, young lord. Andre's recent training with the blazing inferno breath technique had elevated him to 5th rank, firmly positioned at the mid-level of the true 5th rank, star-level berserker. Rayan was confident. If monsters capable of suppressing Andre appeared even on the outskirts of the imperial capital's forests, the Empire's safety would be gravely threatened. The three climbed the rocky wall to the cave's entrance and stepped into a dark mountain path. Rayan raised a hand and cast a spell, 2nd rank magic night vision. As the magic circle flashed, Rayan and Andre's sight instantly sharpened with an emerald spiritual light, revealing every detail of the cave's textures. As a primal demon, Lucifer naturally had night vision and needed no spell. The deeper they went, the steeper the path became. Bones of birds and beasts lay scattered among the loose stones, and the air carried a damp, cold, and metallic stench. Rayan reached out to touch the slanted rock wall and frowned slightly. This cave actually leads all the way underground. Soon the narrow passage opened up into a massive underground cavern. The vaulted ceiling soared overhead, stalactites hanging down, and a cold subterranean river gleamed faintly in the distance. Rayan's eyes widened as he whispered, "Wow." What truly shocked him was not the cavern itself, but the ancient ruins preserved at its center. Stone pillars stood tall, the carvings and reliefs eerily clear under night vision. Surrounding the ruins, a group of minotaurs patrolled like natural guards. Rayan narrowed his eyes and took stock. There are quite a few of these minotaurs, at least several thousand. Most were only first or second rank, with maybe one or two at third rank, so he wasn't too worried. Using the cavern's darkness for cover, the three silently crept closer to the ruins. Rayan was tempted to unleash a large-scale spell and wipe them all out in one strike, but catching sight of the perfectly intact ancient walls, he forcibly suppressed the urge. Who knew if that attack might shatter the precious ruins to dust? To preserve the priceless sight, Rayan quietly instructed, "Andre, when the time comes, release your fifth-rank pressure to intimidate them as much as possible. That way we can avoid fighting and minimize damage to the ruins." After understanding Ryan's demands, Andre's suppressive aura instantly burst forth. It was a killing intent forged through countless brutal battles, so heavy it seemed to freeze the very air, rippling outward with a low, humming vibration. The nearest minotaur was the first to suffer. Its muscles stiffened instantly, limbs locked as if bound by invisible chains, unable to move even a fingertip, eyes wide with instinctive terror. "Lucifer, finish this quickly." Ryan's command was emotionless but carried unquestionable authority. In a flash of shadow, Lucifer had already darted before the minotaur group. Facing these beings of only first-tier strength, his attack was swift and precise. An energy needle silently pierced a brain, a slight twist, and life instantly faded without a drop of blood spilled, flawlessly adhering to the order to keep the ruins intact. Andre's suppressive aura continued to spread, engulfing much of the ruins. More minotaurs sensed the danger but dared not advance, trembling in place. At that moment, a relatively well-dressed minotaur, clearly of high rank, staggered out from the central stone hall. It slowly knelt, forehead pressed to the ground, palms raised, emitting a hoarse, low plea. Andre glanced sideways at Ryan. "Young master? What is this?" Through mental perception, Ryan immediately grasped the message. "Mighty human lord, my tribe wishes to submit and begs for mercy, offering our most precious treasure in exchange." Ryan said nothing, his gaze drawn to a stone house nearby. A dozen ragged human women trapped behind iron bars, sitting against the wall in numb silence. If not for a faint trace of life force, he would have thought them tortured to death. "Ugh, you really deserve to die," Ryan murmured, then ordered Andre, "Spare the one kneeling for now. Let Lucifer handle the rest. Don't touch anything yourself, and keep the ruins clean of blood." Andre scratched the back of his head and gave an honest smile. "Young master, I can handle it without bloodshed, actually." "Oh, then let's work together. Hurry up. I want to get back and eat some hot food." Having not fought freely for a long time, Andre grinned viciously. He lightly slapped his palm, channeling fighting spirit through his body. Instantly, a minotaur's heart on the side exploded, and the body silently collapsed. Seeing some still not stopping, the kneeling minotaur finally roared furiously and lunged at Andre. Ryan raised his palm, wielding a spatial orb condensed from the void, trapping him instantly and sealing all movement. The leader's charge seemed to trigger a primal instinct. The surrounding minotaurs roared in unison, launching a suicidal assault. But after just half a step, Andre's suppressive aura pinned them in place, their spines bent at unnatural angles as they struggled in vain. Not much time passed. Thousands of minotaurs fell one after another in despair and powerlessness, the entire tribe completely wiped out by Lucifer and Andre. Gazing over the sea of minotaur corpses, Ryan's eyes held no trace of mercy. "Those not of my clan harbor alien hearts." Turning back to the building, the woman whose eyes had long since lost their expression shook her head gently. With a subtle wave of her hand, the women departed from this world without pain. After a brief silence, Lucifer and Andre moved with practiced coordination, hauling the scattered bodies of the minotaurs in the ruins into a corner and tidying up promptly. As the mingled scent of blood and dust gradually faded from the air, Rain finally took a step forward, slowly approaching the massive stone structure where the minotaur leader had appeared. Standing at the entrance, his gaze immediately caught the outlines inside. A soaring dome cracked and worn, the stone walls faintly bearing the rough repairs made by the minotaurs, though the ravages of time were unmistakable. At the center stood a pyramid-shaped stone altar no taller than a person, calmly holding a pale blue jade bottle that shimmered like distilled moonlight. "Rain, hurry over and take a look. There's an intense energy coming from that thing." The voice of the book's spirit suddenly burst into his mind. Following the advice, Rain stepped forward. Even before touching it, a biting cold rush hit him. He gripped the bottle carefully and gently shook it. The crisp sound of water echoed through the empty hall. The book's spirit urged him on relentlessly, so he finally stopped hesitating and pulled off the seal. Hiss! An even sharper chill spread instantly, frosting the tips of his eyebrows. Frowning, Rain summoned the fire demon energy within his body to push the temperature around him back to a bearable level. The next moment, a beam of light shot out from his chest, revealing the book's spirit's true form. Wide eyes nearly pressed to the bottle's mouth. This is the spirit purifying moon elixir? The spirit purifying moon elixir? You know what this is? Rain raised an eyebrow. The book's spirit nodded vigorously. Of course. Its extremely precious boosts magical talent, strengthens the soul, heals wounds, replenishes mana, and it also unlocks wisdom. That group of minotaurs probably relied on it to learn how to think. She cradled the jade bottle tenderly, biting her lower lip with her bunny teeth. Only the moon goddess faithful followers get a chance to obtain the spirit-purifying moon elixir. Legend says every drop requires a fanatic praying without sleep for a whole month. At the thought, she stomped angrily. Those minotaurs must have wasted so much of it they deserve to die. Rain chuckled. Does it work for you too? Of course. The book's spirit flashed her fangs. If dripped onto a weapon, it might breed a spirit weapon, but for an already formed spirit weapon like me, it's an excellent energy supplement. It's similar to the effect of a secret realm's core and helps me maintain my manifested form. That does sound important. But make sure to save half for me. Got it. I wouldn't consume it all anyway. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and darted back into Rain's mind, rolling in satisfaction. Feeling the book's spirit's joyous excitement, Rain laughed softly, put away the jade bottle, and continued searching the hall. Pulling away the Minotaur's rough cloth hangings revealed original murals on the stone walls. A group of people kneeling before a deity statue, offering strange vessels and bouquets, with intricate magic circles carved around the altar. Rain couldn't read a single character of the script nearby, but heard the book's spirit whisper. These murals record the offerings required for worshipping the moon goddess, along with the corresponding magic circles. Her voice trailed off, then she raised her brow and slowly said, Rain, perhaps we can try performing a ritual to the moon goddess ourselves. Rain, maybe, we could try performing a ritual for the moonlight goddess. Pale gray stones lay scattered at their feet, dust drifting through the crumbling temple. Rain leaned against a broken stone pillar when suddenly the calm, yet somewhat excited voice of the spirit book sounded in his ear. He paused, a brow arching in surprise. A ritual? For the moonlight goddess? Am not her follower, can I even do that? The spirit book chuckled softly, as if expecting his reaction. You're right, you weren't her follower before, so you couldn't perform rituals. But that was under the old rules. Now the pure moon cult is destroyed, and the moonlight goddess is desperate for faith. I don't believe she'll remain indifferent if you offer a ritual. With that, he traced a finger through the air, a strand of golden light flowing into Rain's mind. In an instant, detailed images of a complex magic circle appeared, its structure, node positions, and flow path vividly clear. This is the ritual magic circle recorded on the wall. Whether you want to use it is up to you, the spirit book explained gently. Rain closed his eyes to sense it, then opened them with a contemplative look. I can probably set up the circle, but what am I supposed to sacrifice? The corpses of those minotaurs? Definitely not. The spirit book immediately shot down the idea. The moonlight goddess isn't an evil deity. Blood sacrifices would only offend her. You need treasures, the more precious, the better. Rain shrugged. He had been hoping to reuse the minotaur's body somehow, but upon hearing that, he gave up. He searched the ruined temple once more, opening stone cabinets and lifting slabs, but found nothing but debris and dust. Resigned, he stepped out into the open plaza. Moonlight spilled through the broken walls, illuminating the cracked stone floor. Rain took a deep breath, channeling magic through his body. His fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, carving complex magic lines on the ground. A circular main array, a six-pointed secondary array, and hundreds of runes scattered throughout. Though only a second-tier advanced mage, with patience and precision, he completed the entire magic circle. Wiping sweat from his brow after the final stroke, he asked the spirit book, the circle's done. Now what? Activate it, or place the treasure first. Put the treasure you want to offer in the center, then activate the circle, and recite after me. The spirit book replied calmly. Ray nodded, pulling out 3 fourth-tier treasures from his storage ring, all borrowed from his family's vault, and placed them carefully in the circle's core before stepping back. He poured magic into the circle. Instantly, the runes filled with silvery white light that flowed along the lines like water. At the same time, the spirit book's voice echoed in his ear. Repeat after me. Pure moonlight goddess, you are the beacon of the night sky, the symbol of tranquility and purity. At this sacred moment, I offer you my sincerest respect and faith. Rain's mouth twitched at the somewhat cheesy lines, but repeated them faithfully. As the last words left his lips, the magic circle flared brightly, a pillar of light shooting toward the sky. Within the circle's center, a faint female phantom formed. Simultaneously, the three fourth-tier treasures silently vanished. The apparition was wrapped in soft moonlight, her face obscured, but one could just make out smooth shoulders and a graceful posture. Through the mysterious veil, Rain could tell she was an elegant goddess radiating mature confidence. She glanced down at him with a clear hum that echoed through the empty plaza, sharpening the senses. Then the moonlight goddess' gaze narrowed slightly. She sensed a rare, all-attribute magical talent in Rain. Such a gift was as scarce as a morning star, even in her era. To her surprise, she also detected lingering traces of the god of magic's aura within the youth, clearly a mark of divine favor. This is an all-attribute magical talent? She whispered, eyes gleaming with delight. After observing him a moment longer, her lips curled into a gentle smile. Withdrawing her divine presence, she chuckled softly. Encountering such a prodigy naturally stirs my admiration for talent. Having this young man help rebuild the Qinghua sect on the continent might be an option after all. So what if he possesses the artifact of the magic god? She was trapped. What could he possibly compete with her for? Under the silent moonlight, the goddess' ethereal form hovered midair, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice piercing the night. Young man, would you serve as my moonlight goddess emissary and spread the faith of Qinghua across the continent? Rain froze for a moment, then shook his head. At the same time, the spirit residing in his mind let out a disdainful snort. Your goddessship. I have no desire to be a follower of any god. Rain met the ghostly figure's gaze directly. I only offer worship to exchange for treasures. The moonlight goddess faltered slightly and withdrew the divine blessing she was about to grant. She had fully expected the youth to accept without hesitation. Are you certain? As my emissary, I guarantee you will reach 7th rank and the very pinnacle of the continent within half a year. No, thank you for your kindness, goddess. Rain still refused with a shake of his head. Meanwhile, deep within Rain's divine soul space, the magic god watched the moonlight goddess with amusement, clicking its tongue. Qinghua, Qinghua, if only you showed your true face, maybe this little lecher would say yes. But sadly, no such luck. Faced with rejection once again, the moonlight goddess fell silent for a moment before sighing. If that is the case, I will not force you. Raising a finger, she sent a cold beam of moonlight cascading down upon Rain. The glow seeped into his flesh, then faded away, leaving a faint crescent moon mark upon his forehead. This is the reward for worship. For 1 month, any magic you use at night, while bathed in moonlight, will carry the chill of the moon and divine power. Before she finished speaking, she tapped again, and a new moon pattern appeared beside Rain's existing magical array mark on his arm. I have left a mark on you. If you change your mind, call me anytime. The goddess' energy depleted, and her phantom shattered into fragments of light before vanishing. As she left, the altar's runes dimmed and crumbled into tendrils of magical mist that dispersed into the air. Rain rolled up his sleeve and stared at the 2 marks in surprise. The crescent moon is obviously from the moonlight goddess, but who's the one resembling a magic circle? The spirit in his mind chuckled softly. Confused? That's the magic god's mark. When she put it there, I have no idea, but it won't harm you. Rain nodded, lowered his sleeve, crushed the spatial orb in his hand, and continued searching the ruins. At the same time, deep within Rain's divine soul, the magic god and moonlight goddess faced each other. In the cold silence, the magic god narrowed her eyes and spoke first. Qinghua, what are you doing here? He's mine. The moonlight goddess smiled faintly. Yours? Has he agreed to be your emissary? Soon enough. The magic god laughed confidently. I am the magic god. If he's a magician and doesn't believe in me, then who else could he? Qinghua remained calm. You're trapped. My Qinghua sect has vanished. We both need an emissary on the continent to oversee affairs. Since we have both set our sights on this youth, let us each rely on our own strength. After Lucifer and Andre chopped off the Minotaur's horns, they piled the corpse on the far side of the cavern. When the last massive remains were thrown onto the heap, Lucifer raised his hand, and a burst of black magical flames roared forth. The fire clung to the rocky walls and quickly consumed the towering pile of bodies. Thick, foul smoke billowed up toward the cavern ceiling. He then began chanting a spell to control the airflow, directing all the smoke far away from the heart of the ruins, so it wouldn't disturb Rain, who was still scavenging for treasure. On the opposite side of the ruins, guided by the energy sensed from the ancient book, Rain moved like a hawk, swift and precise. Any magical item, whether on stone platforms, in niches, or in cracks in the ground, was swept into the magical container he held. Before long, he had gathered all the treasures of various kinds scattered around. Once Lucifer and Andre finished their task, the 3 reunited. Lucifer approached Rain and handed him a jet-black magical container. Master, inside are all the Minotaur horns. The material is common, but the quantity is enormous. After refinement, it will yield a significant amount of magic stones. Rain took it and nodded. I'm almost done on my side too. Let's go back to the village. I'm so hungry I can barely stand. The 3 retraced their steps along the path they came from. Soon they reached the river beneath the waterfall. Amid the mist, Rain suddenly turned, clasping his right hand in midair toward the center of the waterfall. Amid the roaring water, the cave entrance hidden behind the waterfall swiftly sealed shut. Massive boulders pressed together until the opening looked as if it had never existed. After completing this, he called the others to keep moving. They arrived at Bosman village just after midnight. Gray-white fog clung to the woods, and the elderly village chief paced anxiously near the entrance, his eyes red-rimmed. Rain emerged from the trees with a faint smile. "Young Lord Kaiser, you've finally returned. I was worried all night," the chief said as he hurried forward, followed by a group of nervous villagers. Rain said little, appending the magical container so the pile of minotaur horns spilled onto the ground in a small mountain. "There's no need to worry anymore. That entire minotaur tribe has been completely dealt with." At the announcement, the villagers erupted in thunderous cheers. The village chief knelt first, and the crowd shouted in unison, "Thank you, young Lord Kaiser." Rain accepted their gratitude calmly, then helped the chief to his feet. "It's time to eat. What about the feast? I'm starving." "Yes, yes. We prepared everything for your return," the chief stammered eagerly, calling over the villagers. As night fell, a huge bonfire blazed at the center of Bosman village. The flames lit up half the sky, and villagers danced around the fire, their wooden cups filled with wheat beer clinking together in celebration. Rain sat at the main seat, with platters of delicacies steaming before him, though his thoughts were fully on the heavy magical container filled with relics from the ruins. He weighed whether to let the ancient book directly absorb their energy. At that moment, the book spirit's voice echoed happily and excitedly from his mind. "Phew, this spirit-cleansing moon elixir really is something. Rain, I've got huge news for you this time." Rain straightened up, eyes sharp. "Good news? Tell me." "With the boost from the spirit-cleansing moon elixir, I've located the position of another book." Rain immediately sat up, his tone openly eager. "Where? What kind of book this time?" "Not far from where you are now, about 700 kilometers to the southeast of your current location. That book will definitely be helpful to you. It's called The Book of Treasures." The spirit's voice echoed softly in the air, calm yet filled with allure. "It can reveal the purpose of all treasures and artifacts in the world, and even pinpoint the exact location of whatever you seek." Rain stood in the breeze, the light in his eyes growing noticeably intense. His original plan to head to the Watney province was instantly postponed. He looked up and squinted, locking his gaze firmly toward the southeast. After a moment, he summoned Lucifer to his side. Taking out a letter he had written earlier and his own token from the magic ring, he handed them over. "Lucifer, take this letter and my token to Stone Drum City. Find the trade guild of either the Grei family or the Russell family. When you meet their leader, show the token and have them deliver the letter to my father, Food." Lucifer nodded in acknowledgement. With slender fingers gripping the letter and token, he blurred into a shadow and slowly vanished from sight. The letter detailed the well-preserved ruins near Bosman village. Of little value to Rain, but to Food, who was passionate about historical research, it was priceless. The next morning, Rain, Andre, and Lucifer left Bosman village under the watchful eyes of the entire community. The village chief and the villagers accompanied them for several hundred meters before stopping. Rain leaned out the carriage window and waved goodbye. The wheels clattered over the cobblestone path as their new journey officially began with the goal, the Book of Treasures. Andre, driving the carriage, couldn't help but wonder silently. Why had the young master suddenly changed direction to the southeast? But he kept his head down and said nothing. 700 kilometers wasn't an impossible distance, but certainly no short trip. They traveled day and night, speeding along on the sound of the rolling wheels. During this time, Rain naturally made a breakthrough, officially rising to the rank of junior third-level mage. The spirit provided steady guidance on their route. Finally, the carriage arrived at Twilight City, a central city of the AVT province of the Empire, controlled by the Ward family. The city walls were built of gray limestone. The morning mist had yet to clear. The armor of the guards at the gate gleamed faintly with moisture. Rain focused, communicating with the spirit. "Spirit, is the Book of Treasures really inside this Twilight City?" The spirit closed its eyes to sense, then nodded solemnly. "Yes, right here within the city." With confirmation in hand, Rain ordered Andre, "Enter the city." But Lucifer whispered a reminder. "Master, it's best not to show your true face here. Bosman Village is one thing, but Twilight City is different." Rain nodded in agreement. From the magic ring, he took out a mask made of human skin, thin as a cicada's wing, and pressed it to his face. His features quickly reshaped into a stranger's handsome, yet unfamiliar. "How about this? You remain handsome and poised, Master," Lucifer smiled in response. "Andre, let's go." Rain gestured. The carriage approached the city gates slowly. The guards raised their hands to halt them. "Please show your identification." Rain handed over a carefully forged identity card. The guard glanced down, momentarily stunned, then respectfully returned it, saying, "Greetings, young Master Caesar. Welcome to Twilight City." They didn't even dare charge a toll, immediately allowing them through. The carriage rolled onto the wide, stone-paved street, greeted by the morning hustle and bustle of pedestrians. Andre turned to ask, "Young master, where to next?" "First, find an inn to leave the carriage and wash up." Rain brushed off the dust from his cloak. Andre obeyed, swiftly dismounting to pull over a passing young man and ask where the best inn in Twilight City was, then drove off at once. In Twilight City, Andre drove the carriage slowly along the street. Rain pushed open the window. Twilight was still faint, yet the busiest main street was already humming with voices. The Aft province was dotted with demi-human tribes, so cat ears and rabbit ears were common sights among the pedestrians. The furry beast ears trembled gently in the evening breeze, making Rain's skin itch with a secret urge to reach out and stroke them. After a few friendly passers-by gave directions, the carriage stopped in front of a 3-story stone building. "Master, we've arrived at the inn," Andre reminded him. Rain swung himself down and looked up to see the ancient bronze signboard with for gilded characters Twilight Inn. He nodded to himself. No wonder this was the best inn in Twilight City. Its size rivaled even the royal capitals. No sooner had the carriage come to a full stop than a neatly dressed boy hurried out to greet them. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you looking for rooms to stay?" "Yes, book me the 2 best rooms you have." The boy scratched his head, polite yet cautious in tone. "Sir, the finest rooms here at Twilight Inn are reserved for nobility. May I please see your identification badge?" Rain was already familiar with this policy. He took out a metal ID badge from his pocket and handed it over. The boy's eyes narrowed sharply as he spotted the unmistakable crest of the Marquis of Russell's family. He quickly bowed, returning the badge with both hands. "So it is the Honorable Master Caesar. Please, come inside." Rain followed him into the front hall. The white quartz tiles gleamed like mirrors under the lights. The golden velvet wood front desk was smoothly polished. A huge crystal chandelier cast a soft, warm glow. The boy led him to the counter and said, "Miss Rose, this is Master Caesar of the Russell family, requesting 2 of the finest rooms." The young woman behind the desk looked up, briefly surprised, then broke into a gentle smile. She pulled out 2 ornately carved brass keys and handed them over. "Welcome, Master Caesar. These are your 2 rooms, both on the 3rd floor. The rate is 3 gold coins per day, including 3 meals. You can settle the bill upon checkout." Rain took the keys and, accompanied by the boy, ascended a wide wooden staircase to the 3rd floor. There were only 4 rooms on the entire floor, each spacious enough to hold a small dance party. The 2 he reserved were the innermost rooms. At the door, the boy reminded him, "Master Caesar, there is a call button inside the room. Should you need anything, someone will arrive within minutes. Bevan will not disturb your rest any further." With that, he bowed slightly and quietly left. Rain turned the key and pushed open the door. Soft carpet covered the floor, and 2 demi-human girls knelt respectfully inside. "Welcome home, master." 2 pure white rabbit ears stood straight up, their tips twitching gently. Rain smiled faintly, surprised by such attentive service. "Get up and prepare some hot water for bathing." "Certainly, master." The 2 rabbit-eared maids bowed respectfully, their bell-like voices ringing softly as their silver slave collars chimed gently with their neck movements. Seeing the chains on the collars, Lucifer's lingering caution eased slightly. Rain leapt directly onto the soft, large bed, the down comforter nearly swallowing him whole. The bumpy carriage ride had kept him awake for days, and now back in a real bed, he longed to fall into a deep sleep immediately. After a brief rest, the bathroom door opened, mist carrying the scent of vanilla wafting out. The 2 rabbit-eared maids approached the bedside and bowed again. "Master, the hot water is ready." Rain rolled off the bed lazily, stretching as he got up and headed toward the bathroom. The maids followed closely behind. Neither Andre nor Lucifer stopped them. There was no sign of combativeness or magical energy in the slaves. Under the collar's spell, they posed no threat to a 3rd-level mage. The spacious bathtub was shrouded in steam. Rain leaned against the edge, while the 2 maids half kneeling in the water gently fingered their fluffy rabbit ears. He squinted in appreciation. So soft. Born with an irresistible fondness for all things soft, he looked almost like a lazy cat in that moment. Other than having them massage his shoulders and back, he made no further moves. After relaxing a little, he waved them off. The maids hesitated briefly but obediently left the bathroom. After soaking a bit longer, Rain got up, dried off, and dressed before stepping out. "Lucifer, Andre, do you want to wash up too?" Andre nodded. "At your command." "Well, young master, I will go afterward." "Let me keep watch outside for now," Lucifer said quietly. The 2 took turns taking quick washes. Meanwhile, Rain called silently in his mind. "Book Spirit, can you sense the exact location of the Book of Curiosities now?" The Book Spirit was silent for some time before replying. "Perception is vague, as if blocked by some force, but I'm sure it's in the city, not far from you. The more you move around the city in the coming days, the more precise my location becomes." "Understood. I will explore around." Rain nodded inwardly. Seeing Lucifer and Andre finish washing and refreshed, Rain announced, "Since we've arrived in Twilight City, let's rest a while, and then really enjoy ourselves." Both nodded in agreement. He pressed the room call bell. Soon, Bevan, the young attendant who greeted them at the gate, knocked and was let in by Lucifer. Bevan bowed. Young Master Kaiser, your orders? This is my first time in Twilight City. Am not familiar with the area. What's good to see or do recently? Bevan thought briefly. You could visit the slave market. The city recently bought a new batch of demi-humans from the kingdom. If you're interested, it's worth a visit. Also, the triennial Forbidden Stone Festival begins the day after tomorrow. It's the busiest event in Twilight City, definitely not to be missed. Rain narrowed his eyes slightly. Forbidden stones like the gambling stones of Blue Star, covered in a special outer shell with unknown contents inside. Some strike gold immediately, others fall into ruin. The book spirit said the Book of Curiosities seemed shielded. Could it be hidden inside one of those stones? He made a mental note. All right, then please find me a guide familiar with the city. I want to explore properly over the next few days. Understood, young Master Kaiser. I will arrange it immediately. Bevan bowed again and turned to leave. After speaking, Bevan exited Rain's room. Rain led the two downstairs, and Rose behind the counter quickly gave him a slight bow. Young Master Caesar. Rain nodded in response and strode out of the Twilight Inn. At the inn's entrance, Bevan was already waiting with a demi-human guide. Seeing Rain appear, he immediately stepped forward. Young Master Caesar, this is Shaylee. I can guarantee she's the best guide in Twilight City. If you don't mind her demi-human status, she's definitely the top choice. Rain's eyes glanced past Bevan and settled on the cat girl standing there, her long black hair silky and smooth, small black cat ears perked upright, petite stature reaching only to his chest, sharp black eyes meeting his gaze without any hint of fear. She gave a slight nod, confident and composed. Rain nodded back and stepped forward. Let's go. Show me around Twilight City. Shaylee smiled and bowed. Of course, young Master Caesar. Please follow me. Bevan had quietly briefed Shaylee on Rain's identity, so the cat girl remained politely reserved. This time, Rain chose to walk rather than take a carriage. Shaylee led the way, introducing landmarks as they went. This is Twilight City's specialty spirit light water, cool and refreshing. Young Master Caesar can try a bottle. Over there is the Demi-Human Cafe, staffed entirely by demi-humans. It's one of the rare places run independently by them. Ahead is the Wild Rose Tavern, a gathering spot for mercenaries. The landlady is spirited and the liquor strong. Mercenaries and demi-humans alike come to have a few drinks. She flitted along like a little cat playing with a bell, pointing out anything interesting. Before long, the group reached the eastern side of Twilight City. Eyeing the sprawling complex of buildings, Shaylee continued. This is the city's largest slave market, with slaves from every race of demi-humans, dwarves, humans, even monsters. I heard the city recently bought a batch of high-quality demi-human slaves from the kingdom. If you're interested, young Master Caesar, we can take a look inside. Rain nodded gently. Yes, let's go in. With permission granted, Shaylee led them into the market. As they stepped inside, a short human suddenly darted out from a corner, blocking their path with a sycophantic grin. Oh, my honored guests. I failed to welcome you properly. Seeing him, Shaylee frowned. Pier, are you scamming again? My guest isn't interested in your sick, near-dying slaves. But Pier was unfazed, chuckling. Miss Shaylee, my slaves may be weak, but they're cheap, and I do have some healthy ones. He squeezed next to Rain, rubbing his hands together in a flattering way. Sir, you look like the young master of a great family. Shaylee moved forward to intervene as Pier pressed too close, but Rain raised a hand to stop her. Size up the salesman's slick manner. He casually asked, oh, judging by you, do you have anything good? Hey, you really have an eye for good finds. This time, I've truly got something valuable. Pier made a hand gesture showing the number 5 to Rain. Rain looked at the hand, squinting slightly. 5,000 gold coins. Pier shook his head, his tone brimming with confidence. No, sir. 50,000 gold coins. Before he could finish, Charlie's voice cut through the air loudly. 50,000? Pier, have you completely lost your mind over money? Seeing Charlie's fur stand on end like a frightened kitten, Rain stepped forward and casually patted the top of her little head. The soft touch of her cat ears made him linger just a moment longer. Charlie instantly froze, no longer making a fuss. Rain then turned toward Pier with a probing voice. 50,000 gold coins? Are you sure? Pier nodded vigorously. Of course, sir. I spent over 30,000 coins on this costs and preparations were no small thing. 50,000 is absolutely not expensive. Rain nodded thoughtfully, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. All right then, let's see what kind of slave could possibly be worth 50,000 gold coins. And if I catch you, Pier, trying to pull one over on me. He gave a deliberately teasing, provocative grin. Pier immediately responded with a wide grin of his own. Oh, how could I dare, sir? I guarantee you'll get your money's worth. Right this way. With that, Pier strode ahead, leading Rain and Charlie forward. Charlie slowly pulled her ears back from Rain's hand, looking nervous as she added, Master Caesar, let's go have a look with Pier first. If he dares to lie, I won't let it slide. Rain nodded, and the group quickly followed Pier's steps. They entered a building, and immediately a large number of iron cages came into view. Inside were various slaves, all worn out and miserable in expression. Pier introduced as he gestured, Sir, These are all my stock. If you see anyone you like, I'm offering a 20% discount. Rain glanced briefly at the frail slaves before him, clearly uninterested. Forget these for now. Show me the treasure you mentioned. Pierre chuckled softly. This way, please. Soon, they passed through several buildings and reached a hidden, secluded room deep inside. Pierre pulled out a key and clattered as he unlocked multiple heavy iron locks. The chains clanked and echoed to the ground. As the door was pushed open, a cold draft blew out. Inside was pitch black. As soon as Rain stepped in, he caught sight of two crimson eyes staring at him. A low growl emanated faintly from the shadows. Pierre pressed a button on the wall, and a piercing beam of light instantly illuminated the space, shining straight onto the center cage. Inside stood a silver-haired exotic woman, dressed in tattered rags that did little to hide her graceful figure. Her delicate features were striking, and an indescribable aura of authority surrounded her. Pierre explained slowly. Sir, this is the treasure I mentioned earlier. The daughter of the chief of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan. Rain's gaze locked onto the Silver Wolf woman's figure, his heart stirred with a tumult of complex emotions. Then Pierre continued explaining to Rain. The demi-human clans in the kingdom outnumber ours by several times, so disputes over territory are constant. The Yellow Lion clan and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan have been natural enemies. A few months ago, the Yellow Lion clan allied with the Blood Eagle clan and wiped out the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan completely. This little silver wolf you see now escaped only because her father risked his life to escort her out. After that, she was captured, traded multiple times, and eventually ended up in my hands. As he spoke, he suddenly added, as if recalling something. Oh, don't worry, she's still a cub, completely purebred. You can buy her with confidence. The demi-human girl in the cage gripped the iron bars tightly, her gray-silver tail fluffed up like a soft wolf brush. Rain glanced at her, raising an eyebrow skeptically. A demi-human with such pedigree and appearance ends up here with you? Even if she has a temper, the kingdom's lords would handle her. Why would she fall into your hands? Pierre's face showed a hint of pride as he replied. Haha, you've hit the nail on the head. I've been in the slave trade half my life. I know hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Besides, he lowered his voice mysteriously, my nephew is captain of the kingdom's hunting squad. All the slave info I get is firsthand. After hearing this, a slight smile curved Rain's lips. He looked at the girl in the cage again and nodded gently. 50,000 gold coins, it's a deal. With that, he took out a copper crystal card representing 50,000 gold coins from his mage ring and handed it over. Pierre quickly wiped the sweat from his palms, received the card respectfully with both hands, then pulled two keys from his magic device. Sir, this key opens the slave collar on her neck. This one's for the cage. Just as Rain was about to step forward, Pierre cautioned, Sir, she's fierce. Be careful. If she hurts you, I can't compensate. I understand. Rain waved for his companions to follow and slowly approached the cage. From about an arm's length away, he fixed his gaze on the girl. Her muscles were tense all over. Her fingertips dug into the floor, sharp wolf ears flattened against her skull, ready to leap at any moment. Rain didn't rush closer, but spoke calmly. What's your name? The girl froze briefly, but remained silent. Rain looked back at Pierre. She can't speak? She can, but she's hostile to you. I've heard her talk before. Rain nodded and turned his gaze back to the girl, his tone calm but firm. You carry the weight of your clan's destruction, but lack the strength for revenge. You are both pitiful and foolish. If I were you, I wouldn't show such defiance to an imperial noble. With your physique and other assets, you could surely find help, maybe even avenge your people. At these words, the girl's fluffed tail slowly drooped. The fierce light in her eyes was replaced by confusion and grief, clearly thinking of her clan's tragedy. Rain seized the moment to ask again. Now, answer me. What's your name? After a long pause, the girl squeezed out a dry voice through her fangs. Mia Gake. Who are you? Can you help me get revenge? Mia's voice was hoarse, her eyes burning with determination. Rain pulled out a magic device from his pocket, and with a flick of his finger, a delicate tea set appeared. He poured clean water and used a spell to float a warm porcelain cup in front of the girl trapped in the cage. Drink, Rain said calmly. I'm not about to poison an investment worth 50,000 gold coins. A flicker of hesitation passed across Mia's face, but in the end, she accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp. The icy water slipped down her throat, and her trembling hand gradually relaxed. Who I am, Rain chuckled softly, you'll know in time. Seeing that he bore no ill will, Mia's tense shoulders eased slightly, though hatred still churned deep in her eyes. The same question, can you help me get revenge? They'll do anything if it means I can kill those who wronged me. Your enemies are the Yellow Lion tribe and the Bloodhawk tribe? Aren't they supposed to have members at 6th rank? Rain asked. Mia shook her head, her wolf ears twitching. Impossible. If demi-humans really had 6th ranks, they would have unified the continent long ago. The strongest in both tribes are only their leaders, one mid-level 4th rank, the other high 4th rank. Rain's lips curled into a faint, half smile as he raised his hand. Andre, a gaunt old man, stepped forward immediately, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a mid-level 5th rank. Instantly, the iron cages around the room clanged and rattled. Several cages close by twisted and deformed. If Andre hadn't restrained himself, Mia and those behind her, Shelley and Pierre, would have been badly injured by the shockwave. Shelley and Pierre exchanged wide-eyed glances, stunned. This seemingly unremarkable old man was actually a powerful 5th rank. And when they looked at Rain standing at the center, they could tell this young master must be treasured by the whole family. After this brief show of strength, Andre withdrew silently behind Rain. But MIA's eyes were already red. Her knees gave out and she knelt in the cage, pressing her forehead to the ground, voice trembling. Master, please help me get revenge. Whatever you want me to do, Mia will do it. Rain stepped forward, opened the cage door, and gently stroked her soft wolf ears. Of course, 2 demi-human tribes are just minor nuisances to me. Butari, you really willing to let someone else take care of your revenge? Mia suddenly looked up, her eyes full of shock and fire. You'll let me take revenge with my own hands? You're only a low-level 2nd rank now, Rain said flatly. If you listen to my instructions, I guarantee you'll reach 5th rank within a year. Then you can personally take their lives. How about that? Of course, if you don't want to wait, I can deal with them anytime. Advance 5 ranks in 1 year. MIA's breath caught. Seeing Andre standing calmly beside him, she was certain Rain had no reason to lie. Taking a deep breath, she nodded firmly. All right, I trust you. Rain grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the cage, leading her to the silver-haired butler. Lucifer, she's in your care. Take her back to the inn, help her wash up, and get her some decent clothes. When I return, I want to see a clean little wolf. Lucifer bowed respectfully. As you command, master. Please enjoy the city a little longer. I will ensure your satisfaction later. He stepped aside and gestured. Miss Mia, please follow me. Mia lifted her eyes to Rain, who nodded, and only then did she follow Lucifer away. As Lucifer and Mia left, Pierre quickly stepped over to Rain. Honored guest, what else can I get for you? He rubbed his hands rapidly, his face beaming with a wide smile. I have everything here, just pick whatever you like. Consider it a gift from me, Pierre. Realizing Rain's distinguished status once again, Pierre's flattery grew even more excessive than before. Rain glanced at him sideways and raised an eyebrow. You say you have everything? What about succubi? Pierre's bright smile froze instantly, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as he cursed himself for bragging too much. He forced a smile. Honored guest succubi, I'm afraid I don't have those. And what about dragon maidens? Rain asked again. Cold sweat formed on Pierre's temple. Succubi were one thing, but dragon maidens? The dragon race was already rare, and those who could shape-shift were rarer still. Where could he possibly find one? He stammered for a long moment, but couldn't come up with an answer. Rain waved his hand to cut him off. All right, I can tell you don't have them. Let's gawkaching, just a little wolf today is enough. With that, he turned and led his group out, intending to explore Twilight City a bit more. Pierre hurried along to escort them all the way to the gate, then finally mustered the courage to speak. Honored guest, may I have your contact information? I, Pierre, have some connections in the slave trade. If I ever come across a succubus or a dragon maiden, I could notify you right away. Rain glanced back at him briefly, his tone cool. I didn't believe you when you bragged before, but now I believe you somewhat. My name is Caesar Russell. If there's any news, look for people from the Russell family. They'll pass it on to me. Pierre jotted down the name and nodded eagerly. Of course, young Master Caesar. He'll be sure to keep an eye out. Suddenly recalling something, Rain paused in his steps. Since the little wolf has joined me, someone has to deal with her enemies. Your nephew is captain of the royal hunting team, right? Send him to deal with the Yellow Lion and Blood Eagle clans. As he spoke, he pulled a crystal card with 100,000 gold coins from a magical device and slipped it into Pierre's pocket. Once the matter's settled, there will be more rewards. The heavy card weighed down Pierre's pocket. He grinned broadly and bowed repeatedly. Rest assured, when it comes to dealing with demi-humans, I, Pierre, have plenty of methods. You'll be satisfied, guaranteed. Rain led his companions away from the slave market. Pierre watched their backs in a daze. He hadn't expected this noble to be from the Russell family. Recently, a young man named Grei had suddenly appeared, raising the Russell families, standing alongside their longtime allies, the Grei family. If Rain truly became a 7th-rank mage in the future, the Grei family might become the Empire's first duke outside the ruling clan, an indication of the power held by these two great families. If I can latch onto this probable heir's coattails now, what's the point of me still being a slave trader? Pierre thought to himself. Yet the noble's tastes were exacting, to have to dig up all the connections he'd spent years building. Noon. Although the sunlight was strong, perhaps because the Forbidden Stone Festival was approaching, the streets were still quite crowded. Rain raised his glass and took a sip of the cool spirit light water. The sweet and sour taste briefly reminded him of drinking lemonade back on Blue Star. Sherry, let's find a place for lunch, and in the afternoon you can take me to the Forbidden Stone gambling area in Twilight City, he said. The cat-eared girl Sherry's ears twitched lightly before she nodded. All right, young Master Caesar. If you don't mind the expense, we could go to the Starry Banquet Hall. I've never been, but I've heard the food there is excellent. and many nobles frequent it. Sounds good. They'll take you there today, Rain agreed generously. Immediately, Sherry's cat ears stood up straight, her eyes shining with excitement. Though she still demurred, no need, young Master Caesar. You don't have to spend so much. Just enjoy your meal. Rain didn't call her bluff and smiled, motioning for her to lead the way. Andre followed silently behind. Before long, the group arrived at the most bustling district in the heart of Twilight City, the Starry Banquet Hall. The door was made of rare ebony wood, decorated with inlaid multicolored gemstones that shimmered under the sun, exuding an aura of exquisite luxury. Several uniformed attendants promptly approached. Welcome. Would you like to sample our cuisine today? Yes. Please book the best private room for me, Rain said as he handed over his ID badge. The attendant checked it and returned it with both hands, an apologetic look on their face. I'm sorry, young Master Caesar. With the Forbidden Stone Festival coming up, all private rooms are fully booked today. May I offer you a relatively quiet table on the second floor instead? That's fine. Let's do that. Rain nodded, clearly unbothered. They followed the attendant upstairs to the second floor. In the center stood a pure silver fountain gently flowing, its surface adorned with faint purple petals and a subtle fragrant scent. Display cases were set into the walls, showcasing exquisite art pieces, crystal sculptures, fine golden daggers, classic oil paintings, each piece more dazzling than the last. The attendant led them to a window-side table and handed over the menus. Rain glanced over them briefly, then boldly ordered all the highest-rated and most expensive dishes and drinks on the menu. The unfazed attendant jotted down the order with a smile before leaving. Soon enough, the table was filled with elegant silver platters, fiery phoenix wings, silverfish broth, moonlight conch, golden orchid honey wine. Steam and aromas mingled, making everyone's mouth water. Sherry sat somewhat reservedly on the side. Rain reached out, handing her an empty wine glass and gestured for her to pour. Don't be nervous, Sherry. It's just a meal, and you're not paying for it. Thank you very much, young Master Caesar, Sherry said quickly, lifting the bottle. The golden orchid honey wine flowed smoothly from the crystal neck, releasing a delicate fragrance. Rain raised his glass and took a sip, then began eating. Andre and Sherry followed suit. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sharp voice came from a neighboring table. Waiter! Waiter! A server hurried over. Sir, is there a problem? Was something wrong with your dish? The drunken woman shook her head, slurring yet suddenly pointing at Rain's table, raising her voice. Why would such a high-class place allow such lowly demi-humans here? Why would such a high-class venue allow lowly demi-humans inside? A sharp, piercing scream echoed upstairs. Following the woman's finger, the waiter on the second floor indeed spotted Shaylee sitting beside Rain. He hurried forward, his tone hesitant but polite. Ma'am, our starry banquet hall has no rule barring demi-humans. Their presence here is quite normal. The woman ignored the explanation and instead raised her voice even louder. What? You don't have that rule? Such a grand banquet hall actually allows lowly demi-humans inside. At the insult, Shali's cat ears once perky and lively slowly drooped, her sorrow clearly visible. Rain frowned as he looked at the woman, but said nothing. Just as the tension thickened, a uniformed restaurant manager rushed down the stairs and approached the woman with a beaming smile, clearly recognizing her. Miss Wency, I'm terribly sorry that these demi-humans spoiled your experience. I will have them leave immediately. Wency smugly nodded. Yes, that's more like it. Go ahead. In a few days, they'll have my brother-in-law promote you. Upon hearing promotion, the manager smiled even more ingratiatingly. Haha, thank you very much, Miss Wency. But then his expression darkened as he strode over to Rain's table in a harsh tone. Guests, the Starry Banquet Hall does not welcome your kind. Please leave at once. The sudden change angered Shaylee, who looked guiltily at Rain and quietly suggested, Young Master Caesar, maybe we should go? I know some other restaurants with good food. She didn't want Rain to get into trouble because of her. Rain put down his cutlery, stroked the soft top of Shali's head, his voice gentle but firm. I told you, today we're here to try the Starry Banquet Hall's cuisine. Just eat in peace. The rest is my responsibility. After reassuring Shaylee, he raised his eyes and stared hard at the manager. I just heard from the waiter that no rule bans demi-humans here. You are just a low-level manager. Can you overturn long-standing policies of this whole hall? Before the manager could reply, footsteps approached swiftly behind him. If he can't, what about me? In the store manager. A middle-aged man claiming to be the manager descended the stairs and stood beside Wency, his eyes full of sycophantic eagerness. Wency's confidence grew as she sneered at Rain. A little country noble dares to talk rules here? In Twilight City, I am the rule. The manager and the store manager flanked him, blocking the exit, clearly intending to drive them out. Shaylee nervously pressed close to Rain, her tail twitching slightly. Rain glanced at the half-finished exquisite dishes on the table and sighed helplessly. I intended to reason with you, but you refused to listen. He stood up, and the power of the magic combat codex surged through his limbs like a tidal wave. The next instant, he kicked out fiercely, the tip of his boot smashing hard into the manager's abdomen. Bang! The manager was blasted backward as if hit by a cannonball, crashing into Wency's dining table and toppling it over. The wine in the goblets and sauce from the plates splashed through the air and drenched Wency's dress with a loud splash. Seeing this scene, when she, already drunk, froze for a moment before fury erupted within her. She turned to the nearby guards and shouted, "Attack! Kill him! Do you think I'm feeding you for free?" At her command, the guards drew their swords, their iron boots thudding heavily on the old wooden floorboards. The sound beat like war drums as they closed in on Rain. Sherry, the cat girl hiding in the corner, was about to scream, but a deep, authoritative male voice interrupted her. "Miss Sherry, please stay calm. Don't disturb the young master's mood." It was Andre. He tilted his head slightly, his expression indifferent, yet a faint aura of fifth-rank power radiated from him. Sherry's chest tightened as she calmed instantly with Andre here. Young Master Caesar would be safe. The shopkeeper, overwhelmed by the pressure, turned pale and cold inside. A fifth-rank cultivator. But recalling that when Zai's brother-in-law was from the Ward family and Sophia's younger brother, he barely managed to steel himself. Meanwhile, Rain showed not a hint of panic despite facing a dozen heavily armed guards. Instead, a trace of excitement curled at his lips. Since breaking through to third rank, he had few chances to use his skills. These sparring dummies made for perfect practice. The first sword slashed diagonally. Rain raised his hand, catching it effortlessly. With a flash of cold steel, his blade sliced across the guard's throat. Blood sprayed onto the ceiling, vivid and crimson. Teleporting and elemental transformations followed in rapid succession. The guards fell before they could even scream. In mere moments, all of Zai's men lay dead. The second-floor floorboards were stained with winding rivers of blood, pungently metallic. The bloodshed shattered Zai's drunken haze, but she still forced a defiant tone. "You're finished. Killing in Twilight City? My brother-in-law will never let you live." Rain's response was to grab a nearby wine bottle. Smash. Glass shattered, mixing wine and blood as it splattered across her hair. Gasps echoed from the onlookers. "Brother-in-law? Then go find him," Rain said coldly as he picked up another bottle with a teasing tone. "In less than a minute, he'll open a new wound on your head." Once she clutched her head, screaming, then turned to shout at a servant, "Go quickly. Tell my sister, someone's trying to kill me in Twilight City." The servant stumbled down the stairs to fetch reinforcements. 1 minute slipped by. True to his word, Rain smashed the second bottle against Zai's head again, blood streaming down the side of her face. Several hot-blooded youths on the second floor tried to rush forward, but were held back firmly by elders. Anyone daring to confront Zai's family Hedon was no fool, and none dared act rashly. Time ticked on. 7 strikes in total. When she had 7 gashes opened on her head, the floor was littered with broken glass and blood. Only then came the sound of hurried footsteps. At the stairway entrance, a group appeared, striding quickly. The leading young man was finely dressed, his expression cold and serious. When she crawled toward the youth at their head, crying, "Brother-in-law, you have to protect me. He not only killed my guards, but beat me like this buho." A woman next to the youth watched when she with reddened eyes and urged, "Farlan, look at your sister. Aren't you going to act?" The youth called Farlan scanned when she on the ground, his brow furrowing. Farlan frowned deeply as he looked at Wency's pitiful state. The bloodstained smell still lingered in the hall, and shards of broken bottles glinted coldly in the lamplight. Suppressing his emotions, he shifted his gaze to the young man leaning against a chair, leisurely playing with a wine bottle in one hand, and spoke in a low voice. "You don't look familiar. Where are you from? Today's commotion really disrespected my Ward family." Rain seemed unconcerned by the question, chuckling softly as his eyes returned to Wency. Farlan Ward? Is this your brother-in-law? The reinforcements you bragged about?" Seeing Rain completely ignore him, Farlan's face darkened further. "I'm giving you face here. Don't take it for granted." Rain raised his eyes, curling the corners of his mouth. "Farlan, the last time we met was in the capital. Already forgotten so cleanly?" He then lowered his voice, uttering a name, Lucifer. At the top floor of the Twilight Inn, Lucifer had just finished adjusting MIA's dress when the master's call came. He politely reminded the curious girl, "Miss Mia, the master is summoning me. I must take my leave. Please stay inside your room." Seeing Mia nod, he gave a slight bow before melting into a shadow and disappearing. The next moment, Lucifer silently stepped out from Rain's shadow. As his heels touched the floor, his eyes immediately scanned the area. Mottled bloodstains on the floor, angry glares from Ward's servants, scattered tables and chairs in disarray. "Master, shall I deal with them?" His tone was respectful, yet carried a chilling edge. Rain waved his hand lightly, signaling him back. Then he looked again at Farlan. "Remember now? I am Caesar." Lucifer's appearance prompted Andre to bring Charlene behind Rain, forming an instant line of defense. Farlan stared at the two figures, his heart pounding wildly. Rain Grei? Wasn't that madman locked up? How did he show up here? And with Caesar at that? The memory of Theos' tragic death flashed through his mind. His legs weakened, provoking this man was truly deadly. He did not want to be the next target. His attitude abruptly reversed. Farlan forced a smile. Oh, I remember now, Lord Rain. I mean, Master Caesar. Why didn't you notify me in advance? I wouldn't have failed to greet you. Wency, kneeling on the ground, anxiously tugged at his sister's dress. Tara immediately snuggled up beside Farland, gently urging, Farland, are you close with him? My sister was beaten like this. Maybe he should apologize? She saw Farland's hesitation and just wanted some form of accountability. Wency was badly hurt. After all, something needed to be said. Hearing this, Rain sneered, flipping the wine bottle at his fingertips. The glass caught the light like a razor ready to strike. Farland's heart thumped fiercely as he suddenly shoved Tara aside. Who do you think you are, demanding an apology from Master Caesar? You're asking for death. Without hesitation, he bent down, grabbed an empty bottle from the floor, and hurled it at Tara's head. The bottle shattered with a sharp crash. That blow was decisive. He feared if he didn't take a stand, Rain would get physical himself. Tara clutched her head and collapsed, while Wency cried out in shock, but dared not move. Meanwhile, the onlookers watching the scene from the second floor all turned to Rain seated in the chair, carefully memorizing his appearance. Fearing he might have crossed someone even more ruthless than Farron, the local gang boss, Tara was thoroughly shaken awake by the bottle Farron had smashed. Only then did she finally realize the true weight of trouble her sister had gotten into. She lowered her head and shrank into a corner, too afraid to utter a sound. Broken glass shards trickled to the floor as Farron tossed aside the broken bottle's neck and strode quickly over to Rain, his expression shifting to a stiff, respectful smile. Leno, Master Caesar, what brings you to Twilight City? Weren't you still in the royal capital? Rain gave him a sidelong glance. Not welcoming me? No, of course not. Farron waved his hands frantically, sweat beading at his temples. Should I notify my sister Sophia? She's back too, for the Forbidden Stone Festival. No need. Rain set down the half-empty bottle, speaking casually. Just passing through. They'll head out after the festival. His tone shifted sharply as he squinted. Placing his hand on Farron's shoulder, his voice grew colder. Hold on. Don't dodge the issue. I was looking forward to a quiet meal, but your men spoiled it. You owe me an explanation. Though his hand rested lightly, the weight of it pressed heavily on Farron's heart. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Farron summoned a server and questioned him in detail about the earlier disturbance. That's the full story, Master. The server's voice trembled as he finished. Hearing this, Farron's face darkened instantly, blue veins appearing as he cursed. Damn it. All I do is get into trouble. But having navigated both the romantic and business worlds for years, he quickly measured himself, drew a deep breath, and shifted his gaze to the catgirl Charlene, standing behind Rain. Miss, though I don't yet know your name, a friend of Master Caesar is a friend of Farron, he said smoothly. At the Starry Banquet Hall, every guest is treated equally. As for those overstepping managers and supervisorial, be glad to know I'm firing them today, and the Ward family won't be employing them anymore. I deeply apologize for disrupting your dining experience. He produced a card shining with soft golden light and offered it to her with both hands. This is a VIP card for the Starry Banquet Hall. From now on, all your meals here will be on the house. Consider it my apology. Would you accept it? Charlene stared at the substantial gold card, momentarily stunned. Rain spoke calmly. Go on, you deserve it. If you refuse, he might just tear down the Starry Banquet Hall in a fit of rage. Hearing that, Charlene carefully took the card. Thank you, Lord Farron. Oh, no need for such formalities, just call me Farron, he said, waving his hands again. His eyes flicked back to Rain, wondering if Master Caesar might take this catgirl away with him. If that happened, Farron knew he couldn't hope to reach that level. Rain nodded quietly, approving Farron's attitude. Rising from his seat, he headed for the staircase. Let's go. Running into this nonsense in the middle of a meal is a pain. Charlene, lead the way. Let's find another place to eat. Seeing Rain turn to leave, Farron hurried after him, calling out loudly, Master Caesar, please wait. Rain paused, tilting his head slightly. You don't seem satisfied yet. How about going upstairs to a private room? My treat for everything. At the staircase, Rain raised an eyebrow. Oh, didn't you say there were no private rooms just now? Now there are? Farron's heart lifted. He quickly explained, there are always a few empty private rooms reserved upstairs for distinguished guests like you. Rain glanced back at Charlene, remembering he had promised to let her try the banquet hall's signature dishes. He nodded to Farron. All right, lead the way. On the third floor, in a gilded private room by the window, the crystal chandelier cast a warm yellow glow through velvet drapes. Farland sat upright in the main seat, lightly tracing the rim of his bone china cup with his fingertip. His gaze swept over the few guests who had just finished their lunch around the table. The crisp clinking of silver cutlery against celadon plates rose and fell, before he finally turned to the leader, Rarin, and spoke softly. Young Master Caesar, you've come to Twilight City this time for the Banestone Festival, haven't you? Rarin set down his burgundy wine glass, the dark red liquid swirling along the inner wall. You could say that, he replied with a calm tone. Farland took the cue and offered, if you're free this afternoon, I'm in charge of Banestone affairs. I can accompany you for a preview. Should you find any Banestones you like, they'll reserve one or two for you as a token of goodwill. With that, He raised his glass in a slight toast toward Raren. After a moment's thought, Raren lifted his glass to meet Farland's with a light clink. The delicate crystal melody rang clearly. All right, I'll leave it to you. As their glasses touched, Raren's peripheral vision fell on Sherry, who was launching an all-out assault on the snow crab opposite her. The catgirl's ears stood fully upright, her amber eyes gleaming brightly under the light, clearly enchanted by the seafood feast. Mouth opening and closing rapidly, she buried herself in the assorted ocean delicacies on her plate, prompting Raren to smile and say, "Farland, bring more seafood." Farland glanced at Sherry with a smile, nodded, and signaled a waiter to come over discreetly. Noticing their slowed movements, Sherry blushed and paused, hastily wiping her mouth with a rose-patterned napkin. "Sorry, young Master Caesar, I got a little carried away." Raren waved dismissively. "What's the harm in that? Enjoying your food is what matters. I'm even more indulgent when I eat at home. Don't worry about it." Reassured, Sherry relaxed. Soon after, a waiter appeared carrying a gilded silver platter in procession. The freshly grilled blue lobster sizzled with oil, filling the room instantly with the rich aroma of butter. Sherry's pupils instantly dilated, but she quickly composed herself, straightened her napkin, and resumed eating with gusto. Raren and Farland turned back to their discussion. Farland explained, "Young Master Caesar, as you know, the Empire and the Rose Kingdom have always maintained good relations. Twilight City often purchases demihumans from some lords of the Rose Kingdom. This Banestone festival sees not only nobles from the Empire, but also many lords from the Rose Kingdom attending." The image that came to Raren's mind was that kingdom bordering the Empire, a one ruled by a queen, nearly all its lords female, essentially a matriarchal state that had maintained peace with the Empire for nearly a century. Farland continued, "There is an even more direct reason for their visit this time. Twilight City has discovered a King Banestone. Its size is enormous, and even the inherent shadowy quality of a Banestone cannot conceal the treasure light within. Every stone appraiser we sent has given it the highest rating." Raren raised his eyebrows at Farland's words, clearly intrigued by what he was hearing. "King of the Forbidden Stones." As Sherry paused her actions, Rain stood up and took a napkin to wipe the little cat girl's mouth. The tips of the cat girl's ears instantly flushed red. She nodded lightly and replied softly, Kitty's full now. All right then, let's go see the Forbidden Stone Quarry with Farron," Rain said casually, then glanced over at Lucifer beside him. "Oh, and pack some good food to bring back to the inn. Don't let my little wolf go hungry." "Yes, Master," Lucifer bowed and acknowledged the order. The group left the starry banquet hall, walking along the cobblestone path through the northern district of Twilight City, heading straight for the Forbidden Stone Quarry outside the city. Outside Twilight City, the Forbidden Stone Quarry. The surroundings were a stark contrast to the city's splendor. Bare yellow-brown rock walls, rough wooden fences, and dust filling the air, resembling an open-air coal mine on Blue Star. Armored knights patrolled the perimeter vigilantly, hands resting on long swords, clearly allowing no mistakes. After Farron showed their credentials, he led Rain's party through several inspection checkpoints. Upon entering the mining area, a damp, mineral scent hit their noses. The moment Rain stepped into the quarry, an excited voice suddenly echoed in his mind from the book spirit. "Rain, I can feel it. The Book of Curiosities is right here. Keep looking around, you're very close now." Rain narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Energy-sensing crystals hung from each forbidden stone block, their numbers flickering faintly. He thought to himself, just as expected, the Book of Curiosities must be hidden within these forbidden stones. Farron stopped in front of a makeshift display platform and pointed to dozens of neatly stacked forbidden stones nearby. He enthusiastically explained, "Young Master Caesar, these stones are the highlights of the auction the day after tomorrow. Usually, owners need to book in advance, but your status grants you privilege. If you like any now, just name a starting bid. Farron, will arrange it immediately, both as an apology and to build friendship." Rain began examining the stones one by one. His gaze was shared with the book spirit as he moved steadily among the stacked stones. Suddenly, as he passed a fist-sized forbidden stone with a pitch-black shell, the book spirit shouted urgently, "Wait, Rain, I found it. This one." In the next instant, a beam of golden light visible only to Rain shot out and pointed directly at the small stone. Rain stopped immediately and picked it up. A small note was affixed to its surface, bearing two delicate characters, Dyla. Rain furrowed his brow. Farron leaned close and lowered his voice to warn him, "Young Master Caesar, this forbidden stone has been reserved by Lord Aisha Lawrence's youngest daughter, Dyla. Maybe you'd prefer to choose another one?" Rain tightened his grip on the stone and shook his head. "No, I want this one. Since it's already reserved, I'll speak with her personally." "Can you contact Dyla?" "Yes, definitely," Farron nodded quickly. "Shall I ask her to come now?" "Yeah, the sooner the better." Farron agreed and hurried to the entrance, speaking in low tones with the guards. He then returned quickly. "Young Master Caesar, I've sent someone to fetch her. She should arrive shortly." As time passed slowly, Two blood-marked horses pulled a carriage to the outskirts of the Forbidden Stone arena. Dust swirled with the sound of hooves, rising and falling along the road. The mounted guards instinctively cleared a path until the carriage came to a steady stop just outside the knightly order's perimeter. A servant opened the door, and Aisha Lawrence was the first to step down, her silver armor inlaid with rose patterns gleaming coldly under the sun. Her fiery red hair cascaded behind her, and the subtle aura of a fourth-rank intermediate warrior made the surrounding soldiers immediately straighten their backs. Right behind her were her three daughters. All had inherited their mother's nearly flawless beauty and flowing hair. Dressed in formal gowns, they followed Aisha's steps lightly but closely, appearing both reserved and poised. The waiting guards promptly approached, bowing on one knee with crisp voices. "Good afternoon, Lady Aisha. Please follow me. Viscount Fallon is waiting for you inside the Forbidden Stone arena." Aisha gave a slight nod and gestured for her daughters to accompany her before walking side by side with the escort. Midway, she slowed her pace and quietly asked, "What business does Viscount Fallon have with me?" Matching her pace, the guard replied, "It's a friend of Viscount Fallon's. He's interested in the Forbidden Stone Miss Della previously reserved and wishes to speak with you in person to discuss a possible exchange." Aisha only nodded in response and said nothing further. Moments later, the group passed through layers of knights and entered the arena. In the expansive open grounds at the center, Fallon spoke with a young man. Seeing Aisha's arrival, he immediately stepped aside to introduce him. "Master Caesar, this is Lady Aisha Lawrence, second-rank noble of the Rose Kingdom. The three beside her are her daughters, and the one on the far right is Miss Della." The guards brought Aisha and her daughters to Fallon's side and stepped back. Fallon greeted Aisha with a nod. "Good afternoon, Lady Aisha. I apologize for interrupting your time, but this matter requires your personal decision." "Good afternoon, Viscount Fallon," Aisha replied succinctly. Fallon stepped aside to reveal the young man beside him. "Lady Aisha, this is Caesar Russell, heir of the Russell family." Aisha raised her hand and shook the youths. "Hello, Caesar. I have long admired the Russell family's reputation." Caesar Russell, also known as Rain, smiled warmly as he shook hands. "Greetings, Lady Aisha. I must be bold to invite you today, but I am interested in the Forbidden Stone Miss Della selected and wish to negotiate an exchange with other valuables." Having heard this from the guards earlier, Aisha was unsurprised but still showed a trace of hesitation, gently shaking her head. "I'm sorry, Caesar. That stone was chosen by Della as her 16th birthday gift. It is now hers. If you can persuade Della, I have no objection." Rain immediately looked past Aisha to the young girl behind her. "So it is Miss Della's birthday present. May I ask if Miss Della would be willing to part with it? I'm prepared to offer a fourth-rank treasure in exchange." Caesar's hefty offer made Aisha raise an eyebrow. Offering a fourth-rank treasure for a single forbidden stone was quite bold. However, the real decision-maker was Della. Facing Rain's gaze, the girl didn't answer immediately but blinked and asked a question that surprised everyone. "Brother Caesar, do you know Rain Grei?" The abrupt question caught Rain off guard for a moment. Then he smiled gently and answered without hesitation, "Rain? Of course. Rain and I are very close friends." Hearing Rain's reply, Delia's face lit up with joy. "Big Brother Caesar, could you please let Big Brother Rain see me? I'm a mage too, and I want Big Brother Rain to teach me magic." Her childish, sweet request made even the usually composed Farron turn his head to hide a smile behind his hand. Rain gently ruffled the soft flaxen hair of the little girl in front of him, secretly surprised. Since when had his reputation grown so large that even Delia, all the way in the royal city, had heard of him? "Want Rain to teach you magic?" He raised an amused eyebrow. "Rain is only second tier right now. Why don't you find a higher tier mage?" "No. Big Brother Rain is the most talented mage on the continent. He must be better than anyone else." Delia insisted firmly. Though Rain tried to brush it off, her fierce loyalty made him quietly pleased. He finally nodded. "All right then, Delia, when's your birthday?" "On the Forbidden Stone Festival Day." Delia answered without hesitation. "Okay." Caesar crouched down to meet her gaze and promised solemnly, "On your birthday, I'll make sure to bring Rain to celebrate with you." Delia's eyes sparkled hearing that, but she quickly tugged Caesar's sleeve again. "That sounds great, but I still want Big Brother Rain to teach me magic." "That's possible, but you're still too young to formally study magic. Once you're an adult, just find Rain and he'll teach you." "I promise," Caesar assured her, patting his chest. The little girl looked uncertain but hopeful. "Really? Caesar and Rain are that close?" Rain smiled wryly to himself, but nodded. "Of course, don't worry." "Okay then, they'll give you the Forbidden Stone, but Big Brother Rain must celebrate my birthday with me the day after tomorrow." Rain patted her head again, then shifted his gaze to Aisha. "Lord Aisha, I'll accept this Forbidden Stone." Aisha smiled and nodded. "Since Delia agrees, then it belongs to you." Before she finished speaking, she quietly asked by telepathy, "As far as I know, Rain was imprisoned by the Emperor for killing a noble in public. Even if he escapes, it would take a week to travel from the royal city to Twilight City. How do you plan to have him celebrate my daughter's birthday the day after tomorrow?" Caesar replied through mind speech as well. "Lord Aisha, Rest assured, Caesar keeps his word. The day after tomorrow, Rain will definitely be with Delia. He gave her a confident smile. Seeing this, Aisha nodded silently and said nothing more. She left with her daughter and Farron, while Delia excitedly waved at Rain. As their figures disappeared around the corner, Rain looked down at the heavy forbidden stone in his palm, his heart surging with emotion. The Book of Wonders was finally within reach. Farron, noticing his expression, reminded him, since young Master Caesar has the forbidden stone, do you want to activate it right here? Rain waved him off. Not yet. Let's wait until we get back to the inn. I'm tired and want to focus on studying it calmly. He was eager to see the Book of Wonders' power for himself. Seeing Rain didn't intend to open it immediately, Farron pulled out a dark purple, gold-embossed invitation from his magic device and handed it over. Young Master Caesar, this is the internal invite to the Forbidden Stone Festival auction the day after tomorrow. Rain raised a brow upon receiving it. Internal? What does that mean? Farron explained, the best Forbidden Stones, those with high ratings and quality, will appear in the Forbidden Stone Hall in the north of Twilight City. That's what they call the internal auction at the Forbidden Stone Festival. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.